Chapter 301. Just as Zhou Shen sat on the ground, bewildered, looking around, unsure of what to do, the refrigerator door swung open. Qin Meng, leaning on his cane, slowly emerged from the refrigerator, while Zhang Yi, beside him, carried a chair. Zhou Shen? Qin Meng sat in the chair, sizing up and down the seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man before him. After a pause, he whispered, "Do you know why you're here?" Seeing Qin Meng, Zhou Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Now that it was clear he'd been kidnapped, the rest of the matter would be much easier to handle. It was simply a matter of negotiation. He had been worried about a vendetta, but as long as it wasn't a fatal grudge, anything could be discussed slowly. His heart calmed down. After a quick brainstorm, he hesitated and said, "I've never made enemies. You seem quite distinguished. You're not a white glove, but the person in charge, and I've never met you before. It's a little unreasonable to come here specifically because of the grudge we had today. I've never heard of someone like you in the Sanshui Chamber of Commerce." After eliminating several possibilities, the answer seems to be that you need the help of the Sanshui port manager. Let me think about it. The most valuable shipment arriving soon is the high-precision instruments from Sanshui Feiyang Technology Company Limited. You're probably here for that. Is that right? Qin Meng sat in his chair, his expression calm, though a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Was his plan so straightforward? Could he even guess it? What's the difference between this and playing werewolf, and closing your eyes, and clicking 3 wolves? Never make enemies? Biozhi, standing behind Qin Meng, sneered at Zhou Shen with a forced smile. "You didn't seem like a low-key person when you went to that luxury store today." "It can't be helped," the middle-aged man said with a bitter and helpless expression. "I was transferred here from another city. Although my rank has been upgraded, my connections are all in other cities. It's like a promotion in name only, a demotion in reality. The overall environment in Sanshui City is a bit shaky. If I act too righteous, I could easily be delisted. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I don't really have any interest in luxury goods." "Really? What about that beautiful, contemptuous woman next to you? A smart person wouldn't keep someone like that around. And why do I have to keep such a foolish woman around?" The middle-aged man counted on his fingers and began to mutter, "I have no connections in this city, and I hold a very important position. Several major interest groups will definitely be watching me and trying to win me over. Whichever side I join, it means the beginning of a conflict. My plan is to act a little foolish and brainless first. Try not to take sides at all. Wait until my superiors have dealt with his issues, then transfer me back and leave here. And I can't just refuse outright. That would anger them, and that would prompt this woman to say something inappropriate. I can then both reject her and chop her in person, expressing my sincere apology and stalling for a while. After all, I even killed my own woman to show my sincerity. What else can anyone say? Secondly, I just need to perform well enough. Alright." Qin Meng sat down in his chair, interrupting Zhou Shen's rambling. He looked at the unremarkable middle-aged man before him and said calmly, "You're right. My purpose this time is indeed that shipment. When will it arrive? There are indeed no fools who reach high positions within the system. It's just that the intrigues of this power struggle are a bit complicated, and he's a little displeased." Zhou Shen's mouth opened and closed slightly, and after a long silence, he spoke hoarsely, "It's expected to arrive in 3 days. However, Sanshui Feiyang Technology Company Limited is a Jiang family company, and this shipment is very important to them. The Jiang family is the largest interest group in Sanshui City, tying up the interests of many people. The Jiang family's sphere of influence isn't limited to Sanshui City. It spans dozens of cities. If this shipment disappears, something serious could happen. Many people would die. I'd die too." "You won't." Qin Meng looked at Zhou Shen and whispered, "Just stay here. No one can find you. It's absolutely safe here. As long as you don't play any tricks, I can guarantee you live well and for a long time. You just need to tell me the exact whereabouts of this shipment, and at what stage we should start, so we can take it away with minimal noise." Zhou Shen glanced around, then looked up at the sun overhead. A hint of bitterness curled his lips. He knew it was over. It wasn't him who was finished. It was Sanshui City. The power structure of the peace-seeking civilization is mainly composed of the government and families. Over the years, each family has been using various means to stuff all public resources into their own pockets. The most unscrupulous among them is the Sanshui City Jiang family. The newly appointed leader of the civilization planned to eliminate these corrupt officials, starting with the Jiang family. Their primary target was to determine whether the Jiang family had been researching component blueprints over the years, or simply using PowerPoint presentations to defraud R&D funds. This was also why the Jiang family urgently purchased high-precision equipment. At least they weren't openly interested in antagonizing the leader. Once the problem was exposed, many people would die. Those who concealed information, those who knowingly distributed funds, those who kept their knowledge secret, and so on would all die. These people certainly wouldn't wait to die, and they weren't defenseless civilians. Everyone had their own armed forces. It was foreseeable that if the Jiang family, and other families, became exposed and irresolvable, they would directly antagonize the government. A major war was about to begin. And this was the spark that sparked all of this. If he had held his tongue and not leaked any information today, none of this would have happened, and everyone would have lived in peace. But, I said. Zhou Shen breathed a sigh of relief, then said helplessly, somewhat relieved, I don't know exactly where the Jiang family procured this shipment, but I received an entry notice today from the Jiang family's directly affiliated Chamber of Commerce. We're leaving Wormhole 28, and are expected to arrive at Chioha Star in 3 days. If you want to rob the cargo, there are 3 locations to choose from. The first location is halfway between Wormhole 28 and Chioha Star. Advantage: this distance is practically out of reach. Chioha Star's ring firepower network can't reach it, and it's even harder to tell what's happening there. As long as the speed is fast enough and no information is leaked, the other party won't be able to transmit any useful information to the Jiang family, and it can be done completely undetected. Disadvantage: one mistake could lead to the enemy choosing to self-destruct the train, even at the cost of their lives. This would not only put them in danger, but also cost them both lives and property. The Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce's train is quite capable, being considered top tier among the Sanshui Chambers of Commerce. The second location is the Sanshui port, during the unloading period. Advantage: successfully unloading the cargo will ensure the integrity of the cargo to the greatest extent possible. Disadvantage: we will face a double blow from both the Sanshui City Law Enforcement Bureau and the Jiang Family Garrison. If the noise is too loud, it could even attract the attention of the Chioha Civilization Star Reserve Army, or even the Kasha Civilization troops stationed in the Chioha Civilization, posing a significant risk. The third location. The Jiang family's temporarily rented R&D experimental base. The Jiang family wants this cargo solely to handle the inspection. We can wait until they've dealt with the inspection before looting the R&D base. That way, even if the Jiang family gets angry, they won't be that enraged, minimizing the risk of offending anyone. Furthermore, by then, the Jiang family won't be as concerned as they are now. The probability of success will be greatly increased, practically a natural outcome, with no chance of failure. The disadvantage is, the Jiang family will undoubtedly report this incident and demand another round of funding, and you likely face a full-scale manhunt from the government of the Chioha civilization. You go from offending the Jiang family to offending the Chioha civilization. Chen Meng looked at the middle-aged man before him with a strange expression. He only been trying to gather intelligence, but this guy had already offered suggestions. Not only did he offer 3 plans, but he even analyzed the pros and cons of each. Why does he look a bit like a dog-headed military strategist? Old Pig. He tilted his head to look at Old Pig. It's all from within your physique. How come you don't have so many clever ideas? Look at how savvy this guy is. Old Pig whispered respectfully, Master Meng, I used to work as a clerk in the system and haven't experienced many power struggles. And he's more familiar with the Casa Civilization Federation than I am. Savvy. He keeps saying we and ours all the time. Those who know clearly understand that you were kidnapped, while those who don't would think you're a gang member. Zhou Shen lowered his head tactfully, but his eyes were darting. Master Meng's name is Meng? He's not familiar with the Casa Civilization Federation yet? Could he be an uninvited guest from afar? He doesn't seem to be showing much respect for the Casa Civilization, so his civilization must be quite high-ranking. Damn it. I've encountered a river dragon today. So which of these 3 plans is better? Chen Meng smiled at Zhou Shen, his eyes full of anticipation. I wonder how powerful our train is. Very strong. How strong exactly? We can easily annihilate the peace-seeking civilization. Zhou Shen was slightly taken aback, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Being able to fight a level 1 civilization with a single train was something even top-tier pirate groups couldn't do. While those top-tier pirate groups possess formidable firepower, their defenses weren't strong. Being a bit arrogant was fine, but if they truly angered the peace-seeking civilization, they'd be slaughtered in a matter of minutes. What kind of strength did it take to be able to say that the peace-seeking civilization could be easily annihilated? He stared at the man before him with shock, hoping for a hint of mockery, but he realized his words were filled with extreme confidence, not bluffing at all. The young man standing behind him also froze in place, his mouth unconsciously opening wide. In that case, Zhou Shen's throat rolled slightly, his mouth dry. Then the first plan is the best. Overwhelm them directly with overwhelming force. However, to prevent a complete catastrophe, we better capture a few more senior leaders from Sanshui Feiyang Technology Company Limited. We try to control the train from within to prevent it from self-destructing. This requires coordination between the individual combat teams and the train. The distance is too great, and we don't know their exact route. If they don't take the route, we're not sure if we encounter them. We will. Qin Mang chuckled, stood up, and patted Zhou Shen on the shoulder. Then let's execute the first plan you mentioned. Anything else? Yes. Zhou Shen took a deep breath. I've been gone for too long. Someone might have noticed me. I need to return quickly, otherwise someone might call the police and reveal our plan. I need to get back to take charge. But I hope you take me with you when you go. If I stay here, I'd be dead if anything happens. Of course. The communication went smoothly. But Qin Mang didn't immediately let Zhou Shen go back. Instead, he brought him to the Star Train room. On the giant screen, all living things within a 0.1 light-year radius appeared on the map. Qin Mang zoomed in and out until Chioha Star was reduced to a single planet. Then he pointed at the screen and looked at Zhou Shen standing nearby. Point out which one is the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce train. Zhou Shen's legs trembled uncontrollably as he gazed at the scene before him, his eyes filled with despair. Although he wasn't a train conductor, he had seen plenty of trains. He recognized the screen displayed by the search radar component. How could a normal search radar have such an outrageous detection range? Furthermore, many of the Chioha civilization's highly classified, hidden strategic trains and facilities also appeared on the screen. It was as if the entire Chioha civilization had no secrets before this train. He now believed the man's words to be true. Completely crushed, the Chioha civilization's underbelly had been exposed, yet they were completely unaware that such a terrifying train had appeared on their planet. Yes, this was Chioha planet. Although he wasn't sure which planet he was on, upon entering the train compartment, the view outside the window was a warehouse on Chioha planet. He wasn't sure which warehouse it was, but the slogans inside were very Chioha-esque. In the silent train cabin, Zhou Shen's throat churned. He raised his hand tremblingly, looking at the numerous red dots on the screen. He stepped forward, tiptoed, and lightly touched the screen. The wormhole numbered 28 is roughly in this direction. The summation star is here. Aside from this area in the middle, the rest of the area can be hidden for now. Xiao AI. Understood. Xiao AI's crisp voice echoed from the train cabin. The red dots on the screen suddenly decreased significantly. Only keep the trains heading for the summation star. Those heading for the wormhole can be hidden. Another batch of red dots disappeared. Trains below level 25 can also be hidden. Those that are closer or already halfway through their journey are also hidden. After a round of screening, only one level 27 mechanical train remained on the screen. This train should belong to the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Shen, standing in front of the screen, pointed at the remaining red dot and turned to look at Qin Mang behind him. This is too much. This train is completely unaware of what's happening, yet its entire intelligence has already been leaked. He even saw the levels of all its components in the upper left corner of the screen. No secrets. Everything is exposed. This war is impossible to lose. Even if this person's train is weaker, the opponent has a high probability of victory, not to mention their overwhelming strength. He suddenly realized that all his previous scheming was meaningless. Faced with the absolute disparity in strength, it was all like child's play. It was laughable. Very good. Qin Mang chuckled. Xiao AI, mark this train. Busey, please take Zhou Shen back to the manor. Don't keep his guests waiting. I hope we can enjoy this cooperation. Please, Busey said solemnly from the refrigerator entrance. Zhou Shen glanced around with a complicated expression. This gentleman was completely open to suspicion, letting him see everything, but the more he knew, the more panicked he became. Just then. Wait. Qin Mang paused, gazing at the sun-shaped logo on Zhou Shen's clothes. He asked thoughtfully, how much is this shirt worth? Zhou Shen was slightly taken aback. Although he didn't understand what he meant, he explained, this is a knockoff. The original is very expensive, and I can't afford it. The original short-sleeved shirt costs around 150 million units of iron ore. If it comes with a jacket, pants, and shirt, it's even more expensive. But it depends on the quality. Because it's been so long, and the storage conditions are often poor, the quality is generally not good. If it were in good condition, it would sell for a higher price. This is Liang, the top luxury brand of the mechanical civilization. Because, although the Kasha civilization doesn't want to admit it, people within the Kasha civilization admire the mechanical civilization. They're proud to wear Liang clothing, and the prices are driving it up. Can it be copied? No, the anti-counterfeiting design of the Liang clothing logo is still extremely difficult to copy. There's a complete authentication process, and everything must undergo rigorous scrutiny before being put on the auction block. Is that so? I give you a batch and help you sell it, is that okay? One batch at a time. Zhou Shen stood there in a daze for a long moment, unable to react. After a while, he muttered, "This is top-tier luxury. Many people want it, but not many can afford to spend so much money. If there are more than 20 pieces, Chioha Star won't be able to handle that much in a short period of time. We have to go to Farong Star." Farong Star and Chioha Star are both located in Galaxy 27, in the same area. This planet often has trains heading to explore the ruins of the mechanical civilization, so many people have made fortunes there. People around them, Indians, have joined the business. This is also the planet that produces the most Liang clothing. Many people who buy Liang go to Hibiscus Star, where there are many stalls that can handle a large batch. This includes the popular tourist destination in the Kasa Civilization Federation. The planet of the Xioshian civilization is also located in this galaxy. Many people go there first for tourism, then come to Chioha Star to play with women, and then go shopping on Hibiscus Star. Got it. Let's go. Qin Mang looked at Zhou Shen's departing back, thinking to himself that this was a lucky break. Back when he was in Neon City, he'd taken away quite a few Liang brand clothes from the luxury stores upstairs in Sun City. They're still piled up on the train. I never thought they'd one day be worth so much. A single short-sleeved shirt was worth 150 million. He robbed a store back then. He hadn't even visited the luxury stores in the other two entertainment cities yet, so he could take them all and sell them on Hibiscus Star. After this one was done, he'd go check out Hibiscus Star. He still didn't know the exact location of Neon City. He always felt a bit out of control entering through tickets. He wondered if he could find the exact location of this isolated city and just stuff it onto the Star train. That would be much more comfortable. This batch of his clothes could fetch at least a few 100 billion. Can't just dump the stock, right? Quickly. Xiao Ai walked in, carrying a denim jacket with the Scorching Sun logo. This one is definitely in top condition. It hasn't even been exposed to the elements. If a short-sleeved shirt sells for 150 million, then 500 million for this jacket wouldn't be too much, right? Qin Mang muttered, gazing at the jacket in his hand. The gap between the rich and the poor is outrageous. The people at the bottom earn a few thousand units of iron ore a month, and some even live in the sewers. And yet, the people at the top. A single coat costs hundreds of millions. TSK. Xiao Ai, go check out this logo and see how difficult it is to copy. See if you can crack it? He had no hope. After all, even the Kaisa civilization was difficult to crack, so he couldn't. He couldn't understand how a logo could be difficult to copy. But what if it was copied? That would be an endless money printing machine. Why would we even need to mine? Reborn in the Doomsday, I have an infinite money printing machine, and at this moment, Qin Mang just noticed the young man he ignored. He held his forehead and sighed softly. Sorry, I forgot. Come over here, a little closer. I haven't asked your name yet. What's your name? The young man lost all his composure in the sewers. He lowered his head and spoke in a whisper. My name is Chikashio, and my sister's name is Chibushio. After witnessing these scenes, he finally had a rough idea of the train's strength. Following this boss, his strength might far exceed his imagination. That's a good name. Qin Mang smiled and nodded, then tossed the jacket into the young man's arms. You can use this jacket as a change of clothes. My name is Qin Mang, and everyone likes to call me Master Mang. From now on, your direct supervisor will be Xiao Ai. Report to him directly if you have any questions. Okay, you can leave now. Contact me if you need anything. The young man looked at the jacket in his arms, feeling it weigh as heavy as a boulder. This jacket was worth 500 million units of iron ore. If he had only had a jacket like this before, he couldn't imagine how much happier his life would have been. But such a huge sum of money seemed as light as waste paper to Master Mang. Thank you very much, Master Mang. Go ahead. After Chikashio left, Xiao Ai's excited voice echoed from the train cabin. Captain, am I really Chikashio's direct supervisor from now on? Really? Qin Mang said unhappily. Is it so exciting? Of course, it's considered an official position. Don't worry, Captain, I definitely have him develop the parts blueprints as soon as possible. No rush. Let's get him familiar with the train first. He sat back in his chair and flipped through the train log. After finishing all the chores, he stretched out his arms, let out a long sigh of relief, lit a cigarette, and lazily rested his feet on the control panel. Although he felt a little uncomfortable leaving Water Blue Planet, he felt like he was slowly integrating into the Casa Civilization Federation. The people here were very nice. Conversations with both Chiao Yisa and Zhou Shen were pleasant and smooth. He enjoyed this kind of efficient communication. Peaceful and harmonious. No one was hurt, and no one shed blood. How wonderful. He loved peace. After a while, he glanced at the resource balance on the train panel. 303.7 billion units of iron ore, 620 million units of wood, 353.19 billion units of copper ore, 19.4 billion units of red hard rock, 60.87 billion units of titanium crystal ore. There wasn't much wood left. Although there weren't many parts on the train that needed wood, the amount was so small that it made him feel uneasy. He could do without it, but he couldn't live without it. He had to find a way to get more. The iron ore was also running low. After this job was finished, he had to hurry and get more. Although he wasn't afraid of first-tier civilizations, he still felt a bit apprehensive when facing second-tier and Kassadin civilizations, especially since most first-tier civilizations had Kassadin garrisons. Therefore, he didn't intend to make too much noise and draw the attention of Kassadin. Develop stealthily, avoid using guns. Don't fire if you can avoid it. I upgrade you first. Qin Mang glanced at the component information for the train assistance AI on the control panel. It was a green-grade component, having reached level 200 after consuming only 800 million units of iron ore. At this point, Xiao AI was also a level 200 AI. It was the same level as the AI of the mechanical civilization Princess Tutu. That wasn't difficult. He put out his cigarette in a nearby Coke can and laughed. Isn't that easy? It only cost the price of a coat, and he even made that AI quite proud of it. Level 200, what's there to be proud of? Train Assist AI Level 200 Supermodel Effect. Computing power is significantly increased, and the supermodel effect of the original accessory image can be deduced from the void, consuming only Murphy stones, no resources, and can be deduced up to level 200. Qin Mang was slightly stunned as he looked at the supermodel effect that appeared before him. He had always had a great advantage, level 0 authority, which allowed him to upgrade infinitely without the need for Murphy stones. Murphy stones were extremely expensive, but while his deductions didn't require Murphy stones, they did require resources. Now, he didn't need to consume either Murphy stones or resources, as long as Chikashio could create an original accessory image. He could, without paying a cent, upgrade this accessory's original image to a perfect supermodel effect. A supermodel effect perfectly suited for the Star Train. While others would have to pay a substantial price every time they upgraded their points, he could do so for free, with no limit on the number of times. Overbearing. Too overbearing. Fucking overbearing. Qin Mang couldn't help but grin. He loved the God-level supermodel effect of the train assistant AI. None of the 200-level God-level supermodel effects of any accessory disappointed him. Oh! Except for the 200-level single bed, that absolutely peaceful God-level supermodel effect. For the first time, he experienced what death felt like. Absolutely calm, like a still water. For a normal human, that's definitely not a pleasant experience. Xiao AI, you need to speed up your progress this time. I hope to see the first original accessory image released in 3 months. Any accessory will do, even a white-grade telescope. Understood. Xiao AI's excited voice echoed from the train. He had suddenly reached level 200. The feeling of a significant increase in computing power made him feel refreshed and even a little proud. The AI of the princess of the third-level mechanical civilization was only level 200. And he was also level 200. As AIs, they couldn't carve out a niche on their own. Their ceiling was determined by the master they followed, and he followed a very good master. He didn't have so many emotions before. But this year, he often chatted with the AI of the traveling frog, and its envy of him was almost overflowing, which made him feel very happy. The only downside is that Erden's AI isn't very high, and oftentimes, I can't praise him enough. It would be nice to upgrade Erden's AI someday. That would make him feel even better. Qin Mang looked at the remaining components on the control panel in the train compartment and began to consider which ones to upgrade. The level 50 Arcanon light cannon is sufficient. No need to upgrade it for now. It's also quite expensive. I wait until I have more iron ore. I need to save some for ammunition. Let's upgrade some of the cheaper components first. For example, the 5 great heroes of the star. Moldy bread production line, steamed bun production line, custom clothing production line, Coke production line, and purified water filter. These 5 components provided a large amount of food for all the residents during the star's week period. He upgraded them all to level 100 last time. This time, he planned to upgrade all of them to level 200 to see the results. With the exception of the pure water filter, upgrading this accessory itself offered no improvement, and the intermediate supermodels had no effect. Even at level 200, the supermodels would still be useless, making any upgrades unnecessary. The first 4 were all white-grade accessories. It only cost 2 billion units of iron ore. Upgrading all 4 accessories to level 200, times have truly changed. When he first started, 2 billion units of iron ore could buy 40,000 G-chiches, but now it can only buy 4 scorching sun jackets. It's true that the wealth gap in the Casa Civilization Federation is truly enormous. But bigger is good. The bigger, the better. This way, resources are more concentrated. Once his train has developed, he won't have to run back and forth to rob each one. He can first seize the Casa Civilization and the remaining 239 level 2 civilizations, and then directly target the Zerg civilization in the west. Resources are wasted in your hands. It's better to just give them to him. Honestly, he even wants to negotiate with the Cassadan civilization. I can upgrade infinitely and handle any amount of resources. You're still limited by the Murphy Stone, and can only mass-produce sufficiently powerful trains, not exceptionally powerful ones. Why not just give me all the resources? I instantly become powerful enough to slaughter the Zerg civilization, and lead you into the depths of the universe. Your civilization level will definitely be higher than it is now, and your territory will definitely be larger. This is simply the optimal solution. But, it's impossible. He doesn't even bother to think about it. If he doesn't get captured and imprisoned, it would be considered cowardice on the part of the Kaisadan civilization. How can a man beg for food? It's more satisfying to rob yourself. After dropping 2 billion units of iron ore, the Star Train gained 4 more God-level supermodel effects. Moldy bread production line level 200 supermodel effect. Record information on a slice of bread and consume it, and the recorded information will be remembered for life. Steamed bun production line level 200 supermodel effect. After consumption, you can choose to clear some of your memories. Custom clothing production line level 200 supermodel effect. The clothing produced has a certain defensive effect. Coke production line level 200. It can completely remove all impurities from the body. Chin Meng looked at these 4 God-level supermodel effects. Well, they were all quite powerful, but he couldn't think of any uses for them yet. The effects of the first 2 God-level supermodels are a bit like memory bank, but much cheaper. As for the effects of the last 2 God-level supermodels, shall I go test the specific data of the last 2 God-level supermodels to see how strong their defense is, and what it means to completely eliminate all impurities in the body? Understood. Then Chen Meng stretched and stood up, ready to go shopping in Sanshui City. Nighttime is the best time to reflect a city's prosperity. But then, he suddenly remembered something. I seem to have forgotten to ask the luxury goods store clerks why they called Zhou Shen 7th Master. The name Zhou Shen doesn't seem to have anything to do with the number 7. I have to ask next time we meet. Sanshui City. Chen Meng walked ahead, leaning on his cane, accompanied by Bizi, Lao Zhu, Zhang Yizhang, and Heir Zhang. Xiao Yuseo, standing beside him, continued to introduce the local characteristics of Sanshui City. That Fengyu Club over there is the largest club in Sanshui City. There are over 4,000 women there, from various civilizations, including the Scallion civilization, the Red Heart civilization, and so on. Many tourists visiting Sanshui City want to experience it. Tonight is Zhou Shen's celebration banquet. Originally, he should have been flattering Zhou Shen at the banquet, but something went wrong. Now he didn't need to worry about Zhou Shen at all, and just had to cling to this powerful figure in front of him. Huh? Chen Meng paused and pointed to a familiar shop not far away. Is that a memory bank? Yes. Xiao Yuseo hurriedly explained. Over the years, many trains have explored the ruins of the mechanical civilization and discovered a lot of technology, such as the memory bank, which can delete or transplant memories. The core technology of this mechanical civilization will eventually be acquired by the Casa civilization, which will then license it to various civilizations to form chain stores, with the lion's share of the profits going to the Casa civilization. Memory stores are one of them. Interesting. Chen Meng smiled thoughtfully. He suddenly realized there were many things to explore in the Neon City. It seemed this adventure map wasn't found on every planet that experienced the apocalypse, but only on the Blue Water planet? Unique? Just then, he suddenly noticed a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, standing out from the crowd. He strode into the memory bank, with a longsword slung over his shoulder. He exuded a unique aura. What is this? This is a cultivator from the neighboring Xioshian civilization. As they cultivate themselves, these cultivators often encounter inner demons that hinder their progress. Whenever this happens, they delete the memories that plague them from their memory banks, allowing them to more easily achieve breakthroughs. However, the Xuanwu Star, where the Xioshian civilization is located, also has a memory store. They wouldn't have traveled all the way to Sanshui City. They must have other motives. Let's go in and take a look. Qin Meng was intrigued. He suddenly thought of something. The divine-level supermodel effects of the three accessories, single bed, steamed bun production line, and coke production line, are quite mediocre. They are absolute peace of mind, clearing memory, and cleansing impurities, respectively. But that was on the star train. If it were in the Xioshian civilization, then they would be the calming bed, the devil-removing pill, and the marrow-cleansing pill. Each one is priceless, especially, its crafting cost is incredibly low. 1 unit of iron ore can produce 1 marrow-cleansing pill. Who could possibly resist that? And its effects are even better. After all, it's label complete. It can completely cleanse the body of impurities. I wonder if this immortal cultivation civilization even has marrow-cleansing pills. If so, then this civilization might have to deal with it. What a terrifying dumping of overproductive regions on underproductive regions. He could make a killing. The only downside is that if an alchemist in this immortal cultivation civilization only knows how to refine marrow-cleansing pills, they might lose their job. Poor kid. And this marrow-cleansing pill can't just be sold to the immortal cultivation civilization. Other civilizations can buy it too. Who wouldn't want to improve their health? He needs a large enough trade association. A trade association that can sell these incredibly low-cost supplies from his train to every civilization. Nearly 10,000 civilizations. Hundreds of trillions of lives. Even if he only earned 1 unit of iron ore per person, it would still be an extremely terrifying figure. He glanced at Qiu Yishuan beside him, and suddenly laughed. He happened to have the president of a chamber of commerce nearby. If all went well, he could test the waters with Xioshian civilization first. After successful marketing, he could directly expand to nearly 100 civilizations in Galaxy 27. Coincidentally, Qiu Yishuan was a local, so he wouldn't be too conspicuous. He could just hide in the background and collect the debts. He had arrived in an unfamiliar place. It was better to support the locals' profits. He suddenly saw a shimmering golden avenue appear before him. His lips curled up, and he strode towards the memory bank, leaning on his cane. He wanted to ask the cultivator for information about Xioshian civilization. As soon as he pushed the door open, the clerk standing at the door said with a smile, "Welcome." There weren't many people in the store. Besides them, there was only the cultivator. "I have an extremely precious memory I'd like to sell. Could you give me an estimate?" Busey, following behind, whispered something in the clerk's ear before looking at her expectantly. He had once tried to sell this precious memory at the Neon City Memory Bank, but was unable to due to insufficient mental energy. Now that he had enough, it was no problem this time. The clerk hesitated for a moment, a look of strangeness on his face, before tentatively asking, 1,000 units of iron ore? "Sir, this isn't a particularly rare memory. It's not worth much. We also have the memory of Fu Guolong. Do you need it, sir?" Chapter 302. Biaozi remained silent, retreating behind Master Meng. Times have truly changed. Once upon a time, his memories would have fetched considerable value in the memory bank of Neon City. What a pity. Qin Meng tilted his head and gazed thoughtfully at the clerk beside him. As the saying goes, a single leaf can reveal the coming of autumn. Since Biaozi's memories are valuable in Neon City but not here, this suggests that the number of goblins in mechanical civilization is relatively small, while there are many goblins in Casa Civilization Federation, perhaps even a goblin civilization. That's good. It seems the promise to Doba has been made, and Doba can finally become the true king of the goblins. Meanwhile, the cultivator in Taoist robes had already finished his work with the clerk and walked into a small room nearby. Because he arrived late, he didn't hear what project he had chosen. He simply sat on the sofa in the hall and waited patiently. "I wait until he comes out." Another clerk stepped forward, smiling and offering a highly helpful sales pitch. "I wonder what kind of services you'd like to consider. We can erase memories, implant memories, and even sell memories. We have a wide variety of options." No need. Chin Meng waved his hand casually. We're waiting for one person, not implanting any memories. How about selling memories? The clerk inquired tentatively. Perhaps a certain stage in your life might seem ordinary to you, but could actually fetch a high price. The price of the memory evaluation is free, and it's kept strictly confidential. We won't disclose any of your privacy. No, thank you. Chin Meng shook his head again. He knew one of his memories was highly valuable, the memory of his time travel, which had fetched high prices even in Neon City, but he had no intention of selling it. In his view, losing a memory was no different from losing a limb. Life would become incomplete and fragmented. Painful memories were certainly not good. But it was precisely because of these painful memories that people could understand more truths and more deeply sense their own existence in this world. The 200-level God-level supermodel effect of the man-to-production line could erase some of his memories. He had naturally experienced many painful things, but he had no intention of erasing them. He felt quite fine. The bittersweetness of life is revealed through contrast. If someone's life was filled with happiness, without any suffering, their ultimate outcome would inevitably be self-destruction. Without contrast, life would always be at a low point. Okay, I get you a glass of water. The waiter said nothing more, only respectfully picking up the teapot on the table and pouring a glass of water for each of them. You're quite interesting. I thought you turned people away. Chin Meng let out a laugh. He hadn't expected the service in this shop to be so good. They clearly didn't seem to be planning on spending any money, yet not only did they not look displeased, they even poured them water. This made him a little uncomfortable. It's been a long time since I've met such a kind person. Sir, you're joking. Everyone who comes is a guest. How can you turn them away? The waiter smiled and agreed, then retreated, though he couldn't help but scoff inwardly. That was bullshit. Anyone who could even enter this shop was of such high rank. Basically, a train conductor. Without the train, his mental strength wouldn't even be enough to perform surgery. They were all incredibly powerful. And him? He was just a worthless employee, earning 12,000 yuan a month for a unit of iron ore. How could he dare turn a customer away? They weren't even on the same level. A single word from the other party wouldn't just decide his career, it would determine his life or death. He said everyone who came was a guest. In reality, he was thinking, everyone who came was a master. No ordinary person dared to step foot in this shop. Forget about refusing to buy anything. Even if someone spat in his face, he still greeted them with a smile. This wasn't about service. It was about the wisdom of facing life and death. Not long after, the immortal cultivator strode out, walked to the front desk, pulled out a few pieces of iron ore, placed them on the table, glanced at Chin Meng and his group sitting on the sofa, and headed out. His expression didn't look good, as if something was weighing on his mind. Follow me. Chin Meng looked at the middle-aged man exiting the memory bank, strode up, and followed him. The middle-aged man walking down the street seemed to have noticed them, his pace gradually quickening. He turned and stopped at the entrance of the Sanshui City Law Enforcement Bureau, paused, and turned to look at them. Hey young men, what's up? Chin Meng stood there leaning on his cane, gazing at the Sanshui City Law Enforcement Bureau sign nearby. He sighed softly and said, I'm getting increasingly confused by everyone's moves these days. I thought you wander around and find a deserted alley to talk to me. Do I look stupid? The middle-aged man looked at Chin Meng and his group calmly, shaking the steel band on his wrist. You have many, I'm alone, and I'm chained. How can I stand up to you all by myself? Going to a deserted alley, where no one would know, and dying there, wouldn't it be courting death? Whatever you want from me. Please speak here. No more waiting. I trust the Sanshui City Law Enforcement Bureau. I also believe that even in the peace-seeking civilization, no violence or vicious incidents will be tolerated. If you're looking for money, you've come to the wrong person. Chin Meng studied the middle-aged man before him. Apart from his Taoist robes, he could hardly discern any trace of a cultivator. After a pause, he smiled and said, Don't be nervous, brother. We are good people. No bad person would call themselves a bad person, the middle-aged man retorted softly. We're genuinely kind people. It's just that this is our first time meeting an immortal cultivator, and we're somewhat fascinated. We like to ask you a few questions, such as your level of cultivation and the general environment of immortal cultivation civilization. Of course, we won't ask for nothing. I offer a generous reward. No need. The middle-aged man casually took a few steps toward the gate of the Sanshui City Law Enforcement Bureau, his eyes filled with caution. If you're curious, just go to Xuanwu Star and take a look. The ticket is not expensive, and you fellow Taoists shouldn't be unable to afford it. The commotion here had already attracted the attention of the guards at the Sanshui City Law Enforcement Bureau. Come back. Chin Meng waved his hand in a somewhat annoyed manner. I'm talking to you sincerely. If you move a few more steps, you almost be inside the Law Enforcement Bureau. Are you making it seem like we're robbing you? My feet are just numb, so I'm just stamping them. The middle-aged man, expressionless, took a few more steps toward the Sanshui City Law Enforcement Bureau. He was now inside the gate, and was still moving. Chin Meng sighed softly before tapping his watch. Soon, Zhou Shen's voice and a faint murmur echoed through the watch. Hello? Zhou Shen's voice was low, clearly surreptitiously answering the call from a corner. Do you know anyone at the Sanshui City Law Enforcement Bureau? Which bureau? Some of my bureau chiefs are at the celebration banquet. Let me see, Bureau 7? He's there too, but we just met, so he can't handle anything big. It's a small matter. A friend of mine ran into Bureau 7. Just tell him to bring him out. No problem. What are your friend's characteristics? He's wearing a Taoist robe and is a cultivator. Okay, wait a moment. 3 minutes later. The expressionless middle-aged man was escorted out of the Sanshui City Law Enforcement Bureau by 2 law enforcement officers in police uniforms and brought to Chin Meng's side. Sir, this is your friend. We've brought him out for you. One of the law enforcement officers looked at Chin Meng respectfully and spoke. Thank you for your hard work. Chin Meng waved his hand. Lao Zhu, standing beside him, pulled out 2 units of level 4 iron ore and handed them to the 2 officers. After thanking them, the 2 officers returned to the compound. How's it going? He looked at the middle-aged man before him and couldn't help but laugh. How about you try to move a few steps inside to see if you can get in? The middle-aged man was silent for a long time before speaking. Before coming here, I always believed in the peaceful and civilized Law Enforcement Bureau. Now it seems they're no different from ours. Seniors, whatever you want to know, I tell you everything. You're a senior now? I'm inferior, but I'm a senior. Follow me. Chin Meng leaned on his cane and walked forward along the sidewalk. Zhang Yizhang and Zhang Er, who were following behind, looked down at the middle-aged man and grinned. Let's go, young man. After twisting and turning, they arrived at an alley. A familiar, dim alley, a dead end. Zhang Yizhang, Zhang Erzhang, Qiu Yiseo, and the others were stuck at the entrance. Huh? Chin Meng sighed softly, gazing at the starry sky around him and overhead. He nodded with satisfaction. This kind of place still has a more vibrant atmosphere. Name. Zhang Qiudao. Cultivation. 7th level of Jindan. Chin Meng said thoughtfully. 7th level of Jindan cultivation is roughly equivalent to the strength of a level 27 firepower component, right? Much stronger. Although Zhang Qiudao was being humble, his words were filled with pride. He raised his head slightly. 7th level of Jindan cultivation, a full-strength attack with all your might. The power can reach that of a level 27, 7-color firepower accessory. It's a 7-color accessory. Not some rubbish like white or green. If you use all your cultivation, even if you're damaged, and then use fighting methods, the power range is equivalent to that of a level 28, 7-color firepower accessory. You seem very proud? Chin Meng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a slightly strange expression. He really didn't know what to be proud of. Is the power of a level 27, 7-color firepower accessory worth being proud of? Of course. Zhang Qiudao snorted coldly. If I weren't locked up, you guys would. But he suddenly realized his current weakness and coughed lightly before continuing. It's just a small path, far inferior to the mechanical train. How long did it take you to reach the 7th level of Jindan? I am the 3rd elder of the Viper sect. I'm exceptionally talented. I joined the sect at 16 and was diagnosed with the extremely rare dual spiritual roots. I entered the 1st level of Qi refining at 18, broke through to foundation establishment at 29, and became a Jindan patriarch at 89. I'm 198 years old this year, and at the 7th level of Jindan. The man spoke with immense pride. It was as if his cultivation speed was incredibly fast. Chin Meng counted on his fingers. It had taken him 182 years to cultivate. That long. If he survived the next 182 years, it would be an exaggeration to say he could destroy the universe, but annihilating both the Kassadin and Zerg civilizations would be a piece of cake. This cultivation process was truly too time-consuming. Very good, impressive. He still offered some praise before getting to the point. Does your immortal civilization have a marrow-cleansing pill? It might not be called that, but it's something similar to cleansing impurities from the body. Yes, that's the name. It's a pill prepared for cultivators in the qi refining stage. Taking a total of 108 pills during qi refining can completely cleanse the body of impurities, thereby increasing one's potential and reaching a higher ceiling. It also increases the chances of achieving a perfect foundation. You need to purchase it with sect contribution points and spirit stones. Spirit stones are what you call iron ore. If you're short on cash, you can also choose the 64 and 18 pill tiers. However, the effect will be less effective, and they won't completely cleanse the body of impurities, and your future potential will be lower. How much does a marrow cleansing pill cost there? Marrow cleansing pills are low-level elixirs, suitable only for cultivators in the qi refining stage. They're not expensive. Many alchemists can mass-produce them, with a single furnace yielding hundreds. Each pill costs around 100 first-grade spirit stones. That's 100 units of iron ore. That's not expensive. Qin Mang nodded thoughtfully. He reached out and took a bottle of Coke from Old Pig beside him, handing it to the middle-aged man. A hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Try this. This is my newly developed marrow cleansing pill. Let's see how it works. The middle-aged man stared blankly at the open can and the dark drink inside, not taking it. You might not recognize this, but it's called Coke. I know it. It's produced on a mechanical train Coke production line. It's sold in the immortal cultivation civilization, too, though not many people buy it. I've tried it. That's great. With the great fusion of civilizations, all cultivators can drink Coke. Do you smoke? Yes. Really? Qin Mang was a bit surprised. Isn't it true that you cultivators are most afraid of having impurities in your body? That's true, but the process of expelling impurities is very pleasurable. Many people enjoy this process. Some Foundation Core Masters deliberately smoke to accumulate impurities in their bodies, and then expel them all at once. Try this? The middle-aged man finally took the Coke, pulled a silver needle from his pocket, and inserted it. After confirming that the needle hadn't changed color, he hesitantly brought the Coke to his lips and carefully swallowed. The next moment, the man suddenly froze for a moment, subconsciously taking his Coke and gulping it down, the liquid swirling in his throat. And then, almost instantly, black impurities visibly seeped out of the man's pores. The middle-aged man's face flushed, and he gasped uncontrollably, even clamping his legs together tightly. His back rubbed against the wall. He hummed softly unconsciously. His eyes, once vigilant, gradually became blurry. Qin Mang walked to the alley entrance, with an expressionless face, leaving the middle-aged man alone to detoxify. Standing there, he silently lit a cigarette, looked up at the tall buildings before him, and sighed deeply. Good news. His Coke seemed to be working quite well. Bad news. Besides replacing the marrow cleansing pill, his Coke might have other effects, which wasn't what he expected. 10 minutes later, Qin Mang extinguished the eye in his hand, and walked back into the alley. He looked at the limp middle-aged man and whispered, "How's the effect?" "Excellent, excellent. Very pure." The middle-aged man struggled to his feet, leaning against the wall. "However, my cultivation is currently restricted, making me unable to resist the medicinal effects. I'm a bit overwhelmed by the effects. This is the strongest marrow cleansing pill I've ever seen, even though it's liquid. And you don't need 108 pills at all. Only one bottle is needed to completely cleanse the body of all impurities. Generally speaking, after taking 108 marrow cleansing pills, 90% to 99% of impurities in the body can be eliminated. The difference depends on the quality of the pill and the skill of the alchemist. I want a marrow cleansing pill that can remove 99% of the body's impurities. The price for one is at least 5,000 spirit stones. And there's still no demand. And the marrow cleansing pill you gave me, senior, can remove 100% of the body's impurities. It completely crushes all the other marrow cleansing pills on the market. It's the best, bar none." "Very good." Qin Mang stood there, leaning on his cane, and smiled. "Then give me an estimate. What's a reasonable price for this bottle of Coke in your area?" The middle-aged man lowered his head, his eyes gradually clearing as he calculated. "With every percentage increase, the price doubles. If it's 99%, 108 marrow cleansing pills will cost 540,000 low-grade spirit stones, or 540,000 units of iron ore. This is 100%. The price will be extremely high. It will undoubtedly attract a large number of top sects and hidden families, and the price per bottle will be at least 1 million spirit stones." "Okay." Qin Mang nodded with satisfaction. "The fact that you and I can meet here today amid such a vast sea of people is a sign of destiny. I intend to make you my exclusive agent. You and your sect will be responsible for helping me market this marrow-cleansing pill in your civilization. I pay you a certain amount. But the price has to be changed. Not 1 million spirit stones. Only 1998 spirit stones. Huh? A flash of shock flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Are you kidding me? 1998 spirit stones, even the most inferior marrow-cleansing pill, 108 of them would cost 10,800 spirit stones. This bottle of Coke, one bottle is enough for an entire course of treatment and can remove 100% of impurities from the body, and it's only 1998 spirit stones? He could already imagine what was going to happen. Bombing and looting. One for everyone. From now on, no one in the entire world of immortal cultivation will buy the marrow-cleansing pill crafted by the alchemists. They only buy this Coke, the best product at the lowest price. What do you think of the market at this price? How the market works? Let's not discuss that for now, but the battlefield will never be a laughing matter. A hint of trance and bitterness flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He said, I didn't expect that Senior really wanted to grant me this opportunity, but this opportunity is simply too much for me and my venomous snake sect to take. With so many alchemists' jobs ruined and so much profit to be made, many sects and families will besiege the venomous snake sect. The sect's extinction is imminent. I will provide you with protection. What kind of protection? What is the strongest cultivator in your world of immortal cultivation? The 9th level of nascent soul, the old god transformation. The ancestor hasn't appeared in a long time, and no one has broken through in a long time. 9th level of the nascent soul, or level 39. Do you have puppets in the world of immortal cultivation? Yes, we venomous snake sect specialize in puppet manipulation. The words viper sect and puppet don't seem to have any connection. Originally, we were demon cultivators. The previous sect leader felt that demon cultivation wasn't a sustainable path, so we switched to puppet cultivation, but the sect's name remained the same. Okay, I give you a batch of 9th level of the nascent soul puppets to help you protect the formation. One might not be enough. What about those sects? A batch? Yes, a batch. Chin Mang laughed and patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder. How's it going? Are you excited? From today on, your sect will be the most powerful force in the entire world of immortal cultivation, unstoppable. And you are my exclusive supplier. I'm worried about you being the third elder. You need to be the sect master of the Viper sect. Senior, I'm not thinking of rebelling. The sect master has been very good to me. But I only recognize you. Only you can be the sect master. If, the middle-aged man muttered in a daze, if there were a lot of marrow-cleansing pills of this quality, and a large number of nascent soul 9th level puppets to help, then I could make a lot of spirit stones. But, he asked, somewhat puzzled, why is such a good thing priced so low? Even if it were priced at 10,000 spirit stones, there would definitely be a lot of buyers. The Xioshan Civilization's spiritual stone reserves are not insignificant in the entire Casa Civilization Federation. After all, the Xioshan Civilization's spiritual stone consumption rate isn't as exorbitant as your mechanical trains. It's consumed bit by bit. Many sects and families have accumulated vast quantities of spiritual stones. These sects and families often have traditions dating back thousands of years, and possess a rich heritage. Because I want to earn everyone's spiritual stones, the price is too high and many people can't afford it. Don't worry about the wealthy. I have other products to harvest from them. No sell to them. Chen Mang smiled, suddenly looking forward to what the Xioshan world would become after his own promotion. Everyone's potential has greatly increased. Everyone is like a dragon. In a sense, he has significantly enhanced the foundation and potential of a civilization, and can even achieve sainthood. Since we hit it off immediately and communication is flowing smoothly, please take my train for a few days. I have something else to attend to. Once that's done, I personally escort you back to the sect with my puppet army, and help you ascend to the position of sect leader. Oh, I forgot to ask you, what brings you to the Chioha civilization? To erase my memories. What memories? They've all been erased. Naturally, I've forgotten. You, the Xioshan civilization, also have a memory bank. Why don't you erase them there? I forgot too. Alright. Chen Mang waved to Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, who were standing at the entrance of the alley. Zhang Yi soon strode in, carrying a refrigerator. Come in. What a fertile land. Inside the star train. Chen Mang sat in a chair, looking at the information Xiao Ai had gathered from Zhang Qiudo after asking questions, muttering in a daze. This Xioshan civilization's iron ore reserves aren't among the best in the entire Casa Civilization Federation, nor are they particularly high-end. After all, It's a habitable planet, so there won't be much high-grade iron ore. But the advantage is that they've been around for a long time. A large amount of iron ore has been stored. This is the biggest drawback of the Shiosian civilization. No matter how many spirit stones one has, they can't be immediately converted into combat power. The more they accumulate, the more valuable they become. He needs to prepare in advance. It's not just the sieges from the powerful in the Shiosian world, but more importantly, the covetousness of other civilizations. This is an extremely lucrative business. It's very easy to attract jealousy. He needs to deal with these rogues while minimizing the attention of higher-level civilizations. First, test the waters with the Shiosian civilization and see how much profit he can make from it. He go to sleep first. When he wakes up tomorrow, he need to recover the batch of high-precision equipment shipped by the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce. He suddenly realized what a busy day he had. A tired Qin undressed, washed up, and slowly fell asleep in bed. That night, Qin slept soundly. But some people tossed and turned, unable to sleep. For example, Zhoushan. In a manor on the outskirts of Sanshui City. It was late, the celebration banquet had ended, and the once noisy and bustling sounds gradually faded. After seeing off the last guest, Zhoushan drunkenly walked into his bedroom. The moment he pushed open the door, his cloudy eyes instantly cleared. He sat in a chair, gazing out the window at the treetops swaying in the wind in the courtyard. He then looked down at his watch. After a long, gloomy silence, he finally took off his watch and set it aside, choosing to remain silent, not telling anyone about Master Meng's existence. Not telling him about his backers. Not telling the Jiang family. He really didn't want to get involved in this mess. He just wanted to live his life peacefully, but often, it was beyond his control. He happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, meeting the wrong people. What could he do? Meng Ye's strength had already been revealed. That search radar with an incredibly wide detection range. The ability to teleport to an unfamiliar, habitable planet out of thin air. And his immense combat power, he hadn't seen it firsthand, but with the first two, his combat power wouldn't be weak. It was likely they couldn't defeat the Kaisa civilization, otherwise Meng Ye wouldn't have acted so cautiously, and simply robbed every civilization. Civilizations develop in many ways. But the fastest way to get rich quickly, from ancient times to the present, has only been one: plunder. After helping Meng Ye complete this operation, he was completely bound to Meng Ye, a mere swarm of his own, fully integrated into Meng Ye's profit group. He wasn't worried about Meng Ye silencing him. That made no sense. Inside the star train, Zhang Qiudao, on Water Blue Planet, gazed at the azure sky above, his heart filled with bewilderment. Ever since their civilization became known as the Shiosian civilization and joined the Kasa Civilization Federation, the entire world landscape has changed. That was hundreds of years ago. He wasn't even born then. He only heard from the elders that there were supposedly many Shiosian civilizations in their area, but they all been wiped out. They even heard this news from the train conductors. Before that, they all knew there were cultivators on the surrounding planets. Over the years, the enthusiasm for cultivation in the entire Shiosian world has waned considerably. After all, even if one reached the 9th level of the nascent soul, becoming the strongest in the world, what good would that do? They still couldn't defeat the mechanical train. They spent hundreds or even thousands of years cultivating, while the mechanical train could reach a higher level in just a few years. Furthermore, a cultivator at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage couldn't possibly survive in the universe, let alone fight or sail. Previously, it was widely accepted in the world of immortal cultivation that after breaking through to the spiritual transformation stage, one would ascend to the immortal realm. But, after learning about the structure of the outside universe, everyone was wondering one thing. Does the immortal realm really exist? Where would one ascend to after breaking through to the spiritual transformation stage? Often, he wondered if their Xianxiu civilization had been abandoned. Why could everyone activate the train command to build a mechanical train, but they alone? Or perhaps, the universe was fair. In the entire universe, only those of their Xianxiu civilization could cultivate. Those of other civilizations were barred. But this kind of fairness was at their disadvantage. They preferred not to have it. He vaguely seemed to recall why he had come to the Seeking Peace civilization. The last time he pondered this question, he remembered a terrifying possibility, as if he triggered some taboo, leaving him feeling enveloped in a constant sense of murderous intent. After deleting all his memories, he finally returned to peace. But why didn't he delete his memories at the memory bank on his own planet, instead of coming all the way to the Seeking Peace civilization? Zhang Qiudao sat on the ground, lost in thought. He suddenly realized that deleting memories was a false proposition. When a person's memory suddenly loses a section, their brain will subconsciously try to recall the deleted memory by tracing back the cause and effect, making the entire process even more painful. Where did that murderous intent come from? The universe? According to the theory of the immortal world, it must be that he had done something that defied heaven's will, and thus sensed heaven's murderous intent. In other words, revealing heaven's secrets led to his punishment. The star train mined on mining planet number 1 for a full year. During this year, much also happened on Water Blue Planet. Although Master Meng once said that Water Blue Planet would become a dead planet in 2 or 3 years, and that he would then find another habitable planet and relocate everyone, but after all, it was where they lived, and who wouldn't want to make their place a little better? Teeling Wasteland, Taiping City. This place, once Chen Meng's home, was a ruin, but now it had been transformed. With the help of a large number of robots, all buildings with safety hazards throughout the city were demolished. High-rise buildings rose from the ground. Because Taiping City was Chen Meng's birthplace, Mr. Meng often visited here. So, Old Pig privately ordered that all resources and the vast population of Water Blue Star be prioritized for Taiping City. This city is now extremely prosperous. While not as prosperous as Sanshui City, it is more prosperous than Taiping City was before the end of the world. Outside the city, there were fields of fruit trees and various crops, all looking vibrant. Not bad. It was late at night, and many people on the train were asleep. Old Pig, accompanied by several others, walked along the road, inspecting his achievements. This year, he had been responsible for the development and resource mobilization of Water Blue Star. He had devoted his heart and soul to Taiping City in particular. He was extremely satisfied. The people of Water Blue Star had long since stopped eating bread. The level 50 supermode effect of the space gate is, the soil within the space gate allows crops to grow faster and taste better. After reaching level 15, the train gains an additional function, accelerated growth. This significantly shortens the growth cycle of crops within the train. Blue Water Planet is naturally considered to be within the train. This results in extremely fast crop maturity. Coupled with the revival of various basic industries, Blue Water Planet has long had no shortage of food, allowing everyone to eat well and have enough. The standard of living is many times higher than during the apocalypse. A civilization can rely on mechanical trains for its high-end combat capabilities. However, some basic industries cannot rely on mechanical trains. Among the many civilizations in the Kasha Civilization Federation, not a single one lives on moldy bread every day. Old Pig, hands clasped behind his back, nodded continuously as he toured. The mayor of Taiping City, following behind him, provided an explanation. Captain Pig. Under the leadership of Master Meng and Captain Pig, we've weathered storms and overcome difficulties. We've now basically achieved comprehensive, coordinated, and sustainable development, and people's livelihood issues have been completely resolved. This is an achievement recognized by everyone. Yes. Old Pig nodded with a smile. It's mainly thanks to Master Meng's excellent leadership. I'm just a laborer. How are you all doing now? Guaranteed employment. The mayor of Taiping City quickly added, all residents will be provided with housing, employment, and marriage. According to your instructions, Captain Pig. All young people of the same age are placed in one area, with their primary task being to get married and have children. Last year, 1,398 newborns were born, but this is because it's only been a year since its launch, and the number of newborns is expected to reach hundreds of thousands within a year. Everyone has their own job, and some residents, who contribute significantly, will enjoy better living conditions. The settlement currency is stellar vouchers. Recently, director Zhang Yiren's new film is preparing for its first ticketed screening on Blue Water Planet. Blue Water Planet's market economy is also slowly being promoted, striving to ensure that all residents live a life of ease and comfort. Human beings. Old Pig stood still, turning to gaze at the towering buildings of Taiping City behind him. After a pause, he clasped his hands behind his back and whispered, everyone inevitably has desires in life. A better house, more wealth, more status. That's called progress. We should allow for this kind of progress. But there are also some people who just want to live quietly in their houses. They don't want to rise to prominence, they just want to see the world. We should tolerate the existence of these people, and provide them with certain social benefits. At least, I don't want anyone to die of starvation, disease, or thirst. By the way, there were no suicides this year, right? No, the suicide rate is 0. That's good. The suicide rate must remain 0 forever. Do you understand? I understand. Very good. Old Pig, imitating Meng Ye's mannerisms, glanced around again, feeling a sense of accomplishment. A year ago, This place was a wasteland, the city in ruins. In just a year, it's transformed. His contribution cannot be underestimated. Then a touch of regret came over him. When everyone moves away, his works will be reduced to ashes along with the blue water planet. What a shame. Have those train conductors been causing trouble lately after being removed from office? No. The mayor of Taiping City shook his head. It was only at the beginning that some of the train conductors felt a little uncomfortable. After they were dealt with, the remaining ones have become more stable. After all, they used to bear a lot of pressure as train conductors. Although their status is lower now, they don't have to bear such heavy pressure. No monsters. I don't know the specific data for other cities, but Taiping City has accumulated a lot of iron ore recently, all mined from surrounding mines. Yes. Old Pig smiled and nodded again. There aren't many high-level mines around Taiping City. They're all level 1 ores, and even level 2 ores are rare. But he's made a special offer for Taiping City. He's allowing Taiping City's mining residents to travel directly to high-level resource mining areas via shuttles. Save them first. When the quantity is large, I report to Master Meng. The amount of ore on Blue Water Star is too small right now. Master Meng hasn't paid much attention to this. After accumulating for a while, he report again. Master Meng will surely be shocked. This is considered as good governance. How can it not be considered a credit? Although the outside world is in chaos, but inside the Star Train, development continues in an orderly manner. Daybreak. A new day. After Chenmang climbed out of bed and washed up, he sat in the chair in front of the train control console, lit a cigarette, and looked at the train log. He quickly scanned the detailed consumption of a long list of parts, then the total parts consumption. When he saw nothing unusual, he looked elsewhere. For example, the cyber mine. To see if anyone was injured last night. After reviewing all the information, he used his watch to contact Zhou Shen, signaling that he could come over. Today was a good time to get to work. Today's goal: intercept the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce's shipment of high-precision equipment. However, before that, we need an acquaintance of the Jiang family to disarm the Chamber of Commerce's wariness. The Sanshui City Science and Technology Feiyang Company is a good choice. Buzi has already set out early with Zhang Yi, and Chikashio. Use Chikashio to lure out the middle-aged man from the Sanshui City Science and Technology Feiyang Company, and then the leaders, one after another. Soon! Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train cabin. Conductor, Buzi's operation has concluded successfully. He's preparing to pick up Zhou Shen with the refrigerator. Excellent. While the refrigerator is a good idea, there's an obvious drawback. The last person to enter the refrigerator won't be able to take it away. It will remain there. Buzi and the others will have to temporarily leave it at Zhou Shen's manor. This doesn't mean anyone else will be able to enter without permission. After all, without permission, opening this refrigerator would only reveal a plain, ordinary refrigerator, barely even 100 square meters of space. It's a bit of a waste. Building a 200-level refrigerator isn't cheap. Chapter 303. Half an hour later. Biazi, Qiu Yisa, and Zhou Shen had all appeared in the train room. Also present was a strange middle-aged man, the same man who had kicked Chikashio out of the company that day. Are you crazy? What do you want? Do you know who I am? How dare you kidnap me? If you lay a finger on me, you all be buried with me. The middle-aged man, his face furious, struggled violently and roared. Buzi looked expectantly at Chikashio, who stood nearby. Seeing no reaction, he simply stood there quietly with his head lowered. He couldn't help but sigh. How boring. Shouldn't you go up and say something like, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? You're not even using the chance to slap me in the face. Then he walked over to Chen Meng and whispered, Master Meng, we only captured this man. According to Chikashio's description, he was a team leader in the company. When Chikashio was still at the company, we were competitors. There's a lot of surveillance in Sanshui City. We thought we return first and then capture someone with a higher position. Yes. Chen Meng nodded slightly. This interdiction of the cargo in space required close combat. We needed to enter the enemy train and immediately seize the conductor to ensure the absolute integrity of the cargo. This meant we needed someone of sufficient status to trick the enemy into opening the doors. Just as he was about to say something. You don't really think I'm a team leader, do you? I tell you. The middle-aged man, bound and tied up in a corner, sarcastically said, I'm actually the eldest son of a core member of the Jiang family. I was sent to the company simply to gain experience and make money. No one's life in Sanshui City is worth more than mine. The Jiang family is one of the most powerful families in the entire Chioha civilization. How dare you provoke me? Now I let you go. I let go of what happened here. You two paths, choose your own. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the train suddenly tilted their heads and looked at the middle-aged man in the corner with strange expressions. That? Busey whispered, does this qualify? Yes. Chin Mang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. That's right. It fits my stereotype of the rich second generation. Drag them away and get ready to go. Chikashio, Chikashio. Seeing that this group was completely unfazed by his background, the middle-aged man, finally showing a hint of fear in his eyes, looked at Chikashio with a ferocious look and roared, Is this you? You sent someone to kidnap me? How dare you? Chikashio said nothing, simply avoiding the man's violent gaze. Alas. Old Pig sighed softly and patted Chikashio's shoulder. It's okay. You're in logistics just like me, so a little timid is fine. It's no problem. But you're timid when you're alone, so why are you still timid now that you have the star as your backing? That's not a good character, so timid. Woo-woo. A whistle blew. The warehouse door nestled in the wilderness of Sanshui City slowly opened, and the star train slowly pulled out of the warehouse and headed for the train dock. The train dock and the port are two different places. All trains entering the Chioha civilization must land at the train dock. Trains carrying cargo must proceed to the port for clearance, inspection, and taxation. Joshin is responsible for the port, but not the train dock. But, at this point, the Star Train's identity was a train that swept through the Chamber of Commerce. Plus, it wasn't wanted. It came and went freely. It quickly approached the train terminal, slowly soaring through the air before breaking through the atmosphere. Soon, it reached the outer reaches of space, slowly traveling for dozens of minutes before sprinting towards the depths of space. Countless stars dotted the pitch-black curtain. Like a long, mechanical dragon, the Star Train swiftly traversed the universe, dodging meteorite fragments and space junk speeding through it. Simultaneously, it also dumped the garbage generated by the Star Train and Blue Water Planet into space. A perfect place to dispose of bodies. The target was clear. It was headed directly for the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce train. If both parties maintain a constant speed, the estimated meeting time is 4 hours and 37 minutes. Chin Mang glanced at the information on the control panel before turning to look at Zhang Yuan beside him and whispering, How's it going? Are you done? Right away, right away. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was sitting at a table inside the train, writing rapidly on a piece of bread with a fine-tipped pen. Nearby, a dozen or so slices of bread were already stacked. Yes. This was his new idea. Chin Mang stared at the scene before him without saying a word, patiently waiting. The effect of the 200-level God-level supermodel white-grade accessory moldy bread production line is, after consuming the information recorded on the bread, the recorded information will be remembered for life. It looks like a memory bank. Just cheaper. But actually, there's a huge difference. For example, the memory implantation of moldy bread doesn't require any mental strength, and unlike memory surgery, it doesn't require the patient to accept it. If they resist, the implantation won't be successful. There's no such joking around with bread slices. Ignoring mental power, forced implantation. This means, theoretically, he can tamper with anyone's memory, implanting whatever he wants into theirs. But, the process is actually quite cumbersome. After all, it's unclear what everyone has in their memories, so they can only implant as many memories as possible that don't violate logic or their own habits. This kind of thing is perfect for Zhang Yuan. Don't mention it. The train really needs a pen like this. It's always useful. Finally, Zhang Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and put down his pen. I'm done. I didn't dare write too many logical paragraphs and stories, just fragments. Most of my childhood memories are quite vague, and adding more words to them is hard to notice. Bring that guy up. Quickly. The comatose middle-aged man was brought up. Busey stepped forward and balled up a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, but it was difficult to stuff food into a comatose person. I do it. At this moment, Chikashio, wearing medical gloves, came up and unbuttoned the middle-aged man lying on the operating table. He then pulled a scalpel from his pocket, placed the blade to his lips, and breathed on it. Then he plunged the blade into the man's abdomen and slowly pulled it out. Fat particles mixed with blood flowed out. However, Chikashio, with a serious expression, completely ignored all this. He pulled out the man's stomach and cut it open with a single cut. He then rolled up the dozen or so slices of bread into a ball and stuffed them back in. He pulled a small bottle from his bosom and dripped a few drops of liquid into it. The food began to rot rapidly. A small drink to aid digestion. After completing all this, Chikashio stitched up his wounds while whispering, "Boss AI showed me around the train. There's a lot of advanced technology on board, like the simplified medical kit that's very effective for external injuries. With this level of surgery, recovery is very fast." Doomsday stood there in shock at the scene before him. After a moment, he muttered, "I thought you didn't dare to fight or draw blood." "No." Chikashio shook his head and whispered, "I'm not a coward. I just like to be efficient. He's already doomed. There's no point in me scolding him or slapping him." Perspective. Doomsday gave a thumbs up with some emotion. "It just doesn't sound very smart." 20 minutes later. Under the gaze of the crowd, the middle-aged man drowsily awoke, straightened from the operating room, and looked around. Zhang Yuan, standing behind Chen Meng, hurriedly introduced him, "This is Master Meng." The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he immediately rolled over and knelt on one knee. "Godfather, you finally came to see me. All these years, Godfather, why haven't you ever looked at me? And why did you tie me up?" The man looked up at Chen Meng, and was about to say something, but a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. "Is it because we haven't seen each other in so long? Why do you feel so strange, Godfather, as if I've never seen you before?" The next moment, Mr. AI, standing nearby, pressed a button, and the man fell asleep again. "That's a bit impractical," Zhang Yuan said awkwardly. "Memory is made up of many factors: words, images, sounds, even aura, the emotions at the time, and so on. Bread can only implant textual memories, which makes the implanted memories, like castles in the air, unable to withstand close scrutiny. Unlike memories implanted by a memory bank, which implant absolutely real memories of what actually happened, aura, emotions, images, and so on are all inherent. I've tried my best to manipulate his vague childhood memories, but it seems it can only last for a short time, probably only a few hours. After a few hours, he figure out the trick and come to his senses. That's enough." Chen Meng smiled as he sat in a chair. "Let him sleep for now. Wake him up when we're about to meet. All right, everyone get off. Old Pig, take Qiu Yisa and Zhou Shen to tour the train. We're all family from now on." Understood. The scenery in the universe was finally captivating. Chen Meng leaned back in the chair in front of the control panel, gazing at the pitch-black curtain of the universe ahead, and the gradually shrinking progress bar on the screen beside him. "The formal meeting is expected in 1 minute. Wake him up." Chen Meng grabbed the intercom next to him, and forced a message to the oncoming train. "Stop! Someone from the Jiang family is coming. Soon." He could already see a train approaching through the distant curtain. It was only slowing down. Someone from the Jiang family. The conductor of the Jiang family Chamber of Commerce train sat in his chair, watching the private message coming from the train radio, his eyes filled with vigilance. The cargo he was transporting this time was of considerable value, and before he left, his boss had specifically instructed him to avoid any trouble on this trip. He wasn't so foolish as to believe the other parties claimed to be from the Jiang family. But the train was heading towards him without any energy shields activated. He couldn't help but believe it. In the universe, when a train comes towards you without any energy shields activated, it's a sign of great kindness, bar none. Pirates travel in groups. There wouldn't be just one train. The other party clearly didn't look like a pirate. Just then, a voice came over the train radio again. "My name is Jiang Sheng. I'm the team leader of Sanshui Feiyang Technology Company, Limited, and the eldest son of the second in command of the Jiang family. I have important orders to deliver personally. Leave, and open the doors without delay." 23256. The conductor rasped, still vigilant. 23257282931. Jiang Sheng's slightly tired voice rang out. The next moment, on that train, a man in a spacesuit, aided by thrusters, slowly approached his train. The code was correct. Seeing this, he no longer had any doubts, and hurriedly glanced at his assistant. "Disable the energy shield, open the door, and welcome young Master Jiang aboard." He had met Jiang Sheng before, and there had been rumors that he might be the Jiang family's illegitimate child. After all, the surname was a bit too eye-catching. He hadn't expected him to be the eldest son of the Jiang family's second-in-command, especially since he had come alone. Jiang Sheng's voice was familiar to him. Even if someone had evil intentions, what kind of trouble could they stir up? He couldn't help but believe it. The only thing that puzzled him was why this guy was carrying a refrigerator on his shoulders. Could it be containing the information for this mission? As the middle-aged man boarded the Jiang family Chamber of Commerce train, he glanced around, his cloudy eyes instantly clearing. He threw the refrigerator to the ground and spoke in a furious, ferocious voice. Hurry, activate the energy shield. Fire, fire. They're pirates, who kidnapped me and are planning to intercept the cargo. They've implanted some garbled memories in my brain. I tricked them into boarding the train alone. Strike first before they react. Hurry! The middle-aged man looked at the still dazed conductor before him, and with a hint of disappointment, he strode forward, about to say something else. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp crackle of gunfire suddenly rang out within the carriage. Pain and a burning sensation instantly washed over him. He vaguely saw countless bullets, seemingly piercing through his body and blasting towards the conductor before him. As he lay in a pool of blood during his final class, a final thought flashed through his mind. Back in school, the teacher told him that if he exhaled right now, a particle crisis might erupt in the depths of the universe. He remembered scoffing at the idea at the time. The two were completely unrelated. But when he realized for sure he was near death, he believed it. He somewhat regretted kicking Joshin out of the company that day. If that hadn't happened, perhaps he wouldn't have died. His vitality was rapidly fading, a feeling he had never clearly felt before. Suddenly, his mind was filled with profound calm. There was no pleading, no fear. It was as if he were looking at himself from a third-person perspective. Looking back on his life. It seemed as if he hadn't said goodbye to his wife properly. This morning, when he left the house, he hadn't finished the bowl of egg noodles his wife had made. He hadn't yet appeased his wife, even though she was angry. He had planned to do that after get off work. He never imagined that it would be the last egg noodles he ever eat, the last face he ever see. The man's eyelids drooped. In his final moments, he saw a pair of iron boots standing beside him in a pool of blood. It's over. It's over. Busey, clad in iron boots, stepped into the pool of blood, his Gatling gun in hand. He glanced around the train, aimed at the bodies on the ground, and pulled the trigger again before whispering, "Boss AI, the conductor is confirmed dead. Clear the train." Yes. With the conductor dead, the train would instantly become ownerless. Otherwise, the internal fire control system alone would be enough to put them in jeopardy. We had to act quickly. Enter the train and kill the conductor before he could react. Busey glanced at the team behind him and waved his hand. A large number of armed black hole robots emerged from the refrigerator and strode towards the rear carriage, calling out names and clearing them one by one. This operation was classified as confidential, to prevent information leaks. Leave no one alive. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire echoed from the rear of the train. Occasionally, an armed black hole robot would be hit, collapsing to the ground in a flash of lightning. This kind of exploration work would be best left to robots. 2 hours later. Boom! The Star's Arcanon Light Energy main cannon, after a few breaths of intensification, fired a single shot at the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce train not far away. As the sky-high flame silently exploded in the depths of space, the operation came to an end. There were no accidents or mistakes throughout the entire process. Everything was carried out strictly according to plan. "It's so beautiful," Chen Meng murmured softly, gazing at the sky-high flames ahead from his seat on the train. Like a silent film, silent yet deafening. This world. It was far more cruel than his previous world. In the apocalypse, there were only two kinds of people, train conductors and slaves. After entering the era of cosmic civilization, there were still only two kinds of people, hunters and prey. It was either hunting or being hunted. Peace was not an option. All peaceful coexistence presupposed that both sides believed it was difficult to swallow the other. Such peace was as fragile as the moon in the water. It would only take a single stone to shatter peace. And he didn't want to be the one being bullied. Master Meng, Old Pig, standing nearby, reported, looking at the information on the tablet. The mission was a complete success. No one was injured, and the cargo is 100% intact. I've already had Chikashio take a look. He said this batch of high-precision instruments is relatively basic, but complete enough. They can definitely be used to develop some higher-level accessory blueprints. As for the higher-level accessory blueprints, those instruments are strictly controlled by the Casa civilization and are difficult to obtain. Very good. Chen Meng nodded and chuckled, very satisfied. In addition, we also obtained a resource area, nearly 1.7 billion units of copper ore, nearly 3 billion units of iron ore, and smaller amounts of other resources. Not a lot, but understandable. Since this wasn't the Chamber of Commerce's train, they only needed the basic resources for navigation and defense. No information was passed on. No one knew what was happening here. Everything was hidden from everyone. As long as they didn't tell anyone, the Jiang family would never know who had hijacked this cargo. But, just then, beep, beep! The search radar continued to chime, and suddenly, several glaring red dots appeared on the screen. Chen Meng frowned slightly, glancing at the search radar screen. He saw a large number of trains, over 900 in a single row, heading towards him from the direction of the peace-seeking civilization. At their speed, if he stayed where he was, the expected meeting time was 21 hours. So quick a reaction? He narrowed his eyes at the hundreds of red dots on the screen. Unlike the other trains, these bore the peace-seeking civilization branding. In other words, they were official trains, belonging to the military. Each one was high level, mostly around level 30. The main guns ranged from level 50 to level 70. The defense level was uniformly level 30. To him, these were just a bunch of small karami, no match for him, but in this area, this force was already extremely powerful, a force ready for battle. Bring Zhou Shen here. Let him see. Soon. Zhou Shen strode over, glancing at the hundreds of red dots on the screen. He was momentarily stunned, then a flash of horror crossed his eyes, and he instinctively said, "It's over." Not really. Chen Meng curled his lips. If they come to stop me, they never be able to defeat me in their lifetime. It's not us who are finished, it's the Chioha civilization who are finished. Zhou Shen's voice trembled slightly. Everyone underestimated the new leader. After the recent dramatic changes in the Chioha civilization's leadership, a normally unremarkable young man took the leadership position. Honestly, most people don't understand how he got there. But the Chioha civilization has only 1,600 mechanical trains in service, 1,086 of which were built jointly by the Chioha civilization and various families. They are the family's private weapons, and are not subject to the civilization's normal deployment orders. And now, over 900 of them have been deployed, yet no information has been leaked. This means the new civilization leader secretly controls a number of trains, and their target is the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce train. I originally thought the leader's goal was to give the Jiang family a warning, a new official's first move. Now it seems the goal is to completely destroy the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce train. We ensure that the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce won't be able to produce its equipment during the inspection in a few days, and then use this as an excuse to start a direct war. On the day of the inspection, key members of the Jiang family will also be present. From the very beginning, this leader wasn't here to show off his power, but to directly start a war with the Jiang family. A war of this magnitude, once started, would be completely out of control. The entire Chioha civilization would be engulfed in flames, plunged into absolute wartime control, and many would die. Chen Meng gazed thoughtfully at the hundreds of trains on the screen. So, our goals are the same. The enemy's radar is clearly underpowered. To ensure they can intercept the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce's trains, they've chosen to cast a wide net over this area. This is presumably only the first line of defense. Even if that first line isn't blocked, the planet's defenses will open fire upon approaching Chioha planet. Very good. In that case, that guy should thank me. Helped him solve such a huge problem. Chen Meng tilted his head to look at Chiu Yaseo and Zhou Shen. Would you two like to pick up your families and get them in the car? If necessary, we go back as soon as possible. If we really implement wartime control, access won't be so convenient. Can. Of course. And now, in Sanshui City, on the top floor of an office building, 7 or 8 people sat at a long table, each remaining silent. After an unknown amount of time, an elderly man, supported by others, slowly sat down at the head seat. He pulled 2 shattered life tablets from his bosom and placed them on the table. His eyes were cloudy, and he exuded a deathly aura. After a moment, he slowly spoke. My life plate and President Zhang's life plate shattered at the same moment. Our goods won't arrive. This operation was kept completely secret. No one except me knows President Zhang's route. This means it wasn't pirates or anyone else who attacked them. Only the armies of the peace-seeking civilization, conducting a thorough search, could find them near that route. This also means that the new guy doesn't intend to leave us any chance of survival. Xiao Xinzi. I'm here, father. A middle-aged man sitting at the side of the long table stood up and said respectfully, get some spare parts and put them in the research and experimental base, then set it on fire. Understood. Everyone else disperse. When you return, mobilize all available resources and prepare for the worst. War may be inevitable. Every civilization faces similar contradictions. Resources must be highly concentrated to build a strong enough train and a strong enough army, and the civilization will become stronger. Every civilization's leader wants to concentrate resources in their own hands. But this goes against human nature. Those below them want to eat more and build their own trains. This contradiction is irreconcilable. It will only continue with the passage of time, culminating in a final battle that will determine the ultimate victor. Although it came somewhat unexpectedly, they had not expected this young leader to be so ruthless, leaving no escape route. But they did not panic. After all, this kind of thing has happened in many civilizations, and there's a vast amount of history to study. Now all they had to do was compete for their background and find a reason. Life plate. A special product of the immortal cultivation civilization. Very useful. The most common goods in civilizational trade are the specialties of different civilizations. They can often be sold at a higher price in other locations, but they still have to pay a series of costs, such as tariffs, wormhole usage fees, and energy consumption for navigation. One day later, Jin Mang sat inside the Star Train, glancing at the Sanshui newspaper in his hand. The headline read, Sanshui Feiyang Technology Company, Limited's suburban R&D and testing base exploded and caught fire in the early hours of last night. When firefighters arrived, the factory was reduced to ash, along with iron or equipment estimated to be worth nearly 100 billion yuan. The cause of the accident is currently under investigation. According to the company's representative, the fire may have been caused by a discarded cigarette butt by an employee. A further reminder to the public. Cigarette butts kept off the floor ensure both parents' well-being. Very good. Chen Mang smiled and took a sip of the cold tea beside him. The news brought back a familiar flavor. While civilization had changed, the way people settled accounts remained as classic as ever. Fire is a truly wonderful thing. In most cases, it can settle all accounts. In extreme cases, even if it can't, it can still settle the accounts for those who come to investigate. Then something suddenly occurred to him, giving him a slight headache. Chikashio had told him they were short-staffed and needed to expand the R&D team to at least 100 people. He asked if the guys at Sanshui Feiyang Technology Company Limited were up to the task. If they were, he'd simply go and rob them again. The answer was no. They were just a bunch of counterfeit goods. Finding them was a hassle. But let's talk about this later. A R&D team wouldn't be built overnight. He also wanted to see if a fight could break out within peace-seeking civilization. Both companies had considerable resources. If a fight did break out, he might even be able to sell them some arms or something. As for now, the Star Train was already traveling through space, heading towards the Xuanwu Star, a civilization of immortal cultivators. Both planets orbited each other in this area, close enough that a wormhole was unnecessary. The train could reach it directly. At its current speed, the train was expected to arrive in 7 hours. He didn't drive too fast. After all, there were so many people and eyes around him that driving too fast would have drawn attention, but he wasn't in a hurry. This galaxy is called Galaxy 27. It was created by the Casa civilization, which concentrated all the civilized planets in the surrounding area. To reach other galaxies, you would need to pay a fee through the wormhole created by the Casa civilization ahead. Everything in this world has its pros and cons. All the first-level civilizations secretly complained that the Casa civilization had forcibly incorporated them, forced them to defend against the Zerg civilization's hordes, and restricted their development. But from a certain perspective, the complete openness of trade between civilizations had also accelerated the development of each civilization. Although unable to break through the upper limit, their overall strength has increased significantly. This is exactly what the Casa civilization expected. They don't need these first-tier civilizations to defend against powerful enemies. Their primary focus is a small population, but a large number of high-end combat trains. They need these first-tier civilizations to defend against the overwhelming numbers of Zerg monsters, lest the battle line become too long and the Casa civilization lose sight of both ends. It's quite lively. Chin Mang sat inside the train, gazing out the window. Trains sped by. Some were marked passenger trains of the XX civilization. Some were marked sightseeing trains of the XX Travel Company. There were also trains belonging to some chambers of commerce, and a large number of private trains. The Star Train was inconspicuous among them. There were trains with even more carriages than its own, some with as many as 108. Joshin. Chin Mang gazed at the enormous train marked Jimei Travel Company luxury sightseeing train with some curiosity. This Jimei Travel Company is quite powerful. Building a train with so many carriages must have cost a fortune, right? Not much. Joshin, standing nearby, explained, as long as the energy shield isn't upgraded, building the carriages alone won't cost much. This train only travels between these planets, never going far, just near stars. It won't go to those cold, starless spaces, nor to meteorite clusters, nor to cosmic dust, and there's no need for combat. It's not expensive to build. Each carriage has a private compartment, no interstellar doors, and every passenger can see the scenery outside. This galaxy has a total of 67 habitable planets, and this train has selected 27 civilizations from them to create a long-distance journey. The entire journey takes 90 days. Each passenger will have a luxurious master bedroom suite, each costing 30 million units of iron ore. There are 8 suites per train car. Qin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, calculating. Excluding the locomotive, there are 108 carriages in total. Assuming 8 of them are used to store supplies, that's 100 carriages, with 800 suites, each charging 30 million yuan. So, per trip, they can earn 24 billion yuan? Besides the cost of the train itself, are there any other costs? What about customer acquisition costs? Zhou Shen explained, yes, those armored trains nearby are for escort. Besides that, there are customer acquisition costs. Customer acquisition costs are the highest in any industry, especially for high-net-worth clients, who are generally acquired through long-term accumulation, retention, and referrals. The higher the net worth, the more likely they are to accept recommendations from friends. For one thing, it's about trusting friends. For another, it's about having something to talk about within the community. The exact costs aren't known, but the profit should be substantial. They should earn around 10 billion yuan per trip. Many of the suites are given away to individuals, such as those the group needs to maintain connections with. Qin Mang stared out the window silently at the train that was gradually leaving him behind. He suddenly realized. Back on Blue Water Planet, mining was almost his only source of iron ore. After leaving Blue Water Planet, his sudden wealth also came from Mining Planet. It was still mining. But after arriving in Casa Civilization Federation, mining had become difficult. All the mines on the planet were government-owned, and private mining was prohibited. There wasn't a single mining planet in this area of the galaxy. But there are more ways to earn mining stars. People from all walks of life are making fortunes. These people, without the threat of apocalypse, are truly willing to spend. They take 30 million units of iron ore, not upgrade their trains, but go on a trip. He once thought the mechanical civilization princess was a complete waste of resources, using up so much iron ore without even going to the front lines. But after seeing these people, he realized they were the real waste. If he could get involved in all these profitable industries, he too would make a killing, even faster than before. When the gap between the rich and the poor is stark, it's easier to make money from the rich. He has a unique product and considerable strength. Moreover, this method allows him to hide behind the scenes without attracting the resources of the Casa civilization, secretly collecting them to upgrade his own trains. Until the day the window paper is pierced. Jimei Travel Company. Qin Mang muttered the name several times, mentally memorizing it. He had no intention of starting a new business from scratch. That would be too cumbersome and time-consuming. He wanted to keep things simple and ruthless. Build a profit group centered around the star. Everyone was working to earn resources for him. His future plans gradually became clearer. The first stop was to visit the Xiaoxian civilization Xuanwu star to gain a glimpse of its landscape, fully expand his market there, and establish his reputation. He had no idea what the strongest trains of the Kaisa and Zerg civilizations were. But he did some calculations. With level 500 armor, he was basically guaranteed a safe bet. Until he had developed his armor to level 500 and upgraded all its components to that level, he wouldn't leave the battlefield. Staying focused wasn't a sign of weakness, but rather a way to build strength. Several hours later, the star train entered the atmosphere of planet Xuanwu and landed at a train terminal. While waiting in line to enter, Qin Mang was surprised to see the city outside the window, awash in neon lights and tall buildings. Isn't this a Xiaoxian civilization? Why does it look like a cyber city? Zhou Shen explained quietly, it wasn't like this before. But after civilizations became increasingly traded, many things have subtly changed. Today's Xiaoxian civilization may be quite different from what you usually read about in novels, Master Mang. Just then, he noticed an extremely long train slowly descending from the sky and queuing up to depart. It was the luxurious train from Jimei Travel Company. Very good. Tens of minutes later, the star train had already departed the train terminal and sped toward the nearest city in the sky. Along the way, cultivators could be seen flying with swords, looking incredibly elegant. Zhou Shen continued his introduction. Master Mang. Xuanwu Star isn't unified. The most powerful sects are the 5 major sects and 3 major families. This city was built by the combined efforts of these 8 forces, and is strictly controlled. All cultivators entering this city will be locked up, and their cultivation levels restricted to ensure the absolute safety of all travelers. But after leaving this city, try to stay on the train and avoid exposing yourself to the elements. Although there aren't many cases of serious incidents, they do occur. Generally speaking, many guests spend most of their time in this city, before taking sightseeing buses to other corners of Xuanwu Star to explore the inner workings of various immortal cultivation sects. Very good. Chen Meng sat in his chair, gazing at the scene before him with interest. He enjoyed the feeling of different civilizations colliding, the fusion that always resulted in something messy. He wasn't worried about his own safety. He simply didn't want to expose his strength, and wanted to maintain a low profile. If it really came down to it, these nearly 10,000 first-level civilizations wouldn't pose any threat to him. But, he pointed at the female cultivator in red, flying on a sword overhead. Why does she keep flying back and forth? Zhou Shen hesitated for a moment, unsure how to explain. Let me explain. Zhang Qiudao, standing nearby, stepped forward and explained. The 8 major factions on Xuanwu Star have joined forces to establish a cultural and tourism bureau. Their goal is to showcase as much of the cultivation elements as possible to guests in this city. These cultivators flying around are a form of entertainment. It allows you to experience the city more immersively. Cultural and Tourism Bureau? Yes. After all, those willing to travel this long distance tend to be quite generous, and in recent years, it has become one of the 8 major factions' main sources of income. Chapter 304. Inside the Star Train, Chen Meng sat at the control panel, silently gazing at his surroundings. Everything happening around him was quite strange to him, something he had never witnessed before. Previously, such scenes could only appear in fragments and dreams. There were quite a few people. Trains and various vehicles occasionally passed by on the road. It looked like cyber cultivation. The Foundation establishment cultivators flying on swords blended perfectly with the neon-lit city of skyscrapers, not appearing too out of place. The train stopped in the suburbs. A large number of train conductors and attendants disembarked and lined up to enter the city. The world of cultivation was certainly a new experience, but it also carried certain threats. Many train conductors were fully prepared. For example, some were followed by numerous armed robots, some by cold-faced attendants holding heavy weapons, and some by 2 mechas. And Chen Meng. At this time, he was also in the queue. He wore only a hat, held little green in his arms, and was followed by Zhang Zhang, Air Laozhu, and a few others. He appeared harmless enough. But he was basically guaranteed to be completely safe. Soon, they entered the city. Zhang Qiudao, the 3rd elder of the venomous snake sect, and his appointed head of the Xiuxian civilization trade market, acted as a guide and began to introduce the city. The scene after entering the city was particularly bizarre. For example, the nearest shop, the mechanical magical weapon shop, was filled with a dazzling array of flying swords. But these swords all had a strong sci-fi feel, and many of them even flashed with light, a dazzling display. That's a shop owned by another civilization. Zhang Qiudao began to introduce. Flying swords made with advanced technology have more spectacular flight and many special effects. They look beautiful, but they can't be placed in the Dantian for refining, so their power isn't as great as those crafted by weapon refiners in the immortal realm. They're generally bought as toys by wealthy young men. There were quite a few shops nearby. Each shop sold unique items. The streets were crowded. As he walked, Chen Meng's eyes were dazzled. He had spent millions of units of iron ore on some very interesting toys, planning to store them on the Star Train and enjoy them later. By the way, I give Chikashio a hint. If many toys could be converted into accessories, the resulting supermodel effects would be quite interesting. Just then, a cry of surprise rang out in his ears. Let me go. Chen Meng turned and saw a young girl in a long skirt being held in the air by Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, her legs struggling feebly in the air. Master Meng, Zhang Yi said in a muffled voice. That woman just rushed over from the side. Before Chen Meng could speak, a large group of middle-aged men in black began to chase him, each wearing a strange mask. One of the leading men, holding a long sword, glared at Chen Meng with a sinister expression. Boy, I urge you to stop meddling and return her. Otherwise, you die a horrible death. At this moment, the woman, held in the air by Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, pointed with difficulty at Chen Meng, gazing at the group of pursuers behind her. She's the lover I was talking about. I've been involved with this young man for a long time. Please tell your young master that I won't marry him. Then, With a pitiful, aggrieved look on his face, he turned to Chen Meng and whispered, as if about to burst into tears. "Help me, please." Chen Meng glanced at the woman held in midair by Zhang and Zhang, then at the group of black-clad pursuers. He sighed softly before turning and continuing forward. "Get rid of them. Where did these tigresses come from?" "Zhoushan. This city doesn't look very safe. Aren't these people quite arrogant? They're assaulting people in the street." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang and Zhang immediately released their grip, dropping the woman to the ground and stalking quickly after Master Meng. Without looking back, the group quickly disappeared into the street. The woman sat on the ground, gazing at the disappearing figures of Chen Meng and his group. A flicker of confusion flashed in her eyes. She pulled out a bronze mirror from her bosom and examined her features. Had she aged? Had she become unattractive? The group of black-clad pursuers behind her also stood there, staring at each other, bewildered. The middle-aged man in the lead walked up to the woman, scratched the back of his head, and asked, "So, shall we find the next one?" Zhoushan, who was following Chen Meng, hesitated for a moment before explaining that was probably a sitcom. "Although I don't often visit Zhongzhou City, I know the Cultural and Tourism Bureau has set up quite a few similar sitcoms there. It allows people to experience firsthand the turmoil of the world of immortal cultivation. That scene was probably a hero saves the damsel scenario. If you, Master Meng, had intervened, it would have triggered the subsequent plot. That's not a hero saving the damsel." Chen Meng walked in front, leaning on his cane. He said calmly, "If I took the initiative to rescue someone, that's called a hero saving the damsel. If someone came to me, that's called diverting trouble and has bad intentions. For example, now is the time for me to be the hero and save the damsel in distress." He paused, looking at the commotion in the alley to the side. In the alley, several middle-aged men were blocking a young woman. The elder in the lead spoke gently, but his words were piercing. "Hand over your authority. Your father is dead. You can't control such a large company as Jimei Travel Company. When your father was alive, I served as a train conductor for 78 years. I was your father's most trusted confidant. Before he died, he asked me to take good care of you. But you are still young and lack the ability to act with brilliance. Many people are eyeing this piece of juicy meat you hold. If you hand over your authority to me, I can guarantee you a life of wealth and prosperity. You can still be your daughter, living comfortably. If we delay any longer, others might act rashly, and their methods won't be as gentle as mine. Who knows what they might do?" The girl, a short 1.55 meters tall, was trapped between a group of burly men. She huddled in a corner, her back pressed against the wall. Holding a stuffed animal in her arms, she looked up at the familiar yet unfamiliar old man. Her voice trembled with tears. "Uncle Wang, you used to be so kind to me. Why? Why? This is what my father left me. Didn't you say you only wanted to be an assistant conductor, never a conductor, because you knew you didn't have the ability?" The girl's words moved the old man, who sighed softly. "The past was the past, and the present is the present. It's precisely because your father left this company behind, and I've poured so much effort into it, that I don't want to see it decline in your hands. I hope it flourishes. What's more, with all the buddies I've been with, even if I didn't want to compete for the position of conductor, they wouldn't agree. At the very least, let's be frank. Look throughout the universe. Is there any deputy conductor who dares to say they never want to be in the top job?" Then he finished. "I dare say." Old Pig, standing at the entrance of the alley, couldn't help but say, word by word, with a grim expression, before Meng Yi could even begin to speak, "Old dog, if you can't do it yourself, don't expect others to do it. I, Old Pig, have no desire to be a conductor in my lifetime. Those who are disloyal deserve death." Logically, Meng Yi hadn't spoken yet, so it wasn't his turn to speak, but every word this guy said was piercing. He could clearly see Biozzi's eyes turning strange as he looked at him, and he had no choice but to speak. This guy was selling him a knife. Meng Yi didn't have any children yet. If I have children in the future and remember this incident one day, I might even kill him to ensure his succession. Who are you? The old man turned and looked at the uninvited guests at the alley entrance, his brow furrowed slightly. We're discussing private matters. Please step aside. That's good. Chen Meng, standing at the alley entrance, lowered his head and lit a cigarette. Then, gazing at the dark alley before him, he sighed. If a city didn't have these little alleys, you wouldn't have a place to talk. Even if you wanted to bully someone, why not find a private room or a secluded place? Why do you have to stay in an alley like this, as if you're afraid no one will notice you? I'm kind by nature, and I can't stand you bullying others. I saved this girl. He looked at the girl huddled in the corner, smiled, and waved, "Come this way." The girl looked at Chen Meng, gritted her teeth, hesitated briefly, and then, after a brief pause, she trotted around the old man and came towards him. She stood obediently behind him, a hint of panic and uneasiness in her eyes. This world. A woman unarmed and rich is essentially unfortunate. She will definitely be swallowed up. It's just a matter of how she be swallowed up. The old man raised his hand to interrupt his subordinate, about to start cursing. He looked Chen Meng and the others up and down, then suddenly laughed. It's rare to see a hero saving a beautiful woman these days. But you might have misunderstood. We're not bad people. I've watched her grow up. How could I possibly harm her? Yes, you are. You look impressive. What's your profession? Could you please tell me? Chen Meng showed off his neat white teeth and smiled gently. Have you ever heard of the space pirate Harlock? I've heard of him. Very good. Chen Meng didn't expose the old man's rebuke. He just randomly chosen a name. There was no chance he even heard of it. He then looked behind him at the panic-stricken girl and said with a smile, "Come on, I take you to get something to eat. This world might not be suitable for you." The old man watched Chen Meng and the others depart, his expression uncertain. He was somewhat unsure of their backgrounds and hesitated to act rashly. He simply whispered, "Sanmao, follow them and see where they're going." "I report to Masterly." "Yes." Xianxian Civilization, Zhongzhou City. Inside a 108-story commercial complex, Chen Meng and his companion sat by the windows of the 98th floor restaurant, gazing at the delicious food on the table as a waiter introduced each dish. This was a fairly good restaurant in the city. Owned by the Sword Sect, one of the 5 major sects, the food was all spirit beast meat, melting in the mouth with a unique flavor. It was an experience rarely found on other planets. Interesting. Chen Meng picked up a piece of meat drizzled with sauce and put it into his mouth, his brows raised slightly. The texture was unique, melting in the mouth without chewing at all. The sweetness was strong, and after swallowing, a warm feeling spread across the stomach, quite comforting. But the drawbacks were also obvious. It lacked the chewy texture of meat and was too sweet. It was fine for an occasional try. It wasn't suitable for long-term consumption. He preferred Xiaofang's scallion oil noodles. "Before I leave, remind me to catch some spirit beasts and keep them on the train," Chen Meng casually said, gazing out the window at the scenery. At this moment, the girl sitting across from him, who hadn't touched her food the entire time, looked a little uneasy. She looked up at Chen Meng and asked tentatively, "They all call you Master Meng, so I call you Master Meng too. Thank you for your help. Can I leave now? I repay you when I have a chance." "Of course not." Chen Meng continued to gaze down at the cityscape below, saying casually, "I almost forgot to tell you, I'm not a hero, I'm just an ordinary person. Saving someone is just a favor I need you to do me." "I already have someone I love," the girl added hastily. Chen Meng tilted his head, a slightly odd expression on his face, and looked at the girl across the table. "In your eyes, your body is more valuable than Jimei Travel Company? Tell me about the annual profit of this company your father passed down. I'm curious." As soon as the words fell, the girl sitting across from him paled slightly. She leaned back in her chair, her eyes fixed on Chen Meng as she spoke. "Are you here for the company too?" "Nonsense." He sighed, somewhat annoyed. "Everyone in this society has their own value to others. The only value you can bring to others is the company your father passed down. Is it strange that they're approaching you for the company? Let's be frank. Although I haven't had much contact with you, it's clear that you haven't cultivated any close confidence, nor do you have any tricks. You're purely silly. You definitely can't keep the company your father passed down. It's better to sell it for a good price. At least, if you sell it to me, you can still be CEO, the company will still be yours, and I help you expand it. I just want the lion's share of the profits." "But what did that guy mean by authority?" "It's the train conductor's authority. You Jimei Travel Company don't only have that one train, do you?" The girl sat in her chair, looking at the man before her so bluntly. Her eyes couldn't help but redden, tears streaming down her cheeks. When her father was alive, no one had ever spoken to her like that. Everyone treated her well. Why, after her father died, everyone changed, pushing her. She just wanted to run her father's company peacefully. What was wrong with that? The girl wiped the tears from her eyes, trying to be strong. "It's the authority over that train. Jimei Travel Company only has one luxury train. The other escort trains are hired. The AI database on that train contains many things my father left behind, including company ledgers, personal connections, and various data. Without these things, the company simply cannot function properly. As long as I don't hand over my authority as train conductor, no one can take these things away. Even if I have to torture you, I won't give in. Really? Qin Meng's expression was slightly quizzical. Even if I have to torture you, you won't give in? Are you underestimating the power of torture, or overestimating your own willpower? Are you sure you can handle something that even I can't handle? Can you handle it? I put you in the medical ward and torture you for 49 days. Are you sure you can handle it? A needle stuck in your fingernail. Can you handle it? First, a catheter will be inserted, then mustard water will be fed. Can you handle it? Your skull will be opened, and you be forced to eat your own brains. Can you handle it? With each sentence, the girl's face grew paler. She thought she had finally encountered a fairy tale hero who saved her, but she hadn't expected to escape the clutches of a wolf and fall into the clutches of a tiger. Finally, the girl, a little overwhelmed, buried her face in her hands and burst into tears. You're all bad people. You and Uncle Wang are both bad people. How could there be such bad people like you in the world? Bad people? Qin Meng's eyes shone with a smile as he raised his teacup and gazed out the window, sighing, It's been ages since I've met such a simple person. I may not be a good person, but your Uncle Wang truly is. To have served as your father's deputy conductor for 78 years, his ability and loyalty are evident to heaven. After your father's death, he simply sought power from you, even negotiating it with you in a gentle manner, rather than using the methods I described above to directly seize it. From the beginning to the end, he never hurt you, did he? If that doesn't make him a good person, then what good people are there in this world? He seized power simply because you think you're incompetent. If you had any ability, you could have swiftly reorganized all of your father's former subordinates after his death, cracking down on those who needed to be disciplined, winning over those who needed to be won over, and then cultivating your own loyal followers. Will he seize power? He won't, simply because you can't control him. You can't expect someone you can't control to remain loyal to you. It's simply unrealistic. If you had only demonstrated a certain level of skill, your uncle would have assisted you, just as he assisted your father. It's a pity you didn't. When you encounter a problem, you don't think, you only need a solution. That's crying. As if crying alone would solve the problem. And then, the old man, who had come with his men and young Masterly to seek revenge, had barely reached behind Qin Meng and the others when he heard these words. Before he could even speak, he heard them and froze in his tracks. Tears welled up in his eyes. Finally, someone understood him. He didn't want to seize power. He simply knew that with the young lady's temperament, she would definitely ruin the company. He didn't want to see the master's assets destroyed. He had tried to assist the young lady. But the young lady was completely indifferent, wanting only to mobilize all the company's funds to offer a reward for the pirate who killed the master. That was simply unrealistic. The brothers below him were also somewhat disheartened, and he was forced to seize power. I just didn't expect that the person who understood him the most was actually this man whom I had only met once. How did he guess so much about his life when he didn't even know his story? How can we even find a fight? This is a soulmate. Just then, a cold sneer came from behind them. Before we arrived, I actually thought someone would come to the rescue. Turns out they're eyeing the same piece of meat as me. Introduce yourself. Scallion Civilization Li Taiping, the eldest son of the current leader. In case you're unfamiliar with the Scallion Civilization strength, I tell you, it possesses thousands of advanced mechanical trains, making it one of the most powerful civilizations in Galaxy 27. Qin Meng turned to see the group standing behind a young man. Noticing the scallion above the man's head, they nodded thoughtfully. I've heard of the Scallion Civilization. It's pretty easy to spot. How do you want to handle this? Draw a line. Duel? The young man spoke icily, his face cold, word for word. To be frank, this Jimei travel company is a crucial part of my plan. I intend to use it as a springboard to build a large-scale travel company and transform the Scallion Civilization into a tourist destination. That's the achievement I want to achieve. So I'm determined to acquire this company. How will the duel be? A fight to the death. The young man's gaze lingered on little green in Qin Meng's arms. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the star beast you're raising, right? To be able to raise a star beast, you must be more than just a pirate. It just so happens that I have one too. How about a duel to the death? Whoever wins gets to eat the meat. How about that? That's not good. Qin Meng looked down at little green in his arms. It's not yet an adult. It's not suitable for fighting until it's weaned. If you're afraid, just admit defeat. Qin Meng couldn't help but smile. Then give it a try? Okay, I find a venue. In the Xiaoxian civilization, Zhongzhou City, a certain stadium was currently occupied. On the football field, two giant star beasts sat on the east and west sides. On the left was a massive star-treading sword tiger, over 10 meters tall and dozens of meters long. It gazed with disdain at the small green ball not far away, its tail whipping the air, emitting bursts of piercing sonic booms. And on the right was a seemingly harmless, adorable furry creature, covered in light green fur, like a plush toy. This competition was a foregone conclusion from the start. Young Masterly, sitting in the stands, couldn't help but chuckle with a hint of pride. I forgot to tell you, my starry sky behemoth has passed its infancy and has fully grown, capable of wreaking havoc across the universe. A D-level potential starry sky behemoth, the star-treading sword tiger. That seems a bit like bullying. You still have time to regret it now. Just admit defeat. Raising a starry sky behemoth requires a tremendous amount of effort and emotional energy, so don't let it die in vain and cause you so much grief. No problem. Chen Mang sighed. There really wasn't any foregone conclusion. If I remember correctly, a D-level potential star-treading sword tiger is level 30 upon reaching adulthood, with level 30 attack and defense. Also, in the starry sky behemoth function gained when the train reaches level 18. You can breed this behemoth, but the success rate is only 0.0007%. Looks like you're quite lucky. I've always had good luck. Young Masterly, sitting in the stands, laughed heartily. It seems you have some confidence. Let's see what that confidence is. The old man sitting behind him had a complicated expression. Young Masterly had promised him that he would help him seize power and expand the company. Young Masterly was indeed very capable and a man of his word. After spending some time together, he had a good impression of him. Originally, he had definitely hoped that young Masterly would win. But now, he was also somewhat hoping that Chen Mang would win. After all, Chen Mang really understood him. He had originally felt a little guilty, but Chen Mang's words had directly shattered his defenses, making him want to kneel down. His position began to become unclear. Similarly, the girl sitting next to him had an unclear position. Her eyes were red, and she was sobbing softly. She felt that all around her were bad people, not a single good one. Besides, young Master Li's followers excitedly pumped their fists and shouted, come on, bite that little bastard to death. Old Pig and the others looked at each other, no one cheering. They knew too much. Little Green looked inconspicuous, but he was actually level 100. A level 100 versus a level 30. Was there any suspense in this? Mr. Mang was bullying again, but they loved it. On the other hand, Zhou Shen, Qiu Yiseo, Zhang Qiudao, and Chikaxiu, the four newcomers to the Star Train, were unaware of Little Green's situation and felt a little nervous. Sitting in the stands, they secretly clenched their fists and cheered for Little Green. The next moment, the starting gun rang out. The duel officially began. Roar! The star-stepping sword tiger roared first, so loud that everyone in the stands felt like a gust of wind slashing at them. Then, without holding back, it crouched low and transformed into a meteor, shooting towards Little Green. The tiger's eyes were filled with bloodlust and excitement. A few dozen meters away, and it stopped in the blink of an eye. The tiger raised its paw in the air and slapped Little Green down with a fierce blow. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, the entire ground shaking violently. A huge crater had appeared in the center of the stadium. The lone star-stepping sword tiger sat proudly with his head held high. Little Green was nowhere to be seen. The battle was over. The outcome is decided. Young Masterly frowned and said with a sigh, since, according to the rules, this piece of meat should be mine, then please don't interfere in the future. Otherwise, as the son of the current leader of the Scallion civilization, I have some military command power. Zhou Shen and the others sitting nearby remained silent, with complex expressions. They felt that this was definitely not over. Although they had only known Master Mang for a short time, they knew that he was not one to waste time. If Master Mang had judged from the outset that he could not win, it's highly likely that Mang Yi wouldn't agree to the duel, and instead drove the train directly over. Mang Yi wouldn't easily sit down at the gambling table unless he was certain of winning. At that moment, the star-stepping sword tiger, nestled in the deep pit, suddenly looked down at its claws in bewilderment. The next moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Boom! Then, the entire stadium floor rapidly collapsed. A massive, bloody maw enveloped the entire stadium, swallowing up all the dirt, and the star-stepping sword tiger perched atop it. In the blink of an eye, the football field was gone. There was only a giant, furry green monster, suspended in midair, practically filling the stadium. The crowd in the stands could almost touch it. This. Young Masterly abruptly stood up in disbelief, his eyes red as he roared, "No! Ahoo, ahoo! Get out! Break through! Get out! No!" Young Masterly, realizing what was happening, knelt on the ground in agony, hands covering his face, sobbing, "No! Alas!" Chin Mang sighed, his head aching. He lit a cigarette, bringing it to his lips, and gently rubbed his temple. "What kind of custom is this? Even a grown man like you cries at the slightest provocation. Didn't you say you wanted a fight to the death? From the beginning, you only wanted to live, not die?" After a while, young Masterly stood up, stopping the furious attendant beside him from attacking. With bloodshot eyes, he looked at Chin Mang and spoke hoarsely, as agreed, "You eat this piece of meat. I won't appear again. From now on, we keep our distance. Farewell." He then turned, staggering in grief, and, supported by his attendants, prepared to leave. "Wait." Chin Mang snapped his fingers lightly, and the green figure, which had previously filled the entire stadium, gradually shrank. It opened its bloody maw again, spewing out a full-sized, battered, but still breathing, giant star-treading tiger. "It's not dead. I've spared your life. Raising such a giant star beast isn't easy. A minor disagreement doesn't require a lifeline. But it's too weak, and its injuries are quite severe. Do you trust me? I have someone take it to heal." Young Masterly, who was about to leave, looked at the star-trading sword tiger that Xiao Lu had suddenly vomited out. A glimmer of hope suddenly flashed across his pained expression, and he spoke quickly, his voice trembling, "Are you as fast as me? My people can get from here to my train in just 13 minutes at most. Then I'm much faster than you." Chin Mang waved his hand, and Zhang Yi, who was in the stands, immediately jumped down, carrying the refrigerator. He quickly lifted the star-treading sword tiger that had been abandoned on the stands onto his shoulders, and strode into the refrigerator. The star-treading sword tiger had now returned to its normal form. Young Masterly didn't stop him, but simply watched the scene anxiously. He hadn't expected Chin Mang to spare his star beast's life. After all, it had been a fight to the death, and now that it had been lost and recovered, there was no reason for him to distrust it. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Chin Mang with red eyes, and spoke word by word. "I heard your people call you Master Mang." "Master Mang. I call you that too. Thank you for this. I didn't expect you to spare Ahu's life. I'm completely withdrawing from this competition. I think we can be friends. Feel free to let me know if you need anything in the future. If you ever have the chance to come to the Scallion civilization, I give you the green light. As long as you don't rebel, you can do whatever you want. Don't worry." Chin Mang lit another cigarette and sighed softly. "Tell me, you two, why didn't you all just sit down and talk peacefully from the beginning? Why did you have to fight and kill? I've always advocated peace. And how can there be any competition between us? Your main goal is to develop tourism on the planet of the Scallion civilization. Do you need to control a travel company?" "Yes." He then looked at the girl beside him. "Your goal is to continue as CEO and carry on your father's business, right?" "And," the girl said with a trembling voice, "and to avenge my father at all costs." "Okay." Chin Mang nodded and looked at the old man beside him. "As the second in command, your goal should also be to see Jimei Travel Company flourish, so that the old brothers who followed your original owner can have something to eat and a future, right?" The old man nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. "That's right. Our goals don't conflict. Mine is to have another way to make money. I want the lion's share of the profits. Then the four of us can definitely work together. Let's grow this company together. We promote Scallion civilization's tourism business, make money, get revenge, and expand and strengthen. As long as everyone's goals remain the same. If you don't covet others' profits, then this combination is a powerful one. Isn't it a perfect fit?" Young Masterly and the others exchanged a few glances, each seeing the confusion in their eyes. After a long moment, young Masterly frowned and said, "Master Mang, what you say seems to make some sense, but logically speaking, if I'm trying to take over her company, shouldn't I be her enemy? Your goals don't conflict, so why are we enemies? I'm trying to take her over. If you don't, will others stop trying to take her over? They will too." "That's right. Doesn't that make her the enemy of everyone?" Chin Mang patiently enticed in this world. 10 minutes later, young Masterly stood there, his face flushed with emotion, his tears breaking into laughter. "Master Mang, I've learned a lot from you today. My father has always believed my younger brother is more capable. If I can successfully develop the tourism industry of the Scallion civilization, he'd definitely be impressed. The girl also clenched her fist with determination. As long as you can avenge my father, I will immediately grant you the authority. The old man also stood up and followed behind him, bowing his head slightly. I will continue to support Jimei Tourism Group with all my heart. Look! Chen Meng, sitting in the stands, looked at the group and smiled. This is a harmonious ending, isn't it? Very good. Here, little girl, can you tell me how much Jimei Tourism Group makes in a year? It's been steadily decreasing since my father passed away, but now it's around 10 billion units of iron ore a year. So little? Chen Meng frowned. It's barely enough to fill a gap in my stomach. Doesn't your train charge 24 billion per trip? It's open in a year. This trip. Clients aren't easy to find, and with so many competitors in the industry, the competition is intense. Don't worry, I clear out all the competitors for you later. How will you clear them out? Physically. Then he turned his head to look at young Masterly. Such a small travel company, is it worth the effort of a civilized leader's eldest son, and you haven't gotten anything after all this time? Young Masterly's eyes shifted, a little embarrassed. Other companies have backers. I'm worried this will get out of hand. This company is easier to bully. Don't worry, leave it to me. Hey, please gather all the details about your master's murder. I see if I can find out who it was. Any names? Let me see. Philia Pirate Group sounds familiar. Zhou, standing nearby, whispered, It's the Philia Pirate Group that's been making a lot of noise lately in Galaxy 27. They migrated from another system, and are ranked 23rd on the Casa Civilization Federation's wanted list. They're very powerful. It's okay. I take care of it. Chen Meng smiled gently at the others. See you next time. I have some things to attend to. After I've dealt with the Philia Pirate Group, we meet again to discuss how to become even bigger and stronger. At that moment, the refrigerator door below opened, and Zhang Yi emerged, carrying the star-stepping sword tiger. By this time, the star-trading sword tiger had completely lost its initial arrogance. With its tail between its legs, it trotted up behind Master Li, grabbed the corner of Master Li's shirt with its mouth, and tugged at him. Its eyes, filled with utter fear, looked at Little Green beside it, as if it wanted its master to quickly escape this dangerous place. Excuse me. Master Li patted Ahu's head with some joy, then, seeing his timid expression, whispered awkwardly, This is the first time he's been frightened like this. It's okay. Chen Meng smiled, and waved his hand. I be leaving now. I think there are some things you need to take care of here. Next time, raise a star beast with high potential. A low potential cub might have a short lifespan, but even when it reaches adulthood, it won't be very powerful. As the name suggests, a star beast is meant to fight in the vast universe. One slap can only create a dent. That's too weak. Look at mine, how powerful it is. Next time, do something better. Let's go! With that, Chen Meng left the stadium without stopping, leading Lao Zhu and the others. What an amazing person! Young Masterly stood there, sighing as he watched Chen Meng depart. He had met many people, but he had never met anyone like Chen Meng, who left plenty of room for maneuver, who wouldn't go down a single path, who always left himself open to many options. He also had a warm and welcoming demeanor, making conversation very pleasant. He was also quite mysterious. Philia Island Group was certainly powerful, especially given their mysterious whereabouts, making them extremely difficult to track. Yet, Chen Meng so easily said, I handle it. His strength was truly unfathomable. However, he didn't quite understand what Chen Meng had said before he left. There should be something here for you to handle. What was he supposed to handle, just then? A staff member approached with a gentle smile and handed over a bill. Thank you, Mr. Li, for booking the entire stadium. Here's the bill for the stadium maintenance. Please review it. Mr. Li was slightly taken aback. He took the bill, looked at the long string of numbers, then at the bottomless pit beneath the stadium. After a long silence, he spoke hoarsely. So expensive? It's a bit expensive. I just calculated that the pit is hundreds of meters deep. Refilling and repairing the foundation will cost a lot. A battle of this magnitude could actually be held outdoors next time, or we could advertise it in advance, collect tickets, and start a sales event. Chapter 305. Young Masterly looked down at the long string of numbers on the bill. After a long silence, he turned to the employee beside him and said softly, Can you make it cheaper? Of course. The employee pulled a pen from his pocket and scribbled a few lines on the paper. Cut off all the decimals. Young Masterly, you only need to pay 11 million units of iron ore. Okay. Young Masterly took a deep breath and waved his hand. His attendant strode forward, pulling out a space bag from his pocket, ready to pay. Compensation must be paid. Initially, he hadn't expected the Gaia's space beast to be so terrifying. It possessed such formidable power while still a juvenile. It must have been at least a C-level or even B-level space beast. Damn it! If historical records were correct, he remembered that the space beast of the last leader of the mechanical civilization was only a B-level space beast. Even so, it was already the most powerful space beast ever tamed in history. Star beasts with D-level potential can be obtained through breeding. Star beasts with higher potential need to be captured. Let's not even talk about the danger level. The universe is so vast, finding a star beast is no easy task. If that Gaia's star beast has B-level potential, where did he get it? Did he get it from the ruins of the mechanical civilization? Young Masterly walked with his head lowered thoughtfully. This guy is definitely not a pirate. As for his higher-level identity, he couldn't guess. He seemed to have a deeper background than the son of a leader of a first-level civilization, so could he be from a second-level civilization? That's not right. He come into contact with people from the level 2 civilization, and they all had their noses raised high. They wouldn't be so gentle with him. The girl and the old man behind him exchanged a glance, each a little awkward. After a moment, the old man broke the silence and whispered, "Miss, although you may think I'm colluding with outsiders to seize your father's assets, in reality, that's actually the case, isn't it?" The girl said softly, "Now you know how to call me Miss? It's such a long-lost title. What were you doing earlier?" Young Masterly, who had been walking ahead, lost in thought, frowned slightly upon hearing this. He paused, turned, and looked at the girl with a calm, serious expression. "You don't seem to understand the situation. That win-win situation for all four parties that Master Meng was talking about. I have the resources of the Scallion civilization to use. Master Meng has. We have sufficient integration and absolute strength. The Uncle Wang you mentioned possesses extensive experience in implementation. The three of us are indispensable. And you? Your sole role is to surrender train authority, nothing else. My lord's methods are relatively gentle, and I'm a discerning person. That's why you're still standing here intact. I brought you along because I'm kind-hearted. I hope you can be more moderate in your words in the future." Young Masterly then patted Uncle Wang on the shoulder and said nothing more, striding forward. "Now, we just have to wait for my lord to destroy the Philia pirate group, and then the plan can officially begin." He wasn't sure if my lord could pull it off, but he trusted my lord. After this conversation, he was completely captivated by Master Meng. He was completely different from the bunch of second-generation officials, who only cared about fighting and taunting each other at the slightest disagreement. He felt vaguely that he and Master Meng were one of a kind. He felt a sense of superiority. When he thought of his cronies, he felt superior. Most importantly, he noticed that one of Master Meng's followers was wearing head-to-toe clothing from the high-end mechanical civilization brand Liang, with a combined value of nearly 1 billion units of iron, or, although it was a bit embarrassing, he did pretend to casually examine it for a few moments. The workmanship and logo looked genuine, not fake. If Master Meng wore the same clothes, he wouldn't mind. After all, it was expensive. It wasn't like he couldn't afford it, it just depended on his willingness to spend. But if even one of his followers wore clothes worth 1 billion, one could imagine how formidable Master Meng's wealth must be. Seeing a single leaf reveals a whole season. However, he also learned something. High-end brand clothing looks even more impressive on his subordinates than on himself. Alas. The old man sighed softly, then turned his head to look at the girl and whispered, "You know too little about the universe. Once you understand more, you realize you've never met a bad person in your life. You can't control me. I definitely rebel. If I don't rebel against you, then those under me will rebel against me. While it sounds immoral, it's an objective law of development that can't be changed by human will. Even if I firmly support you, those under me will rebel. If you want to be the boss, you have to act like one. If you were Master Meng, I would never have two hearts in my life." "Why?" The girl looked at the old man, tears welling in her eyes, as she spoke word by word. "You've watched me grow up, and you've turned against me. How could you not turn against him?" "Of course." The old man sighed with emotion. "If I turn against him, I die. If I turn against you, can I die? Do you have the means to kill me? Let's go, young lady. These things won't happen again. Master Meng is both powerful and resourceful. If I were still alive, I admire him. With Master Meng in charge, nothing will go wrong. Everything is going well. Although the ending is different than I expected, it seems better now." Qin Meng, with his group, continued to walk through Zhengzhou City, experiencing the city's blend of immortal cultivation civilization and modern technology. Everywhere was new and exciting. As for what had just happened, for him, it was just a small episode. It's like a little dessert before dinner, with an added resource collection channel. Resource collection channels are bound to get better and better. Mining alone is too slow. His goal is to build a massive profit group. It would be ideal if he could encompass all civilizations. That way, people from all civilizations would be working for him, mining, receiving a steady stream of resources daily. And today's main course is Coke, yes, the max-enhanced marrow cleansing pill from the world of immortal cultivation. Interesting. Chin Meng sat thoughtfully on a street bench, gazing at the newspaper headline and laughing. Cultivation World Daily. The Triennial Alchemist Conference will begin in Zhengzhou City in 3 days. Hundreds of sects are expected to send their talented alchemists to compete and determine the title of Rising Alchemy King. Entry is limited to alchemists under the age of 25. Very good. He smiled and shoved the newspaper into the arms of the nearby old pig. He wouldn't stay in this cultivation world for long. He didn't have time to slowly build his business. He wanted to use the most lucrative means to gain maximum publicity, secure a large number of orders quickly, make a large profit first, and then slowly and steadily make more money. Promotions for this competition could be seen in every corner of Zhengzhou City. Clearly, in this cultivation world, this was a very important festival. Achieving fame here, coupled with other means, would be a true success. This newspaper was published by the Tianji Pavilion, one of the 5 major sects in the cultivation world. He was very busy. He still had to go to Hibiscus Star to sell all his Lion luxury clothing. A code worth hundreds of millions wasted on the Star train. Huh? Just then, he noticed Biazi standing next to him, completely clad in Lion clothing, and couldn't help but wonder, "What are you wearing?" "Ahem." Biazi muttered awkwardly, "It's expensive, so I figured I wear it for now, and take it off when I sell it." "Hey Chikashio, where's the coat I gave you?" "I took it back and framed it." "You're all amazing people." Chin Meng sighed softly, then rose from his chair and walked forward. "Let's go, out of the city. Zhang Qiudao, you lead the way. I help you take the position of sect leader. You newbies are the most normal of us." At this moment, the star was already speeding over Xuanwu Star, its sights set squarely on the venomous serpent sect. Inside the train, Chin Meng glanced at the resource panel. 312.9 billion units of iron ore, 620 million units of wood, 353.19 billion units of copper ore, 19.4 billion units of red hard rock, 60.87 billion units of titanium crystal Oregon. The train now had numerous ways to obtain iron ore, such as the cyber mine, as long as he didn't upgrade the components. The daily iron ore supply was steadily increasing, and the daily consumption had already been fully covered. The only concern was, it's getting more frequent. He frowned slightly as he looked at the information Xiao AI had reported. Yesterday, 7 cyber miners had dug into a guarded mine and were attacked and sent to the medical bay. With prompt treatment, they were fine and recovered perfectly. But, for some reason, he had a feeling that if he continued digging for decades, one day a massive fleet would, regardless of the cost, travel across hundreds of millions of light years to find him and angrily attack him. Forget it. Let's talk about the future later. For now, keep digging. He planned to build a batch of level 40 armed black hole robots to stay in the immortal cultivation realm to make money for him. The attack power of a level 30 robot was equivalent to the full force of a nascent soul cultivator, while the attack power of a level 40 robot was equivalent to the full force of a god transformation cultivator. There were no god transformations in this immortal cultivation realm. The strongest was at the 9th level of the nascent soul, which was more than enough. This immortal cultivation realm was truly weak. If it weren't for the Kasa civilization preserving it, it would have been doomed to destruction if discovered by other civilizations. Perhaps this immortal cultivation realm was a neutered version, or perhaps for some other reason, it didn't pose much of a threat. Before that, he needed to upgrade the red-gray component, the armed black hole robot production line, to create higher-grade robots. Although it's red-grade, the upgrade cost of this component is far lower than other red-grade components. After all, the primary cost of this component isn't in upgrading, but in manufacturing the robots. After consuming 20 billion units of copper ore, he upgraded the component to level 200 in one fell swoop. Normally, the cost of upgrading a red-grade component from 0 to level 200 should be around 45 billion. Obtain 4 new supermodel effects. Armed black hole robot production line level 5 supermodel effect. Intact robots can be traded in at full price. Damaged robots can be traded in at a discount based on the severity of their damage. Armed Black Hole Robot Production Line Level 10 Supermodel Effect. Robot ammunition consumption is halved. Armed Black Hole Robot Production Line Level 20 Supermodel Effect. Robot ammunition consumption is halved. Armed Black Hole Robot Production Line Level 50 Supermodel Effect. Robot ammunition consumption is halved. Armed Black Hole Robot Production Line Level 100 Supermodel Effect. Robot ammunition consumption is halved. Armed Black Hole Robot Production Line Level 200 Supermodel Effect. Robot ammunition consumption is halved, and the robot can slowly absorb core energy floating in the air, generating corresponding copper, or within the ammunition compartment as a bullet reserve. Huh? Chen Mang looked at the series of supermodel effects that had ammunition consumption before him, and couldn't help but laugh. He was very satisfied. Very satisfied. He was now absolutely certain of one thing. The Robot R&D Center accessory would significantly reduce the cost of manufacturing robots, and the Armed Black Hole Robot Production Line accessory would significantly reduce ammunition consumption. Back then, the mechanical civilization must have expended considerable resources on these two accessory artwork to achieve such a stunning effect, hoping to counter the Zerg civilization with this. Unfortunately, they ultimately failed. There are many reasons for this. What exactly are the reasons? When we have the opportunity to travel from Hibiscus Star to the mechanical civilization ruins in the future, we might be able to unearth some inside information. So far, the effect is simply flawless. The cost of creating a fully armed standard robot with level 40 defense and level 40 attack power is 2 billion units of copper, and he only needs 1/64 of that. That's 31.25 million units of copper, For Zhang Qiudao, assuming sufficient talent and sufficient spirit stones, and with good luck over thousands of years, he might be able to cultivate to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. If he truly possesses a deep foundation, he might even be able to break through to the spiritual transformation stage. The 9th level of the nascent soul stage is equivalent to level 39. But for him, the next moment, 100 fully equipped level 40 armored black hole robots were produced in the Mecha R&D Center in Carriage 2, consuming a total of 3 billion units of copper, This consumed only 1% of the train's copper resources. These robots possess not only a level 40 attack power, but also a level 40 defense power. Given enough time, they could completely wipe out an entire civilization of immortal cultivators. This was more than enough to safeguard his business. How domineering. He loved the way the mechanical train utilized its resources. No hesitation, no fumbling. With enough resources, it could instantly become stronger. The only drawback is this. The rise of this form of civilization has led to constant wars between civilizations across the universe. After all, plunder is the fastest way to acquire resources, and once this form of civilization is chosen, it is forced to become a predatory civilization. Normally, a level 40 robot, if it maintains a level 40 attack strength and has 1 billion units of copper, or in its ammunition bay, can sustain a continuous attack for 1 minute. The train's attacks are extremely resource-intensive, a fact shared by all components. In this respect, the cultivation civilization has a significant advantage. At least it won't lose its entire fortune in a single battle. But it possesses a supermod effect that halves the ammunition consumption of its 5 robots. That's only 1/32 the consumption. It only needs 100 million units of copper, or for 3.2 minutes of continuous fire, and 1 billion for 32 minutes. Furthermore, its level 200 supermod effect allows it to slowly recharge its ammunition while in standby mode. He then had Xiao Ai place 100 million units of copper, or into each robot's ammunition bay, consuming another 10 billion units. 100 million units of copper, or is just a total amount. It wasn't necessary to place 100 million units of copper, or into each robot's ammunition bay. After converting to high-level copper, or only one level 9 copper, or was needed. A total of only 33 billion units of copper, or were consumed. The armed forces stationed on this planet were deployed. 1 hour later, the star train slowly stopped at the top of a mountain. This was no longer the core area of the Xiaoxian world, and tourists generally didn't come here. Chen Mang turned to look at Zhang Qiudao, who was standing nearby in the train compartment, and whispered softly. A total of 100 level 40 armed black hole robots. Each robot has the power of a beginner divine transformation realm. Is that enough? Yes, that's enough. Zhang Qiudao nodded repeatedly, his expression complicated. He had always known that train conductors were terrifying, but he had no idea just how terrifying. Now he knew. In the world of immortal cultivation, A divine transformation realm powerhouse is rare to appear once in 1,000 years. In Mangya's hands, he easily produced 100 of them. This wasn't just a disparity. It was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Okay, we contact you later via the iris chip. After we leave, if there's anything you need to report, you can contact us via the refrigerator. Take this refrigerator with you, too. Zhang Qiudao and the others had all been implanted with the iris chip, becoming official members of the star. Go ahead. I wait for your good news. He had no intention of going along. It was as if he were an outsider trying to seize power. He could leave this small matter to Zhang Qiudao to handle on his own. He had provided sufficient armed forces. As for whether Zhang Qiudao was subsequently killed or placed under house arrest, it had nothing to do with him, and was unimportant. Half an hour later, Zhang Qiudao, dressed in a Taoist robe, slowly landed in front of the mountain gate. He gazed at the 3 large characters venomous snake sect embedded in a huge stone nearby. With a complex expression, he strode towards the mountain gate, followed by 100 level 40 black hole armed robots. A black mass. Like an army. Their movements were completely coordinated, devoid of any human presence. The pitch-black bodies, heavy armor, and the Gatling guns cradled in their arms created a profound sense of oppression. Greetings, Third Elder. The 2 outer disciples at the mountain gate bowed respectfully upon seeing Zhang Qiudao. Yes. Zhang Qiudao simply nodded casually, and continued deeper into the sect. He had once enjoyed being called the Third Elder, but after spending a few days with Master Meng, he suddenly felt that his previous pursuits seemed like childish play. Not worth mentioning. However, he had just reached the outer disciple area when a large number of disciples, wielding sharp blades and wearing sect uniforms, approached him. He recognized the leaders, several elders, and the sect master of the Viper sect. Sect master, what are you doing? Zhang Qiudao asked, his brows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion. As soon as he finished speaking, an angry voice echoed in his ears. Evil disciple. The sect leader stared at him sullenly, his expression darkening. Did you do what I told you to do? Do you intend to drag the venomous snake sect and the entire cultivation world into hell? Zhang Qiudao's brow furrowed again. What did you tell me to do? Damn it, you didn't do it. The sect leader's face grew slightly hoarse as he spoke. I told you to erase those damn memories of yours. If they were spread, they would be devastating to the entire cultivation world. For safety's sake, I specifically sent you to a memory bank in another civilization to erase them. Didn't you go? Zhang Qiudao was silent for a long moment before whispering, I did, and I erased them completely. I almost forgot you told me to go. These days, I've been feeling like I've lost a memory. I keep trying to remember it, but I can't. It's a terrible feeling. Master, can you tell me what memory leaked out could potentially destroy the entire cultivation world? Is it some supreme treasure? A treasure coveted by other civilizations? Deleted? The master was momentarily stunned, then his expression softened. He put his weapon back into his space bag, strode forward with a smile, and opened his arms. You are truly my good disciple, worthy of being appointed Third Elder of the Viper sect. Since it's been deleted, there's no need to dwell on it. Let bygones be bygones. He walked over to Zhang Qiudao, put his arm around his shoulders, and said with emotion, I saw so many robots following you. I thought you hadn't erased your memory. You are such a person. I just like to overthink things. But why did you buy so many robots? They're not cheap, are they? Are you planning to use them for research and development? Do you want to see if they have anything in common with puppetry? No. Zhang Qiudao said silently, these 100 robots, each with the strength of an early nascent soul, are used to seize power. Huh? The sect leader froze in place, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid as he looked at the 100 robots behind him. What a joke. Each one of them was at the early nascent soul stage. He had the highest cultivation level in the sect, but he was only at the nascent soul stage. But he quickly realized, seize power? Seize whose power? Yours. The sect leader silently released his grip on Zhang Qiudao's shoulders, stepped back a few steps, and after a few breaths of silence, he softly said, I asked you to erase your memory to avoid causing trouble, but it seems you've caused an even greater disaster. They really have reached the early stages of the divine transformation realm. That's what Master Meng said. Let me try. Let me try. The sect master stood still, a surge of spiritual energy gushing out, his Taoist robes billowing in the wind. His face twisted slightly as he shouted coldly, Kill! The next moment, a flying sword shot out from his sleeve, carrying with it a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, and with the force of a devastating force, It slammed towards the robot standing in the foreground. Just as it was about to strike, the robot's fist transformed into a blade, suddenly crouching and stabbing the ground. After the heavy blow, its body retreated uncontrollably, leaving a deep scar 5 or 6 meters in the ground. When it rose again, its armor was intact, not even a tiny white spot. And 100 armed black hole robots aimed their Gatling guns at the Sec Master, their barrels slowly turning, ready to strike at any moment. The Sec Master stood there, gazing at the scene before him, his eyelids twitching wildly. He sensed the ultimate murderous intent from the muzzle of the gun. He had never felt such a strong premonition of death before, and cold sweat began to stream down his forehead. Is that Master Mang you mentioned nearby? Yes. The next moment. Congratulations to the new Sec Master. The Sec Master knelt on one knee without a word, holding the Sec Master's decree in his palm. Can you give me the position of Grand Elder? That's too much trouble. Just swap roles with me, and become the third Elder. Alright, can you tell me the details? Why does that boss want the Viper sect? It's a long story. Don't worry. Let's go to the Sec Master's hall and talk it over. I'm starting to regret having you erase my memory. This is getting more and more complicated. You didn't tell him about that, did you? No, although I don't know what you're talking about. I met Mr. Mang after I erased my memories. Alas. The old sect leader, seated at the side of the main hall, was silent for a long time before sighing deeply. Never mind, I tell you. It's a long story, a hidden secret of the world of immortal cultivation. Everyone seeks immortality, seeking longevity, the ultimate goal of reaching the immortal realm. But after Xuanwu Star joined the Casa Civilization Federation, we learned that all nearby immortal civilizations had been decimated by the Casa Civilization. Only we survived, and the Casa Civilization wanted to keep us as a viewing platform. The current landscape of the immortal cultivation world is such that the strongest are only at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. No one has ever broken through to the divine transformation stage, at least not publicly. But even the strongest are no match for the entire Civilization Federation, and can't even defeat the robots behind you. Are you? I've thought about it. Does the Ascended Immortal Realm really exist? Why can everyone use the train order, but we can't? I have. Zhang Qiudao, sitting in the sec chair, nodded silently and said, even after my memory was erased, I've often thought about this question. Of course you have. The old sect leader below said somewhat angrily, when I brought you back to the sect, you had a much stronger thirst for knowledge than others since you were young, so I named you Zhang Qiudao. But as you grew older, your thirst for knowledge hasn't diminished at all. You often ponder all sorts of random things. Even, you really figured out the existence of the immortal realm. The immortal realm does exist. It has abundant high-grade spirit stone mines and abundant spiritual energy. However, a few years ago, it was shattered by the bombardment of the Casa civilization. The shattered immortal realm is scattered across the universe. Originally, practitioners of the immortal civilization would be drawn to ascend to the immortal realm upon achieving immortality. However, with the destruction of the immortal realm, this pulling force has vanished, and no one can achieve immortality. But, the diligent stealth practitioner discovered a hidden passage. Although the pull has been lost, the shattering of the immortal realm has also disrupted the rules. Once a breakthrough to the spiritualization stage is achieved, one can proactively journey to the fragments of the immortal realm, thereby enjoying a vast amount of resources and rapidly improving their cultivation. In other words, the spiritualization experts, who have disappeared from Xuanwu Star in recent years, have all gone to the fragments of the immortal realm to secretly cultivate and improve their cultivation, preparing to return one day after achieving mastery, destroy the Casa civilization, unify all civilizations, and restore the former glory of the immortal civilization. Only 9 people on the entire Xuanwu Star know this news. The actual controllers of the 5 major sects and 3 major families, and me. How did you know? Zhang Qiudao asked, frowning. You told me. Then how did I know? You're quite impressive. The old sect leader clucked his tongue with a touch of emotion. You're truly impressive. You pondered this question for a long time, constantly wondering why the immortal cultivation civilization wasn't treated fairly, why it was so much weaker than other forms of civilization. You felt that the immortal cultivation civilization shouldn't be so weak. I didn't take it seriously at first. Until one day. You brought back a level 9 spirit stone. You said you developed a new gadget. Based on records in ancient texts, you created a long-lost sacrificial formation. This was a formation used by cultivators in ancient times to seek help from the immortals in the celestial realm. The more sacrifices they made, the more help they received. You're more ruthless. You sacrificed yourself. According to the rules, you were forcibly dragged to a fragment of the immortal realm. However, due to a mismatch in the rules, you survived and successfully returned, bringing with you a large number of spirit stones. Is this a good thing? Zhang Qiudao, sitting in the sect chair, pondered for a long time before shaking his head. This will rapidly enhance the sect's strength. Why did you ask me to delete this memory? It's a bullshit. The old ancestor spat softly. In the entire universe, the mechanical train has the most fervent demand for resources. If they knew about this, wouldn't they flock to it like flies to the smell of poop? Although I'm not very successful. This news must not be leaked, otherwise the immortal world will be in great trouble. Then, the Casa civilization will be like a hungry wolf. Like this, swallow Xuanwu star whole. The current strongest forces in the world of immortal cultivation are ostensibly developing the tourism industry, but in reality, there should be several powerful gods diligently cultivating in the immortal fragments. Perhaps in 5,000 years, they can become true immortals, destroy the Casa civilization, and restore the glory of immortal civilization. How can we hinder it? But, Zhang Qiudao understood, but he was a little confused. But since you asked me to delete this memory, why did you tell me about it? Because compared to the 100 robots you brought back, this matter is no longer important. You have caused even greater trouble, and you have no time to consider the future development of the world of immortal cultivation. The Viper sect seems to be at a loss. So what exactly does Mr. Meng want the Viper sect to do? This is a long story. I tell you slowly. It's about the marrow cleansing pill. At that time, Just then, a voice rang out from outside the hall. Let's put aside these insignificant matters. Qin Meng, along with a group of people, walked into the hall. He casually picked up a stone chair that weighed at least several dozen pounds, and walked in front of the old sect leader. He placed it opposite him, sat on it, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then looked at the old sect leader with a serious expression. Although I'm not happy with your metaphor of a fly sniffing poop. But it's certainly apt. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Meng, and everyone calls me Master Meng. I'm even more curious about that fairyland fragment you mentioned. Are there really many high-quality resource mines there? The old sect leader's eyelids twitched for a few breaths, and he looked resentfully at Zhang Qiudao, who sat in the chair, as if to say, look what I said. But the next moment, he suddenly leaped up, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. His spiritual energy instantly erupted, and he thrust his sword into Qin Meng's chest. Mechanical train. The train's greatest weakness is that once the conductor leaves the train, he's like a lamb to the slaughter, ready to be slaughtered at will, since the other party was so arrogant. But there was no reason for him not to kill him. Clang. The sound of metal clashing was heard. Qin Meng sat motionless on the stone bench as the long sword pierced his shirt and lodged itself squarely in his heart. He glanced at the old man who had suddenly leaped before him, then lowered his gaze to the sword's tip on his chest and whispered, "It seems you've made the worst choice." The next moment, a blazing, thick beam of light shot out from afar, enveloping the entire Viper sect. The Arcanon light cannon fired. A blinding and powerful beam of light raised half of the Viper sect to the ground, completely melting half of the sect's main hall. The old sect leader gazed at the blade in his hand with fear. Why could this happen? He looked behind him. The flat ground behind him had now collapsed into a deep abyss. The Viper sect was built on a mountaintop, and now half of that mountain had melted into the ground. If he took a single step back, he would fall into the abyss. How could this happen? The Viper sect's nearly 1,000 years of accumulation had been completely destroyed. Countless disciples had been killed or injured. He had become a complete center of the sect. The sect had been destroyed by him. But why was this man alive, not even injured? Wasn't it said that train conductors were lambs to the slaughter after leaving the train? He trembled and tossed his sword aside. Without begging for mercy, he retreated a few steps with a wry smile. They're all jackals, tigers, and leopards. Seek the truth. Associating with them will lead to a bad end. I'm ashamed of the Viper sect and my master's expectations. The only way I can atone for this is death. With that, he shed all his spiritual energy and, like a falling leaf, drifted toward the bottomless abyss. 10 minutes later. Ahem. The old sect leader knelt awkwardly in front of the main hall. He looked at Qin Meng, who sat in a chair in front of him, and whispered, "Master Meng, I knew you were different from those people. Just tell me what you need." Yes, he wasn't dead. As he fell to the ground, he was shoved into a refrigerator by a flying mecha. And after learning that no one in the sect had been killed or injured, and that all the disciples had been stuffed into the refrigerator before Master Meng entered the hall, his resistance was less intense. Come, let me ask you a question. Chen Meng leaned back in his chair, sulking. He raised his hand to stop Zhang Qiudo from speaking and looked at the old sect leader. Did I provoke you? No. Did I insult you? No. Did I bully you? No. Then what the hell do you want? The old sect leader was silent for a long moment. He looked up at Zhang Qiudo, then dropped his playful smile. He lowered his head and whispered, Master Meng, let me tell you the truth. I don't know what civilization you come from. But I come from Xuanwu Star, a cultivator civilization. As cultivators, we have our own pride. We can't stand being treated like pets, or having our once-killing skills reduced to performance. Life is hard living under someone else's roof. I don't want to give you those spirit stones in the Immortal Realm fragment area. I want to leave them for the Immortal Realm, Leave a glimmer of hope for the future, so that everyone won't fall into despair. That's the truth. That's why I'm going to kill you. If you're dead, no one will know this secret, and there won't be a flood of jackal-like mechanical trains pouring into the immortal civilization, causing countless casualties. I'm not a man of great promise. I just hope for a more peaceful world, fewer deaths, and a little hope for future generations. I didn't even ask Zhang Qiudo to take out more for the Viper sect, because I know my talent is here. If I use it, it would be wasted. It should be left to future generations with more potential. I know that we immortal cultivators are meaningless in the eyes of you trained conductors. You only need enough resources to easily reach the realm we dream of. You look down on us. You treat us like pets in scenery, coming to visit, like monkeys. But we were once glorious. We have our pride. We would rather die standing, rather than give ammunition to the enemy. Zhang Qiudo's memories have been erased. You can try to pry my mouth open and see if you can. If you can, I concede. You can take the resources. Leave the ammunition, there's hope. Without the ammunition, the immortal world will have no future. The fragments of the immortal world are the last vestiges of immortal civilization, the reserve ammunition for the final decisive battle. I, the former leader of the Viper sect, would rather die than hand them over. The old leader spoke slowly, but his voice was resolute. He looked up at Chen Meng, who sat in his chair, and spoke softly with a calm expression. Let me tell you what cultivators cultivate. Not just strength. It's also the cultivation of the mind. We have our own path to follow. We know why we live. But you, like a pack of jackals, wantonly plunder the resources of other civilizations, destroy entire ones at will, and treat human life as worthless. In our culture, this is called the animal path. Zhang Qiudo, sitting nearby, looked anxious, wanting to explain something to his master, but he didn't dare. How had things gotten to this point? Chen Meng looked at the old sect leader kneeling before him, tapping his knuckles lightly on the armrest of his chair. He whispered, How many people have you killed? Hundreds. I've only killed one person myself, and that was a long time ago. That person tried to steal my straw mat. Who of us considers human life insignificant? Haven't you ever killed anyone with a train? That doesn't count. Chen Meng shook his head and extended his hand to the old sect leader with a serious expression. You may have some misunderstandings about me. I'm not here to plunder you. We share a common enemy, the Casa civilization. I'm here to support you. I'm a good person. Really. Get up. The ground's cold. Why do you always like to talk while kneeling? Is that some kind of custom? Chapter 306. After a few minor incidents, the two sides became familiar with each other. While it may sound strange, conflict is actually the fastest way to get to know each other. For example, if you're just a lapdog saying good morning and good night to your goddess every day, it's definitely not as good as directly verbally attacking her. This allows both parties to get to know each other better. Let's think about this. Suppose you're a good person. Chen Meng pondered for a moment, then looked at the old leader of the venomous snake sect. You discovered a fragment of the immortal realm, containing a large amount of resource mines, what you call spirit stones. You want to save these spirit stones and leave them for talented descendants, so that they can one day overthrow the rule of the Casa civilization and restore the glory of immortal cultivation. To this end, you even asked Zhang Qiudo to erase his memories, unwilling to give too much to the Viper sect. For the sake of the greater good, you sacrificed your own family. Is that so? Yes. The old leader of the Viper sect nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. That's right. Then you have. Have you ever considered this? Even the so-called immortal realm you speak of was destroyed by the Casa civilization in a single blow. What's the point of your cultivation? We're clearly not on the same level. There must be some hope. I firmly believe that a single spark can start a prairie fire. Excellent. Your spark has arrived now. Give me the resources within this fragment of the immortal realm, and I help you destroy the Casa civilization. This? You don't believe it? The Casa civilization has troops stationed on your planet, right? I go and wipe them out right now. No, 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 the Viper clan leader's expression suddenly changed, and he said hastily, I dare not. If those troops are gone, we be gone too. The Casa civilization army will be completely slaughtered by the Xuanwu star. Then, the Viper clan's elder leader took a deep breath, looked up at Chen Meng, and paused for a moment before continuing, Zhang Qiudao is a child I love very much. If he chooses to trust you, it means there must be something about you that he trusts. I can give you the coordinates of this celestial fragment, and I ask you to send people there to mine. But I only hope you can promise me one thing. If you can truly overthrow the Casa civilization in the future, can you relocate more people to Xuanwu Star? Xuanwu Star is too sparsely populated right now. Of course. Chen Meng asked, slightly surprised. Why did you suddenly figure it out? It's hard not to. The Viper clan's elder leader glanced at the abyss beside him, a hint of helplessness flashing in his cloudy eyes. But I've already said this. I only know the coordinates of one celestial fragment. I don't know the others. No problem, no problem. One is enough. Chen Meng waved his hand cheerfully. 1 hour later, the sacrificial ritual was activated. In the back mountains of the venomous snake sect, the old leader of the sect pulled a large amount of materials from his space bag and began to arrange them. He then offered himself as a sacrifice, carrying a refrigerator, to the fragment of the immortal realm. It is worth mentioning that in the Casa Civilization Federation, the overproduction of the upper class has led to a rather severe bias towards the lower class. Everyone used to use ancient rings, high-end items. Since the mass production of cheap space bags and their introduction into the immortal cultivation world, few people are willing to buy ancient rings anymore, causing many to lose their jobs and change careers. Soon, Chen Meng, along with Biazi and his group, entered the nearby refrigerator. When they emerged, they were already in the immortal fragment. Is this a fragment of the immortal realm? It's too fragmented. How could one describe this place? It was about the size of 10 football fields. No sky, no sun, no clouds, but there was light. The edges were clearly separated by a pitch-black, twisted existence. This was a place in some unknown corner of the universe, incredibly mysterious. And on the surface, iron and copper mines lay one after another. Soon, Biazi, carrying a pickaxe, returned and reported quietly, it's mostly level 7 ore. Level 7 ore? Chen Meng's eyes lit up. The highest level of ore he had ever mined in his life was level 7. A level 7 mine yielded roughly 10 billion units of resources. There were 7 or 8 mines here, meaning 70 to 80 billion. Not much. After all, the star train was underdeveloped. The armor wasn't high enough, and many of the colorful accessories hadn't even reached level 200, let alone enough resources to sustain a battle. But it was free after all, so why not? This is the former immortal realm. The elder leader of the Viper clan, standing nearby, sighed with emotion. Once upon a time, when immortal cultivation civilization was at its peak, individuals would occasionally ascend to the immortal realm. But times have changed. Even the most powerful spells can't withstand a single blast. Times have truly changed. When the tide of time leaves someone behind, they are not notified. The only hope is to wait for the powerful from the 5 major sects and 3 great families to ascend to immortality and lead the immortal civilization back to glory. However, from the refrigerator nearby, a steady stream of mining robots strode out and began preparing to mine. This is a good place. Chen Meng glanced around, then looked at Old Pig and instructed, after the mine is mined, send someone to renovate this place and turn it into a prison. Anyone who needs to be imprisoned can be imprisoned here. It's a natural barrier. Very good. This little episode ended just like that. In fact, Chen Meng could sense that the venomous snake sect's old leader had simply been burdened with many things for too long and wanted to speak out. Normally, due to his status as sect leader, he couldn't say things that would harm unity, but now that he was at a disadvantage, he could speak freely. He understood this feeling. That's why he had packed his civilization onto the train. As long as he didn't have a fixed base, he could escape whenever he wanted. He wouldn't be subject to anyone's control or exploitation. 3 days passed quickly. Chen Meng and his group returned to Zhongzhou City, preparing to participate in the Triennial Alchemist Conference, hoping to make their premium marrow cleansing pill a hit and earn a fortune. This was the main course of their visit. The ones before that were just appetizers. It's just that there were too many appetizers, so they worked up a bit of an appetite. Zhongzhou City was extremely lively today, the streets packed with cultivators and tourists from other civilizations, who had come to join in the fun. This was considered one of the more famous festivals on Xuanwu Star, and many people flocked to this time of year. Next up is Tianji Pavilion Inner Disciple, Zhang Xianyao, 9th Level Foundation Establishment. The host finished his words. Cheers erupted from the surroundings. Many people had never heard of this name, and were simply cheering. The stage was now filled with more than a dozen alchemists, their expressions ranging from aloof to gentle and shy. Every time the host called out a name, an alchemist would step forward. Qin Meng, on the other hand, had simply picked a disciple from the venomous snake sect and sent him up. After all, his elixirs were considered pre-made meals. There was no need for refining. All he had to do was pour coke into the alchemy furnace. What a lively scene! The venue for this alchemy competition was the very stadium where he and young Masterly had dueled 3 days prior. It had been completely renovated, and the stands were packed with spectators. Qin Meng, Buzi, and the others sat in the audience, watching the scene with amusement. This kind of life was actually quite interesting. Earn some money, watch the excitement. Is it him? At that moment, in a box above the stadium's auditorium, 8 people gathered, gazing through the glass at the beaming Qin Meng sitting in the audience, their faces expressionless and silent. These 8 people were none other than. They were the leaders of the 5 major sects and 3 major families of Xuanwu Star. They might not be the strongest, but they certainly held the greatest power. On this planet, these 8 individuals completely determined the fate of many. Confirmed. One of the middle-aged men, a scarred man, a look of determination flashed in his eyes, as he nodded and replied, that day, when he and young Masterly of the Daikong civilization dueled their star beasts here, the faint energy fluctuations emanating from them were level 100. His star beast was level 100, there's no doubt about that. I was in seclusion here cultivating at the time, so there's no way I could have been wrong. Then he finished. Everyone fell silent, no one speaking. What was the concept of a level 100 star beast? Normally, a potential star beast of this size could take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to reach adulthood. There was only one method that could significantly shorten its time to adulthood, the giant beast carriage developed by the mechanical civilization. And this method, possessing a level 100 star beast, meant the train had level 100 defensive components. Level 100. In the entire Galaxy 27, no civilization had a train with level 100 defensive components. The resources required to upgrade it were astronomical. Just then, everyone suddenly noticed a furry little ball crawling out from Qin Meng's arms, ears twitching, and a curious look on its face, gazing towards the stands. Quick, don't you have a magic mirror? Take it out and take a look. Another middle-aged man hurriedly pulled out the magic mirror from his pocket, channeled his spiritual energy into it, and quickly received a message. His face trembled with excitement, and he said, "It's confirmed, it's level 100. His star beast is truly level 100. He's the most suitable candidate we've seen. Would you like me to meet him?" "No." At this moment, a white-haired old man sitting in the middle, leaning on his cane, shook his head slightly. A hint of weariness, a look of indifference to the world, etched in his cloudy eyes. The Apocalypse Project is a plan that has been secretly pursued by the entire cultivation world for over 100 years under high pressure. We haven't accumulated many resources yet. It's not time to start it yet. Besides, we know very little about him. Currently, all we know is that his name is Qin Meng, that he has the means to conceal the level of his train components, and that he entered the country as a member of the Sanshui City Yuseo Chamber of Commerce from Chioha Star. He's an uncivilized wanderer. The rest is unclear. His bone age is less than 30, yet he possesses such strength, which shows his skills and abilities are not lacking. However, we have no guarantee of his character. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Although the outside world defines them as a cultivating civilization, they actually always considered themselves to belong to the human race. In their culture, there's an old saying, man can conquer nature. Cultivating the immortals is inherently defying nature. What's there to fear? The immortal world was destroyed. Several cultivating civilizations were destroyed, and only they, the remnants, survived. Are they willing to remain like zoo animals, to be viewed by countless tourists? No, no. Humans, under high pressure, often come up with many crazy plans. The Apocalypse Plan was born. The leaders of the 5 major sects and 3 major families, putting aside all past grudges, gathered in a secret room and discussed tirelessly for a full 49 days, ultimately coming up with this plan. All for the revival of Xuanwu Star. Never again. 100 years ago, they discovered the existence of numerous immortal realm fragments. Overjoyed, they sent their respective factions hidden divine transformation realm seniors to cultivate within the fragments, hoping to use the resources within to become immortals and overthrow the rule of the Casa civilization. But they soon realized that this idea was too naive. Their resource utilization was too low. Cultivating immortality required a considerable amount of time, and their lack of advanced immortal techniques prevented them from fully unleashing their full potential. Even if they were at full strength, they would still be no match for the Casa civilization. In the current universe, the mechanical trained civilization is indeed more suited to combat than their immortal cultivation civilization. So, after 49 discussions, the Apocalypse plan was born. A spear against a spear. The plan was simple. Accumulate all the immortal realm fragments and a large number of spirit stones, not using them for cultivation. Hoard them for centuries, millennia, even thousands of years, until you find a trained conductor with enough potential to invest in. Pour all your resources into it. Use the thousands of years of heritage of the entire Xuanwu star to support a train, and have this train overthrow the rule of the Casa civilization. It was a crazy plan. It was a complete gamble on the future of Xuanwu star. But after this plan was finalized, it was carried out unwaveringly for the past century. A vast amount of iron ore mined from the celestial fragments was secretly stored. Zhongzhou City thrived, earning a fortune. They were humble and subservient to the Casa civilization garrison. Everything was done to accumulate a large amount of spirit stones. Once they met the right person, they would pour all their resources into it. Yes, yes, yes. The middle-aged man who spoke first pulled out a photo stone from his pocket and crushed it. Soon, everything that had happened 3 days earlier resurfaced. Though silent, the images were vivid. The middle-aged man began to explain. In the beginning, these factions were enemies, embroiled in sins of betrayal, greed, and stupidity. But through Qin Mang's conversation, they all became friends and formed a united front. A life-or-death battle was planned, but at the last moment, Qin Mang spared young Master Li's star beast, earning young Master Li's complete faith in Qin Mang. He displayed not a single negative quality throughout. I think his character is definitely worthy of our respect. That won't do either. The head of the Tianji Pavilion, sitting in the middle, slowly shook his head and said gravely, "You're too impatient. I know you want to see the demise of the Kasha civilization as soon as possible, but our Apocalypse project has only been in place for 100 years. The accumulated resources aren't enough. Our original plan was for at least 1,000 years, perhaps even 5,000, 10,000, or even tens of thousands of years. He might be suitable. But he showed up too early, and we don't have enough resources right now. Perhaps." At this moment, the man sitting in the middle, a man with a softer expression beside him, said, thoughtfully, "Pavilion Master, perhaps we can change our plan." Qin Mang was able to upgrade the train's defense components to level 100, which means he may not be short of resources. And he has his own unique methods. In 1,000 years, he might be able to develop to the point where he can destroy the Casa civilization on his own. Then our resources would be useless. But right now, it's a timely help. He's just starting out. The resources accumulated by Xuanwu Star over the past century may not be much, but for him, it's not a small amount. When he grows up, this kindness can also benefit Xuanwu Star. The Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion was silent for a long time before speaking hoarsely. What the outside world doesn't know is that Xuanwu Star is rich in Murphy Stone. Currently, all of the Murphy Stone on Xuanwu Star is secretly stored. According to our plan, we use Murphy Stone and a large amount of resources to build a train to its peak. Without sufficient Murphy Stone, even Casa civilization will find it difficult to break through its limits. But only 100 years have passed. We don't have a sufficient reserve of Murphy Stone. Launching the plan now won't be enough to guarantee a decisive victory. It's a gamble. What if it doesn't grow? Can we restart the plan again? The Apocalypse project itself is a gamble. A beautiful woman sitting in the corner looked at Qin Mang in the audience and said calmly, "We've already taken the first gamble. Why not a second one? I disagreed with your plan back then. Putting the future of Xuanwu Star in the hands of an outsider is simply a fantasy." The woman with a face full of the scarred middle-aged man said grimly, "The plan has been finalized. Let's not dig up the past. If we don't rely on this plan, we have to rely on ourselves. Don't you know how huge the gap is between us?" "I do. I do." The beautiful woman nodded calmly. "So even though I disagreed, I still resolutely carried out this plan. Now, I think it's time to launch it. What's the most important thing about the Apocalypse plan? Is it the foundation of Xuanwu Star? No, it's the people. A completely suitable candidate. Chen Meng has the means, the heart, the ability, and he's also an uncivilized wanderer with no political affiliation. He possesses a level 100 star beast and maintains a low profile. He's the perfect fit for our plan. What's the concept of a level 100 space beast? It could easily annihilate the entire Xuanwu star. But do you see any difference between him and the others right now? No, he's just like an ordinary person. Think about it. If you had the power to easily destroy the entire world, would you just sit in the stands and watch the fun unfold like an ordinary person? He's the most suitable candidate to appear in recent years. No doubt about it. Most importantly, he doesn't have a wife, which perfectly meets all the requirements of our plan. I recommend that the apocalypse plan be implemented immediately. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this, turning their heads to look at the leader of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, awaiting his opinion. The head of the Tianji Pavilion remained silent for a long moment. Then, sitting in a chair, leaning on his cane, he slowly opened his eyes, looked at Chen Meng in the stands, and murmured, "Everyone, at this moment, we decide the fate of the entire Xuanwu planet. The fate of billions of lives rests in our hands. Once the plan is exposed, Xuanwu planet will face the armies of the Casa civilization. I hope you will think twice before making a decision. I'm getting old. I can't be as decisive as you. I just examined myself and realized I've been reluctant to make a decision. It's not because I think it's unreliable, but because I simply don't dare to make such a decision. I don't have many years left to live, and I want to wait until I die, so I can hand over this decision to you." When I realized this, I became terrified. There are 7 of you. Please raise your hands to vote. Those who decide to designate Chen Meng as the executor of the apocalypse plan, please raise your hands. The next moment, 7 people raised their hands. A unanimous vote passed. All right. The Tianji Pavilion master shakily stood up and turned to walk out. Let's proceed according to the plan. Hopefully, things won't go too badly. Pull back the pawns from the other candidates and prepare to fully engage Chen Meng. Over the years, they had identified numerous candidates and placed pawns next to each one to assess their character and potential. For example, young Master Li from the Scallion civilization, the train captain from the Philia pirate group, and Zhang Qiuxing from Hibiscus Star. The most important thing was assessing character. Xuanwu Star was at a complete disadvantage in this transaction. With inferior strength, there was no guarantee the other party would protect Xuanwu Star once they matured. They could only rely on 2 things. First, favor. Second, love. Only with gratitude would one remember Xuanwu Star's bet, and with a loving heart, their 8 families have secretly cultivated 19 fairies and immortal men over the years, all proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, with stunning looks and figures. The goal is to arrange a marriage. Only by becoming husband and wife, and having children can they better bind this train conductor to Xuanwu Star. This is their only means of binding. This binding method only works on certain individuals, and it is a crucial criterion for judging their character. By the way, the Tianji Pavilion master, who had not yet left the room, paused tremblingly and whispered, "Continue training those 8 immortal men. Don't worry about wasting resources. Although our candidate is male, we're not sure if he's attracted to women. I can only hope he likes women. Otherwise, not being able to have children is a major problem. Without children, it's hard to focus too much on Xuanwu Star." The other 7 people watched the old man's retreating back, and after a long silence, they sighed softly. The pavilion master has grown old. He used to be so full of vigor and ambition. He talked about plotting against the world, using everyone as chess pieces, and setting up a game of epic proportions. The moment the chess started, the world was astonished. It was the pavilion master who first proposed this game, and now, when it came time to move, he's afraid. Who wouldn't? Afraid? The beautiful woman walked by the window, whispering softly. Centuries of Casa civilizations rule Wei like a mountain on the pavilion master's heart. He used to be so arrogant, but when a small leader of the Casa garrison spat on his face, he had to wipe it away with a smile. The pavilion master said this before. Although forbearance is correct, it is very exhausting. If you endure it for too long, you will become a coward. He knows this, but it is difficult to resist it. Then let's begin according to the plan, the scarred man said, his eyes narrowed. I have our family's fairies come out and interact with him first, then find a way to place a pawn next to him to assess his potential and character. We do have a candidate already. The man next to him is the leader of the venomous snake sect. They seem very close, which is a good sign. At least it means they don't treat us like monkeys in a zoo, but rather treat us as equals. I contact him. Okay. Quickly. The 7 of them exchanged glances, quickly left the secret room, and returned to their respective flying boats, beginning to mobilize their resources. Once the Apocalypse project was launched, it wasn't just about contacting candidates and placing pawns. After all, Chen Meng wasn't their candidate. He was the unanimously chosen finalist. His character and potential had already been assessed, and they were perfectly qualified. Just to be on the safe side, they wanted to verify him closely. According to the planned process, Chen Meng should have been listed as a candidate first, followed by a series of assessments and a competition with other candidates. However, after a deeper understanding, they skipped this process, eliminated all other candidates, and designated him directly as the finalist. There are many good mentors, but it's hard to find a good horse. Even the best forage requires a good horse of sufficient quality. While most people, including the Casa Civilization garrison, were joining in the fun in Zhongzhou City, the entire cultivation world began to stir under the pressure of a series of orders. When they had chosen Zhongzhou City, a major purpose was to place the Casa Civilization garrison under house arrest. That group of people subconsciously prefers to stay in a comfortable place. Apocalypse Project has officially launched. This is Xuanwu Star's first counterattack, and regardless of success or failure, it will also be its last. In the Casa Civilization Federation, many civilizations have resisted before, only to perish in the end. But this hasn't stopped a steady stream of civilizations from secretly gathering strength to resist. Even if it means death, let it be. This is a gamble on the centuries-old heritage and future of Xuanwu Star. Bet on it, Chen Meng. Win. Everyone is happy. With the migration of population, Xuanwu Star has seen a surge in the number of immortal cultivators, rebuilding the immortal realm and returning to the glory of its former immortal civilization. Defeat. Xuanwu Star was buried with Chen Meng, and billions of lives were lost because of Chen Meng's advance. Casa Civilization Federation, Galaxy 27, in a space station near Chioha Star. A middle-aged man, with a gloomy expression, punched the screen. This space belongs to the Casa Civilization, and is a strategic deployment point. And he just discovered that one of the 13 hidden strategic wormholes originally belonging to Galaxy 27 has been activated again, which means 2 have been activated now. Damn it! Over a year ago, only 1 was activated, and he could have reported it as a natural dissipation. But he discovered that another one had been activated a few days ago. How could he report this? In a year, 2 of the 13 hidden strategic wormholes, built at great expense by the Cassidon Civilization Federation, naturally dissipated. What a joke. If they don't send investigators down, damn it, if they find out he deliberately fabricated the facts a year ago, he's done for. He knew who activated the 2 wormholes. It was when he was drunk a year ago that he accidentally added a stranger to a group chat, leaking the coordinates of all 13 wormholes. But he couldn't report this now. If he did, he'd still die. It was death, either way. After a long moment, his thoughts raced as he glanced at the galaxy map on the screen. He gritted his teeth and said, "Go destroy all the remaining 11 hidden strategic wormholes. Then I report it, and say the Zerg civilization invaded and destroyed all the strategic hidden wormholes through unknown means." Galaxy 27 is the closest galaxy to the Zerg civilization. Although tens of thousands of light years away, the Zerg civilization's methods are inherently mysterious, so this is understandable. Huh? The adjutant beside him, a flicker of fear in his eyes, said in a trembling voice, "Commander, these 13 hidden strategic wormholes have consumed trillions of units of iron ore for the Kasha civilization and are crucial strategic deployment points. Once the war breaks out, the Kasha civilization's army can use these wormholes to quickly reach the Zerg civilization's territory and surrounding strategic deployment areas. The cost of creating wormholes that are hidden from the Zerg civilization is enormous. Although we've lost 2, we still have 11. If we kill the guy, the wormhole coordinates won't be leaked, saving the Kasha civilization a lot of resources. He definitely won't pass on the coordinates." The middle-aged man, with a gloomy expression, grabbed the adjutant's collar and said word by word, "Listen carefully. Once I report that 2 strategic wormholes have naturally dissipated, higher-ups will be dispatched to investigate. You and I must both accept our own deaths. You can't escape. As long as all 13 strategic concealment wormholes are destroyed, and we kill that person, this matter will become public knowledge. We won't be held responsible. Do you understand? Right now, send someone to destroy those 11 strategic concealment wormholes. Tell me when you've destroyed them, and I report. I don't want to repeat this a second time. This is the only way to save our lives. I don't want to die, And you certainly don't want to die either. Besides, the Kasser civilization doesn't need these wormholes, and war is impossible. Don't you see that the Zerg civilization is already marching in the opposite direction? They wouldn't dare to provoke our Kasser civilization. Yes, yes. The adjutant's face twisted, his voice trembling with tears. He agreed. He had no choice but to agree. He didn't want to die. But he felt something was wrong. They could have found a way to preserve all 11 wormholes. If they confessed this when someone from above came to investigate, they could have easily destroyed all the strategic wormholes and put the blame on the Zerg civilization. But for the sake of civilization's interests, they still reported the truth. Would the higher-ups still hold them accountable? Wait! Just then, the middle-aged man, his face slightly grim, gritted his teeth and uttered, "This won't work. It's not realistic. Let's assume the Zerg civilization sent a secret army, evading all detection, to System 27. How did they manage to accurately destroy all the strategic hidden wormholes? How did they know that information? Did we leak it? It must be that the Zerg mothership arrived secretly and clashed with us. Then, during the confrontation in space, it accidentally hit several strategic hidden wormholes. So we can keep a few of them. That makes sense. Let me see. Let the Kassadin civilization garrison in Galaxy 27 set sail. Send an emergency intelligence report, saying there's a Zerg invasion." The man tapped rapidly on the map. This dot, and this dot. 2 points form a straight line. When the Zerg mothership destroyed these planets, it accidentally hit a wormhole. Let the Kassadin civilization garrison in Galaxy 27 set sail, destroying the Dakong civilization, Brilliant civilization, Jiangping civilization, Chioa civilization, and Xuanwu civilization. Wait, the Xuanwu civilization isn't good enough. This immortal cultivation civilization has a high-ranking leader who enjoys watching swords soar. We have to keep it, or we be held accountable. Let's look at it another way, and add the Ant-Man civilization. 27 first-level civilizations in total. Destroy them all. Let Galaxy 27 become a state of war. The Kassa civilization garrison in Galaxy 27 fought bravely, repelling the Zerg civilization's mothership fleet with the loss of only 17 advanced trains. During the war, a total of 27 first-level civilizations were destroyed, and several of their strategic wormholes were accidentally destroyed. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the galaxy map. This should be suitable foolproof. "Sir!" The adjutant standing nearby burst into tears. "The hole is getting bigger and bigger. Let's stop patching it up." "Okay. Report the truth and command. The leader will definitely not hold us responsible. This mess is getting worse. Stop bullshitting." The middle-aged man, his voice bordering on madness, hysterically said, "I don't want to die. If you knew more about the political world than I do, you wouldn't have been sitting here as an adjutant for 37 years. I was able to rise above you so quickly because I know more about the political world. Chaos? The more chaotic, the better. Only in chaos can we fish in troubled waters. Otherwise, you and I will both die. Don't worry, we know what's going on. The Kasha Civilization Federation has nearly 10,000 first-level civilizations, and 27 of them have been destroyed. The people above us won't care. The leader of the Kasha Civilization garrison in Galaxy 27 is my brother. As long as everyone is inside the train with the windows closed, when the plan is executed, no one will know what's happening. Only you, me, him, and him will know the truth." But the adjutant collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling. There wasn't even any actual fighting. How could we lose 17 advanced trains? The middle-aged man tilted his head and glanced at the adjutant. "Just do as I ordered. I talked to my brother. After this, I issue a Zerg invasion warning. You must report it to your superiors according to the established Zerg invasion warning process. I end the battle within 10 minutes. The Kasser civilization's forces won't be able to arrive at that point. But the Kasser civilization garrison in System 27 has a total of 138 advanced trains. Every train captain knows the true situation. Most of the train captains are trusted confidants of my brother. They won't leak information. The 17 untrustworthy train captains will die with their trains. If we do it right this time, you and I will even be credited. Remember this. The Kassa civilization is a vast nation, and a little loss is no big deal. But we all only have one life. There's no resurrection. Once you're dead, you're dead. Anyone knows which to choose between sustainable and non-renewable resources. Don't ask me to explain. As a soldier, your duty is to obey orders. Take my key and prepare to issue an early warning. But according to procedure, sir, you don't have the authority to mobilize the Casa Civilization garrison in System 27. You need to report and request permission. There's also a rule in the regulations. In the event of a war emergency, you can exercise discretion. Do I need to explain every detail to you? I don't understand the rules as well as you do. Just do it, and don't make me repeat it a second time. Yes. The adjutant, somewhat limp, struggled to his feet and scrambled toward the rear of the space station. The middle-aged man stared at the adjutant's back, his eyes narrowed slightly. If all went well, then when the plan was complete, the adjutant could be on his way. He then sat back in his chair, staring at the galaxy map, his lips moving slightly as he muttered to himself, preparing to check his plan for any omissions. Admittedly, he admitted that the plan was a bit crazy. But after careful calculation, the cost was actually quite low, well within the Kaisha civilization's means. This way, no one would question the strategic hidden wormholes, and he would even be credited for his diligent and constant presence, spotting the enemy invasion immediately and alerting his superiors, minimizing the losses. All he had to do was clean up any remaining traces. It just so happened that he had plenty of experience in this area, and he was adept at handling messes. Very good. Although the story didn't begin so well, as everyone knows, it always ends well. A while later, after filling all the gaps and potential holes in the plan, the middle-aged man leaned back in his chair with a satisfied look and dialed the number of the commander of the Kasha Civilization garrison in System 27, preparing to begin executing the plan. 30 minutes later. Woo! Buzz! Woo! Buzz! A shrill alarm rang out throughout the station. The man gulped down the iced lemonade beside him. After taking a deep breath, he raised his transceiver with a grim expression and shouted, "The Zerg army has broken through the radar blockade and secretly entered System 27. Warning! Warning! Contact the Kasha Civilization garrison in System 27 immediately and prepare to meet the enemy." In an instant, almost a split second, across all planets in System 27, within the trains of the Kasha Civilization's ground-based and space-based garrisons, piercing and rapid alarms blared. This was the highest level warning of a Zerg invasion. The giant star ring ground-based weapons, stationed on several planets by the Kasha Civilization, emerged from the ground, their massive muzzles trained on the sky, ready to fire at full force upon receiving coordinates. Instantly, all civilizations in System 27 were instantly on high alert. Countless normally unseen high-end trains, large ground-based weapons, and military shielding systems were activated. All private train radars, communication systems, and other civilian wormholes were immediately blocked. War had begun. The goal, to resist the Zerg invasion. Chapter 307. Xuanwu Star, Zhongzhou City Stadium. The Triennial Alchemist Conference was in full swing, the stands packed with spectators. At this moment, all the alchemists had been introduced and took the stage, preparing to begin the first round of competition. After a certain number of competitors were eliminated, the next round would begin. But just then, woo! Hum! Woo! Hum! A shrill alarm echoed throughout the stadium. No! No! It echoed throughout Zhongzhou City. All the red lights in the city flashed rapidly. In a moment, all the lights in the city turned red and green, forming a series of green lights across the city, like countless veins. These green lights led to the air raid shelters. The faces of the spectators, who had been watching the game, suddenly changed drastically. Without looking back, they rushed out of the stadium in all sorts of ways. Some flew on swords, some in mechas, and some sprinted towards the exits. This was the highest alert. This alarm would only sound if the Zerg civilization invaded. Everyone knew that their System 27 was located at the westernmost point of the Kasha Civilization Federation, and therefore closest to the Zerg civilization. If a war broke out between the two sides, their system would be the first to be targeted. But for so many years, there had never been a war, and the initial concerns had gradually turned into indifference. Hundreds of years. It was enough time to smooth over many things. But on this day, the Zerg civilization finally arrived. The alchemists, and the host on the stage, no longer cared about the Triennial Alchemist Conference. Everyone ran madly outside, the air raid shelter being their last refuge. If a planet was affected, hiding in an air raid shelter would still allow them to survive. But if a war of the highest magnitude truly broke out, with hundreds of planets exploding, even hiding in an air raid shelter would be a dead end. Hiding anywhere would be useless in the face of a war of this magnitude. Individual strength is practically useless. This is the power of civilization, the power of two fully developed civilizations colliding. Chen Mang looked grimly at Zhang Qiudao, who had returned with the young alchemist from the venomous snake sect. Without a word, he immediately led a few people through the refrigerator beside him, and returned directly to the star train parked outside the city, leaving the refrigerator behind. He hadn't expected a war to break out so soon. He didn't want it to break out. He didn't want it to break out. He hadn't fully developed yet. His current star train was still weak. He hadn't yet earned enough resources. With his level 100 armor, he couldn't influence this war at all. Let alone influence it, he wouldn't even be able to survive it. He hoped that no war would break out before he developed. But clearly, things hadn't gone as planned. Qin Mang stood inside the star train, looking at the galaxy map. It didn't show any large-scale invasions from the Zerg civilization. This was perfectly normal. A galaxy map only showed the distribution of planets, not such detailed military deployments. He then glanced at the radar screen. No! His brow furrowed slightly. His radar was a level 200, with a detection range of 0.1 light-years. At that moment, the radar showed only the rapidly gathering trained forces of the Kassadin civilization within the system. No trace of the Zerg civilization's army was visible. At least not within a 0.1 light-year radius. His enemy detection radar was a level 200. He didn't think the Zerg civilization could evade detection. This meant the Zerg civilization's army hadn't yet entered System 27, and they had given him an advance warning. Let's leave here immediately. Qin Mang didn't hesitate. After confirming with Xiao Ai that everyone was aboard the train, he immediately prepared to push the lever to leave Xuanwu Star, leaving no time for further delay. System 27 was about to be engulfed in war. It would become a meat grinder, pulverizing countless planets. But at that moment, several incredibly bright beams of light suddenly appeared in the once bright sky. Silence. Under normal circumstances, Qin Mang would have even taken a closer look. It was truly beautiful, after all. But now, he had only one thought. It's over. It's all over. He hadn't even registered the Zerg civilization on radar before the war erupted almost instantly. Those beams of light were the result of countless bursts of cosmic-grade, multicolored firepower from Arcanon light cannons and other devices. The enemy radar clearly indicated that the attack power of each beam was at level 101, just surpassing the attack power of the star's armored defenses. The cost of each beam of light was a staggering 10 billion in resources, yet at this moment, it was being fired relentlessly across the sky as if it were free. At the same time, public speakers throughout Zhongzhou City, parking lots, and other locations simultaneously blared, Level 1 combat readiness. Any train that leaves the planet without permission and remains in space will be targeted. Return to the Viper sect. Qin Mang's expression changed slightly. He quickly glanced at the remaining resources on the train and upgraded his armor to level 102. Just 2 levels later, the train's already substantial iron or reserves had been nearly completely depleted. This armor level could essentially withstand a head-on attack. The universe couldn't escape for the time being. After attack levels exceeded 100, there were no clear level limits. Instead, it was calculated based on energy ranges. Even if his level 102 armor could withstand the laser cannon, it wouldn't last more than a few rounds. First, go and collect the disciples of the venomous snake sect. Since the Viper sect was now working for him, he couldn't stand by and watch them die here. He had originally intended to take young Masterly and the others with him, but now he couldn't contact them, so he could only resign himself to their fate. The star train sped at full speed, arriving at the venomous snake sect in just a few minutes. Numerous disciples were already waiting there. The moment the train doors opened, they rushed inside like mad, faces terrified. It's over. Sitting inside the train, Qin Mang gazed at the galaxy map with a gloomy expression. Although no sound was heard, the names of several planets had disappeared from the galaxy map. This meant a planet had exploded. This was a war on a planetary scale. The train wasn't safe on Xuanwu Star. If the planet exploded, the train would be swept along. He had to flee Xuanwu Star immediately, even if the Kassa civilization blocked it. Without hesitation, he activated the level 200 radar jammer to full power. And then, he pushed the joystick hard, and the train instantly and violently climbed at a high angle, like a long mechanical dragon soaring into the heavens, breaking through the atmosphere and hurtling into the universe. The moment he broke through the atmosphere and entered space, he witnessed an extremely shocking scene. Countless planetary fragments were rapidly dispersing through space at thousands of kilometers per second. It was like a massive shotgun blast unleashing a barrage of volleys across Galaxy 27. If these fragments collided with other planets, they would cause a global catastrophe, similar to the asteroid impact that wiped out the dinosaurs, but far more frequent. Bang, bang, bang. Countless shards of skin clattered against the train's surface at breakneck speed. With a grim expression, Chin Mang quickly pushed the control lever, increasing the train's speed to maximum. He fled into the depths of space, bearing down on countless fragments. With a level 200 radar jammer and a level 200 search radar, he could achieve complete invisibility on the battlefield. As long as he wasn't too close, he could escape unnoticed by the naked eye. At that moment, the train suddenly braked, its speed plummeting. The intense jerking sensation made Chin Mang's chest ache, even with the aid of his built-in space stabilizer, extremely uncomfortable. Before he could even check what was going on, boom! A beam of light shot out from afar, brushing past the front of the train and blasting off into the depths of space. At this moment, a warning message appeared on the train's screen. Detecting rapidly approaching fire attack, expected arrival in 0.000000001 seconds. Attack strength 101. Suggested action, evade? Whoosh! Chin Mang breathed a sigh of relief, shoved the control stick again, and fled, mumbling, Xiao Ai, thank you. He already knew that it was Xiao Ai who had forcibly taken control of the train and applied the brakes. This was the authority he had given her. The Arcanon light cannon's attack was in the form of a beam, traveling at the speed of light, leaving no time for warning. 3 hours later, he had already piloted the star train, reaching the outer reaches of System 27 at breakneck speed. The vast amount of dust and debris provided him with excellent cover, making him extremely inconspicuous in the universe, unnoticed. He dared not delay. He simply kept pushing the control lever with all his might. By then, he had come to his senses. The Zerg civilization had not invaded at all. The radar showed it clearly. All the attacks were from the Kassadin civilization trains, and those planets had been destroyed by their trains. Had the Kassadin civilization gone mad? Although he knew the Kassadin had destroyed many civilizations, those at least had a source. There was no reason for these first-tier civilizations in Galaxy 27 to be destroyed. What on earth was the Kassadin civilization doing, especially? A war of this magnitude would consume so many resources. A level 50 Arcanon light cannon only requires 5 billion units of iron ore, and with the supermod effect that halves the cost, it only costs 2.5 billion. But a level 101 one would require tens of billions. Because at this level, its power is already enough to explode a star. A few shots, and a planet would explode. Chin Mang sat in his chair with a grim expression, watching the scenes unfold on the radar. He survived, but his plans were completely disrupted. His plan to build his own interest group and reap vast resources was not interrupted at all. He had prepared so much. The harvest was about to come, and then it was all gone. The train's resources were running low. There were no mining planets nearby. If Galaxy 27 were completely destroyed, he would be left wandering the universe, obtaining trace amounts of iron ore daily through cyber mines. He couldn't understand what the hell this Kassa civilization was trying to do. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the space station shouted into the intercom with a ferocious expression, "Are you fucking crazy? What are you doing? What did I say about the plan? I said just 27 planets would be enough. What the hell do you want? Do you need to fire so many main gun rounds to blow up 27 planets?" The person on the other end of the line was the commander of the Kassa civilization garrison in Galaxy 27, his half-brother. However, once the plan was implemented, he found it difficult to control it. Even his own brother disobeyed him. A man in military uniform on a high-end train from the Kassa civilization held the intercom a little further from his ear, stretched with a satisfied look, and then casually said, "Don't worry, brother. The military has its own attack procedures. Once the war begins, there's no such thing as a small attack. We must launch a saturation attack. I know what I'm doing." With that, he hung up the phone. He lit a cigarette, rested his feet on the control panel, and gazed at the fireworks exploding in the universe. He grinned, "It's so beautiful. I feel like I can hear the wails of billions of lives." He knew what his brother was trying to do, destroy those strategic hidden wormholes to cover up his own mistakes. But that's why he agreed to this plan immediately. Of course, it wasn't because of blood ties. Rather, he wanted to settle some scores. System 27 was the closest system to the Zerg civilization. If war broke out, it would be the first and largest exchange zone. Its reserves of strategic resources were far greater than those of other systems. So many wartime resources were stored. But war hadn't broken out for ages. Who could afford to keep such wealth? He couldn't help it, anyway. He took a little today, a little tomorrow, stuffing his pockets full. But as he took more and more, he felt something was wrong. It seemed like he had taken too much. So many resources had disappeared, and it didn't make sense to justify the loss through military exercises. Military exercises weren't full-strength live ammunition. They couldn't consume so many resources. Just when he was having a headache, his good brother gave him the perfect excuse. All it would take was one war to settle all the accounts. All the resources were spent during the war. He only needed to record more main gun firings, and not only would all the accounts be settled, but he could also make a killing. Of course. Don't worry. The man looked at his adjutant and smiled. Brothers, all will get a share. Anyone who sticks with me will get some meat. As for those 17 stubborn ones, we can send them on their way. Commander, wise. The adjutant, eyes filled with excitement, stood still and saluted. He was sure he wouldn't get much this time. This commander was still good. He had a full meal every day. The war was over in just 10 minutes, and the incessant bombardment ceased. No one knew how many rounds had been fired. But the impact of the war had spread to all the remaining planets. Hold on. Hold on. At this moment, on Xuanwu Star, countless gene Dan and nascent soul cultivators, who had been diligently cultivating daily, emerged from their cave dwellings like mushrooms after a rain, their faces grim and gloomy. They stood suspended in midair, bombarding the rain of debris pouring down from the universe like a storm. The depth of the immortal cultivation world was fully revealed at this moment. If other civilizations had observed this scene, they might have been surprised that Xuanwu Star had so many nascent soul cultivators. The fragments that fell at high speed exploded in the air, turning to dust. But more fragments crashed to the ground, and huge explosions echoed one after another. Like a dragon turning over, the ground shook violently, mountains collapsed, and countless villages and cities were reduced to hell on earth. Even though countless powerful warriors were suspended in midair, desperately resisting, even with all their might, they could only destroy a small fragment. In a short while, many warriors were exhausted of their spiritual energy, and hit by the fragments, instantly vaporizing and disappearing on the spot. Those flaming fragments, like a 10th level forbidden spell, bathed the entire planet in a blaze. At that moment, from the 8 corners of Xuanwu Star, 8 pillars of light, each of varying colors, suddenly rose. The 8 pillars rapidly ascended into the sky and spread outward, eventually forming a light curtain that enveloped the entire planet. Meteorite fragments smashed into the light curtain, turning into dust. Meteorite fragments, traveling at thousands of kilometers per second, were unable to penetrate the seemingly thin barrier. Father. Xuanwu Star, Tianji Pavilion. The pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion was kneeling on the ground, gazing at an old man sitting cross-legged in the back hillside. Tears of blood streamed down his cheeks, his fists clenched, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent as he roared with every word, "I will not be a human being until this vengeance is avenged." A blinding crimson beam rose from the old man and merged into the light curtain in the sky. Every sect has its own heritage. The 5 major sects and 3 major families each have a powerful divine transformation stage expert at their helm, and their Tianji Pavilion is naturally no exception. Over 100 years ago, the 8 major factions originally located in Zhongzhou all relocated to remote areas. Everyone speculated on various reasons, such as avoiding the hustle and bustle of Zhongzhou City, or discovering some spirit stone mine or time rift. But only they knew that these 8 locations perfectly covered the entire Xuanwu Star. If Xuanwu Star were attacked by the Kasa civilization, the heavenly protection formation activated by the divine transformation stage experts stationed in the 8 major factions at the cost of their lives could temporarily resist external attacks, at the cost of the lives of the 8 divine transformation experts. Many years ago, the 8 long-standing factions each had their own conflicts that had been passed down for thousands of years, and were simply irreconcilable. Until the arrival of the Kasa civilization, the 8 great factions cast aside all hatred and made every possible effort to keep Xuanwu Star alive. In the face of a powerful external enemy, any internal conflict would be despised. Even if they were to die, it would be at the hands of the enemy, not their own people. On a normal day, the divine transformation experts of the 8 great families would never leave their respective factions, fearing that they would not have enough time to activate the heavenly protection formation in the event of an emergency. A divine transformation expert could already roam the universe in his physical form. The 8 ancestors had a chance to survive. If even one of them had chosen to desert, the heavenly protection formation would have failed. But they all chose to face death with equanimity. Life is meant to be used. As long as it's used meaningfully, it won't be a wasted death. A seemingly frail old man, sitting cross-legged in the back mountains, was now brimming with violent spiritual energy. He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of longing for the world in his cloudy gaze. He looked at the TNG Pavilion Master kneeling before him, and spoke slowly. I've already checked on the little guy you mentioned. He's fine. When he left, he took the disciples of the venomous snake sect with him. Even at such a critical moment, he didn't even give up on the disciples of the Viper sect. This little guy is very sentimental. This is a strength for us, but if he wants to survive well in the universe, it's his biggest weakness. But that's how the world is. If Xuanwu Star still has a future, bet on it. We don't have much time left. We don't have thousands of years to slowly plan. If the Heavenly Protection Formation fails to block all the meteorite fragments, countless people will die tragically, and Xuanwu Star will be destroyed. Take the orphans you secretly adopted over the years, find him, and join him. At that moment, a mouthful of thick blood suddenly spurted from the old man's mouth. As the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated, the light column above his head became unstable. He quickly closed his eyes again, steadied his breath, and stopped talking, concentrating on maintaining the formation. Father. The TNG Pavilion Master knelt on the ground, his eyes red, and his voice trembling with tears. He actually wanted to say something selfishly. We have our own small world. We can completely hide in it with the entire sect. Father, take the small world with us and escape to the depths of the universe. We won't die for now. If the world dies, it dies. Why bother with him? But he knew he couldn't say it. He didn't dare. His father had always been concerned for Songqing, but he only knew that from then on, he had no father. I didn't know how much time had passed. Silence grew in his ears. When he looked up, there was no trace of his father, only his skeleton, and the faint traces of blue fire lingering on his bones. Songqing lived. His father died. Was it really worth it? 3 days later, the star train returned to System 27 and entered Xuanwu Star again. This time, there was no inspection. Zhongzhou City was still intact, if not for the several meteorites still lingering in the deep craters outside the city. It was as if nothing had happened. Zhongzhou City's energy shield blocked the initial impact of the meteorite fragments. Chen Meng walked onto the streets of Zhongzhou City with an expressionless face. He was back again, but this time, he would earn resources even more efficiently than before. He couldn't stand the thought of his life being completely controlled by others, especially since he clearly had done nothing. Yet, he suffered such an unprovoked disaster. Galaxy 27 was completely devastated after this war. Kasha Daily. 3 days ago, the Zerg civilization secretly invaded Galaxy 27 and destroyed 29 planets, causing devastating damage. But the Kasha civilization garrison in Galaxy 27, led by Commander Zhang Xiaoping, immediately met the enemy and successfully annihilated all enemy forces, securing the safety of the remaining planets in Galaxy 27. This was all thanks to the immediate warning provided by Zhang Qidi, the station master of the Kasha civilization's strategic space station, which minimized the damage. The following is an interview with two heroes. Chen Meng stood on the street, expressionless, staring at the messages popping up on his watch. The headline read Good News. The following messages read, Whistleblower Zhang Qidi and Swordbearer Zhang Xiaoping. He glanced up at the mournful pedestrians on the street, then looked back down at the words Good News. Suddenly, he felt a surge of irony. Whistleblower, Swordbearer. There was no Zerg invasion at all. Everything was a self-directed drama by the Kasser civilization. The Kasser civilization was truly resourceful. After the war, a vast amount of dust formed a dust cloud in the universe. If left unchecked, this dust cloud could persist for millions of years, plunging every planet in the galaxy into an ice age. The galaxy's gravity was also disrupted by the explosions of dozens of planets. An inner planet close to the star, its gravity disrupted, plummeted towards the star at an incredible speed. A civilization, thus, vanished silently. He didn't even know the name of this civilization. No one knew its culture, or its military might. It simply vanished. Some exoplanets, located farther from their stars, were flung out of their galaxies by orbital expansion, like a galactic slingshot, beginning their interstellar wanderings. The intersecting orbits of the planets created a high probability of collision between the remaining planets. The tidal forces caused by the gravitational chaos would cause massive earthquakes and tsunamis to sweep across the remaining planets, causing countless casualties. If no one intervened, it would be a true disaster. In the entire Galaxy 27, no one survived. But the Kassa civilization truly possessed a knack. Immediately after the war, they cleared the galaxy's dust clouds and restored gravity. Except for the planet that crashed into the star and couldn't be rescued, the gravity of all other planets was restored, including the planet that was ejected by the galaxy slingshot. Galaxy 27 seemed to have returned to normal, with dozens of planets orbiting the star. However, their number had diminished considerably. And all of this, the deaths of nearly 100 billion lives, was ultimately simplified in a message, transformed into the words good news. Chen Meng stood in silence on the streets of Zhongzhou City for a long time. He had always considered himself a poor person. He had robbed many people of their resources. He had initially made many people work long hours for him. He felt his moral compass was quite low. He once believed that there were no purely evil people in this world. Everyone has their own reasons for doing things. What you might consider a bad person might actually be the right thing from their perspective. But now, he felt that this belief might be wrong. There are indeed some truly evil people in this world, some who are truly deserving of death. The Kassadin civilization deserves death more than the Zerg civilization. At least the Zerg civilization's goal is very clear, to plunder resources, while the Kassadin civilization is truly destroying without any reason. Just then, as if he sensed something, he looked up and saw young Masterly standing there, dazed, with his entourage. The last time they met, this young Masterly from the Scallion civilization had proudly spoken of turning the Scallion civilization into a tourist destination. But this time, when they met, young Master Li's back wasn't as straight as before, his eyes reddened, and he stood dazed in the street, staring at Chen Meng. The followers behind him, each wearing Liang brand clothing, were equally dazed and confused, standing in the back. After a while, giant tears streamed from young Master Li's eyes. He collapsed, his body twitching slightly like a dead dog, his cheek pressed to the ground as he trembled. Gone, gone, all gone. Chen Meng was silent for a long moment before he stepped forward, squatted on the ground, and gently patted young Master Li's shoulder. He didn't know how to comfort someone. It had never been his strong suit. In the previous message, of the 28 planets destroyed this time, 3 belonged to the peacemaking civilization and the Scallion civilization. Yes, the Scallion civilization had 2 planets in total, one of which served as a home planet for habitation. The other was planted with green onions. Both planets exploded. The green onion civilization was dead. He had seen civilizations destroyed by the Zerg civilization on the galaxy map before, but never had he felt the destruction of a civilization so directly, especially the Chioha civilization. He had just left the Chioha civilization. The new leader of the Chioha civilization had originally planned to drastically eradicate the infestations within the civilization and lead it to new heights. He was in the process of confronting the Jiang family. Disaster struck. Chioha planet exploded. Everyone on the planet vaporized simultaneously. Years of conflict were resolved at that moment. From then on, there would be no more conflicts between the Chioha civilization leader and the Jiang family. Everyone could finally coexist peacefully, becoming one, without distinction between you and me. After a long moment, Chen Meng was silent for a moment before softly saying, "Come with me from now on. I take you on revenge." As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Li, who had been holding on for a while, could no longer hold back. He threw himself into Chen Meng's arms, sobbing hysterically, "I was planning to acquire a travel company and develop the tourism industry of the Scallion civilization, so that my father would look upon me with new eyes. But I was so close to success, so close to receiving my father's approval. This is what I've been waiting for so long. Why? The war broke out without any warning. Why didn't it destroy the Xioshian civilization, but the Scallion civilization? Why?" Chen Meng remained silent, simply continuing to pat young Master Li. He had been fatherless since childhood. He had never received his father's approval. But he always believed one thing. That's when a man craves someone's approval, often leading to many wrong decisions. While men strive for recognition their entire lives, he doesn't enjoy it. He doesn't know what it's like to have a father. Perhaps it's the feeling of being able to cry to him after a failure? He's never had that experience. It sounds rather childish. 10 minutes later, Chen Meng continued walking down the street, lighting 2 cigarettes, one for himself and one for Zhou Shen, who was standing beside him. He patted his shoulder and whispered, "My condolences." The president of the Yaseo Chamber of Commerce, Chiu Yaseo, the general manager of Sanshui Port, Zhou Shen. Both of them were peaceful and civilized people. 3 days ago, the Chioha civilization had already exploded. Although their families had already been taken aboard the star train, the sudden destruction of the civilization had plunged them into a state of deep sorrow for the past few days. The entire city was shrouded in a wave of grief, a sentiment so contagious that he felt a touch of it. "Thank you, Master Meng." Zhou Shen forced a smile, took the cigarette, and said in a trembling voice, "I have to thank you, Master Meng, for getting my family aboard the train and saving us from this disaster. I just didn't expect the outcome to turn out like this. Until the civilization's demise, the new leader of the Chioha civilization hadn't clashed with the Jiang family. But the Jiang family no longer had to worry about settling their scores. Now the accounts were completely settled. Chiyo Yuseo, standing nearby, whispered in despair, Master Meng, I really want to hate the Zerg civilization, but the disparity between the two sides is so great that I can't even muster any hatred. It's like a natural disaster. Do you think the Zerg and Kasser civilizations will officially go to war? Not anytime soon. Qin Meng patted Chiyo Yuseo's shoulder again. By now, he had become a mood setter, soothing everyone's emotions. There were simply too many deaths. This wasn't a city-wide mourning. This was a galaxy-wide mourning. Of course, there wouldn't be a war. The Zerg civilization hadn't invaded at all. This was all a self-directed act by the Kasser civilization. He just didn't know why they were doing this, and he hadn't told Zhoshan and the others this news. The people below didn't yet know that it wasn't the Zerg civilization that destroyed their civilization, but the Kasser civilization. Next, he needed to earn resources in the Kasser Civilization Federation to rapidly develop. If the people below showed too much hatred for the Kasser civilization, there was a high chance that something would go wrong during the execution of the plan. He only needed to know about this matter. There was no need to tell anyone else. The whole city was in mourning. Everyone in Zhongzhou City was busy. Qin Meng wandered the streets, unaware of what they were busy with. Not many people were crying, not even many looked sad, but the entire city was enveloped by an extremely strong aura. Bang! Just then, a violent crash came from behind. Qin Meng and the others turned to look and saw a twisted body lying in a pool of blood, obviously having jumped from the rooftop of the high-rise building behind them. The people around him took a look and then returned to their own affairs. Do you want to save him? Xiao Ai, who was following behind him, whispered softly, he's still breathing. No need. Qin Meng paused for a moment, then shook his head gently. Let him go on his way in peace. His fingertips trembled slightly. A shard of metal on the ground shot into the man's head at breakneck speed. This was the second person he had personally killed. A stranger seeking his own death. When civilization vanished, he would become a wanderer without civilization, drifting through the universe like a fallen leaf, unsure of where to find home. He didn't feel that way, partly because he was mentally strong, and partly because the star, a place he knew so well, was inside the train. He had simply not rebuilt civilization yet, but he didn't consider himself a wanderer without civilization. He still had a home. His home was on the train, within that small, yet familiar interior. That was his home. It's okay. Following the team, Chikashio, the young man in charge of accessories development, and his sister were running around, constantly comforting Zhoshan, Mr. Li, and the others. I'm also a wanderer without civilization. It wasn't until I joined the Star Train that I felt at home. Mr. Meng is a very kind person. From now on, everyone will treat this place as their home. Let's work together, and strive to seek revenge on the Zerg civilization. The two young men were naturally empathetic. Besides, they themselves had once been wanderers without civilization, and they deeply felt the pain of their own civilization being destroyed. As they comforted him, their eyes began to well up. Wow! The little sister, who had been handing out candy, suddenly threw herself into Chikashio's arms, her eyes red with tears, sobbing softly, Brother, I miss Dad. Not long after, Qin Meng ran into the old man from the Jimei tourism group on the street again. This universe is truly vast. So vast that even the explosion of dozens of planets would have no impact on the entire universe. But also small. Without any connection, yet meeting on the streets of Zhongzhou City. Master Meng. Noticing Qin Meng, the old man took a deep breath, his eyes slightly red. After recovering his composure, he forced a smile. We meet again. Yes. Taking notice of the old man's expression, Qin Meng paused before whispering, Which civilization are you from? Jiangping civilization. Jiangping civilization. Qin Meng repeated the word silently. He remembered mentioning this civilization in the good news, and it was also one of the civilizations destroyed this time. My condolences. After comforting her once more, he asked, Where's your young lady? She jumped from a building. A trace of sadness flashed in the old man's eyes. She's having a hard time accepting the destruction of all her friends, family, tribe, and even her home planet. Without me noticing, she jumped from a tall building and died instantly. Before leaving, she handed me the conductor's authority. Although he and the young lady had always been at odds. She even nearly rebelled. But to be fair, he had feelings for her. After all, he had watched her grow up, just like a child. He simply wanted to make the company left by the master even better. Before the young lady handed him the conductor's authority, she had told him, although many unpleasant things had happened recently, in her heart, he would always be Uncle Wang, always the Uncle Wang who would take her on the swings when she was little. She didn't understand why the adult world was filled with so much betrayal and conflict, why everyone couldn't be more peaceful, but she still loved Uncle Wang. The adult world was so disgusting. She didn't like it. She preferred the days of childhood, when her father was still alive, when everyone played together in harmony. If only she could go back. She hoped Uncle Wang would continue to make the company even better. She no longer had the energy to seek revenge against the Philia pirate group. She wanted to leave first. Chin Mang looked at the elderly man before him, who was clearly very old, yet still stood straight and forced a smile. After a long silence, he spoke softly again. My condolences. He had said this many times today. He was tired of it. Follow me from now on. We can't just mourn on our own. We have to make our enemies mourn too. Chapter 308. Okay. A hint of bitterness flashed across the old man's face. However, our plans may be ruined. A large number of civilizations have been destroyed, and our clients for this trip have all dispersed. For a long time, no one may be in the mood to travel. The Scallion civilization we originally planned to develop. Also. Yes. Chin Mang nodded calmly. We talk about these things later. I take you somewhere first. He said nothing more, simply leaning on his cane and walking forward along the street. He aimed directly at the stadium. The old man was right. His plans had indeed been disrupted. Both his travel plans and his marrow-cleansing pill plans had been shattered. The plans he had been planning for several days were completely shattered by the unprovoked attack from the Casa civilization. For the first time, he understood what a dimensionality reduction attack meant. He didn't like this feeling. He felt he should change something. 10 minutes later, Chin Mang led his group to the stadium. The Triennial Alchemist Conference had long since concluded, leaving the ground in a mess and no one lingering. A lone refrigerator could be clearly seen between the seats. It had been placed there when they left the stadium. The train now had less than a few tens of millions of iron ore remaining. He couldn't build a level 200 refrigerator anytime soon, so he had to take it back, which was one of the main reasons he came to Zhongzhou City. Despite his wealth, bankruptcy could be a matter of moments. In the face of a war of this magnitude, resources were simply insufficient. His hundreds of billions of iron ore reserves had only upgraded his armor by 2 levels, from level 100 to level 102, without even firing a single shot, which would have consumed far more resources. Just then, Chin Mang. A slightly aged voice suddenly echoed, a hint of fatigue in its voice. Chin Mang tilted his head, and saw a white-haired old man leaning on a dragon-headed staff, followed by 7 men striding towards him. He glanced at the staff in the old man's hand, then at his own held staff, and whispered, Do you all know me? Yes. The old man, accompanied by a group of men, slowly approached Chin Mang. After carefully examining him, he spoke hoarsely, To make a long story short, I am the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion. The 7 behind me are the remaining 7 leaders of the 5 major sects, and 3 major families of Xuanwu Star. The 8 of us are currently the highest officials in Xuanwu Star. We haven't been observing you for long, but you perfectly meet the requirements for our final selection for the Apocalypse Project. I will quickly explain the details of the Apocalypse Project. After hearing the old man reveal his identity, Zhang Qiudao and the Viper Sect's elder leader, who were following Chin Mang, suddenly felt their pupils shrink. These were prominent figures in the world of cultivation. They had never imagined they would one day meet such figures, and 8 of them at once. I understand. Chin Mang tapped his knuckles unconsciously on the end of his staff and whispered, Your civilization is struggling to break through to higher levels, so you devised the Apocalypse Plan. You plan to plunder all the resources accumulated over a century into a train, pushing it to new heights, and helping your civilization escape the control of the Casa civilization? Yes. The Tianji Pavilion Master slowly said, You are a smart person, and talking to you is easy. However, due to the short time frame for our plan, we haven't accumulated a lot of Murphy stones or resources yet, which is somewhat different from the original plan. But you have great potential. We all agree that even without the resources provided by the Xuanwu civilization, you can reach a certain level. So, you can think of it as an angel investment. It's not much, and it won't support you reaching the pinnacle, but it should shorten the time it takes you to reach that peak. How much? 1,792 Murphy stones, 5.1 trillion units of iron ore, 3.1 trillion units of copper ore, and a certain amount of wood, titanium crystal ore, and red hard rock. It's not much. Chin Meng nodded slightly. 1,792 Murphy stones were indeed not a lot. All the train components consumed a fixed number of Murphy stones when upgrading from 1 to 100. Even upgrading to level 100 wouldn't consume many Murphy stones. However, after level 100, the amount of Murphy stone consumed increases dramatically. Take the space gate as an example. To upgrade this accessory to level 200, it requires 14,580 Murphy stones. To upgrade it to level 500, it requires 224,550 Murphy stones. That's over 200,000 Murphy stones. This is an astronomical figure. Moreover, the space gate is only a yellow grade accessory. The higher the accessory's grade, the more Murphy stones it consumes per upgrade after level 100. This is why the main guns of the Kasha Civilization army are essentially all level 101. It would create a qualitative shift from level 100. It would also consume minimal Murphy stone. They couldn't raise it any higher. But, while the Murphy stone wasn't much, the resources were indeed plentiful, a full 5.1 trillion units of iron ore. He was tempted. This was equivalent to mining several mining stars 1. Furthermore, the iron ore on the back of mining star 1 was still being mined intensively. Once the back of mining star 1 was fully mined, he would receive another 1 trillion units of iron ore. This amount of resources would be very timely for the current star train. He needed it very much. With this iron ore, he could significantly upgrade the train, which meant he could do many things. So what are your demands? Chin Meng asked bluntly. Such a huge fortune, the heritage of over a century of Xiaotian civilization, couldn't possibly be handed over to him without any demands, but as long as the price wasn't excessive, he would accept it. I have only one request. The pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion looked at Chin Meng and said slowly, First, these resources will not be given to you all at once. Instead, they will be divided into 8 portions. You will need to marry 1 woman from each of our 8 factions. 8 women in total. They are all fairies we have carefully cultivated over the years, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They will not let you suffer any injustice. For each child you have with a woman, we will give you 1 portion of the resources. 8 portions in total. Then, before Chin Meng could speak, he explained again, I hope you can understand that this represents the entire legacy of the Xuanwu civilization over a century, and it represents a significant bet on its future. We can't guarantee whether you abandon us after your rise to power. We need something to bind us together. Of these 8 children, 7 can join your civilization, but only 1 needs to join our Xuanwu civilization. This represents trillions of resources. You won't lose out. Finally, as if fearing Chin Meng would refuse, he offered another plea, but he regretted it the moment he said it. This made them seem a little too weak. Chin Meng calmly gazed at the 8 people before him. After a long silence, he softly said, Come on, I take you somewhere. With that, he turned and walked towards the refrigerator. Buzi and the others followed. The Tianji Pavilion master and the others exchanged glances and followed. The next moment, as they pushed open the refrigerator door and emerged, they were already inside the star train. The Tianji Pavilion master's pupils shrank slightly. He felt no spatial fluctuations, no sensation of passing through a wormhole. How had he suddenly teleported to this place? What kind of method was this? He had traveled to other civilizations, but he had never seen other train conductors use such a method. Do you see that thing? Chin Meng stood inside the train, leaning on his cane. He pointed to a nearby screen and casually introduced, this special item, the galaxy map, is rare in the entire Casa Civilization Federation. It allows you to view the real-time movements of planets and civilizations within a radius of 100,000 light-years. That's the search radar screen over there. It can observe the real-time movements of all life forms, trains, and other living things within a 0.1 light-year radius. After reaching level 200, it's very useful. That radar jammer over there is also level 200. That single bed over there is level 200, the refrigerator you see is also level 200, and the AI in the train is also level 200. The little green sleeping in the single bed over there is a level 100 celestial beast with S-level potential, the Star Devourer. It hasn't fully grown yet. When it grows up, its combat width will be 0.1 light-years, and it feeds on stars. But even with its current strength, it can easily destroy a level 1 civilization. The pavilion master of Tianji and the others looked at the scenes inside the train, their eyes filled with growing horror. Although they were cultivators, they were also familiar with trains, and knew exactly what level 200 components meant. It was nearly impossible to achieve. Hardly any train from a level 1 civilization had level 200 components. That would require not only an astronomical amount of Murphy stone, but also an incredible amount of resources. Even advanced civilizations wouldn't waste Murphy stone on useless accessories, like single beds and refrigerators. And here, even the bed they slept on was level 200. The value of this bed alone was priceless. Even Joshin and the others standing behind him were stunned. They'd been aboard the starship for a while, and knew it was powerful, but Master Mang had never explained the specific component levels to them. They had no idea these parts were all level 200. What a waste of resources, Biazi, Lao Zhu, and the others coughed softly and followed Chen Meng. The star has always been low-key. But that doesn't mean it's weak. These newcomers to the star are completely unaware of its terrifying power. Chen Meng didn't elaborate, just casually mentioning it before leaving the train compartment and heading for the rear carriage. He walked through the introductions. The train's armor is level 102, basically enough to withstand a frontal bombardment from the main guns in the space war 3 days ago. That's the moly bread production line, also level 200. When the train was first established, it was the main source of food. Later, as supplies became more plentiful, this accessory was used in certain special situations. This clothing production line is also level 200 and quite effective. And that coke production line is also level 200. The cola it produces has the same effects as the marrow cleansing pill in your civilization, but the marrow cleansing effect can reach 100%. According to the plan, I'm going to consider it a sudden fame at the Alchemist Conference, and then a dumping of it. The ARM Black Hole Robot production line and Robot R&D Center over there are both level 200. Using only a small amount of resources, they can produce a large number of troops. The robots I gave Zhang Qiudao were produced here. The steamed bun production line is also level 200. Chen Meng walked all the way to carriage 10 and looked at the several spatial portals embedded in the interior. That's the film and television base, used for filming on the train, and the entertainment base. The spatial portal next to it is level 200. After that, Chen Meng pushed open the door. Behind the door was a pitch-black darkness. In the distance, a smaller planet was luminous. He whispered, "Shall I?" "Soon." The planet rapidly approached the entrance, until people could clearly see a large number of ant-like robots mining on the planet's surface. A 200-level space gate can accommodate planets up to 100,000 kilometers in diameter. This is one of the mining planets. Countless mining robots are working day and night. Then Chen Meng closed the door again and walked to a door next to the interior of carriage 10. He pushed it open again. Within the equally pitch-black darkness, a planet, clearly containing a large amount of ocean water, hovered in the air. This is Water Blue Planet, the home planet of my civilization. It's also inside the train. I take you inside and take a look. With that, Chen Meng pressed a button on the door frame, and a small wormhole appeared. He stepped in first, and the already bewildered pavilion master and others followed behind him, also stepping in somewhat dazedly. These 8 of them held absolute power over Xuanwu Planet. It was a story of what they had seen and heard. In terms of strength, they might not be the strongest. But in terms of cunning, they were definitely not inferior. They knew clearly that Chen Meng was flexing his muscles to increase his influence in this cooperation. They should act calmly to avoid being in a weak position. But knowing was one thing, but actually doing it was incredibly difficult. The scenes before them refreshed their worldview. For the first time, they knew there was a train that could accommodate 2 planets. Is this even a train? This is Water Blue Planet. Chen Meng walked through a city, his face calm and soft. It's also my civilization's home planet. My civilization is not affiliated with the Casa Civilization Federation. My civilization is a very small planet in the universe. Invaded by the Zerg civilization. To say invaded might be inappropriate. To say affected is more accurate. The apocalypse arrived, countless people perished, and the people were destitute and sleepless. It took me over a year to end this apocalypse, restore normal life, and begin my journey into space with my home planet. I had only 2 major goals. The first was to destroy the Zerg civilization. The second was to destroy the Kasser civilization. We are friends on the same front. Whether you offer this generous gift or not, this is what I will do in the future. Do you see those goblins? There was no human in this city, only a handful of goblins working on the construction. Each goblin was in a state of extreme confusion and daze upon seeing Chen Meng. When my home planet was facing doom, I encountered this group of goblins. Their goblin civilization was destroyed by the Zerg, and due to some misunderstanding, they were reduced to mindless monsters. Only a few goblins still retained consciousness and memories. I was very weak when I first met them. I needed their help. I promised them that if they would help me, I would help them rebuild their goblin civilization in the future. There are only 100 or so goblins here, and only 2 of them are conscious and have memories. Even if I break my promise, it won't affect me in any way, and no one will even know about it. After all, to me now, the help they provided back then was almost insignificant. But I kept my promise. Chen Meng walked to the center of a square and pointed to the twisted train in the middle. He said calmly, "This is the goblin train. I destroyed their train when we first met. When we first met, we didn't get along well, even hostile. Later, we became friends. I brought the goblin train from the thousands-meter deep abyss of doom and placed it here as a symbol of friendship between our 2 races. I will never forget my promise. I haven't yet helped the goblin civilization officially rebuild. The time isn't right. My own civilization hasn't been rebuilt either. I'm still an uncivilized wanderer in the universe. But every goblin trusts me. They believe I keep my promise." Just then, Doba emerged from the alley with Mondo. They approached Chen Meng and bowed respectfully. "Master Meng." "Yes." Chen Meng nodded slightly before continuing down the street, inside the star train. "Many people were once my enemies, even my enemies, but as long as they join the star train, I will treat them equally. In the entire universe, I am the only one with the ability to infinitely upgrade train components. I don't need any Murphy stones. As long as I have sufficient resources, I can upgrade train components endlessly. This is my unique method. With only a minimal expenditure of resources, I can reach the heights of the strongest trains of the Kassadin civilization, or even surpass them. One day, I will wipe out the Kassadin and Zerg civilizations from the universe. That day is not far off. After I ascend to power, I will not arbitrarily destroy any civilization. I will ensure that all civilizations have the right to survive. As long as they don't rebel against me, no civilization will be destroyed. Well now." He paused, turned, and whispered to the Tianji Pavilion Master, "Do you want me to give birth to 8 children and then distribute the resources to me in installments? Or do you want a promise from me? Give me all the resources all at once." He looked at the Tianji Pavilion Master calmly, patiently awaiting an answer. He concealed nothing. He revealed much about the Star Train's secrets, including its greatest asset, unlimited upgrades. There was no need to hide this. Leaking this information would naturally cause trouble, but it couldn't be concealed within the train either. Many people knew about it. Since the situation was already at the table, he had to play a powerful enough trump card to maximize his own benefits. At this moment, the Tianji Pavilion Master and the 7 people behind him were filled with shock and disbelief. One of the beautiful women, in particular, couldn't help but step forward excitedly and tug at the Pavilion Master's clothes. She was afraid the Pavilion Master would say something to refuse. This potential was completely unknown to them. No Murphy stones are needed. With sufficient resources, the train's components can be upgraded endlessly. This potential is truly SSS level, the strongest in the entire universe. This means that the Star Train could potentially explode in power to rival the Kaisa civilization in a short period of time. As long as there are sufficient resources. The Tianji Pavilion Master's lips trembled slightly. He tried to maintain composure, but given his state of mind and age, he could hardly conceal his shock. This put him completely at a disadvantage in this negotiation. This was a gamble that was sure to win. As long as Chen Meng didn't become ungrateful, this gamble was a sure win. 8 children. And a promise. He didn't turn back to ask the other 7's opinions. The 7 burning gazes he felt on his back told him all the answers. Now he just had to strike the key. He slowly closed his eyes, exhaled lightly, then looked up at Chen Meng and bowed slightly. "We want a promise from you. Just one promise, and trillions of resources will be fully delivered within 3 days. Not in installments." In his mind, there was nothing wrong with giving it in installments. After all, there wasn't enough Murphy stone, and so many resources couldn't be consumed in a short period of time. Giving it in installments wouldn't have any impact on the Star Train, and it would be a safer bet. But now, it was obvious that giving it all at once would be more effective for the Star Train. Since it was already being given away, Chen Meng's sincerity was sufficient. He had already revealed his most hidden card, so he naturally wouldn't hesitate. That would only anger the other party, ultimately losing more than he gained. "Okay." Chen Meng smiled, stepped forward, and supported the Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master with both hands. "I make you a promise. Everyone standing here today is my trusted confidant. I make this promise to you in front of everyone. I, Chen Meng, will never forget this generous gift from you. If one day, Qin Mang overthrows the rule of the Kasa civilization, I will definitely protect the Xuanwu civilization. With me, Qin Mang, here, the Xuanwu civilization will not suffer any disaster. Instead, I will vigorously promote its development and, through means like population migration, restore its former glory. How is it? Okay. Tears streamed down the Tianji Pavilion master's eyes, as if he had already seen the future glory of Xuanwu civilization, though a hint of sadness flickered deep in his eyes. Father, did you see it? Project Apocalypse was a success. We found a candidate who is absolutely perfect in every way. The glory of Xuanwu civilization is almost certain. It's just that you can't see this. You so hope that Xuanwu civilization can break free from the rule of the Kasha civilization and regain its former glory. If you could see this, you would surely be very happy. Then let's have a simple meal together? Since both parties have reached a consensus, let's chat and get to know each other better. Qin Mang paused for a moment, then said softly, Okay, as Master Qin Mang wishes. The banquet began. Held in this city, Goblin City, it was a modest banquet, a simple meal where everyone sat together to eat and chat. And at this moment, at the table, Old Pig kept wiping the sweat from his forehead, his heart filled with fear. It was so close, so close. This day next year might have been his death anniversary. He was fully responsible for the urban reconstruction of Water Blue Star. Mang Yi had hardly ever asked about it. Part of the plan was to help the Goblin civilization rebuild a city. From the beginning, he had focused all his resources on building Taiping City, not wanting to waste resources on Goblin City. After all, there were only a little over 100 goblins. It would be a waste to occupy a whole city. He felt that these 100 goblins would be more than enough to be placed in any residential area in any city. But he ultimately followed through on this demand. The city was rebuilt to a respectable standard. Luckily, he didn't try to be clever and act on his own. Otherwise, if Mang Yi had brought the master of the Tianji Pavilion to Goblin City to prepare for his speech and discover the city in ruins and devastation, he would have been sure that Mang Yi would have found something to talk about. But he would certainly be held responsible afterwards. The star train was now crowded with more and more people. The competition was also intensifying. One moment of carelessness could lead to a serious mishap. The banquet was somewhat subdued. No one was in a good mood. To be more precise, most people were forcing smiles. The master of the Tianji Pavilion and the others were undoubtedly in high spirits. They hadn't expected such a suitable target to be chosen, and revival was almost certain. How could they not be happy? But they didn't dare to laugh. Especially after learning that the civilizations behind Zhoushan, Qiu Yuseo, the old man from Jimei Travel Company, Mr. Li, and others had been destroyed in this cosmic war, they dared not laugh even more. They had experienced that crisis before. They naturally knew the pain. Many people died on Xuanwu Star as well. But after all, they weren't directly bombarded by the main artillery, merely affected by the impact. The Heavenly Protection Formation, activated by the lives of 8 divine transformation masters, intercepted most of the meteorite fragments, preventing heavy casualties. What about the future? The pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion, sitting in the first seat on the left, asked tentatively, if we truly encounter an irresistible crisis in the future, could the star train load Xuanwu Star onto the train like they did with Shuilan Star, allowing us to escape together? Of course. Qin Mang said softly, but the train can only accommodate planets without civilization imprints. You need to remove the civilization imprint of Xuanwu Star when the time comes. You won't be able to imprint civilization imprints again while on the train. Once you're safe, we release you, and you can continue imprinting civilization imprints. Understood. The Tianji Pavilion master raised a glass of wine with gratitude. The civilization seal was in his hand. Whether removing or re-imprinting a civilization imprint, it wasn't a difficult task. Imprinting a civilization imprint is a simple matter. There are no requirements. As long as you discover an unowned planet and stamp it with the seal, it will belong to your civilization in the universe. Special items, like the galaxy map, will indicate that the planet belongs to your civilization. Theoretically, if you're willing to run, you could imprint your civilization's imprint on hundreds of millions of stars. That assumes you can protect such a large territory. Large territories often present numerous problems. Just then, young Master Li, who was sitting at the side of the table, suddenly said hoarsely, Master Mang, you just said your enemy detecting radar is level 200. Can I ask you a question? Did the Zerg civilization really invade during this space war? Qin Mang put down his glass and tilted his head to look at young Master Li beside him. After a long silence, he said softly, why do you ask that? The Zerg civilization has always been the imagined enemy of the Kaisa civilization. The Zerg civilization's greatest advantage is its sheer numbers. Once they attack, it's often a full-scale offensive covering tens of thousands of light-years. The Kassadin civilization's greatest disadvantage is its small population. That's why they established the Kassadin Civilization Federation, wooing countless Level 1 civilizations, and placing them at the forefront of the battle line as buffer zones and outposts. They also deployed nearly 10,000 of these civilizations' trains to defend against the Zerg civilization's saturation attack. The Kassadin civilization is no match for the Zerg civilization. This is everyone's consensus. Although the Zerg civilization is only a Level 2 civilization, its combat power is incredibly impressive. The reason they haven't declared war on the Kassadin civilization is that they believe that consuming the Kassadin civilization would consume a significant amount of their energy. They rather gather strength by devouring other civilizations, and one day launch a full-scale attack against the Kassadin civilization. In the short term, the Zerg civilization would logically ignore the Kassadin civilization. After a moment of silence, Qin Mang looked at young Master Li's fiery gaze, and the eyes of Zhou Shen and the others. God, after a pause, tapped his knuckles on the table and whispered, "I can actually find countless reasons to refute you. You're too superficial. But, since you've already guessed something, I tell you straight up. In the past 3 days, the enemy radar hasn't detected any trace of Zerg civilization, not even motherships or Zerg monsters. The only forces in the universe are those of the Kasha Civilization Federation. All the destroyed civilizations were destroyed by the Kasha civilization. This is a prank they staged." "A prank?" Young Master Li froze in his tracks, his eyes instantly red. He abruptly stood up, agitated. "My father is all dead, my people are all dead, even the planet my father used to grow green onions is gone. Hundreds of billions of lives died in this war. It turns out there was no enemy at all, and it was all a prank by the Kassa civilization. Hundreds of billions of lives. Hundreds of billions of lives. Don't the Kassa civilization fear anything? Aren't they afraid that the souls of hundreds of billions of lives will haunt them forever?" The old man from the Jime travel company sitting nearby remained silent. He had actually guessed this outcome. Ever since he saw the total annihilation message in the Kassa Daily, he felt something was amiss. When had the Kassa civilization become so powerful? But he didn't dare speculate. After all, this war had consumed vast resources, and resulted in so many deaths. Even from the perspective of the Kassa civilization, he couldn't understand why they were doing this. It made no sense. "I don't know the reason." Qin Mang shook his head slightly. "But one thing is clear, the Kassa civilization has gone mad. We must grow stronger as quickly as possible to overthrow its rule and restore peace to the universe." At this moment, the head of the Tianji Pavilion, standing nearby, suddenly gritted his teeth, as if making a difficult decision. "Master Mang, if your trump card of unlimited upgrades were suddenly exposed, would it have a significant impact on you?" "Yes." Qin Mang tilted his head to look at the head of the Tianji Pavilion and said calmly, "The Star Train is currently unable to withstand the full wrath of the Kassa civilization." "What do you want to say?" "I want to spread this incident and let all civilizations in Galaxy 27 know that this incident was staged by the Kassa civilization themselves. Let all civilizations know that their lives are worthless in the eyes of the Kassa civilization. And then reveal your trump card, Master Mang. This will likely prompt many civilization leaders to pour all their resources into you, Master Mang, allowing the Star Train to rapidly develop to a high level." "No." Qin Mang shook his head and rejected the proposal. "If this spreads, the best solution for the Kassa civilization, in order to eliminate the negative impact and prevent the remaining nearly 10,000 level 1 civilizations from feeling insecure, is to completely wipe out all civilizations in Galaxy 27. That's a recipe for death. Besides, I've come into contact with people from other civilizations. Most people feel that war is far away from them. How can they? Despite this warning, many people are still focused solely on their own pockets, making the chances of success slim. Not every civilization's management is as united as your Xuanwu civilization. Not every civilization has the courage, like your Xuanwu civilization, to gamble away over a century of experience. Most importantly, not every civilization is like your Xuanwu civilization, unable to build trains. They would rather build their own trains, even if they are slower and lower level, but they are their own trains, not someone else's. Leave the rest to me. All content today is strictly confidential. Adjourn. 3 days later, it was time for resource transfer. Zhang and the other two carried refrigerators, constantly moving back and forth inside, returning to the star train with large quantities of resources on each trip. The balance on the train's resource panel was skyrocketing. This was the legacy of over 100 years of cultivation. 8 fairies were also brought along. Although there was no requirement for them to bear children, the 8 fairies were still sent over, temporarily placed in carriage 4 by Chen Meng, who did not refuse the kindness. He had once fantasized about this. If other civilizations would hand over all their resources to him, he could soar instantly. But he knew this was unrealistic until he encountered the Xuanwu civilization. If only every civilization could devise an apocalypse plan, like the Xuanwu civilization, he would surely not let them down. Stellar Train, in Aquaculture Carriage 15. A car whose presence was gradually fading. The livestock and crops that had once been farmed had all been moved to the larger area above Blue Water Star, with more extensive farmland. Now, the only people in this car were Uncle Lee, the young man, Mr. Gilliman, and a large group of zombies. Uncle Lee sat on the ground in a daze, his eyes filled with confusion. His journey had been nothing short of turbulent. His future was bright, with him about to develop the zombie spawner and become the accountant for Neon City. His future was bright. He even fantasized about climbing the ranks to become the deputy train conductor. In the blink of an eye, Neon City was deserted, and all his plans were temporarily shelved. There was no new progress on the zombie spawner for a long time. Although he still enjoyed the treatment of a high-level employee, he felt invisible on the train. Every day, he felt uncomfortable watching Busy, Lao Zhu, and the others busying around while he made absolutely no progress. Everything was fine. Why the hell am I unemployed again? Is the job market so tough these days? Uncle Lee, the young man sitting next to him, said weakly, how about we try a different career path and give it another try? I believe you can do it. He had already prepared to take over Uncle Lee's position, but then Uncle Lee suddenly stopped moving. Everyone has their own job, and if Uncle Lee doesn't move, how could he? Just then, the gentleman tied to the cross nearby said in a trembling voice, looking a little broken, please, kill me, please. Shut his mouth. Uncle Lee waved his hand impatiently, frowning as he lowered his head in thought. He was a veteran, numbered within resident number 100, one of the earliest members of the Star Train. He wouldn't let himself be left behind by the tide of time. He had to find a new direction and try again. Car 2, in the Mecha Research and Development Center, a look of surprise crossed Xiao Ai's face as she looked at the small pill in her hand. Did you develop this? Yes. Chikashio nodded hurriedly. During our last meeting, I learned that Master Meng had many secrets. I was wondering what to do if someone were caught and tortured and the secrets leaked. So I compressed a steamed bun and made it into a small pill. You can embed it in your teeth. If you're arrested, you can swallow this pill and erase part of your memory, ensuring the secrets are never leaked. Mr. AI, do you think this thing is useful? He was accustomed to Mr. AI's way of talking. Although he felt there could be better ways to express his emotions, Mr. AI seemed to appreciate this sense of simplicity. Very good. What did you use to compress it? Black Hole Beast. Black Hole Beast? Yes, it's a demonic beast from the immortal civilization. I saw one for sale in Zhongzhou City. This demonic beast can greatly compress the mass of an object. It's said that in ancient times, it could achieve infinite compression, thus creating a large number of black holes. Mr. AI's expression was slightly quizzical. Theoretically, anything can collapse into a black hole if it's continuously compressed. I know that. Including steamed buns. Although the black hole formed in this way will basically evaporate instantly. But I'm more curious about how you operate the entire process. The black hole beast has a unique shape. Its mouth is extremely large, but its tail is extremely small. Everything that enters through its head. After exiting the tail, the mass remains the same, but the diameter is significantly reduced. Simply stuff the entire bun into the black hole beast's mouth. And then remove it from the tail. You're going to stuff this thing into its teeth? The black hole beast's interior is very clean. There's absolutely no excrement inside it. Its mouth and tail function simply to quickly dig holes underground, collecting the excavated soil in front of it, forming small lumps within its body before expelling them out the back. It survives by absorbing spiritual energy, or core energy. Mr. AI rolled his eyes at Chikashio, and said nothing more. Even if there was excrement, it didn't matter. Science is like that. Everything can be used. Even cockroaches can be used as medicine. But, he nodded thoughtfully. You've given me some inspiration. The many demonic beasts on Xuanwu Star are of great use to the Star Train. Just wait. I go to Master Meng to apply for funding to purchase a batch of demonic beasts. The master of the Tianji Pavilion is inside the train right now. Shouldn't I ask him for some information? You're stupid. How could I be so blunt? I told him in person that I wanted to apply for funding to purchase demonic beasts. How could he not send me any? Keep going with your business. I'm going to go find Master Meng. Chapter 309. Star inside the train. Qin Meng sat in a chair, chatting with the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and others. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, and everyone was very satisfied. The Xuanwu civilization had over 100 years of heritage, and its various iron and copper ores combined totaled nearly 10 trillion. This was an extremely impressive amount of resources. He was naturally very satisfied. And so were the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and others. The Apocalypse project had been successfully completed. It all depended on whether this Apocalypse master could overthrow the Casa civilization. And far above, in the Casa civilization's strategic space station in the universe, the atmosphere was quite subdued. An elderly man in plain clothes sat in a chair, slowly reviewing the backstage records. Beside him stood Zhang Qidi and his adjutant, trembling slightly uncontrollably. After a long while, the old man slowly spoke. Whistleblower Zhang Qidi, after this incident was reported, you become a hero in the eyes of the people. The higher-ups are preparing to apply for a second-class merit for you. Really? Zhang Qidi, standing nearby, saw a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and couldn't help but ask again. With this second-class merit as a record, he could soon be promoted again. These were peacetime times. Merit was hard to come by. And once earned, it was a ticket to a quick promotion. The adjutant beside him, who had been rather nervous, couldn't help but feel a little excited. With his leader's promotion, he could also rise from adjutant to take over the leader's position. This old man had been sent down from above to investigate this incident. He was the commander-in-chief of the Western region. Highly powerful. The entire Kasha Civilization Federation is divided into 5 regions: East, West, South, North, and Central. The Western region is closest to the Zerg civilization and, naturally, the strongest, with the most resources. Of all the regions, the Western region's commander-in-chief holds the greatest power. The fact that such a well-connected individual would personally investigate this incident was completely beyond his imagination. He had originally planned to use bribery, threats, and other tactics to cover up the secret if it were discovered, but such tactics were simply impossible to use against such a person. Just when he thought he was bound to be exposed, the other party not only accepted his request, but also seemed to have noticed no clues. As expected, he knew his plan was perfect and could not possibly go wrong. Do a good job. The old man slowly stood up, walked over to Zhang Qidi, and said with a smile, I admire you, and that swordsman Zhang Xiaoping. In times of crisis, you two were able to withstand tremendous pressure and make the right choice. This kind of strategy, courage, and decisiveness are rare in this world. I personally informed the HR department. You two will soon receive personnel transfers to my direct military, with a 1-level rank increase and a 3-level salary increase. Zhang Qidi's eyes flashed with excitement, and he quickly bowed, suppressing his trembling voice. Thank you, Commander, for your appreciation. From now on, I will sacrifice my life for you, Commander, without hesitation. Wherever Commander points his sword, that will be my burial place. The old man said nothing more, but smiled as he led his deputies to the docking station of the Kasha Civilization Strategic Space Station, boarded a shuttle, and returned to his train. Around the space station, over 20 trains were parked in a dense mass, their pitch-black hues practically absorbing all light. They held a formidable presence in the air. These were his trusted troops. Huh? Zhang Qidi gazed at the departing figure of the West District Commander and breathed a sigh of relief. He slumped back in his chair, slowly lighting a victory cigar. He leaned back with considerable enjoyment, looked at his adjutant beside him with a smug smile, and said, How? Have you learned it? That's why I'm promoted faster than you. These days, the timid die of starvation, and the bold die of gluttony. I've learned it. Your plan, boss, is truly insane. The adjutant was completely convinced this time, nodding with admiration and excitement. He was finally getting a promotion. He'd been in this position for 37 years. Come here. Zhang Qidi exhaled a long puff of light blue smoke and smiled contentedly. I teach you one more thing. This is even more important. The adjutant walked over obediently and put his ear close. The next moment, bang, bang, bang. The sharp crack of gunfire rang out. Zhang Qidi stood up from his chair, stretching his muscles. Looking at the adjutant lying in a pool of blood, he sighed. This is called a secret. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Have you learned it? He then snapped his fingers. Several robots, armed with various tools, began to clean up the traces. He hummed an unknown tune with considerable glee, his eyes full of smiles, as he sat in his chair, scrolling through news reports praising him as a whistleblower. Crazy? Crazy, that's right. You can't be a demon without being crazy. In the universe. Inside Western Commander's train, an old man was writing down the results of his investigation. His deputy, hesitant to speak for a moment, finally spoke. Commander, there are still many doubts in this investigation. Are we really done with it? We haven't found any traces of wormhole energy fluctuations. The Zerg civilization is tens of thousands of light years away from the Kassadin civilization. Could they have reached here at the speed of motherships, not wormholes? Including that enlightenment, which says that all the Zerg mothership wreckage exploded and flew into the depths of space, but... The words were not finished. The old man interrupted him in a steady voice. Whistleblower Zhang Chidi, that's a nice title. Do you know how long it's been since I've received a second-class merit? A long, long time. And yet, Zhang Chidi received a second-class merit for it. A long time ago. I disagree with the higher-ups' plan. What are the characteristics of the Zerg civilization? Infinite wormholes plus rapid reproduction plus infinite resurrection plus devour evolution. Any one of these could propel a civilization to the top, especially since the Zerg possesses all four. The higher-ups want to peacefully coexist with the Zerg, developing together, and then engage in a decisive battle once both sides have fully developed. But, how can we possibly compare to the Zerg in terms of development? The Zerg civilization is constantly expanding and encroaching on surrounding civilizations, rapidly developing. And what about the Kasser civilization? A bunch of damn parasites, wasting vast amounts of the Federation's strategic resources for their own selfish desires. I can't even imagine how such a small corner of the world could so recklessly squander such a vast strategic reserve. What about other places? Has the Kaisa civilization, seemingly prosperous and flourishing, already been shattered within? I only know how to fight. I don't know how to manage. I only know two things. The first. We can't continue to compete with the Zerg civilization for development. We should go to war. Even if we're slightly weaker on paper, as long as we fight, there's hope and opportunity. Looking back at many wars throughout history, if whoever is stronger on paper wins, then there will be no victory. There have been so many wars. Before a fight begins, the commanders of both sides should compare their strength. The weaker commander should simply surrender. Second point. Only war can unite the already shattered Kassadin civilization. I will force those who have seized strategic resources to return them. If they don't, there will be other options. Everyone can be killed. Every family can be raided. Military. A flash of shock flashed in the eyes of the deputy standing nearby. His voice trembled slightly. Commander, this matter is of no small importance. Think twice before you act. He had originally thought the commander had overlooked some loopholes. To his surprise, the commander had seen it all. He was just deliberately keeping it to himself. He wanted to use this as an excuse to launch a full-scale war between the Kassadin civilization and the Zerg civilization. Once a war begins, it cannot be stopped. This means that many lives will perish, and this area will turn into a meat grinder, devouring one life after another. He knew that the Zerg civilization and the Kassadin civilization would have a war sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Or, ask for instructions from the higher-ups? Ask? The old man's eyes flashed with disdain as he whispered, "What's the point of arguing with those greedy people up there? The strategic resources allocated to the western region have been dwindling over the years. I don't know how many hands they've passed through, how much profit has been taken away. Tell my confidants what's happening here in secret. Eliminate the pawns planted by other forces. Within 3 days, I want to see all the troops secretly assembled and launch a general offensive under my command. If the higher-ups ignore me, the Western Military District will be completely wiped out. How can the Kassadin civilization, facing such a desperate situation, still curry favor? I'm going to tie everyone up to fight a decisive battle with me, competing with the Zerg civilization in development. That's utterly foolish. Damn it! The Zerg civilization is full of bugs, but no termites. The Kassadin civilization is full of people, but a whole bunch of termites. All these termites deserve death." The deputy standing by was trembling all over, his lips blue, speechless. He was certain he had witnessed the change of an era. War is coming. The ultimate showdown between two top civilizations. If the Western Military District truly launches a war, the Kassadin civilization will have no choice but to follow. It's impossible for them to watch the Western Military District fall. And all of this is simply because that damn Zhang Qidi tried to cover up his own mistakes. Yes, they had already figured it out. Zhang Qidi's report stated that several hidden strategic wormholes were destroyed during the war, but according to their on-site investigation, before the war, the coordinates of 2 hidden strategic wormholes had traces of extremely violent wormhole fluctuations. This meant that these 2 strategic concealment wormholes had been activated long before the war began. However, he didn't know. But each strategic concealment wormhole consumed a tremendous amount of energy. 2 such crucial strategic means were wasted. Zhang Qidi must bear the responsibility, and to avoid responsibility, Zhang Qidi personally orchestrated this Zerg invasion. Zhang Qidi was completely insane. More importantly, the commander was also insane. He completely ignored these loopholes and planned to use them as an excuse to launch a full-scale offensive. This was even more outrageous. He had always known the commander was a staunch advocate of war, but wasn't he being too determined? Even if they ultimately won, triumphed, and the Kaisa civilization successfully annihilated the Zerg civilization, but after the war, the commander would undoubtedly be court-martialed and sentenced to death. Disobeying central orders and secretly assembling a massive army to launch a full-scale offensive against the Zerg civilization. What difference did this make between him and outright rebellion? In fact, it was even worse than outright rebellion. Insane. Insane. The deputy stood trembling, his face pale. He felt completely out of place in this world. Why was it so full of lunatics? He even wondered if he was the one who was abnormal. Should he be a little crazy too? 3 days later, Chen Mang left Xuanwu Star, parting ways with this immortal civilization. The Tianji Pavilion Master and the others remained on Xuanwu Star. As they parted, they looked at him expectantly, a hint of worry in their eyes. It wasn't a worry that he might be in danger, but rather a worry that he might be thrown into a trap and never come back. As they left, on the water-blue planet within the star train, there were many more captive monsters. The Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion had given them many gifts. He was a good man. And in return, he gave the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion 10 billion bottles of Coke. Each bottle of Coke contained the finest marrow cleansing pill. He had originally planned to sell them as merchandise, but after they became friends, he simply gave them away for free, using up 10 billion units of his iron ore. With this batch of marrow cleansing pills, the innate spiritual roots of almost every member of the Xuanwu civilization would be significantly enhanced. It would directly enhance the foundation of a civilization. At this point, the star train was already drifting through the universe, swaying slowly and slowly towards Hibiscus Planet. This planet was fortunate enough to have survived the war. He was ready to sell all the Slaying Sun clothing on his train. Although he was now wealthy thanks to the generous gifts from the Tianji Pavilion Master, he still needed to save and spend. These clothes were useless to him, and if he didn't sell them, it would be a waste. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, relaxed. He had experienced a lot in the past few days. Most of his plans had failed due to external factors. The marrow cleansing pills hadn't been sold. The tourism business group hadn't been established. But the result was right. In just a few days, he had earned nearly 10 trillion units of resources. The process was completely wrong, but the answer was completely right. This left him feeling a little frustrated. Often, no matter how meticulous a person's calculations were, they were no match for a stroke of luck. He had clearly intended to grow bigger and stronger through his own means, but somehow he had managed to do so and ended up with nearly 10 trillion units of resources for nothing. He looked like he was transporting a dog. He glanced at the resource balance on the train panel. 5.1 trillion units of iron ore, 919.2 billion units of wood, 3.13 trillion units of copper ore, 919.4 billion units of red heart rock, 1.7 trillion units of titanium crystal. Iron ore, copper ore, titanium crystal. These 3 resources are already in the trillions. Including wood, the resources that were almost depleted have been replenished to nearly a trillion. Next, it's time for the big upgrade. Level 100 is a hurdle. After that, the upgrade costs of all accessories increase significantly. Including the green-grade steel carriage armor accessory, he spent a little over 1 trillion units of iron ore to upgrade from level 1 to level 100. But from level 100 to level 102, it cost him over 300 billion units of iron ore. That's a significant increase. Upgrade. As usual, upgrade the defense first. He had originally thought that level 100 armor was sufficient, but in reality, it was still somewhat insufficient. It was certainly more than adequate against a first-level civilization, but when facing a higher-level civilization or the Star Destroyer cannon, it seemed inadequate. He had to first ensure the armor's defense was extremely high, so that he would have more room to maneuver. Qin Mang glanced at the cost of upgrading the armor to level 200 in one go. He couldn't help but sigh. No more, no less. A full 30 trillion iron ore. The Xuanwu civilization had accumulated a total of only 5 trillion units of iron ore over the past century. However, to upgrade the armor to level 200, it would take them another 600 years. I had thought this was a vast resource. But it seems, it's not even enough to upgrade the armor to level 200. Whatever. He pondered for a moment, then took out 4 trillion units of iron ore and upgraded the steel train armor component from level 102 to 115 in one fell swoop. This level of defense is enough for many tasks. The Casa civilization's main trains generally have firepower components at around level 101, so level 115 is sufficient for the current stage. As long as no major war breaks out, level 115 armor is more than enough to roam freely in space. It took only a minute. 4 trillion units of iron ore vanished, and not even a single supermode effect was gained. The contrast was profound. The resources painstakingly accumulated by the Xuanwu civilization for over 100 years were wasted with such ease. There were still 1.1 trillion resources left. He planned to upgrade the Arcanon light cannon as well. Although he wasn't planning on clashing with others, and didn't need high-level weapons for the time being, having something to use, and not having it when needed were two completely different things. This was a 7-color accessory. After consuming 180 billion units of iron ore, he successfully upgraded it to level 101. Level 200 wasn't an option for the time being. It would require a total of 5 trillion units of iron ore. Although it was significantly cheaper than armor, it was still unaffordable for him at the moment. It was ridiculous to think about it. Upgrading a green level accessory actually costs far more than upgrading a 7-color accessory. And with it, a brand new supermode effect was granted. Arcanon light cannon level 100 supermode effect can cause severe damage to a planet's core. So that's how it is. Qin Mang nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that not all level 100, 7-color firepower accessories could easily destroy a planet. Only the Arcanon light cannon, due to its supermodel effect, could do so more easily. At level 100 attack strength, firing once consumes 80 billion units of iron ore. This is after the consumption has been halved. He's out of money. Only a little over 900 billion units of iron ore remain. He's basically back to poverty overnight. He's keeping some iron ore as a reserve resource in case of a crisis. If he runs out of iron ore and upgrades a few small accessories, they'd be almost useless again. He does have a fair amount of copper ore. But he doesn't use copper ore as ammunition. 7-color firepower accessories. It depends on whether he can find a way to get one later. It's still not enough. Sitting in his chair, Qin Mang sighed deeply. He knew the Xuanwu civilization had done its best and hadn't held back. After all, the resources they provided were equivalent to several number 1 mining planets, but it still wasn't enough. Truly not enough. To develop the star into a train capable of dominating the universe, of course, it couldn't be accomplished with just a few mining planets or the resources of a few civilizations. He needed vast, even vast, resources. To even achieve anything, we still have to find a solution from the Casa civilization. Qin Mang leaned back in his chair, musing. Both his marrow cleansing pill plan and his tourism group plan were destined to be profitable, but the profits would certainly not reach the scale of 5 trillion. After all, Jimei Tourism Group had previously only had a market capitalization of tens of billions. It wouldn't get much bigger. But the Casa civilization is very wealthy. That strategic hidden wormhole would have consumed trillions, even tens of trillions of resources. After all, it spans tens of thousands of light years, so building a wormhole of that distance would naturally be expensive. If only he could find a way to get some resources from the Casa civilization. Even a small leak would be enough to make him a fortune. But how exactly would he do it? Qin Mang sat in his chair, lost in thought, silent. He had only a vague idea, but no specific plan for its execution. As he pondered, time passed quickly. The star train had successfully landed on Hibiscus Star. It had passed the checkpoint and entered the parking lot. Hibiscus Star is the home planet of the Hibiscus civilization, located in Star System 27 of the Casa Civilization Federation. It is also quite famous throughout the Federation. This planet is home to the most wormholes leading to the mechanical civilization ruins nearby. Countless adventurers flock to Hibiscus Planet to enter these wormholes and explore the ruins. The planet also produces a vast array of products from the mechanical civilization ruins, such as scorching sun clothes. This has created a vast market. Merchants from numerous civilizations gather to sell their wares. Hibiscus Planet, Xingshui City. The smell of mechanical civilization is strong. Followed by old Pig Biozi and his group, Qin walked through the streets of this unfamiliar city. This city looked familiar, resembling the mechanical civilization cities he had encountered on adventure maps before. Very similar. It was obvious. The culture of this civilization was gradually being assimilated by the mechanical civilization. Everyone also recognized the culture of the mechanical civilization. People admired the strong. Although the Casa civilization suppressed nearly 10,000 civilizations with ruthless force, a large number of people within these nearly 10,000 civilizations still deeply admire the Casa civilization, even to the point of demanding that anyone from the Casa civilization reveal their identity in a certain city. Immediately, a large number of women, usually quite aloof, eagerly rushed over, offering their flattery in clumsy language. The elder from the Jimei travel group temporarily separated from them, driving the train with some of the passengers who hadn't returned to complete the interstellar journey, and then officially joining the starship. As for young Masterly and the others, they had already become members of the starship train and had been implanted with iris chips. For a moment, the starship train seemed like a cursed orphanage. Anyone who joined the starship had almost certainly lost their parents. Just then, woo, buzz, woo, buzz. The entire city suddenly flashed red lights, and the piercing sirens blared again. For a moment, everyone in the city was in a state of panic, but perhaps due to experience, everyone was familiar with the location of the nearby air raid shelters. Zhang Yi behind him quickly put the refrigerator down, preparing to let Meng Yi and the others leave. Wait! Qin Meng glanced at the large screens outside several tall buildings, raised his hand to silence everyone's reaction, and said softly, "The enemy radar showed that there were no large-scale military gatherings within 0.1 light-years." And a picture appeared simultaneously on all the screens. It was an old man. An elderly man with silver hair and a military uniform, his body covered in medals, looked older, yet his spirit far surpassed that of a youth. His eyes, piercing with rage, spoke word by word. 6 days ago, the Zerg civilization secretly dispatched its forces to System 27 of the Kasha Civilization Federation and destroyed a total of 29 planets. Hundreds of billions of lives perished as a result. The Kasha civilization has always pursued peaceful coexistence and believes that every civilization has the right to survive. However, the Zerg were the first to break this consensus. I am Li Wei, Commander-in-Chief of the Western region of the Kasha Civilization Federation. Today, I have led my entire army, activated a strategic hidden wormhole, and have arrived in Zerg territory. We will immediately launch an all-out war. We have waited too long for this war. Our pursuit of peace has made the Zerg civilizations mistakenly believe we are weak, and this is unforgivable. Only war, can bring true peace. True peace is never achieved through concessions. It's achieved through fighting. Peace can only be achieved when everyone is silenced, when no one dares to provoke. We are now recruiting young and strong trains from all civilizations to participate in the war. Our trains will be evaluated based on their level and overall strength. After the war, you will receive generous rewards. Those who excel can even marry members of the Casa civilization, and their children will join the Casa civilization. A very short paragraph. After the words fell, the camera shifted. Tens of thousands of high-level trains, forming a swarm formation, sped towards the depths of space, with countless stars providing the perfect backdrop. Seriously, the war has truly begun. Everyone immediately realized this. The last Zerg invasion had been the trigger, completely igniting this war. A war between two advanced civilizations, of this magnitude, once started, offered essentially no options for peace or pause. Both civilizations would exhaust all their resources until one was completely destroyed. Just like the war between the Zerg civilization and the mechanical civilization. It's indeed not much. Qin Mang calmly gazed at the images scrolling across the screen. The entire western military region had only tens of thousands of trains. It seemed the biggest drawback of the Kasser civilization was its small population and trains. Although these trains were high-end, they couldn't withstand the shortage of personnel. The specific level of their components was unknown. Let's start the war. He averted his gaze, saying nothing more, simply continuing down the street. While he hoped to rest and develop in a peaceful era, he didn't want war to come so soon, as that would bring many unexpected factors. But think about it from another perspective. In this chaotic situation, one could still fish in troubled waters. There are pros and cons, right? Join the army, join the army. I want to avenge my parents. Avenge civilization. I want to join the army. I only want death. Many people on the street were excited, their eyes red, as they waved their fists and shouted. These people were trained conductors. After many civilizations in System 27 were destroyed, many people in other civilizations became wanderers without civilization. This feeling of civilization being annihilated made many people extremely hate the Zerg civilization. The desire to join the army reached its peak when the Kassadin civilization launched its general offensive. No one expected the Kassadin civilization to be so resolute, not to suffer any grievances, and to launch a direct counterattack. Shin Meng silently observed the scene, saying nothing as he continued to walk forward, leaning on his cane. In his opinion, comparing development with the Zerg was an extremely foolish thing to do. It was time to fight. But it was too late. Should the Kasser civilization have joined the battlefield and jointly besieged the Zerg civilization, when the Zerg civilization and mechanical civilization began fighting, perhaps there would have been a chance of victory. So much time had passed, and who knew how advanced the Zerg civilization had become? At the time, the Kasser civilization might have thought that a win-win situation would result from a mutual loss, but they hadn't expected the Zerg civilization to grow stronger with each defeat, showing no sign of a mutually assured loss. Behind Shin Meng, Zhou Shinqiu glanced at Master Li and the others, and as he looked at those agitated people, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. These people. They didn't even know who their true enemy was. The enemy had their entire family murdered, and now they were fighting for the enemy. The truth often leads to bad consequences. A good outcome isn't a surprise, it's a perfect ending. Not long after, Shin Meng finally arrived at the largest market, ready to sell all his clothes. Even if war broke out, it wouldn't affect his sales. Results wouldn't be achieved overnight. Once a war of this magnitude begins, it would likely last decades or even centuries. For example, the mechanical civilization and Zerg civilization fought for a full 295 years before being destroyed. Of course, before their destruction, the mechanical civilization had implemented several salvage measures, modifying the calendar to a single day per year. This meant that the fighting lasted a full 180,000 years before their destruction. That sounds much better. I wonder who made that decision back then. How could he have thought of this before dying? It's like someone deleting their Quark browser history before dying in a car accident. It's similar in concept. However, since the Kaisa civilization launched the first general offensive, their combat zone should be within the Zerg civilization's territory. The advantage is that they won't cause damage to their own territory. All the damage will be in enemy territory. The disadvantage is that such a long supply line would put a huge strain on logistics. Including conveying orders, it would consume a huge amount of resources. But since the Kaisa civilization was about to start the war, they must have made every possible preparation, hoping to waste fewer resources. Those resources are all theirs. You guys are so weak with so many resources, it's a waste. If they had left them all to him, he would have been completely annihilated by the Zerg civilization. He hates Zergs. At this point, he didn't hold much hope for a victory for the Kassadin civilization. The odds were roughly 70-30, with the Kassadin civilization holding a 30-30 chance, despite the Kassadin civilization being level 3 and the Zerg civilization only level 2. But the Zerg civilization's record was simply too impressive. The results were available for review. Chunchun Tonchiandai. At this moment, deep within the universe, the army led by Li Wei was already a full 30,000 light-years from Galaxy 27. With each order passed down, the army was advancing on multiple fronts. A large number of troops were passing through pre-deployed wormholes, surrounding the Zerg civilization. A large number of shuttles were dispatched to immediately reach the Zerg civilization's territory to gather information. Commander. Inside the cabin of the lead train, the deputy, clutching something resembling a Rubik's Cube, looked at the commander seated in his chair and said cautiously, his voice trembling, Central has sent messages numerous times. Do you want to answer them this time? Yes. The old man in the chair waved his hand calmly. Quickly, an image was projected into the air. Due to the distance, the projection froze slightly, but the sound came through clearly. It was the angry roar of an old man with red hair and white eyes. Li Wei, what the hell are you trying to do? Who gave you the permission to lead a large army in a general attack without your permission? Are you planning a rebellion? I command you now, return immediately. Return? The old man leaned back in his chair, his expression calm and nonchalant. To conserve resources, most of the hidden strategic wormholes constructed were one way. Easy to get in, hard to get back out. This place is a full 30,000 light-years from Galaxy 29, and we're about to prepare for another wormhole jump. Even if all my army's trains traveled at the speed of light, it wouldn't be possible. It would take 30,000 years to get back. What the hell are you trying to do? The red-haired, white-eyed figure in the projection shouted angrily. The reason they created so many one-way hidden strategic wormholes was to prepare for the home exchange plan. That was a plan for when the Casa civilization was about to perish. At that time, all troops would be sent through the hidden strategic wormholes, destroying planets within the Zerg's territory at all costs. It would be a mutually destructive plan. That time hasn't arrived yet. How dare you lead all the troops in the western region to launch a general attack without authorization? Who gave you that power? Of course you did. The old man couldn't help but laugh. I suggested to you back then that high-ranking positions, like army commanders, should be rotated regularly within the region to prevent uncontrolled local armed forces. But what did you say? You said the Cassadan civilization has a small population, and that the constant rotation would affect its combat effectiveness. Yes. I've been in this position for nearly 100 years. I know everyone, and everyone recognizes me. Even I'm afraid of such power. I want to launch a general offensive without you knowing. Wouldn't that be easy? What's more, the Zerg civilization has already sent its troops to launch a surprise attack on System 27. Can we continue to tolerate it? If we tolerate it once, they continue to launch surprise attacks until we can't cope. Stop. Now, you have two choices before you. First, sit back and watch as all the troops in the western military region are annihilated, reducing the strategic strength of the Kasha civilization by 1/5. Second, quickly open up the resource transportation lines, bring along allies and logistics, and immediately enter a level 1 combat readiness state and launch a general offensive with me. Even if it means death. We will definitely be among the first to die. Although time is running out, I believe you have the ability. Although you may be a little short-sighted, a bit wasteful, a bit greedy, and a bit foolish, when the time comes, I believe you can still do a great job. Keep going. History is being rewritten by you and me at this moment. The sins are committed today, but the merits will be passed down through the ages. After the war, I'd be at your disposal, but history will remember me. It remember me as the one who fired the first shot. Oh! The old man suddenly thought of something inside. I almost forgot one thing. Before we set out, I assembled all the strategic resources and discovered they were 50% short. Don't you think there are too many corrupt officials within the Casa Civilization Federation? Those are resources for war, and yet someone dared to covet them. So before we set out, I raided the homes of all the corrupt officials in the western region of the Casa Civilization Federation. Guess what? Not only were all the strategic resources replenished, but when I came back, the total number had tripled. Sometimes, termites can be good things. At least when it comes to accumulating resources, they're quite resourceful. Of course, I killed them all. But these people's families all have high-ranking officials in the central government. I didn't have time to kill them. They're probably very angry. Please explain to me that I only spared them because I was too late. If I could return alive, I'd let them clean up their messes and wait for me. They all have to die. With that, he cut off the projection and sat in his chair, continuing to look at the various information brought back by the shuttle. The central government couldn't possibly not support him. If he launched a counterattack, even if countless people in the central government cursed him, they would have to follow. They couldn't win in the first place. 1/5 of their strategic forces had died. There was no way they could fight from now on. They had no choice but to launch a comprehensive counterattack. It's over, it's over. At this moment, on a military train, a middle-aged man paced his officer's quarters, eyes filled with fear, constantly gazing out the window at the cosmic scene, unable to calm down. It was none other than Zhang Chidi. Whistleblower Zhang Chidi. He liked the name. He felt it was accurate. But how had things gotten to this point? How had an all-out offensive suddenly begun? A war was imminent. He hadn't imagined things would turn out like this. It was completely out of his control. Blow the whistle, blow the whistle, blow the whistle. He was about to blow himself in. That wasn't a whistle, it was a swana. The worst part was, he was still in the vanguard, where casualties would undoubtedly be the highest. He couldn't hold much hope for himself or his return. Was it too late for him to confess to the commander now that the Zerg civilization hadn't invaded at all, and that it was all his own doing? Wouldn't it still mean death? How had it suddenly become a situation where it was all doom and gloom? Where did things start to get this far? I remembered. It all started with dragging that damn person into that damn group chat. Chapter 310. In the vast universe, The commander-in-chief of the Western Military Region sat in a chair, his cloudy eyes calm, as he gazed calmly at the countless stars before him. The universe was vast. Even through several wormhole jumps, it would take at least 10 days of marching to reach the territory of the Zerg civilization. He wasn't completely gambler. While he certainly wanted the Kasha civilization to continue, he wouldn't selfishly gamble its legacy on the future. He had a 30% chance of victory. This information came from the destruction of the Skyslaying civilization a year ago. The name of this civilization was probably unknown to many. Over a year ago, a civilization called the Skyslaying civilization had just ascended to the first-level civilization within the Zerg civilization's territory, when the Zerg civilization, after expending enormous costs and creating hundreds of thousands of random wormholes, allowed the Zerg civilization's army to reach that first-level civilization and destroy it. This move. Anyone with a galaxy map knew this clearly. Even without a galaxy map, a trained conductor with a colorful wormhole radar accessory would have a rough idea of what happened. The Zerg civilization proactively leaked all of its wormhole coordinates to the surrounding area. This incident became known to many. It was a deterrent. It told everyone that the Zerg civilization's territory was untouchable. Even a level 1 civilization, one that posed no threat to the Zerg civilization, would incur its wrath if it appeared within its territory. It had to be said. For a long time, anyone who knew of this scene felt a genuine sense of intimidation from the Zerg civilization, afraid to act rashly. Especially with the seemingly endless supply of resources, hundreds of thousands of random wormholes were being created at once. But, in his eyes, this was actually a sign of cowardice. This meant that the Zerg civilization was facing an extremely formidable opponent on the front lines, and they were even more desperate. They had to ensure the absolute safety of their rear bases to prevent any disruption to the battle at the front. To this end, they were willing to waste vast resources, using a butcher's knife to slay a sheep, instilling fear in everyone. He pondered this for a year. He couldn't make up his mind. If he was wrong, then this expedition would be the very thing that would bring the Kasser civilization to its doom, and he would be the greatest sinner in Kasser civilization's history. But after experiencing the incident with Zhang Chidi in Galaxy 27, he finally made up his mind. There are too many internal parasites within the Kassadin civilization. Many have forgotten the existence of war, and don't even believe in it. They naively believe that the Zerg civilization will continue to develop peacefully, keeping their distance from them. This can't be dragged on any longer. If it drags on any longer, the end result will inevitably be the demise of the Kassadin civilization at the hands of the Zerg. A gamble is necessary. It's not that he enjoys gambling, nor is it that he's a compulsive gambler, but the moment has come when he absolutely must. He didn't report to his superiors. He could already predict what they would do. Now that the decision had been made, he had to stake everything on this decisive battle. Is it eternal fame or eternal infamy? It all depends on this trip. The old man gripped the armrests of his chair, his heart clearly not as calm as it appeared. Alas! Farong Star, Qingshui City. Chen Meng, along with Lao Zhu and the others, stood at the entrance of this largest trading market. Leaning on his cane, he gazed at the blazing sun overhead and muttered in a daze, even this plan failed. Is Mercury going a bit retrograde lately? He accepted the failures of the marrow cleansing pill and tourism group plans. It wasn't his fault. There were external factors involved. But he hadn't expected that even such a simple plan as selling scorching sun clothing would fail. He had come all the way to Farong Star, the planet with the most mechanical civilization relics in the entire Kassa Civilization Federation, to sell these clothes. In the end, after selling only a dozen pieces and earning 2 billion units of iron ore, he couldn't sell them anymore. The entire market. No one was interested in buying, or even seeking to purchase. Or if there were, the price was incredibly low, 90% off or even lower. The reason was bizarre. Li Wei, the commander-in-chief of the Western Military Region of the Kassa Civilization, launched this general offensive without a central order, but on his own initiative. As the saying goes, the army must be prepared before the fodder. Before launching his army, this man discovered that 50% of the strategic reserves had been taken by corrupt officials. So, this man, with incredible swiftness, slaughtered every corrupt family in the western region of the Kassa Civilization Federation. The once wealthy and powerful families of the Kassa Civilization were practically wiped out overnight. Even those who survived their travels had their families wiped out. These families were all quite powerful. Each had its own private train. But in the face of a consolidated military, they were like paper tigers, shattered at the slightest touch. The second-generation rich and powerful of the Kassa Civilization were the biggest buyers of Scorching Sun's luxury clothing. To save face, They were willing to pay exorbitant prices for even a single garment. The most direct impact of their deaths was this: he had no customers. All his customers had been killed. The middlemen in the market were the first to hear the news. Knowing their bosses were dead, they were holding on to the goods, uncertain when they could sell them. Naturally, they wouldn't buy any more. After all, the money was enormous. Never mind whether they could sell them later. Even holding on to them for a few months could completely ruin them. This kind of bulk trade is all about turnover. Profits can be slim, but turnover must be rapid. Every extra day the goods remain in their hands carries a significant risk. Thus, his plan failed again. Alas! Chen Mang couldn't help but sigh again. He lit a cigarette and stood dazed on the street. He thought it might really be Mercury retrograde. The city on Chiuhu Star was called Sanshui City. The city on Xuanwu Star was called Zhongzhou City, and this city here was called Qinshui City. They all have water in them. Even the word Zhou has 3 water drops in it. Isn't this Mercury retrograde? 3 plans in a row had failed, but he didn't feel much frustration. After all, none of them had anything to do with him. It was all inexplicable external forces that caused his plans to fail. The same was true for starting a business. Even if the timing, location, and people are all right, something can suddenly appear and completely destroy the plan. Just like when he went all in on K-12 before crossing over from his previous world. That's fine. It's all fate. Let's go! After his cigarette burned out, Chen Mang tossed the butt into a nearby trash can and continued walking forward. Since this plan had failed, he could just move on to the next one. His next plan was simple. That was making money from the rich. Who was the richest in this area? The Kasa civilization was the richest, so he wanted to make money from the Kasa civilization. He was ready to answer the call. Yes. Answer the free army. The Kasa civilization has 2 recruitment options this time. The first option is the standard troops. They will be incorporated into a standard army, receive unified orders, receive a salary, receive resource replenishment, and receive rewards after the battle. The second direction, the free army. The Kasa civilization offers nothing, nor does it ask for anything. They simply grant them access to the wartime wormhole, allowing them to reach Zerg areas for free and wreak havoc at will. All he needs to do is respond to the call of the free army. Once the war begins, chaos reigns. Once chaos reigns, no one will notice him. Then he can use the countless wormholes of the Kasa civilization to reach countless uninhabited mining planets, transport them all aboard his train, and fish in troubled waters. Without the support of the Kasa civilization, the Star Train currently lacks the ability to travel so far in the universe. A network of so many wormholes. It's not just about resources. A vast amount of civilizational heritage is needed. It's possible the Kasa civilization has already developed numerous colorful accessories, while his R&D team hasn't even been fully formed. They haven't even developed a single white accessory. The gap between the 2 sides is still enormous. In every aspect. There's still a long way to go to catch up. Hibiscus Star, Kasa civilization garrison. A middle-aged man handed Chen Mang a chip, his face icy, as he spoke word by word. You have been recruited by the Kasa civilization to join the Freedom Army. This chip contains the coordinates of 30% of Kasa civilization's strategic wormholes, as well as their use rights. The coordinates of each wormhole are leak-proof. If the coordinates are leaked, Kasa civilization will immediately identify the source and hunt you down at all costs. Thank you for your service to the Kasa Civilization Federation. All for peace. After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling Chen Mang and the others to disperse, making room for the others behind. No review, nothing quick and easy. The once cumbersome rules seemed to have been eliminated overnight, and the overall process became extremely efficient. 2 long lines formed here. The one on the left was for those joining the Standard Army, and the one on the right was for those joining the Freedom Army. The line on the right was far larger than the one on the left. It was obvious. Most people who joined the Freedom Army had the same purpose as him, which was to let the army of Kasa civilization be at the forefront, while they would go to some deserted corners to see if they could find an uninhabited mining planet or something. Once a mining planet is found, wealth is instant. Therefore, private fleets from various families, powerful chambers of commerce, and even space pirates, a mixed bag of people, all signed up to serve in the Freedom Army. Only 30% of the strategic wormhole coordinates and access rights were given. Chen Mang casually handed the chip to Xiao Ai beside him and sighed, "That's a bit too little. I thought it was 100%. It's wartime. Why aren't you being honest? Let's see how many there are." Less than a second later, Xiao Ai spoke up. A total of 82,803 wormholes. essentially reaching any corner tens of thousands of light years away. The farthest wormhole even reaches deep into the core of the Zerg civilization. Of these, 1,892 are strategic hidden wormholes and have not been opened. Not a single two-way wormhole. All one-way wormholes. All one-way wormholes? Chen Meng frowned slightly. He could understand why the Casa civilization acted this way. After all, if the wormhole coordinates were leaked, it would mean that the Zerg civilization could also use them to directly enter the core of the Casa civilization, which would be extremely dangerous. Even if the coordinates of the one-way wormholes were leaked, it would not have any impact on the Casa civilization. But doesn't this mean it's easier to get there than to return? How are they supposed to get back? Even if they're treating us like a suicide squad, there's no need to be so blunt, offering us no hope of survival? Yes, we will. After the war, the Casa civilization army will contact us and take us home through the two-way wormhole. Very good. Chen Meng nodded silently. This was like trying to trick a fool. He didn't believe it anyway, but clearly many others didn't. Yet, they all chose to go without hesitation. After all, the profits were too great. Piracy was a small profit. Once you've found an uninhabited mining planet, you have a life of plenty. Just then, he suddenly noticed a familiar logo on a group of people in the team to the right. Those around them looked at them with fear, subconsciously avoiding them. It was the Philia pirate group. This group had also joined the Freedom Army. Chen Meng stared at the group in expressionless silence for a long moment before he whispered, "I'm actually quite a man of my word. Although the plan failed. But I promised the girl I would help her avenge her father. Shall I use the enemy radar to lock onto this group, then bring the robots out and find a secluded spot to prepare for action?" Understood. Young Masterly, standing nearby, was slightly taken aback. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his previously sorrowful eyes. He hadn't expected that even at this moment, Master Meng would still remember his promise to the girl. He remembered that girl. He remembered being mean to her back then. He truly thought she wasn't very sensible, and a bit foolish. But after learning she committed suicide by jumping off a building, he felt a little regretful for his harsh words. He had always believed that since your father was dead and your family had gone through such a huge upheaval, you should be more sensible, more resilient, and more intelligent. But now, he felt that knowing was easy, but doing was hard. Combining knowledge and action is an extremely difficult thing. The Scallion civilization had been completely destroyed, and it was difficult for him to rally. If it weren't for the faintest hope of revenge offered by the Star Train, he might have jumped from the building. Put yourself in that girl's shoes. She was a little princess, always cherished by her father and uncle, living a happy life, with a well-off family. It's understandable that she find it difficult to accept the sudden change. If she could have weathered it, she would have matured considerably in the future. It's a shame she didn't. Farong Star, Qinshui City, a desolate wilderness. The sun hung high in the sky. Several speeding SUVs slowed and were forced to a stop. Almost instantly, several SUVs formed a battle formation, guns extended from their windows, trained on the approaching enemies. The leading man, his face grim, grabbed the intercom and spoke quickly. "Boss, we're surrounded. Tens of thousands of robots of unknown strength have surrounded us. No fire yet. Requesting backup." He then took a deep breath, his voice carried through the car's speakers. "Who are these heroes working here? The floods have flooded the Dragon King Temple, but we've stopped the wrong people. This is the ground operations force of the Philia pirate group. Leader, come out for a few words." Although he said so, his expression grew increasingly grim. They were all men who lived on the edge of a knife. In their line of work, stopping the wrong people was a cardinal sin, a crime they couldn't possibly commit. They were clearly coming for them. Tens of thousands of armed robots. What kind of group is this? They're formidable. People in their line of work are bound to offend many. Who knows who's coming to seek revenge? The man cocked his gun, looked at the approaching armed robots, and said hoarsely, his face grim, "We're definitely not getting out. We brothers may all die here today. Let's quickly leave our last words, and get them out before they cut off the communication. Come on, everyone. In this line of work, you have to know this day is destined to come. You feel good when you're drinking and eating, but when you're dying, you're afraid and regret joining this business? You're whimpering like a woman." Around the SUV, several armed robots, armed with Gatling guns, formed a circle and slowly approached. Although none of them opened fire, and their speed was slow, the intimidation they posed was intense, like the sound of death drums beating in one's heart. Soon, the circle was complete, and the robots were less than 10 meters from the SUV, practically within striking distance. Just then, a gap suddenly appeared in the circle. A young man, leaning on a cane, slowly emerged from behind the robot. He reached the front of the SUV, looked at them, and whispered, "Come down and talk. It's hot and stuffy inside." "Okay." The middle-aged man lowered the barrel of his subordinate's gun, glared at him, then took a deep breath, tucked the weapon into the space pouch on his waist, and exited the SUV alone. He had never seen this man before, but since he dared to approach them in a mortal body, he was probably confident. To initiate action at this moment would be courting death. This is the ground operations force of the Philia pirate group. The middle-aged man exited the SUV and looked at the young man before him. His expression was serious, and he spoke word by word. "I wonder if you've stopped the wrong person, or if there's some misunderstanding between you and us. Could you please explain?" Chin Mang glanced at the middle-aged man before him, and said casually, "I heard you're a goblin leader. Is that true?" The middle-aged man's lips moved for a long moment before finally uttering two words. "Really? You've already called for help, right? Then let's wait a little longer." He still had a strong fondness for goblins. In his mind, goblins were a purely agricultural people, intent on self-development. They wouldn't do something like killing the CEO of a travel agency for no reason. After all, it seemed unlikely that the two sides had any ulterior motives. If possible, he hoped there was no misunderstanding. He didn't really want to kill the goblin, even if this goblin and Dabamondo and the others weren't on the same page. 15 minutes later, a massive train flew in from a distance and shot over Chin Mang and the others, hovering 3 meters above the ground. The carriage doors opened, and a goblin, surrounded by his men, leaped to the ground. "Not bad for your skills," Chin Mang praised with a hint of emotion. "What do you want?" The goblin, followed by a group of burly men, walked straight up to Chin Mang. He looked up and said, "The man who tried to stop me isn't taking action. Do you have something to ask me?" Seeing his leader arrive, the man who had emerged from the SUV suddenly felt more confident. He quickly retreated behind the leader and breathed a sigh of relief. The tide had turned. Chin Mang stood there thoughtfully, gazing at the group before him. Only the leader was a goblin. The others behind him were all humans, all burly and strong, and they were genuinely submitting to the goblin. The human race is inherently arrogant. Generally speaking, while they can submit to powerful humans, they are unlikely to submit to an alien race. He didn't speak. With a slight movement of his index finger, the star also hovered above everyone's heads at an extremely fast speed, almost completely blocking out the sunlight and casting a shadow on the ground. And then, a person suddenly jumped off the goblin train, leaned over, and whispered something in the goblin's ear. The goblin's expression changed slightly, and he looked up at Chin Mang. "Level 115 train armor? A figure of your rank would go to such great lengths to find me. I promised my friend, and I must keep it." Chin Mang smiled and looked down at the goblin. He hadn't chosen to hide the level of the train's components. As long as the other party had the means to detect the components, they would naturally be able to detect them. Before communicating, he needed to demonstrate some of his strength to facilitate more efficient communication. He wasn't worried about leaks. This group of people today would definitely not be able to escape, regardless of whether they were killed by the Philia group or not. "I have a friend, the daughter of the CEO of Jime Travel Company. Her father was killed by you, and I promise to avenge her. You have 3 sentences to explain to me that you didn't kill this man." 3 sentences doesn't explain it clearly. "You all must die here." The goblin's expression changed slightly, and he shook his head, saying word by word, "I know this man, but we didn't kill him." That's the first sentence. "It really wasn't us, but I can't say who did it." That's the second sentence. The goblin stopped talking, but with a gloomy expression, he glanced up at the star train overhead, and at Chin Mang, who was so close. After a few breaths of internal assessment, he spoke again hoarsely. "The man was killed by Zhang Qidi, the whistleblower of the Casa civilization. Zhang Qidi coveted his daughter's beauty, and kept pressuring him to send her to him, threatening to cut off his financial resources. He approached me with a large sum of money, hoping to gain my help because I had saved his life, and was considered the most capable person he knew. I refused, as I lacked the skills. Before he met his end, he told me he had gone alone to seek reconciliation with Zhang Qidi, armed with a large sum of money, and then died." He spoke at length without even pausing. After finishing his words, he took a deep breath. "This is my third sentence. I've made it very clear. I can tell you don't have a strong lung capacity. I'm only this small. How big do you think my lungs are? We have to dig it out and see for ourselves." "Forget it. If that's what you're saying, then why does his daughter think you killed her?" The goblin was silent for a long moment before speaking. After I learned of the incident, I went to find Zhang Qidi, brought back his body, and handed it over to his men. I told them. They said I was the one who killed him. I didn't dare tell them it was Zhang Qidi who did it. Zhang Qidi was from a level 3 civilization and a powerful figure. I didn't dare provoke him. I spent a fortune and a little face to bring the body back. I was worried that if they learned it was Zhang Qidi who did the killing, they would do something drastic, angering him, and leading to the deaths of his daughter and his men. They might even take their anger out on me, so I took the blame. I had no idea his daughter had such a powerful friend like you. I'm not afraid of you. It's just that I definitely didn't do it. I can't take the blame. I don't believe it. Qin Mang shook his head and whispered, Zhang Qidi is a non-commissioned officer of the Casa civilization, and the girl's father is just a small-time boss in a first-tier civilization. If he really wanted the woman, would he need to put pressure on her? He could just go for it, and who would dare to stop him? Or in a matter of seconds, the civilization leader would have to grab the woman and offer her up. Why bother? It's true. The goblin said with a grim expression, Zhang Qidi is a bit perverted. He doesn't like this. He thinks it's unromantic. He mainly enjoys that look of watching a father deliver his daughter in pain and struggle, and in front of his father. That guy is just a bit tough. The last time he went, he brought not only generous gifts but also weapons. He fought hard, but he didn't kill anyone, but he lost his own life. And before leaving, as far as I know, he took all the company's working capital. I thought the company would go bankrupt, so I thought I'd lend a hand. I didn't expect it to stay afloat. I don't know how it did it. I have the surveillance footage and chat logs. I sent someone to get them. A minute later, Qin Mang took a chip and handed it to Xiao Ai, who was standing beside him. He looked at the screen Xiao Ai handed him. It clearly showed the first encounter between the goblin and the man. The girl's father encountered pirates, and the goblin came to their aid. Why did you help? That's my territory. I don't allow others to plunder my territory. He looked at the chat logs again. Indeed, just as the goblin had said, before the incident, the girl's father had contacted the goblin and asked for help, but the goblin politely declined, advising him to sell the company and move elsewhere. Xiao Ai told him that the videos and chat logs showed no signs of editing, and were indeed genuine. This meant that the enemy wasn't the Philia pirate group after all. It was Zhang Qidi. Qin Mang was silent for a long time before looking up at the goblin before him. This matter is over for now. If there are no further problems, I won't contact you about it. Now let's talk about something else. I remember that among the nearly 10,000 civilizations in the Casa Civilization Federation, there wasn't a goblin civilization. There used to be. The goblin said hoarsely, his face somewhat grimly. Before the establishment of the Casa Civilization Federation, goblins were quite famous. Otherwise, no one would know me as a goblin. The history of goblins dates back to an era even older than the mechanical civilization. I come from a place that doesn't belong. On the planet of the Lu civilization. That was a long time ago. My planet suffered apocalypse, swept by the Zerg civilization. As a result, our civilization was destroyed, countless of our people perished, and only I, a goblin, managed to escape alive by chance. I ended up stranded in the Kasha Civilization Federation and formed my own pirate group. My goal is to eventually destroy the Zerg civilization. Since we've already spoken, let's say goodbye now, and see each other again. Wait. Qin Mang suddenly thought of something, his eyes narrowing slightly. Has it been a long time since you last saw a goblin? It's been a long time. The goblin shook his head. There's very little history left of goblin civilization, as if it was deliberately destroyed. But I've been digging. Goblin civilization was once a third-level civilization, but then it fell apart for unknown reasons. The planet I used to live on was a branch of goblin civilization. There are no goblins left in the Casa Civilization Federation today. Goblins have been genocidal. I must survive, and strive to find a female goblin to pass on goblin civilization. Qin Mang nodded, turning his head to look at Xiao Ai. The next moment, Doba and Mondo, along with over 100 goblins, jumped off the star train. Doba, now imbued with the dignity and bearing of a king, strode solemnly toward the goblin. You are? The green-skinned goblin, leader of the Philia pirates, looked at Doba and his group, his pupils shrinking as if he had seen a ghost. Shocked and incredulous, he exclaimed, You are all goblins? Foolish goblins. Doba's face was icy as he spoke each word. Please call me Doba, the Goblin King. Doba, the new Goblin King. Under the leadership of this great human prophet, Goblin civilization is slowly reviving. These are my people. Are you willing to rejoin the goblin race, join my army, and aid me in the revival of the goblin race? Doba? Are you fucking Doba? You're actually fucking Doba? The leader of the Philia pirates' pupils trembled again, and he jumped to his feet, his voice trembling. I'm Pulu Pulu. Pulu Pulu? Doba, who was looking up at the sky with his arms folded and a look of disdain on his face, was startled at the familiar voice and name. He looked at the goblin in front of him. The familiar face suddenly brought back memories from deep within his mind. His eyes instantly reddened, and he rushed over, also in disbelief. Are you really Pulu Pulu? It's me, it's really me. The leader of the Philia pirate group, completely losing his leadership demeanor, raised his butt, his eyes reddened, and let out several loud farts. Look, even now, my farts still go Pulu Pulu. The middle-aged man standing behind him, who had just exited the SUV, looked at the scene in front of him, somewhat bewildered. He subconsciously and cautiously asked, Boss, didn't you say your name was Killer God? It's really you, Pulu Pulu. Doba could no longer maintain his regal demeanor, and the two goblins immediately hugged each other, bursting into tears. I didn't expect you to be alive, Doba. I thought you were dead. When I left, the planet was already a dead star. I searched for a whole year and couldn't find a single survivor. I didn't expect you to be alive. I didn't expect you to be alive either. When Mr. Mang called me down, he just told me that there was a goblin who was a pirate leader. I didn't expect it to be you. You used to play house with the village, but I didn't expect you to be a pirate. Have you forgotten? We used to play house all the time, robbing those black market merchants. You played the merchant, I played the robber. After playing these roles for a long time, we gained experience. We've been in the business since we were young, so we're pretty familiar with it now. It's been so long. How did you end up in the Casa Civilization Federation? That's a long story. Are all those goblins behind you from our tribe? Yes, but they were seriously injured, and their brains haven't recovered yet. Are the others still alive? These are the only ones left. The rest of our tribe are dead. Good, good, good. The leader of the Philia pirates nodded repeatedly, tears welling in his eyes. It's amazing that so many of you survived. It's truly amazing. You don't know, every night, in the stillness of the night, I wonder if I might be the last goblin in the universe. That feeling of near-despairing loneliness always weighs on me. With so many of our tribe, goblin civilization will surely survive. Just then, he paused for a moment, then looked at a goblin with a slightly bulging belly behind Doba. His voice trembled with disbelief. She's pregnant with Mundo's child. Good, good, good. Pulu Pulu couldn't help but burst into tears of joy again. God bless the goblins. God bless the goblins. I knew it. The goblins are the greatest race in the entire universe. How could they be wiped out so easily? They're like weeds. Even if they're all burned, they all grow back the next spring, and even better. But what did you mean by led by the great human prophet, and with Master Mang? That's a long story. How about I take you to see my city? Your city? Yes, a city unique to our goblin civilization. Doba tilted his head to look at Chen Mang, his eyes pleading and hopeful, clearly not wanting to lose face in front of his old friend. Of course. Chen Mang spread his hands and smiled. Welcome to the Goblin City, which belongs to the goblins. Then, Doba took Pulu Pulu's hand and strode towards the nearby star train. Left behind him were his men, staring blankly in confusion. Their boss seems to have been kidnapped, so are they going to be out of work? That's great. Inside the star train, in the breeding car number 15, Uncle Lee sat by the window, gazing at the scene before him and unable to help but laugh. It feels so good to see others lose their jobs. 10 minutes later. The middle-aged man who had just stepped out of the SUV looked cautiously at Chen Mang, who was standing there, and asked, Can our boss come back? Of course. Chen Mang smiled and said, I definitely won't imprison him. He can come back anytime he wants. That's good. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought they were going to be out of work. With so much pressure to find a job these days, they wouldn't know what to do if they were. It's hard to change jobs in their line of work, and trust is a real problem, to say nothing of anything else. Just then. Hey. He saw their boss's head pop out of the window of the star train, looking at them and shouting, I'm retiring. The Philia pirate group is disbanded. You can go. Find a legitimate job and live a good life. I've found a home. The words fell. The middle-aged man staggered, his entire body limp, and he collapsed to the ground. He looked at the boss and roared heartbreakingly, Slayer, You can't leave. What will happen to our brothers if you leave? Brothers have always followed you. Without killing me, brothers wouldn't know what to do. Even if you want to stay here, you can bring us along. Didn't married women always bring maids? Just treat us like maids. The men behind him also knelt, their eyes reddening as they looked at their leader, clearly unable to accept being abandoned like this. Pulu Pulu, standing in the window, took in the scene before him. He hadn't had any friends or family these days. He had always considered his men friends, and while he was a little reluctant to leave, he felt that reviving Doblin's civilization with Doba was more important. His people were here. This was his home. He turned his head hesitantly to Doba. Doba, will Master Mang allow the pirates to join the star? I asked. The news quickly reached Qin Mang's ears through Xiao Ai. Of course. Qin Mang said with a chuckle, everyone, welcome aboard the starship. Then he leaned over to Xiao Ai and whispered, Pulu Pulu has experience. Ask if there's any good meat nearby. The war is about to begin, and the Casa Civilization Federation will certainly be too busy focusing on internal affairs. Before leaving, find some good meat to chew on. The kind of meat he couldn't chew before, but we can. Then he looked at the scene with considerable satisfaction. The only problem was this. To take this high-level goblin train away, the best way would be to place it in a level 200 space gate. To do that, he'd have to park the train on a nearby planet, and then stuff it inside. He couldn't just stuff it into the blue water planet. For example, he could spit out the mining planet, park the train on it, and then suck it back in. However, if anyone noticed, this scene would be a bit strange. Since things are so bizarre, why not just give it to Zuanmuxing? Zuanmuxing is his, and the civilizational imprint can be taken at will. Let's wait until the war fully begins. By then, no one will care about the interior of the Casa Civilization Federation. He can eat the fat inside first, then pick up meat on the edge of the battlefield. Chapter 311. The Kasha Civilization Federation is composed of nearly 10,000 Level 1 civilizations, over 200 Level 2 civilizations, and Level 3 Kasha civilizations. It spans approximately 10,000 light-years. It occupies an extremely large area. Almost all the mining rights to the mineral planets produced within this area belong to the Kasha civilization. Each small mineral planet contains at least 1 trillion units of resources. With the Kasha civilization's long history, one can imagine how terrifying the accumulated resources are. Yes, there are indeed many termites within the Kasha civilization. But termites require a sufficient granary. Without a sufficient granary, termites are difficult to obtain. Although the incident occurred somewhat unexpectedly, not only did the Zerg civilization, but even the Kasha civilization was still unaware, the top brass quickly made a decision. Fight. It was impossible to sit idly by and watch the Western military district be completely annihilated. That would be extremely dangerous for the Kasha civilization. Since they couldn't call them back, they had no choice but to fight. This kind of decisive battle between top civilizations did not allow for small-scale probing. Once the war began, it would be a decisive battle. Until one civilization was completely annihilated. When the leadership of the Kasha civilization confirmed the order, this long-dormant machine began to slowly rev up, and all civilizations entered a first-level combat readiness posture. Resources began to be liquidated and consolidated. The military began to expand, and all government forces from second-level and first-level civilizations were forcibly conscripted. Civilians began to respond freely. Production lines began to work overtime, producing strategically essential supplies like a continuous stream. Against this backdrop, Qin Mang set off. Across the vast universe, the starship sailed through the darkness, and countless stars dotted the pitch-black nightscape in the distance. Behind them followed over 30 high-level trains. These trains all belonged to the Philia pirate group. To be called a group, they naturally had more than just one train. The highest-level train was Pulu Pulu's vehicle. The Akka energy light cannon was level 100. The energy shield was even level 40. This level of equipment would be practically vulnerable to the star, but looking at the entire universe, it was considered a very powerful pirate force. The Philia pirate group ranked 23rd on the Federation's bounty list. This clearly showed their strength. Reward amount, 97.8 billion units of iron ore. That's a bit low. Sitting in a chair, Qin Mang glanced at the bounty list on his watch and tilted his head to look at Pulu Pulu beside him. What did you do to deserve such a high bounty on you? No. Pulu Pulu shook his head and explained, this bounty list isn't issued by the Kaisa civilization, but by a powerful second-tier civilization. It's a private list, and the bounty isn't paid by a single person. For example, if you want to offer a bounty to someone, All you need to do is contact this organization with a certain amount of iron ore, hand it over to them, and then you can start offering the bounty. The organization will take 10 points from you. So, if you put up 10 million for a bounty, the actual bounty is only 9 million. When someone completes a bounty task, they can present evidence and claim the bounty from this organization. The organization will then give you the bounty amount that's been accumulated. You can put a collective bounty on someone. So, those pirates with the highest bounties on the leaderboard are generally those with multiple bounties simultaneously. That's right, Chin Meng said thoughtfully. You have quite a few enemies then. 97.8 billion units of iron ore must have been paid by several factions. Well, Pulu coughed lightly with a hint of pride. In our line of work, reputation is key. Robbery and murder are not only risky, but also low profit. We rely primarily on reputation, getting the major families in the area to voluntarily pay us protection fees. This reputation is built on 3 factors. The first is credibility. A pirate with credibility is worthy of everyone's trust. Only then will everyone believe that after paying the protection fee, you won't go back on your word or raise the price at any time. The second is, it's about tactics. Rumors of your brutal methods must spread so that people will fear you. The third point is prestige. I've collected a 50 billion bounty on myself, and combined with the 47.9 billion units of iron ore bounties accumulated over the years, I've secured 23rd place on the bounty list. This is prestige. Being in this position is enough to prove my strength. In our line of work, cash flow is abundant, so we can still come up with 50 billion. Chin Meng looked at Pulu with a slightly odd expression. You sound proud of your past as a pirate. You love what you do. Besides, I'm doing pretty well, not bad at it. Then why don't you collect more, and just make a list for yourself to gain more prestige? That won't work. Pulu shook his head. Prestige can be somewhat exaggerated, but if it's too exaggerated and doesn't match your strength, you face many dangers, such as bounty hunters and that organization. That organization often hunts pirates high on the bounty list, posting their own hunts and taking advantage of both. 23rd is just right. It has a certain level of prestige, but the amount isn't so high that it would attract the attention of those in the shadows. Chin Meng nodded silently. After chatting for a few more minutes, he told Pulu to contact him directly if he had any questions. Then, he looked at Pulu's back, feeling a slight sense of emotion. This was the first time he'd seen someone let go so quickly. After all, he was the head of a large group, and his strength was not weak in the entire Casa Civilization Federation. He let go so easily. He had completely stopped being a pirate. He wanted to go with Doba and build a new homeland for the goblins. If he were to think about it from another perspective, he certainly wouldn't be able to let it go. Even if he had to rebuild his homeland, he had to maintain his voice within it. He didn't want to become an outsider once it was completed. Just as he had felt when he first saw Doba. Gnome civilization is proud and a bit clever, but lacks any lofty ambitions. They simply want their own little homeland, playing games of pretend at the village entrance every day. Fighting for supremacy isn't the path for goblins. Gnomes have no ambition. Without ambition, it's impossible to sustain yourself. Then he looked ahead. His target, Xuanwu Star, was located at the very edge of the western region. If war broke out, it would almost certainly be the first to fall. It was far too dangerous. The Casa civilization today probably has no time to worry about losing a planet. It's better to take Xuanwu Star away for safety first. As for the batch of luxury clothing from the mechanical civilization Liang, they will be temporarily stored on the train, waiting for an opportunity to sell them later, or simply keep them as souvenirs. It's only a few 100 billion units of iron ore, anyway. After receiving the generous gift from Xuanwu Star, his vision has become somewhat higher. The rich second generation of the western military region has been killed. Not many people are buying this stuff. However, some people still buy it from other regions, but traveling thousands of light years to other regions is too expensive. Wormholes exist, of course, but they charge a fee. These wormholes are not free for the free army to use. The middlemen are unwilling to accept it. It's hard to say whether they will make a profit or a loss after all this round trip. He doesn't want to go either. The Casa Civilization Federation has strict background checks on inter-regional trains, requiring on-board inspections. His trains couldn't withstand such scrutiny. But, before leaving Hibiscus Star, he placed 4 level 200 refrigerators on 4 inter-regional freight trains, scheduled to arrive in 10 days. This way, he could use these refrigerators to travel freely between the 4 regions. While the trains couldn't go there, people could. This already allowed for a lot of things. For example, selling clothing, acting as a middleman, or instant communication. The Federation's current wartime communication method mainly relies on wormholes, which have drawbacks like unstable signals and limited coverage, but are still fast enough. He could just use refrigerators. They'd be much more effective. Even if the worst-case scenario occurred, and the star was truly doomed on the battlefield, with all its trump cards rendered ineffective, it could at least escape with the train's key personnel via the refrigerator, leaving behind a spark that could ignite a prairie fire later. Just then, a voice echoed from within the train. Mr. Mang, Pulu Pulu's AI has completed the information exchange. I've compiled some important information. Do you want to share it now? Go ahead. Chin Mang leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. Pulu Pulu's cooperation was somewhat outrageous. When he suggested asking Pulu Pulu for some important information, Pulu Pulu simply suggested copying the AI's database and letting Xiao AI read it, allowing him to select the important information himself. There was no way in his life that he would allow someone to copy Xiao AI's database. That would expose a vast amount of information. The AI was arguably the person on the train who knew the train best, even better than the train conductor, who couldn't monitor the status of every component in real time. First information. Puyulu, a habitable planet of the mechanical civilization, was found in the ruins of the mechanical civilization. Of course, it has since fallen out of orbit and become uninhabited, making it unsuitable for habitation. If such a planet were sold to the Kasha civilization, it could fetch at least 3 trillion units of iron ore. The Kasha civilization has always announced that any relics of the mechanical civilization can be exchanged for resources. If a planet can be found that houses a mechanical civilization, it will be purchased for a minimum of 3 trillion units of iron ore. After the defeat of the mechanical civilization, almost no planet remained intact. A planet like this could yield a wealth of information related to the mechanical civilization, which would be of great research value. The Kasa civilization regards this as a treasure. But Pulu Pulu chose to conceal the information and implant a positioning device within the planet to facilitate future discovery. First, they didn't trust the Kasa civilization and didn't believe it was willing to provide these resources. After all, silencing someone is much easier. He wasn't particularly interested in gambling on horse bones. Second, they believed that if there was an opportunity to rebuild the goblin civilization in the future, they could use this planet as a habitable one. Indeed. Chin Mang nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. This information is crucial. After we take Xuanwu Star, we go there and see if there's any more information. The second piece of information. A high-ranking leader of the Kasa civilization once sent an intermediary to commission them to intercept and eliminate a competitor. Pulu Pulu accidentally learned the name of the senior leader and kept the entire evidence, thinking it might be useful someday. Chin Mang frowned, pondering for a moment. Which senior leader? In the Kasa civilization, the commander-in-chief of the central military region, whose rank is slightly higher than the commanders of the other 4 regions, is considered the most core leadership in the Kasa civilization. But perhaps you, Master Mang, would be more interested in the victim of this incident. Who? The current commander-in-chief of the Western military region, Li Wei. Oh! Chin Mang leaned back in his chair, tapping his knuckles on the armrest. This news truly interested him. It seems that Commander Li is unaware of this matter. He probably wasn't aware of it, otherwise he wouldn't have launched an attack on the Zerg civilization, but instead launched a rebellion. He remained silent. He could understand the core leaders of the Kasa civilization, using intermediaries to repeatedly delegate tasks to a pirate group. After all, in many cases, such matters couldn't be handled by their own people or those with vested interests. Pirates were the perfect choice. But the fact that Pulu Pulu could infer the identity of the person behind the scenes showed that this intermediary was more than unqualified. Pure counterfeit goods. Not long after, the star had arrived near Xuanwu Star. At this time, many Chamber of Commerce trains were still traveling around, and the area was quite bustling. After all, it was a planet in the galaxy and a tourist destination, so it couldn't be deserted. However, there were no Kasa civilization garrisons. The Kasa civilization garrison had already been led by Li Wei to launch an attack on the Zerg civilization's territory. Of course, there were still ground troops. Now that we've taken them away, we really have to flee. Chin Mang looked at the bustling scene around him, sighed softly, and stood up, heading for the nearby refrigerator. He couldn't help but take Xuanwu Star with him. The war was about to begin, and it would be very dangerous here. He just hoped the Kassadin civilization wouldn't notice what was happening. Please worry about your commander, Li. They're almost at the Zerg's door. After a few breaths, Chin Mang appeared in the Tianji pavilion. The pavilion master, who had already received the message, had been waiting there for a long time with the leaders of the other 7 factions. Everyone. He glanced at the crowd. Xiao Ai has already sent someone to tell you the details. The decisive battle between the Zerg and Kassadin civilizations is about to begin. This place will become a war zone. It's extremely dangerous for you to continue here. Prepare to remove the civilization imprint. I will put Xuanwu Star on the star train. Yes. The Tianji Pavilion Master nodded solemnly. Wasn't this the first reward? Without Chen Meng, they would have been left here, hoping the Zerg civilization would ignore them. What about those passengers from other races in Zhongzhou City? Should we drive them away? It's too late. Hurry up, pack them all up, and take them away. We lock them up first. Understood. The next moment. Inside the Casa Civilization Federation, on the special prop galaxy map on all trains, Xuanwu Star, once marked with the Xuanwu Civilization imprint, suddenly lost its civilization imprint. It vanished from the galaxy map, becoming just another ordinary star in the universe. But no one noticed this. The galaxy map covers a full 100,000 light-years, encompassing numerous civilizational home planets. No one would constantly monitor the affiliation of a single, first-tier civilization. Then, a powerful suction force emanated from the slowly forming black hole above Xuanwu Star. All nearby trains sped away at full speed, as if they had seen a ghost. Is this a fucking black hole? Black holes are born under certain conditions. How could one suddenly appear for no apparent reason? This doesn't make any sense, but the black hole did appear, and the entire Xuanwu Star was completely unable to resist its suction, and was slowly being swallowed by it. This scene was witnessed by many people, until Xuanwu Star was completely devoured, and the black hole quickly disappeared. Quickly arrived, just as quickly departed, leaving no trace. There weren't any strong energy fluctuations. The only difference from before was that Xuanwu Star had disappeared. At this point, many people had come to their senses. This definitely wasn't a black hole. If it were this close, the train would have practically disintegrated, let alone the suction. Meanwhile, the star train, hidden in the distance, had already returned to Hibiscus Star, embarking on an unknown journey. So, inside the star train, in addition to mining star number 1 and water blue star, there was a third planet, Xuanwu Star. What a pity. Chen Meng sat in his chair, staring at the train screen, watching Xuanwu Star slowly rotate within the newly constructed space gate. A level 200 space gate could only accommodate 1 planet at most. He even considered putting the 3 planets together. That would look like a galaxy. They could still communicate with each other frequently. How wonderful. That would give him a glimpse of his own civilization. Let's wait and see. Once the space gate accessory is upgraded to level 500, perhaps it can accommodate even more planets. There's no upper limit to its upgrades. Perhaps one day, he'd be able to fit the entire universe onto his train. That's great. From Master of the Train to Master of Civilization, and from Master of Civilization to Master of the Universe. The star train soon arrived at Hibiscus Star again, preparing to pass through Hibiscus Star's wormhole to the mechanical civilization ruins. The power distribution in this entire area is roughly as follows. To the west is the Zerg civilization, and to the east is the Casa Civilization Federation. In between are scattered first-level civilizations, and a large number of lesser-known civilizations. To the north is the mechanical civilization ruins, tens of thousands of light-years away from Hibiscus Star. The cost of this wormhole is not cheap. 60 billion units of iron ore. Chen Meng silently waved his hand, signaling Xiao Ai to hand a bag of iron ore to the window, and into the extended robotic arm. The price was truly steep. 60 billion. Equivalent to the market value of 2 Gmail travel companies. The price was for the round trip. There were no fees to pay on the return trip. Of course. Returning alive was another matter. This trip was truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. But Chen Meng tilted his head to gaze at the trains around him, each with thousands of carriages, and sighed deeply. These people were quite ruthless. The fee was per train, 60 billion per round trip. So, it happened, many trains were combined into one, pooling their money for the journey, and then simply combining them for the return trip. This even gave rise to a whole new profession, the horseman. That is, the leader. After all, if the leader absconded, and there were no receipts for payment, the rest of the group would have to pay a substantial fee to return. He didn't try to join forces, which would have been a hassle. The train would have required a lot of people to be crammed in. Those who had no trains to travel to, and who had paid a fee to the coachman, were essentially risking their lives. Without even a train, exploring outer space was a sheer gamble. Furthermore, Such a group had a time limit for returning, typically a year before they could all come together. It wasn't free. He chose to go it alone, at the cost of an extra 60 billion units of iron ore. In this world, freedom is often extremely expensive, requiring considerable expense. After paying the fee, he traveled through space for about a minute before catching sight of a slowly rotating wormhole ahead. The constantly distorted starlight within, like a young girl's diary, captivated and captivating, making him eager to explore. After entering the wormhole, the interior resembled wormholes he had experienced before. This wormhole was extremely short. In just a second, he had exited the other end, almost instantly. Wormholes have a counterintuitive aspect. The longer the distance traveled, the longer the stay inside. Instead, the time spent inside is determined by a variety of factors, a semi-random state. As soon as he emerged from the wormhole, he saw trains, guided by shuttle buses, heading towards the nearest planet. The star also had its own shuttle buses. A locomotive, consisting solely of a locomotive, led the way and remotely transmitted a message, providing a brief overview of the situation. The star train was moving very slowly, and the shuttle bus ahead seemed to understand, patiently driving slowly. After all, going too fast might cause it to break apart. Yes. The star train also temporarily served as the stalwart. Several trains were connected to the trains behind it, but they were all from the Philia pirate group. After all, they still had to rely on the whirring trains to locate the planet of the mechanical civilization. Not long after, guided by the shuttle bus, the train headed for the nearest planet. This planet orbited a star, and was the only nearby transit point. All explorers would restock their supplies here before continuing their expedition. Is this the ruins of a mechanical civilization? In the train, Chin Mang sat in a chair, gazing at the distant scene, his eyes filled with shock. He had thought it might be like the terracotta warriors, but it was completely different. This sight wasn't just static, it was also dynamic. In the distance, countless pieces of space debris floated in space, including remnants of train debris. According to the information provided by the shuttle bus, this area, spanning tens of thousands of light years, was littered with large amounts of space debris. Besides that, a small black hole could be seen with the naked eye. It was created by the bombardment of the war. There were many such black holes in this battlefield site. Some had dissipated over the years, while others remained. Besides that, from time to time, a beam of light could be seen passing by. That wasn't a comet. It was a light energy attack. Yes. Although the machine civilization has been destroyed for many years, its remaining traces have not completely vanished. During the decisive battle between the races, countless beam cannons were fired. These beam cannons didn't always hit their targets, but continued to traverse the universe until one day, they collided with a planet and consumed all their energy. Tens of thousands of light years may not sound like a large distance. But in reality, if an Arcanon beam cannon were fired from one end to the other, assuming no targets were hit along the way, it would take tens of thousands of years to reach its destination. And since the machine civilization was destroyed less than 1,000 years ago, naturally, a large number of attacks are still scattered throughout the battlefield ruins. If you're unlucky and get hit directly, then you can only consider yourself unlucky. Don't gamble your life in your next life. Besides these crises, there are numerous others. Here, it's practically a crisis at every turn. Conversely, the rewards are also lucrative. Finding any artifact left behind by the mechanical civilization can fetch a fortune. Fortune Star, Resettlement City No. 1. Once a gathering place for the first few adventurers, it later became a city as the number of arrivals grew. It's home to numerous train conductors and middlemen who come here for adventure. The round-trip fare is 60 billion. Many people who arrive simply don't return, staying here until they've earned enough and are ready to retire. Many of the treasures they bring back from adventure are sold directly to middlemen in the city. With so many people, there needs to be service provision. It seems that large numbers of people are flocking to restaurants, convenience stores, and other businesses. These people are passengers who have mixed in with the horseman trains, also using them to stock up on supplies. That's how it is. Despite the harsh environment, a planet was gradually built. This is humanity. Sometimes one has to admit that humans, as a species, truly possess a talent for exploring the universe. No matter how challenging the environment, they can always build a city. The shuttle bus brought them to the planet and then departed. The train also began to disintegrate. Dozens of trains were disassembled and returned to their original positions. The train lacked the ability to merge multiple trains, so they could only use a relatively primitive method, tying them together with steel bars. This binding method was naturally weak and could not withstand high speeds. Detected? Xiao Ai's voice echoed from inside the train. Puluyil said that the planet is currently 867,000 kilometers away from us. At the star's current speed, at full speed, it would take about 14.2 hours. Not too far. Qin Meng nodded thoughtfully. At full speed, the star train could reach a speed of over 60,000 kilometers per hour. He had upgraded the green-grade nitrogen exhaust to level 200. This accessory alone gave the train a maximum speed of 51,000 kilometers per hour. The supermode effect draws on the core energy floating in the universe, significantly reducing the train's energy consumption during operation. An estimated 99.9% reduction in energy consumption would allow the train to travel through space with virtually no energy consumption. It's almost like a perpetual motion machine. This speed is already very fast. But he can go even faster. He also has a higher grade acceleration accessory, the yellow grade super energy exhaust. Another 1.3 billion units of iron ore were consumed to upgrade it from level 100 to level 200 in one fell swoop. This accessory is truly amazing. It increases the maximum speed by 102,000 kilometers per hour. And a new supermode effect has been added. Super Energy Tail Jet Level 200 Supermode Effect. This absorbs the core energy floating in the universe, significantly reducing the train's energy consumption during travel, an estimated 99.9% reduction. The supermode effect is a bit mediocre. It's somewhat redundant with the supermode effect of the helium-tailed jet. The combination of these two supermode effects reduces the iron ore consumption of the star train's travel in space to nearly zero, but still not zero. With the help of this accessory, the stellar train now has a maximum speed of 163,000 kilometers per hour, an incredibly high speed. Shall I? Qin Meng smiled with satisfaction. Please help me calculate how many kilometers per hour the speed of light is equivalent to. I see how far I am from reaching it. I feel like I can try to reach speeds close to the speed of light in my lifetime. Okay, the speed of light is 1.08 billion kilometers per hour, which is about 6,621 times the maximum stationary speed of the stellar train. It took nearly 3 years to develop the stellar from scratch. If the stellar train can make steady progress every year, in about 18,000 years, we'd be able to reach near the speed of light. Qin Meng remained silent, expressionless. Speaking of the speed of light always made little sense, but after converting the units, the feeling became much more intuitive. It seems that to travel in the universe, one still needs to rely on wormholes. Natural speed alone won't do the trick. Not to mention, even if you truly achieve the speed of light, traveling would still take a considerable amount of time, barely enough to keep up with the expansion of the universe, which is roughly the same speed as light. Thus, the speed of light is also a way to balance the entire universe. Theoretically speaking, once your speed exceeds the speed of light, you can outpace the expansion of the universe, giving you the opportunity to break free and see what the world looks like in places not swallowed by the expansion. But this is only theoretical. The star didn't stay long on the Fortune star. After detecting the specific coordinates, it continued into the Starry Sea with the Philia pirate group. After a slow journey of about an hour or two, they arrived at an uninhabited area. There were no trains around, and it was relatively quiet, with no debris flying around. Qin Meng then released the Xuanwu star and, after parking all the Philia pirate group's trains on the planet, retracted the Xuanwu star. From Qin Meng's perspective, the entire process was unremarkable. But for the residents of Xuanwu star, it was like the sky had fallen. The sun disappeared, polar night descended, and then suddenly reappeared, like a divine display of power. After all this, Qin Meng pushed the control lever to its limit, and the star train sped towards its target at breakneck speed. After just over 5 hours, it successfully arrived. Ahead was a star drifting freely in the universe. The search radar detected no signs of life. No trace of civilization within. It drifted on. The Casa civilization didn't just create this wormhole in the ruins of this battlefield. They also created many similar wormholes in other areas for explorers to explore. This type of planet doesn't appear on galactic maps at all. With luck, it might be discovered in a few days. With bad luck, it might go undiscovered for years. The universe is vast. It's so vast it's perfect for playing hide-and-seek. The surface is uninhabitable, severely damaged. The surface temperature is extremely low, approximately minus 256 degrees Celsius, making it impossible for humans to survive, and extremely difficult to explore. The atmosphere has been completely shattered by cosmic radiation. Only a faint geothermal heat remains within the planet. Chin Meng glanced at the console screen and ignored Xiao AI's assessment. Uninhabitable, as long as it wasn't some random, gas-filled planet, nothing was uninhabitable here. Even if it couldn't be transformed into a habitable planet, making it explorable was still easy. Soon, a black hole appeared above that planet again. It swallowed the dead star whole, swallowing it whole. This kind of wandering planet is like a stray cat in the universe, without a fixed location. It remains in darkness for long periods, occasionally illuminated briefly by nearby supernovas, neutron stars, or the background light of galaxies. The rest of the time, it remains in absolute darkness. It's extremely lonely. But now, this planet has a home. It became the fourth planet on the star train. Chin Meng named it Unnamed Planet. He would not only explore the ruins on this planet, but also attempt to transform it. Transform it into a habitable planet. Supply water for future immigrants to Blue Star. This planet was originally habitable, with excellent foundations. However, without an atmosphere to protect it, all of its core energy has been lost to the universe. It is an existence that even the giant beasts of the sky would not bother to devour. Absolutely lonely. No one cares. Transforming it into a habitable planet will take time, and it's not just about providing a star. However, making it explorable won't take long. In extreme cases, an army of robots could be dispatched within a day to fully explore it. In the universe. Chin Meng looked out the window at Little Green, leaping excitedly through the sea of stars. A hint of a smile crossed his eyes. Although Little Green hadn't yet reached adulthood, he already had the beginnings of a giant beast of the sky. Free as a fish in water in the starry sea. He was looking forward to the moment when the train's armor reached level 180, and Little Green would fully mature. Its combat form would reach a width of 0.1 light-years. By then, the star would be nothing but a speck of dust. He wondered what the future would hold. The universe was truly vast, nurturing a vast array of civilizations and beings. He loved it. He loved exploring these unknown existences. But only on one condition. He had to be in a safe environment to explore. It's like, many people love riding armored vehicles on the African savanna to see the lightning-fast leopards and the crocodiles basking in the sun on the shore. But not many people would ride shared bikes on the African savanna to admire the graceful movements of leopards hunting up close. All that remained was to wait. After a day's wait, he would explore this unnamed planet to find some traces of the mechanical civilization left behind. One day later, the planet's temperature had returned to normal, and a large number of robots, under Xiao AI's control, were heading towards the planet's surface. By then, the surface was riddled with holes, with few signs of human life visible. But, wait! Lock on this view. Chin Meng sat at the control panel, staring at the dozens of robot perspective images on the screen. He paused for a moment, then pointed at one of the images and spoke. When the screen filled with this image, a mechanized factory appeared on the screen, dissipating into the atmosphere. The reinforced concrete structure still stood clearly visible. There were numerous meteorite craters around. Those were the scars left by meteorite impacts during its years of wandering. This factory had fortunately avoided all meteorites. Although some parts of the factory had cracked due to thermal expansion and contraction in the low temperatures, the overall structure remained intact. This factory. It looked so familiar. This factory was the most difficult adventure map he had encountered that day on Blue Water Planet. In that map, he had received the reward from the Princess of Mechanical Civilization. This factory was the final level, a level with over 30 missions, which he remembered clearly. Although the details were different, the factory in the secret realm appeared to be more well preserved, but the overall structure was essentially the same. This factory was the prototype of the factory in that adventure map. It's really strange, Chin Meng muttered, his expression a little dazed, which made him feel dazed. Adventure maps always have a semi-fake feel. After all, you know the objects are manufactured, but this is real life. It's like encountering a building in a game and suddenly encountering it in real life, creating a strange sense of trance. Let's go in and take a look. After a while, he lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and looked at the screen. He whispered, "Is the factory inside the same as the one we encountered in the adventure map?" At this point, he had given up hope of discovering any technological ruins. This was clearly an inhabited planet, and there couldn't be any advanced technology. But then, Conductor, another robot found a very strange city. It should be a city. The city is enveloped by a huge, cube-shaped, thick cloud. The surrounding ground is charred black, like a sugar cube thrown into coffee grounds. The thick cloud is slowly drifting. The search radar can't detect the interior, but we suspect there may be signs of life. Chapter 312. Inside the star train, Qin Mang sat in a chair, gazing at the screen. On the surface of the planet housed within the train, numerous meteorite fragments could be seen, including numerous craters near the city itself. However, this barrier of thick clouds, perhaps due to its strength, showed no signs of damage. And the size of the city. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a moment, he spoke. Measure the size of Neon City, then measure the size of this city. Understood. He felt that this unknown city was most likely Neon City. After all, Neon City had always existed, but he didn't know its location. The only way to enter was with the Neon City ticket. If this truly was Neon City, that would be interesting. This not only meant that he truly owned the city, but that was irrelevant. The most important thing was that with just a Neon City ticket, he could instantly reach this city from the aquamarine planet tens of thousands of light years away. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of light years had been crossed, and the resources required to create a Neon City ticket were minimal. So far, in his understanding, there were only two ways to reach a certain area across tens of thousands of light years: wormhole and refrigerator. The former required a tremendous amount of resources to create. Even though the Zerg civilization possessed the innate ability to drill infinite holes, and the resources consumed for each wormhole opening were far lower than those of other civilizations, it was still a significant amount. The latter was much cheaper. Normally, crossing hundreds of thousands of light years, let alone tens of thousands, was a breeze. But the drawback is that this method requires sending someone with a refrigerator, or delivering it first, to reach the destination. It's impossible to simply place the refrigerator out of thin air. And now, he knew of a third method, the Neon City ticket. It had extremely low costs, and could be mass-produced. If this truly was Neon City, it meant that the mechanical civilization at the time had already developed these low-cost, fast-travel components, a crucial advantage on the battlefield. Every civilian component must have a higher-level military counterpart. How could a mechanical civilization, possessing such capabilities, be so easily annihilated by the Zerg? He grew increasingly curious. The more he learned about the mechanical civilization, the more he realized it was stronger than he imagined, not so weak. Soon, Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train cabin. Conductor, we've measured. The length and width of the two cities are almost identical. There's a 70% chance they're the same city. However, we don't know what those thick cloud barriers are. The robots will lose contact the moment they enter. I'm going to send some monsters in, led by ropes, to investigate. Okay. Qin Mang nodded slightly before continuing. Send me the number of the robot that discovered the abandoned factory. You explore this thick cloud and find a way to get inside. I go check out the factory. Yes. He walked over to the nearby combat training virtual space and lay down inside. After entering the robot's number, the scene before him instantly shifted to the robot's real perspective. It was like his consciousness had traveled through time and space into a robot. This was a new god-level supermodel effect he had just gained after upgrading the yellow-grade accessory combat training virtual space from level 10 to level 200, consuming 1.3 billion units of iron ore. Combat training virtual space level 5 supermodel effect allows online competition with other trains, participating in ranked matches, and gaining rankings. Only users of trains of the same level can connect online. Combat training virtual space level 10 supermodel effect. Training in the virtual space enhances physical fitness in reality. Combat training virtual space level 20 supermodel effect. The sense of reality within the virtual space is greatly enhanced, making all 5 senses more realistic. Combat training virtual space level 50 supermodel effect. Allows pain blocking. Combat training virtual space level 100 supermodel effect. Adds various custom modifications. Combat training virtual space level 200 supermodel effect. Within radar range, trained crew members can enter the combat training virtual space and simultaneously control a robot, achieving an immersive and realistic experience. The supermodel effects from levels 20 to 100 are relatively ordinary. The God-level supermodel effect at level 200 allows for even more immersive robot control, something he could achieve before this supermodel effect. However, this is primarily achieved through remote control and command via Xiao AI, or by implanting commands, making it difficult to achieve such flexibility while still maintaining the robot's perspective and remaining unaffected after death. It's a God-level supermodel effect unrelated to combat power. But it's quite useful in many situations. In a sense, he could easily have thousands of clones, each one a clone of himself. He just doesn't have the brains to do it. If he were even more impressive, he could control tens of thousands of robots at once, transforming into the Zerg Queen. However, This is a bit unrealistic. The human brain might be able to do this once it's fully developed, but it's definitely not possible now. As for the supermodel effect at level 100, it sounds complicated. Simply put, it means you can customize many things in the virtual space, such as missions, classes, levels, bosses, and so on. When world peace is restored, he only needs to sell a large number of virtual game pods. He can use them to create a virtual game world that surpasses other virtual games in both realism and playability, making it a form of entertainment. Not bad. Lying in the combat training virtual space, Chin Mang controlled the robot and began to explore the abandoned square before him. The familiar factory gate and the familiar security booth at the gate were exactly the same as the factory structure he had encountered in the adventure map. It made him feel like he was having a conversation with Tutu from centuries past. It was a unique feeling. Chin Mang walked into the factory with relish, exploring it one by one. He had been deeply impressed by everything that had happened on the adventure map that day. After the event, Zhang Yuan had even adapted the map's content into a script. When it was first made into a movie and screened on Water Blue Star for a fee, it received quite a good response. He had also seen the movie. It was indeed quite good. Old Pig had reported this to him. This was also the first paid movie screening on the Star, a very memorable event. It meant that many entertainment activities, which had been exclusively handled by the Star, were gradually being transformed into entertainment for the people below. Entertainment activities that allow people to enjoy themselves are good activities. The movie's content is a bit melodramatic. It's also sprinkled with stories about the factory director cheating on a repairman's wife. Even the people of a level 3 civilization find it difficult to escape the 4 vices of life: eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. But just then, Chin Mang, controlling the robot, walked into the factory director's office and looked at a chip plugged into the computer, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Back when he was in the adventure map, the factory director's office computer had no chips plugged in. This was the first noticeable difference from the adventure map. Curious, he found the chip on the desktop and clicked on it with his mouse. The next moment, the screen suddenly went blue, and a line of words appeared on the screen. This is the diary of the mechanical civilization Princess Tutu. I don't know who will see this diary. Perhaps no one will care, or perhaps it will be unearthed as a relic thousands of years from now. But I hope you will carefully preserve it. It's the last trace of me left in this world. Thank you. It opens with just 3 lines, simple and straightforward. Chin Mang walked out of the combat training virtual space, sat back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and looked expectantly at the robot's perspective on the screen. At this moment, the sense of immersion seems unimportant. It's time to eat melon. To eat melon, you need to light a cigarette and eat it slowly. One of the most basic human desires is voyeurism. Humans are born with a penchant for voyeurism. Everyone dislikes spying on others. This voyeurism isn't limited to voyeurism. It can manifest in many forms, including endlessly peeping into a woman's moments until one day she blocks you. In a fit of rage, you deleted your girlfriend as a friend, only to discover you can now see 10 of her photos. A stranger can see all 10, but you can't see any. Among the many voyeuristic desires, snooping through a diary is one that can release a lot of dopamine, especially a diary written by someone before their death, which is at least 70% true. Yes. As hard as it is to admit, humans are naturally averse to being spied on. We rarely write too much truth in our diaries. Even when dying, when expressing our true feelings, we subconsciously conceal some details. It's been a long time since I last typed on a physical keyboard. This product, which should have been obsolete by time, is surprisingly still widely used on a planet inhabited by a machine civilization. The rapid development of civilization can lead to this kind of disparity. On more than a dozen main planets of the machine civilization, keyboards and mice are antiques exhibited in museums for tourists to see, yet on many planets, they are still commonly used. Time is advancing. But it seems that time has also abandoned many people, and also abandoned the machine civilization. Before I met my death, I decided to design this miniature as my last adventure map. I hope that through the emotional entanglements within this factory, people can understand the living conditions of the lower classes of the machine civilization. My eye is unaware of the following passage. It is the secret of the machine civilization, and also its greatest shame. Before its demise, its leaders deleted all relevant information. I have recorded it, hoping that those who come after will know it. By then, the machine civilization has long since perished. You may scoff, misunderstand, or even think such a thing is impossible, but I hope that its history can be passed down truthfully. I love my civilization. But I also hate it. It had so many opportunities, yet it watched them pass by, even willingly, out of spite, to witness its demise. This year marks the 295th year of the war between the Machine and Zerg civilizations. Originally evenly matched, the Zerg civilization's massive increase in strength shattered the enemy, its front lines steadily retreating, completely unable to resist. Just as every civilization is always characterized by multiple voices and groups, so too did my civilization. Many years ago, the two largest factions within the mechanical civilization were the Design Institute and the military. These two forces were the largest within the mechanical civilization, and they were also the ones to which the government allocated substantial annual funding. The former was responsible for developing a wide variety of train components, both civilian and military, while the latter was responsible for expeditions and safeguarding the safety of the mechanical civilization. Initially, the former continuously developed a wide variety of components annually, significantly increasing the overall strength of the mechanical civilization. But as time passed, everything changed. The two sides began to clash, often with conflict. The first conflict was truly minor, so minor that everyone but me has forgotten it. It was when the Design Institute developed a new component and, when presenting the finished product at a meeting, a member of the military commented that it was extremely useless and a waste of resources. I understand why the military member made such a comment. At the time, the military had applied for a grant, but it was rejected. Then, they approved a grant from the Design Institute. In their anger, they were somewhat ungracious. I've often searched for the true cause of the downfall of the Machine civilization. I've considered many reasons: the Zerg civilization's strength, its sudden surge in power, and so on. But now I feel the true reason for the Machine civilization's demise is simply that it was destined to fall. Long-term separation will inevitably lead to unification, and long-term unification will inevitably lead to separation. This is an objective law, unstoppable. And the signs began at that time. The two forces, which had once supported and coordinated each other, gradually began to clash. The Design Institute could no longer mobilize the military when it wanted to test the effects of components, or to launch expeditions to certain planets to mine special resources, or hunt giant celestial beasts. And the military could no longer obtain the new components developed by the Design Institute. So, the Design Institute allocated significant funds to build its own military. The military allocated significant funds to build its own design team. Countless attempts by leaders to mediate between the two sides have failed. This grudge wasn't rooted in a few individuals, but rather stemmed from the long-standing belief on both sides that the other, despite clearly relying on its own resources, dared to act so arrogantly. Changing the top brass of the Design Institute and the military proved ineffective. This went on for over 100 years. The two groups were completely rifted. At its peak, the best design team in the entire mechanical civilization resided in the military. This was the result of the military expending vast resources and funds to recruit and train talent at all costs. Meanwhile, the most powerful train in the entire mechanical civilization resided in the Design Institute. This was the result of the Design Institute, desperate to outperform the military, devoting almost all of its R&D resources in recent years to a single train. It was a profoundly distorted situation. Although the military possessed the most outstanding design team, as a military, it couldn't devote much resources to R&D, nor did it have a sufficient R&D environment. This most outstanding design team in the mechanical civilization performed almost no research work on a daily basis, serving only to outperform the Design Institute. The Design Institute, on the other hand, had almost no combat missions either. This most powerful train in the mechanical civilization spent most of its time gathering dust, its sole purpose being to sit at the Design Institute. Both sides possessed the most powerful members of the mechanical civilization, but neither was able to fully utilize their capabilities. Several bizarre conflicts subsequently erupted, and the war had already been going on for some time. For example, a military train encountered a Zerg siege. Although it managed to escape, it was completely depleted of resources and severely damaged, threatening to break apart at any moment. They needed to find the nearest resource point. After requesting assistance from the mechanical civilization, they failed to reach the nearest military resource point after 7 hours, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers in the convoy. Subsequent investigation revealed the Design Institute's resource point approximately 2 hours away from the accident site. But no one from the Design Institute spoke a word about this incident from beginning to end. Even after the entire military convoy was wiped out, they secretly held a celebration. Afterwards, they claimed that these resource supply points were built specifically for the Design Institute, consuming its own resources and not for outsiders to use. The conflict between the two sides deepened. They practically regarded each other as mortal enemies. The Design Institute had no need for trains to travel, yet it still devoted vast resources annually to maintaining those resource supply points, simply to meet the occasional train outing. This was an extreme waste of resources. Although I'm from the Design Institute, I still want to say that even without the Zerg civilization, the machine civilization would have gradually succumbed to extinction. The war was gradually drawing to a close. The machine civilization's advantage was diminishing. That group finally realized that continuing this course of action might not be right. For once, the Design Institute bowed its head and handed over the original blueprints for the two components, the Robotics Research Center and the armed black hole robot, which had been developed at great expense over the years. These two accessories can be used to defend against Zerg swarms at a fraction of the cost. The Zerg civilization favors finding an inhabited planet during chaotic battles, then sending a large number of Zerg monsters to engage in ground combat. This method of warfare will only hinder the mechanical civilization. After all, this is a mechanical planet with a large population, and they cannot bomb the planet. Ground forces must be dispatched to clear the Zerg monsters, and this process, along with the resulting heavy casualties, places a significant strain on the mechanical civilization's logistics. These two accessories will somewhat turn the tide of the battle. In order to achieve the desired supermodel effect for these two accessories, the Design Institute has expended a vast amount of Murphy stone and resources over the years, finally developing the perfect accessory artwork. They hoped to wait for the military to come to them and beg them, but that never happened, so they had no choice but to release it for free. But perhaps the Design Institute underestimated the military's toughness and the hatred between them. Even if the Design Institute released the artwork for free, the military would still refuse to use it. I would rather see a large number of ground troops dragged to the planet, a large number of casualties, and a huge waste of resources than to use the blueprints developed by the Design Institute and constantly urge my own design team to develop corresponding blueprints. Perhaps it was fate. 3 years later, after expending a large amount of Murphy stone and resources, the Army's own design team also developed the original blueprints for the two accessories, the Robot Research Center and the armed black hole robot, with perfect properties. That day, the entire Army was excited and held a celebration banquet. I sat on a high building, gazing at the troops celebrating in the military district outside, my heart filled with despair. I was the princess of this civilization, yet I could only watch helplessly as my civilization sank. I wanted to do something, but I could do nothing. Even my father was powerless, so what could I do? All I could do was wait for death. For the same accessory original blueprint, the mechanical civilization had expended twice as much Murphy stone, twice as many resources, twice as much time, and twice as many deaths. Sometimes I'm thankful there are only 2 such factions within the machine civilization. If there were 3, wouldn't the cost be tripled? And so? The most terrifying thing happened. And the biggest turning point. Thinking about it now makes my hair stand on end. I can't believe this was done by my own people. After the 239th year of the war, the machine civilization was already in a state of severe defeat. It was from that year that the Zerg civilization's army exploded, becoming almost endless, overwhelming the machine civilization and leaving them with a severe shortage of resources. This year marks the 295th year of the war, and barring any unforeseen events, it will also be the final year. A full 56 years have passed. It wasn't until the 292nd year that the Design Institute announced that the Zerg civilization's forces weren't exploding, but rather that their monsters possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely. Research by the Design Institute revealed that the Zerg civilization would mix in a batch of level 1 monsters, called antennae, with their monsters. They were extremely fragile. They died almost instantly. This monster grants Zerg monsters in an area the ability to resurrect infinitely, but they often hide in extremely safe areas far back. The Design Institute has developed an accessory specifically targeting antenna bugs, capable of killing all of them in an area at extremely long range. Incredible. The Design Institute's heritage is still there. But 53 years have passed since the machine civilization was crushed by the Zerg. In fact, in the first year, when the Zerg's forces surged, the Design Institute secretly dispatched troops to capture several antenna bugs and spent a year developing a method to kill all of them within a multi-light-year area on the battlefield. If this method had been deployed on the battlefield at that time, I believe the war situation would have been changed. The machine civilization will surely survive. But what horrifies me is that the Design Institute concealed this information for 50 years, telling no one, and watched helplessly as the machine civilization's troops and people were slaughtered like locusts. Watching the machine civilization creep ever closer to extinction. Perhaps the ridicule they received for their previous overtures fueled the Design Institute's resentment, and this time, they were even more ruthless. Even when the death rate of the mechanical civilization's army reached 70%, they could no longer recruit, and their stockpiled resources were completely depleted. The Design Institute began handing over the original schematics for the components. Perhaps the people at the Design Institute, sitting in their offices daily, were oblivious to the cruelty of war. Some naively believed that simply handing over the original schematics would be the final word, revealing who was most important and who could turn the tide. But, even now, if the army were to collectively equip the components, it would be useless. They were already on the brink of genocide. But, here comes the even more absurd part. Even at this point, the army still chose to ignore the original schematics, preferring death to death. I rarely swear, but as I write this diary entry, I feel like cursing my civilization with the most vicious language I've ever used. I love my civilization so much. But my civilization is truly the worst in the entire universe. I love it more than anyone else, and I also loathe it more than anyone else. I am also deeply disappointed in the leadership of the machine civilization. From the beginning, they left it alone, even tacitly allowing it, believing that this competition would make both sides better. Later, it intensified, becoming impossible to control, until it became completely unstoppable. Who was responsible for the machine civilization's current situation? Was it the Zerg civilization? No. The Zerg civilization was merely a minor trigger. If the machine civilization were united, the Zerg civilization would be nothing more than a defeated opponent on its path to prosperity. The machine civilization possesses the greatest team of designers in the universe, a military that is the most fearless and willing to sacrifice their lives for civilization. But therein lies the problem. The former are too great, therefore arrogant, and cannot tolerate negative evaluations from others. The latter are too fearless, and therefore nearly all of them have perished. I am unwilling to accept this. But I am powerless. As a powerless, figurehead princess of the mechanical civilization, I haven't even seen my father in 7 years. I can only silently watch as this building tilts and gradually collapses, enduring the pain of its fall. The mechanical civilization is the most prosperous in the development of trained civilization within hundreds of thousands of light years, and has, intentionally or unintentionally, led many civilizations to adopt this train-like form. I've left a lot of research data and experimental equipment from the Design Institute in this factory. If you have your own research team, it might be of great help. If not, selling it would be a considerable fortune. Of course. I'm not sure if this planet can survive, and I'm not sure if anyone will read this final diary. I miss my AI a little, but unfortunately I've already sent it away. I hope it finds a good master in the future. I don't want to write anymore. I'm a little tired. The physical keyboard is making my hands hurt, so I got a manicure. I never used to disdain such things, but before I die, I want to experience the things other girls like. It doesn't seem very aesthetically pleasing. It's very inconvenient. It's more like a formal label, symbolizing that I don't have to work or do any labor. I don't like that kind of boasting. Oh, I almost forgot. The reason I didn't see my father for 7 years is because I couldn't stand it anymore during those last 7 years, so I rebelled. But I have to say, while my father wasn't particularly strong in management, he was quite capable when it came to redressing wrongs. I'd barely begun to act when I discovered that everyone around me, including my mentor, had been assassinated. Quite impressive. This led to the lack of resources during the final years of my Dawn project, which I implemented, and I wasn't able to distribute more resources. Come to think of it, I'm a bit of a parasite. With resources extremely scarce on the front lines, I actually dispersed them to various Zerg-affected planets throughout the universe, hoping to save even one. Including me. Everyone in the entire mechanical civilization is a beast. For a civilization like this, its demise is inevitable. That's it. I'm tired. Princess of the mechanical civilization, definitely. Inside the star train, Chin Mang sat in a chair, meticulously marking every word in the diary. It was long and packed with information, and he learned how the machine civilization ultimately perished. A multitude of factors were involved. Among them, the internal conflicts within the machine civilization had almost reached an irreconcilable level. Generally speaking, when faced with significant external pressure, most civilizations would unleash their internal conflicts, turning their guns against the outside world and temporarily suspending them. However, it was relatively rare for the machine civilization, facing near annihilation, to have its internal conflicts become so irreconcilable. The ashtray on the table was filled with several extinguished cigarette butts. He suddenly realized that it seemed like all powerful civilizations had significant internal conflicts. The machine civilization, needless to say, had experienced such intense internal conflict that they hadn't engaged in direct combat for so many years, splitting into two civilizations. He felt that his father had managed the situation quite well. The Casa civilization was similarly awful. The overseer of System 27 staged a Zerg invasion, slaughtering over 20 Level 1 civilizations, and resulting in the deaths of hundreds of billions of lives. The Western Theater commander, completely ignoring directives from the central government, single-handedly led his entire army in a long-range attack against the Zerg civilization. The Central Theater commander secretly colluded with pirates and slaughtered the Western Theater commander's family. But he felt they were still significantly stronger than the machine civilization. At least after the Western Theater commander's willful attack, the entire Cassadan civilization's logistics were truly mobilized and operational, truly prepared to follow the attack with their entire army, rather than helplessly watching the Western Theater commander's utter annihilation. If it were a machine civilization, the people in the other four war zones would be preparing for a celebration. A universal celebration. This comparison explains why the Zerg civilization is so unstoppable and unrivaled in this region. Infinite wormholes plus rapid reproduction plus infinite resurrection plus devouring evolution. Let's not even talk about these four perverted, bug-level abilities. Now there's a fifth one, absolute dictatorship. There's no division within the civilization. Everyone obeys the Zerg Queen's command without objection, risking their lives to carry out her orders. They're united, everyone's strength-focused, and there are no termites within. It's quite ironic to think about it. A Zerg civilization, possessing a vast array of worms, all kinds of worms, has no termites. And the historical lessons of his predecessors have taught him all this. The people in power. He must have absolute authority to push all buttons. Work can be decentralized, but power must be firmly held in his hands, and not delegated to anyone else. If any conflict arises that could affect the train's future, it must be immediately eliminated. Don't give it a chance to escalate. However, perhaps it's because the atmosphere on the train is good, or because of his personal charm, or because Old Pig's soothing skills are quite effective, but for so long, there have been virtually no conflicts within the train. Perhaps it's because the time has been too short. Everyone has just escaped from an environment where they need food and their safety is uncertain, so they haven't had time to think too much. Over time, as everything gradually stabilizes, things will develop in this direction. But he will definitely nip any signs of trouble in the bud, not giving them a chance to spread. After a long moment, Chin Mang leaned back in his chair, stubbed out his nearly burned cigarette in a nearby ashtray, and sighed, muttering, "This advanced civilization is a bit too complex internally." His first encounter with mechanical civilization was in the Babel adventure map on Aquamarine Planet. There, he witnessed an entire city of robots sacrifice their lives just to protect a train's escape. The battle between the robots and the Zerg monsters moved him deeply. Humans are inherently suspicious creatures. They are often deeply moved by such loyalty, even at the cost of one's life. In their eyes, this is a noble quality worthy of the highest admiration. But here, he witnessed the selfishness and other inherent flaws within mechanical civilization. This gave a glimpse into the complexity of a civilization. To date, the second most peaceful civilization he had ever seen was the Xuanwu civilization. Although the top forces of this civilization were also forced to merge under external pressure, at least the merger was successful, and all grudges had been put aside. The peace-seeking civilization fell short in this regard, choosing to engage in internal warfare under external pressure. Before they could even begin fighting, the entire civilization was destroyed. As for the first peacemaking civilization, it was, of course, his own. In his civilization, he was the only voice, and he would never allow such a situation to occur. 10 minutes later. In Car 10 of the Star Train, a large number of high-precision experimental instruments were transported from the unnamed space gate and placed on the ground elevator to the Mecha Research and Development Center in Car 2. Master Meng, Chikashio, standing nearby, gazed excitedly at the instruments mounted on the ground elevator, his voice trembling. "These high-precision instruments are far more powerful than the batch we snatched last time. As far as I know, even a research team from a level 2 civilization couldn't produce instruments of this level. Even the Casa civilization might not have them. And there's so much experimental data. With this, I can quickly develop the first exclusive accessory for our starship." "Very good." Chin Mang nodded, silently turning his head to look at Xiao Ai beside him. "Take the essence and discard the dross. Delete any dross from the experimental data that needs to be deleted. Understood. Xiao Ai also nodded silently. He had just finished reading the entire diary. He was completely baffled and bewildered. He had never imagined that the true cause of the machine civilization's demise was its internal conflicts, which had become so severe that they were completely irreconcilable. These instruments were all found in that factory. They were all the most sophisticated experimental instruments of the machine civilization. It's definitely better than the Casa civilization. Although he had never seen the Casa civilization in this area, the mechanical civilization was the ancestor of all trained civilizations, having almost reached the pinnacle of development. The Casa civilization was a latecomer, and certainly couldn't compare to the mechanical civilization in this respect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have treasured the items they unearthed from the mechanical civilization ruins. Even in this fiercely conflicting environment, the mechanical civilization continued to flourish, with each one taking its place, and new, highly effective accessories being developed from time to time. It was a golden age. Until the stage was demolished. That's when it stopped, and no one sang anymore. Qin Mang returned to his train compartment, copied the diary entry, and entered it into Xiao Ai's database. This diary entry had to be preserved. He suddenly felt that Tutu was perfectly suited to be a historian. He had diligently and objectively recorded the entire true history of the mechanical civilization. Oh! Not objective, but still tinged with subjective emotion, and even a bit contradictory. Generally speaking, historians are all about leaving a lasting legacy, rarely considering, let me try to rebel, maybe I succeed. He had originally thought that his own rise to power had some blemishes, such as when he first started. But after looking at the histories of other civilizations, he suddenly felt so clean, like a saint. How could there be any blemishes? Up to now, he had only personally killed 2 people. These guys. Their murders were measured in the billions. If Bai Qi were to be reborn, he realized he couldn't possibly live up to the title of God of Death. A minor official in the Casa civilization held the souls of hundreds of billions of people at his disposal. How could they compare? They were simply not on the same level. He felt that Zhang Qiudao's Viper sect had taken the wrong path. He shouldn't have switched from practicing magic to cultivating the way of mechanisms. If he had continued practicing magic, the 10,000 Souls banner would have had to be renamed the Trillion Souls banner. Cultivating magic clearly held greater promise. Cultivating the way of mechanisms held no future. Chapter 313. Not a big deal. Stuck in the star train amidst the starry sea, Qin Mang leaned back in his chair, stretched, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had witnessed the severe internal conflicts of so many civilizations, he felt that his own civilization would be unlikely to encounter such a situation in the future. After entering the starry sea, civilization advanced rapidly. With the exception of the Xuanwu civilization, a cultivator civilization, all cultivators had extremely long lifespans. Besides, most people's lifespans were only extended to around 100 years. Of course, for those in the middle class, or train conductors, and the upper class, lifespans could be very long. By expending a certain amount of resources in the medical warehouse, all internal organs could be restored to pristine condition. People age. And they age quickly. In my youth, I felt no fatigue from doing 70 or 80 sit-ups. But in middle age, I found that even a single sit-up left me breathless and unable to even stand. I vaguely recall the 70 or 80 sit-ups I did during gym class in the school playground during the sunset as a child. It seemed like a fleeting, unimaginable memory. The body is our greatest asset. And the top-tier medical warehouse, with a mere cost of a few 100,000 units of iron ore, can easily restore the body to perfect condition. Of course, achieving immortality requires not only the irreversible aging of the body's organs, but also combating numerous other factors. For example, the human brain's long-term memory storage limit is approximately 150 to 200 years. Beyond this, you need to clear your memories from the memory bank or find a way to add a larger memory stick. External mechanical brains, external memory access devices, and other such nonsense. There are always ways. This isn't a big problem. It just requires a considerable expenditure of resources. Once both of these issues are overcome, theoretically, immortality is entirely possible, provided sufficient resources are available. However, each perfect repair of the body consumes more resources than the previous one. This means it's impossible to enter a medical pod to constantly repair internal organs. No one has unlimited resources. Basically, after consuming 200 billion units of iron ore, one can live to 1,000 years old. With more resources, one could even live to 2,000 or 3,000 years old. The greatest disparity in all civilizations is the wealth gap. The wealth gap between the upper class and the lower class is staggering, But what many overlook is the difference in lifespan. The upper class can live for thousands of years, while the lower class can only live for 100 years. Compound interest is terrifying. The wealth accumulated over such a long period of time, over generations, would be a colossal sum. This would also indirectly and completely block the possibility of the lower classes climbing up. Reincarnation would be the only turning point in life, the only chance. Of course, there are also devious ways. For example, risking your life to explore the mechanical ruins. If by chance you become a train conductor and gradually rise in prominence, you too could become a member. However, out of thousands who enter this path, only a few survive. The vast universe is never short of brave adventurers. Even more abundant are the wreckage of adventurers. It is precisely because of this that so many high-ranking figures still retain the appearance of old age, their bald, toothless bodies seemingly on the verge of death. Each time they restore their organs to perfect condition, they consume more resources than the last. The most perfect way to utilize it. Naturally, it's to wait until one's organs are completely deteriorating before repairing them. This significantly prolongs one's lifespan and minimizes resource consumption. Aging for the rich is a way to welcome a new life. Aging for the poor is the burden of leaving their children, with the expense of burying their bodies. All class conflicts in the world stem from a lack of intensity. When they become so intense, they cease to exist, and the people below them can't cause any trouble at all. It's normal for 17 or 18 generations of a family to work for the same family or company. Chin Mang leaned back in his chair, gazing at the accessories on the train screen. After a moment's contemplation, he upgraded the yellow-grade medical warehouse to level 201 Go. This consumed 1.3 billion units of iron ore. Upgrading yellow-grade accessories doesn't require a lot of resources. Medical warehouse level 5 supermodel effect can regenerate severed limbs. Medical bay level 10 supermodel effect. Humans have no truly incurable illnesses. Any disease, including so-called cancer, can be treated. Different diseases require different iron ore units to treat, and the more severe the illness, the greater the resource consumption. Furthermore, any mechanical organ can be replaced within the medical bay without discomfort. Medical bay level 20 supermodel effect accelerates repairs. Medical bay level 50 supermodel effect increases brain capacity. Medical bay level 100 supermodel effect reduces resource consumption by half. Medical bay level 200 supermodel effect can repair damaged planets. Chin Mang raised his brows slightly. The 200 level, God-level supermodel effect of the medical bay was quite impressive. It could even repair shattered planets, such as Water Blue Planet. Water Blue Planet's core energy was rapidly overflowing. Once this core energy completely drained out, the planet would become a dead planet and slowly shatter. The entire process was irreversible. But with the medical bay, this process was no longer irreversible. Only a small amount of resources would be needed to restore the planet to perfect condition. He checked the cost. If Water Blue Planet were to be restored to perfect condition at this point, the resources consumed would be 88.8 billion units of iron ore. The price was acceptable. It was also an auspicious number. Water Blue Planet hadn't yet become a completely dead planet, so the cost of repair was relatively low. Once it became a dead planet, the cost would be significantly higher. He now only had 840 billion units of iron ore. The journey from Galaxy 27 to this mechanical civilization ruins had cost him 60 billion units. While the price was a bit high, it was still a good deal to preserve Blue Water Planet. It also happened that all the infrastructure built there over the past year wouldn't go to waste. After a moment's hesitation, he consumed 88.8 billion units of iron ore, zoomed in on the Blue Water Planet space portal in carriage 10 on the screen, and clicked on the slowly rotating planet within the space portal. The next moment, the resources accumulated within the train began to be consumed frantically. Then, the lid of the level 200 medical bay at the front of the train slowly opened, and hundreds of golden rays of light poured out, flowing at a slow pace towards carriage 10. He slowly entered the space gate and headed straight for the planet. After a few breaths, the entire planet began to undergo various changes, and detailed data flashed across the screen on the train control console. Vegetation is rapidly regenerating, with vegetation regrowing in desertified areas. Please select the desert areas you wish to preserve. Water bodies are being completely purified and will become crystal clear, providing an excellent source of drinking water. Harmful algae have disappeared, and the aquatic ecosystem is being rebuilt. Please select the rivers and lakes you wish to add. 27 endangered species have been detected on the planet. Should they be preserved? If so, suitable habitats will be created for their reproduction. Air quality has significantly improved, with toxic gases like smog decreasing, oxygen levels rising, and the frequency of acid rain decreasing. Extreme weather events such as hurricanes, droughts, and floods decreasing. Carbon cycle balance. Ruins clearance. Please mark abandoned buildings, garbage, etc. that need to be preserved. The remaining garbage will be incinerated in the underground fire. The core energy has been replenished and relocked within the planet's core. Because the core energy won't leak out, there will be no more earthquakes or other geological disasters. P.S. The planet's rapid recovery may lead to overpopulation of some species, such as insects, requiring human intervention to maintain balance. The entire process consumed 88.8 billion units of iron ore, representing just a few lines of data on the screen. He had to make several decisions. But for the people of Blue Water Planet, it was a miracle. The water in many lakes and rivers began to flow visibly rapidly, until it became completely clear, with the bottom visible, and the water tasted sweet. Many trees, once dilapidated and aging, began to regain their vitality, sprouting green buds and rapidly growing until the area was lush and green. The air quality was also changing rapidly. All the debris and garbage were swept up by fine tornadoes and transported to the newly opened tunnel leading directly to the underground fire. It would be a good place to incinerate the garbage and, of course, a good place for reopening. When you jump into this underground tunnel, assuming you can stay awake the entire time and are an ironclad person, you would need to fall for approximately 20.5 minutes to reach the center of the Earth. This time should be enough time for you to revisit your life, reflect on your past, and hope for a better start in your next life. Not bad. 10 minutes later, the entire water blue planet has been completely repaired and can undergo routine maintenance in the future, but the resources consumed for routine maintenance will be much less, far less. Perhaps this could also be a business? Chin Mang nodded thoughtfully. Theoretically, he could restore all previously habitable planets to this state, like the unnamed planet he had just acquired, the one left behind by the mechanical civilization, the one with the factory. He had originally planned to use this planet as a migration destination for the Blue Water civilization. Now it seemed that was no longer necessary. There were better options on Blue Water. In the future, perhaps, he could fully restore those planets that were once habitable but subsequently lost their habitability and sell them to other civilizations. After all, there weren't many habitable planets in the universe. Theoretically, any planet that was already habitable, even if it had lost its habitability due to severe damage, would slowly recover over time. This will take quite a while. This level of time span far exceeds the human lifespan and the lifespan of a civilization. The planet's restoration is complete. Blue Water Planet's core energy has been replenished and sealed within its core. It will be difficult for iron ore and other resource deposits to be produced in the future unless he actively unlocks it. Of course, the reward is that the planet will return from its aging phase to a period of prosperity, with virtually no more geological disasters, hurricanes, floods, or typhoons. The only potential disasters are uncontrollable ones, such as seasonal wildfires. And for disasters of this magnitude, Xiao Ai is fully capable of providing immediate warning and handling them. You could say that, from this moment on, the quality of life on this planet will be the highest he has ever seen in his 2 lifetimes combined. Very good. Chen Mang gazed at the changes in Blue Water Planet on the train screen and smiled with satisfaction. When Chikashio makes a breakthrough, I create a new medical tank accessory design. If I can create a super-modified one with all the benefits and half the cost, perhaps everyone in my civilization can live 1,000 years. Everyone is like a dragon. The medical tank, including most of its accessories, can be crafted as many as you want. The default super-modified effect of this accessory is the one it currently has. The recreated medical tank will not replace this one, but will coexist with it and become a more targeted accessory. The train's upper limit largely depends on the R&D team. In particular, he possessed the ability to detect supermodel effects without consuming Murphy stone or resources. As long as Chikashio produced a component image, he could continuously randomize the supermodel effect until it best matched his desired appearance. Infinite randomness was a powerful ability. Given enough time, even a monkey, typing away at a keyboard, could potentially create a complete dream of the Red Chamber. Word for word. This is why the universe is so vast and mysterious. The universe has no shortage of time, no shortage of infinity, and even more so, no shortage of randomness. No one knows what lies beyond the depths of the universe. Everything currently known about the universe has a high probability of being overturned in the future. Just then, Xiao Ai's faint voice echoed from within the train. Conductor? Suppose you truly want everyone in your civilization to live to be 1,000 years old. I can roughly describe what would happen. First, there would be a population explosion. According to your assumption, even at 800 years old, people would still be able to reproduce. The population would explode exponentially, completely out of control in just 100 years, exceeding the carrying capacity of Blue Water Planet. Of course, we would certainly have no shortage of immigrant planets by then, but we might adopt birth control policies, like one child every 1,000 years. One child is the most glorious. People could finally retire at 900. A 70-year-old child in a relationship would be scolded by his parents for premature love. Everyone is an omnipotent person, potentially holding hundreds of jobs in their lifetime. An 800-year-old marriage became the sharpest sword wielded by pure love against the corrupt. A mess of all sorts of things. That sounds chaotic. And a civilization in this state must be constantly expanding. Otherwise, due to the scarcity of internal resources and the vast disparity between the rich and the poor, internal conflicts will be as numerous as the multitude of fish in the river. We talk about that later. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair and chuckled. That's not happening yet, and it's impossible for everyone to have a lifespan of 1,000 years. How would we find so many resource areas? We carve out our own territory in the universe. There's no need to keep everyone confined in the train. Let them all out. Build your own train and go exploring. If you want to extend your lifespan, work hard on yourself. After doing all this, Chen Mang returned to the screen, where the remaining robots were exploring the planet left behind by the mechanical civilization. No useful information had yet been detected. He planned to take another stroll around the area. Then he returned. He wanted to make some big moves. He had actually earned quite a bit of resources recently. For example, the Xuanwu civilization had invested nearly 10 trillion units of resources, and the back of mining planet number 1, which was nearing completion, but hadn't yet begun resource inventory. But it always felt like it wasn't enough. They were all making small profits. They were all first-tier civilizations, exploited ones at that. How many resources could they possibly possess? Almost all the resources of the entire Casa Civilization Federation were concentrated in the Casa Civilization. Those 1,000-year-old families controlled a terrifying amount of resources. He planned to wait until the war officially began. First, let's get a taste of some of the 1,000-year-old families of the Casa Civilization, then rush to the battlefield and grab some crunchy mining stars, or something on the edge of the battlefield. 10 days later. The star train slowly made its way towards the Fortune Star, ready to return. But on the day of departure, he had buried a refrigerator on a nearby abandoned star. If he ever wanted to return, he could use the refrigerator to send people over. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anything that could shrink the train. Otherwise, he could just take the train and crawl out of the refrigerator. That would be like a true wormhole. During these 10 days, he also visited the mechanical ruins that other adventurers had visited. Basically, he was checking every piece of space junk in the universe for anything useful, a rather dangerous process. The space junk that hit him was actually quite painful. Bruised and purple. The whole process was like panning for gold. Although the civilizations were different, for some reason, it always felt like déjà vu, as if humanity was repeating the same scenes from history. He found absolutely nothing useful. He'd been searching for 10 days. It was all garbage. Real space junk. He stayed there for a full 10 days, mainly to wait for his package to arrive. He calculated that 10 days was enough time for his package to reach the other 4 regions of the Casa Civilization Federation. He sent a few refrigerators to each of those regions. Gadgets. He visited a few of the 1,000-year-old families of the Casa Civilization. He couldn't afford to offend Casa, but he figured he could still inquire about the 1,000-year-old families within Casa. Although there were no trains, he had to rely on other means, but there was still hope. Meanwhile, Chen Mang was sitting in a city cafe with Lao Zhu and the others. He glanced at the auction list in his hand, his eyes gradually narrowing. The grand finale item was Special Item Hell Brooch. The effect was to shrink the train and fit it within the brooch, similar to a spatial manipulation. It had no effect on the people inside, and everything would be the same as usual, except that the light outside the window was invisible. Starting price, 100 billion units of iron ore. He was in the central area of the Kasha Civilization Federation, at the Polar Night Market on the Twin Stars. He had come here via a refrigerator. This was the core area of the Kasha Civilization Federation. This planet was directly under the Kasha Civilization, one of several directly subordinate planets. About 10% of the Kasha people lived there, and the remaining 90% were people from other civilizations. There was no other way. After all, the Kasha civilization was already sparsely populated, and with so many directly subordinate planets, it was indeed difficult to fill even one planet. Arriving here, he felt as if he had entered a city. Nothing else mattered. The mere sight of an auction had instantly changed his plans. He had to obtain this item first. Qin Mang took a deep breath, placed the auction item list on the table, rapped his knuckles against the special item several times, and looked up at the people gathered around the table. I must obtain this item. I absolutely must. The auction will be held in 3 days. Go and secretly inquire about the strength and status of the Kasa civilization, and whether there are any wealthy Kasa families on this planet. Understood. Everyone nodded. Zhou Shen was essentially tasked with gathering the information. Actually, the best candidate would be Pulu Pulu, the leader of the Philia pirates. But as a goblin, he stood out a bit here. Can you imagine a goblin running into a tavern, pretending to be generous and downing a glass of barley beer, then yelling at the top of his lungs, anything interesting happening in the city lately? Zhou Shen was the right person. He was smooth-talking, had been in the Chioha civilization long enough, and was familiar with the Kasa Civilization Federation. If he could get this item, then his plan to rob the Kasa Millennium family would be even safer. As long as he was quick enough and ran away, it would be difficult for the Kasa civilization to even know who had done it, let alone track them down. Termites are, in a sense, a granary. Robbing these termites would be the equivalent of robbing a granary. Many superiors also tend to use termites as granaries, turning a blind eye on ordinary days, until they open their granaries when food is scarce. Wartime is approaching, and it's time for the Kasa civilization to open its granaries. If he doesn't open them soon, they'd likely be opened by Kasa. Qin Mang walked along the streets with Xiao Ai. He looked up at the sky. The entire city was extremely prosperous, with countless skyscrapers hundreds or even thousands of stories tall appearing magnificent. The advertisements playing on the 1,000-meter-high office screens, and at night, countless flashing neon lights, created a full-scale light pollution. Between the buildings, several massive highways ran. Composed of a golden gas, they lacked substance. Every kilometer, a ring enveloped this cylindrical golden gas, allowing both pedestrians and vehicles to move freely through the air. Their speed seemed to be derived entirely from the golden gas, not the vehicle itself. After all, pedestrians couldn't possibly travel that fast in the air. All vehicles and pedestrians maintained a constant speed, completely preventing accidents. Every few meters, there was a fork in the road. It was like a high-speed tunnel in the sky. He didn't know the exact mechanism, but it looked quite lively. I like this city. Qin Mang paused at the alley entrance for a long time before regaining his composure, and whispering, Water Blue Planet lacks a city this prosperous. I want to bring this city back. Neon City was already quite prosperous, but it was far inferior to this place, in terms of light pollution and technological advancement. Xiao Ai. How's it going? Do you need another upgrade? Xiao Ai had just entered the alley, and carefully opened an electrical box on the wall. Her fingers shifted into various tools, experimenting with the box. She whispered, It doesn't look like an upgrade is needed, but wait, I think I've found a surprise. Yes. Ever since Qin Mang discovered that this city was built entirely by the Kasa civilization and controlled entirely by a high-level AI chip, he had this idea. Xiao Ai was quite skilled at cracking networks. He was determined to obtain that special item. For him, having or not having it was a completely different level of existence. To say it was like adding wings to a tiger was a complete understatement. For him, it was a 1 + 1 greater than 10. No matter what, he had to get this item. He definitely couldn't afford anything. The starting price was 100 billion units of iron ore, and the people here were wealthy. He had only a few dollars in his pocket, so how could he afford to compete with them? But he couldn't afford it, so he could rob it. And not from the auctioneer, but directly from the auction itself before it even began. First, he sent a batch of scorching sun clothing to the auction house for appraisal, to see if he could pinpoint the location of that special item. And then, after seizing all authority over the city, he started the robbing. For example, he could disable the auction's automatic alarm, preventing the Law Enforcement Bureau from receiving any information. Or, he could freely control the speed and entry and exit quotas in the sky-high-speed tunnel, or control the traffic lights on the ground, adding advanced permissions to their group's information. And behind Xiao Ai, there was an open refrigerator with a wire extending from inside, connected to Xiao Ai's, but it was a pity. After all, Xiao Ai's main body was still a trained assistance AI, unable to remotely utilize the AI's full computing power and unleash its full potential across tens of thousands of light years. He could only, like he created his clone, place a robot in the Neon City, but without communication, it was a more advanced AI. The star train was currently stationed near Furong, Galaxy 27. So, the only option was a crude one, a physical connection. The train's auxiliary AI was connected to Xiao AI's physical body via wires. In a sense, the data transmission speed within these wires was far faster than the speed of light, transmitting information tens of thousands of light years away in the blink of an eye. Just then, Eureka! Xiao AI's face radiated excitement. All of the city's infrastructure is controlled by AI, including all its firepower configurations. I just tested it, and it doesn't need to be upgraded. Level 200 is more than enough. In just 5 minutes, I can take over all authority in this city. All infrastructure authority. All the orders carried out by the city's law enforcement agencies are also derived from AI. For example, if the AI detects a serious incident through surveillance, or a store automatically alerts the police, the AI will immediately relay this information to the law enforcement agencies. This means we can completely mobilize the city's law enforcement resources, have them go to a certain location, clear the way for us, or even work for us. Besides, every camera in this city, every office rooftop, every automatic fire control weapon on a utility pole, even the 3-star core level ground-based defense weapons stationed in the suburbs, I have free access to them. Chen Meng was slightly stunned, his eyes gradually gleaming with brilliance. This was a treasure trove. The Casa civilization was different. Even the city was fully automated. Automation was good. The biggest drawback of automation was that if it encountered an AI that outperformed it, it would be like handing over everything. But the advantage was that it could manage a city better than humans. Star-core level defense weapons. That weapon is intended for use as a defensive counterattack in the event of an impending space attack on a planet. It's meant for direct combat against trains, not for attacking humans. Of course, you can attack humans if you want. Just keep the muzzle level, but that scene, well, it would easily lead to a court-martial if such a thing existed within the Casa Civilization Federation. No. Xiao Ai suddenly shook her head again. I checked, and those 3-star core level ground-based weapons can't be directly activated with AI permissions alone. In an emergency, the AI needs to apply to and receive permission from higher-ups before they can be activated. But I found this city's strategic reserve resources. 10 trillion units of iron ore, 10 trillion units of copper ore. Huh? Chen Meng's breathing quickened, his eyes reddening. The strategic reserve resources of just one city in the Casa civilization surpassed the resources accumulated by the entire Xuanwu civilization over the past century. The gap between a level 1 and level 3 civilization was even greater than he had imagined. 10 trillion units of iron ore. That's 10 trillion. This twin planets is located at the very core of the Casa Civilization Federation, and is a directly controlled planet under the Casa Civilization's jurisdiction. This means that even if war breaks out, it would be difficult for the enemy to penetrate here. Even if they did, relying on those few ground-based weapons wouldn't be enough to turn the tide of the war. It would be practically useless. But even so, he still has a reserve of 10 trillion units of iron ore. If he could get this iron ore, and add a little more, he could basically upgrade his armor to level 200. With level 200 armor, even if the battle between the Kaisa civilization and the Zerg civilization gets fierce, it would be enough for him to swim in the middle of the battlefield, making him essentially invincible. And Earth Night Market is just one of the prosperous cities on Gemini. There are 17 cities of this level on this planet. If every city of this level has this level of resources, that would add up to 170 trillion units of iron ore and 170 trillion units of copper, or, oh my god. The Xuanwu civilization handed him their entire fortune, and only gave him 5 trillion units of iron ore. That's 170 trillion. If he could get all the iron ore in this city. Chen Meng's breathing quickened. His train would be practically invincible. With this massive investment of resources, he had the confidence to rebuild his own civilization that very day. No longer would he have to hide, but could stand out openly and ask who would object. By comparison, he didn't even consider the special item, the Hell Brooch, that important. If he had to choose between the two, he still felt the 170 trillion units of iron ore were more valuable. Compared to the former, the latter could be completely discarded. Of course, the best outcome would be to have both. After a while, Chen Meng's mood gradually calmed down. His mind raced. The plan needed some adjustments. So far, it had deviated significantly from the original plan, encountering more unexpected factors. This led to the need for constant changes. That was normal. There's no such thing as a plan. By the time it's fully implemented, It's completely different from what was initially planned. After you seize power, how long will it take for the warning to be issued? The Kassadin civilization, despite having handed over its cities to AI automation, couldn't possibly fail to take preventative measures. 1 hour. Xiao AI said, every hour, the city's AI will send a randomly generated code to the upper echelons. This randomly generated code will be compared with the code generated by its twin AI. I can't fake this. In other words, if I seize authority, it will be discovered within an hour. At that time, my authority will be forcibly revoked by the highest authority, and the Kassadin civilization will take action. 1 hour. Chen Meng lowered his head in thought for a moment before looking up at Xiao Ai. Where are the strategic resources stored? A warehouse in the suburbs. Built that far away. That's how the city was planned. You need 5 minutes to crack the entire city and seize power, right? Can it be faster? Not faster. Xiao Ai shook her head. It's quite complex, and 5 minutes is the limit. What if I upgrade you? Upgrading will speed things up, but only to a limited extent. Unless you upgrade to level 300, 400, or even 500, there will be a qualitative difference. Otherwise, upgrading a dozen or so levels won't make a noticeable difference. Forget it. Chen Meng shook his head. After all components exceed level 200, the resources required to upgrade increase significantly. With the train's current resources, upgrading to level 300 would be a stretch. Level 500, for example, would be out of the question. He had never seen a level 500 supermodel effect, let alone anyone who had one. From what he knew, no one in either the machine or Kassadin civilizations had a level 500 supermodel effect. The princess of the machine civilization would surely be overjoyed to have a level 200 AI, let alone a level 500 one. Is the hourly reporting time on the hour? Yes, on the hour. All cities have the same time. Got it. Chen Meng lowered his head, lost in thought, and said nothing more. This meant that, assuming a city's authority was seized at 3:55 p.m., the AI in that city would automatically upload its code at 4 p.m. If it discovered that the code had not been uploaded, or that the uploaded code was incorrect, it would enter emergency alert. 1 hour and 60 minutes. Crack a city's AI in 5 minutes. 12 cities can be cracked. That's theoretically. Leaving some time for travel, they could crack the AI of up to 10 cities, and seize all permissions within an hour. After seizing permissions, the resource warehouses would be practically theirs, free to access and take whatever they wanted. But he had to first deliver refrigerators to those 10 cities. Once the plan began, he only had 1 hour to empty the warehouses in those 10 cities. That adds up to 100 trillion units of iron ore and 100 trillion units of copper ore. The total amount of resources was 20 times the total amount given to him by the Xuanwu civilization. It was an astronomical figure. Resources that could instantly bring the star from the shadows to the forefront. Great. Chen Meng quickly reviewed his plan and chuckled. I take Old Pig to the auction house to deliver the clothes first, and see if I can find out where that special item is. You arrange for refrigerators to be delivered to the other 10 cities. Once all preparations are complete, the plan will begin. Put this city last. After we rob the warehouses, we also rob the auction house. Then, we leave here as quickly as possible using the refrigerators. The train couldn't directly participate in this operation. Luckily, since the battlefield was on the planet's surface, trains weren't a necessity. He had plenty of armed combat robots, more than enough. Plus, this city also had many armed combat robots, directly controlled by AI. Once Xiao AI seized power, all of these would be his power. As long as he was fast enough. He complete this plan before anyone could react, and by the time they finally realized what was happening, he already be in Galaxy 27, tens of thousands of light years away. This was definitely a one-shot deal. After this one, the Kassa civilization would undoubtedly be on guard and on high alert, and he had to resort to other methods next time. What a pity. There were 17 such cities on this planet, and he could only take the strategic reserves from 10 of them. He didn't have time to visit the other 7, which was a bit of a shame. But it wasn't all bad. Life is made up of regrets. So rich. Chen Meng stood at the entrance of the alley, leaning against the wall, and sighed with some emotion. The disparity brought on by this extreme wealth disparity was truly enormous. The Kassa civilization was even richer than he imagined. He couldn't even imagine it. What if he were to hand over his level 0 authority to the Kassa civilization? Forget level 3, the Kassa civilization is probably headed straight for level 5. He finally understood why there were so many corrupt officials within the Kassa civilization. Guarding so many strategic resources they could hardly use, They'd be damned if they couldn't resist greed. What's more, these resources were a drop in the bucket for the Casa civilization. Even if they were greedy, no one would notice. Wait. Chen Mang's expression suddenly changed. While reviewing his plan, he suddenly discovered the biggest flaw in it. The database showed that this city had 10 trillion units of iron ore and 10 trillion units of copper ore in its strategic reserves, but how much was actually in reserve was hard to say. Who knows how much those people greedily exploited? But it wasn't so bad. According to the pre-war declaration by the Commander-in-Chief of the Western Military Region of the Casa Civilization Federation, nearly half of the strategic reserves in the Western region had been devoured. If we calculated greed as a standard measure, that would be enough. Even if half was taken, that still added up to 50 trillion units of iron ore and 50 trillion units of copper. That's enough. Those damn parasites wouldn't dare ask for more, would they? Chapter 314. 1 hour later. A total of 16 express packages were delivered via express delivery to the remaining 16 major cities of Gemini. Yes, 16. The plan had changed again. There had been some minor changes from the plan from an hour earlier. Plans are like that. They're constantly changing before they're fully implemented, constantly being refined as they're considered. In his conversations with Xiao AI, he found a more suitable strategy. The star train was located tens of thousands of light years away, requiring a wired connection for Xiao AI to begin working. But Xiao AI didn't have just one body, but countless. It was just that the other robots' bodies needed some temporary, emergency modifications. So, when the plan truly began, they could use a total of 17 refrigerators, sending out 17 robots at once to crack the AI simultaneously via wire connections. Xiao AI's 200-level computing power was more than enough to complete this workload simultaneously. This meant they didn't have to spend 5 minutes cracking one city's AI before moving on to the next. It would save a lot of time. Multiple threads running simultaneously. This also meant that their target wasn't just 10 cities, but 17, theoretically speaking. If their plan succeeded, they could reap 170 trillion units of iron ore and 170 trillion units of copper, an astronomical amount of resources. This was a one-time deal, and they could only pull it off once. Once they were done, all other cities in the Kasha civilization would be on high alert, and invasions wouldn't be as easy as they are now. Since they could only take on one, it was best to do it all at once. Inside a cafe in the Gemini night market Gemini. Chen Meng was buried in his tablet, refining his plan with a stylus. The delivery would take some time. The plan was basically flawless. The only caveat was, they couldn't raid every city's resource warehouse individually. There simply wasn't enough time. They had to split up into multiple teams, which meant this operation would be an extremely difficult test for Xiao AI and the captains. But he trusted his subordinates. Before they joined him, they weren't ordinary people either. He felt that entrusting such matters to them was the most reliable thing he could do. Take, for example, Pulu Pulu, the leader of the Philia pirate group. Soon, when the plan was fully executed, he walked out of the cafe, into the alley behind, and into the refrigerator, returning to the star train. He looked at the people now gathered in the train compartment, glanced at them, and whispered softly. This plan is crucial. Success is a must, failure is not. If everything goes smoothly, the star train will quickly enter its explosive growth phase. You won't have to hide like me anymore. You can stand tall and tell everyone what civilization you come from. Like the Casa civilization. We will also become a level 3 civilization. Everyone here is a contributor to this level 3 civilization. The people inside the train were silent, their eyes burning with excitement. When they learned of this plan, they were immediately mad, utterly insane. But when they thought of the consequences of success, they realized that madness and miracles are often only a step apart. Biuzi? Chen Meng looked at Biuzi and whispered, you will lead the entire first guard team and remain in GM Market to plunder the city's resource warehouse. Yes. Biuzi nodded solemnly, his body straight, unable to conceal his excitement. It was finally his turn to go on a mission, and it was time for him to perform. He had nearly lost his life in the combat training virtual space all this time, and wasn't this the moment he was preparing for? Zhang Damiai, you will lead the second guard team to City 2. Captain of Team 3, you will lead the third guard team to City 3. Zhang Damiai and the captain of Team 3 responded in unison, their faces serious. Pulu Pulu, take your men to City 4. Have your trusted associates take their respective men and go to City 5 and City 6, respectively. Okay. Standing inside the train, Pulu Pulu looked up at Chen Meng and nodded in agreement, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He thought he was crazy enough. He was a pirate, and to become famous, he offered a bounty of tens of billions on himself. How insane! He even robbed the Chamber of Commerce of the then Level 1 civilization, the peace-seeking civilization. Who could be crazier than him? He even dared to provoke a civilized government. He was definitely a ruthless person. But after joining the Star Train, he finally understood the difference between a small fry and a giant. You, old man, directly went to rob the resource warehouse of the Level 3 Casa civilization. That wasn't just leopard-like audacity. It was the audacity of a giant star beast. Yes. He thought he had retired, but he found himself back to his old ways, and even bigger than before. This was the biggest deal he had ever made in the first half of his life, but it was probably not the biggest deal he would ever make in his life. According to Mangya's character, he felt that he would have to do bigger deals in the future. Young Master Li. Qin Mang looked at young Master Li, who was standing inside the train, and the two elders from Jimei Travel Company, who had just returned from handling company matters. You two, take your men and head to City 7. Follow all orders from Xiao Ai and your iris chip. Obey absolutely, without any questions or confusion. Xiao Ai will oversee the detailed execution of this plan. Understood. Young Master Li and the elder nodded in unison, their eyes gleaming with hatred. Both their civilizations had been destroyed by the Casa civilization. This operation was their perfect opportunity for revenge. Even the revenge for having one's wife stolen could only be avenged with blood, let alone this vengeance for the annihilation of one's clan. Young Master Li's train had been damaged in the previous war, but he still had his men and the giant star beast, and their combined fighting power was considerable. Pavilion Master. Qin Mang looked at the Tianji Pavilion Master and others standing in the corner of the train room and said with a smile, then City 8, City 9, City 10, City 11, City 12, City 13, City 14, and City 15. These 8 cities are now in the hands of your 8 factions. Bring your elders and disciples with you, and proceed boldly. Without the cultivation lock suppressing your cultivation should be able to exert considerable power in the environment of a surface city. Moreover, your factions are among the strongest in the Xuanwu civilization. Do you feel any pressure? The Tianji Pavilion Masters exchanged glances, and the Pavilion Master stepped forward, clasping his hands together, and speaking gravely, Master Mang, of course there is pressure. This is the Casa civilization, after all. The Xuanwu civilization is like a grain of sand in front of it. But this is also the first time we've entered a modern city without a cultivation lock. Even in the Casa civilization, not everyone is a train conductor. As long as Mr. AI says, the entire city is under his control, even if we encounter any problems along the way, I think we can solve them. Everything depends on human effort. If it weren't challenging, we wouldn't bother doing it. Okay. Qin Mang nodded with satisfaction. The star has extremely advanced medical technology. As long as there's still a breath, we can revive them. The seriously injured should be immediately evacuated to the refrigerator, and then back inside the star. Minimize casualties as much as possible. If possible, no casualties at all. Then he glanced again at the people inside the train. No one was available. His team was basically all here. That was all his ground combat power. The rest were basically office workers, like Lao Zhu. There were robots on the train, but Lao Zhu couldn't possibly be sent to the battlefield with them. The office workers weren't suitable. They were forced to go out on field duty. Their background wasn't good enough. Even opening 17 fronts simultaneously is somewhat difficult. In reality, for a single train, this is already quite substantial. Which train could possibly possess so many ground combat units? Ground combat units are rarely used, and training them requires significant resources. Only powerful trains would train only a handful of ground combat units. 17 batches is already sufficient. But for a civilization, this level of strength is rather pitiful. 17 fronts. Sounds like a lot. The Zerg civilization scratched its head, confused as to why the battle line was a single line. Their typical battle lines were light years long, stretching across thousands or even tens of thousands of light years. A battle line of this magnitude, even if capable, would be a tremendous challenge for logistics. It could easily strain the logistics system. The Zerg civilization didn't need to worry about logistics. Ever since leaving their home planet, those Zerg monsters hadn't considered returning alive, taking pride in dying in the enemy's homeland. Our plan is 1 hour long. When the plan begins, Xiao Ai will spend the first 5 minutes controlling all AI permissions in 17 cities. Each team will follow the commands on their iris chips to enter their corresponding refrigerators and arrive at their mission locations. The first team to complete Proceed to the remaining 2 cities. Attention! Don't be too eager for quick success. The star train can fail countless times. I have the skills to make it great again. You only have 1 life. 1 failure means a complete loss. I hope the plan succeeds perfectly. I hope everyone here returns intact. I want to inflict pain on the enemy, not pain on us. Come back alive. Everyone, this is quite possibly the most insane plan the star train has ever undertaken during its decline. We may be wanted for a long time, and we may spend a long time as ghouls, but it will all be worth it. For the star train, for you, for everyone. Keep going. Go ahead, whatever happens, I take care of you. As he spoke, Chin Mang glanced at Biuzi, then picked up Xiaolu from the chair, walked to the refrigerator nearby, and disappeared into the train. 3 hours had passed since the plan was made. The sky was still dark. There was no time to lose. Since the plan was completely arranged, it would begin tonight. The delivery had arrived successfully, very efficiently. In the train, everyone glanced at each other, seeing the meaning in each other's eyes. Meng had done almost everything. He was just short of mashing the rice into their mouths. In this situation, if the plan still failed, they might as well just find something to throw their heads against, especially since 17 fronts were activated simultaneously this time. If any front failed, it would be a huge disgrace. From now on the train, don't even think about raising your head. Even if you have seniority and a high number, what good is that? Biazi took a deep breath and strode towards carriage 2. He had to quickly organize his mecha and weapons. This plan couldn't fail. As the most senior person on the star train, he had recently joined so many new people, which made him feel a strong sense of crisis. He had to complete this mission perfectly, and it was clear that Mang Yi was looking after him, placing him in Ji City, the city where Mang Yi was located. If anything went wrong, Mang Yi would be there to support him immediately. In this situation, if he failed, he would be worse off than dead. The TNT Pavilion Master stood there, looking at his colleagues inside the train compartment, his expression complex and silent. The other 7 leaders of the Xuanwu civilization behind him were also in the same mood. Their original pride was completely shattered. They had originally contributed nearly 10 trillion units of resources to fund the star train. Seeing the star train gradually improve, they were filled with pride, believing they had played a significant role in its development. However, when they learned that the theoretical yield of this plan was 170 trillion units of iron and 170 trillion units of copper they fell silent. The resources accumulated by all the forces of their Xuanwu civilization, working tirelessly for nearly 100 years, seemed like a joke. The apocalypse plan they had formulated seemed like a petty, playful game. It was far inferior to Mang Ye's unnamed plan. Such a large plan didn't even have a code name. Considering their apocalypse plan, which had a rather grand name, the more they thought about it, the more they felt ashamed. Thankfully, they gave it early. If it were any later, with their limited resources, they would have struggled to secure a ticket on the star train, let alone take their planet with them, when war broke out. Don't fail, everyone. The TNT Pavilion Master looked at the others and whispered, "We originally invested capital, but now our capital has been diluted to a tiny fraction. We must at least demonstrate our individual combat capabilities, even without the train's intervention, to show Master Mang that we're quite capable. Show our potential. Perhaps, in the future, we might even receive additional resources to take charge of the train's ground combat forces. I had originally wanted to be a major shareholder, but now it seems I can't be one. They can only invest in technology. This time, they must succeed, not fail. Otherwise, they won't be able to invest in technology either. Without both capital and technology, their existence on the star train will be very tenuous." Promises? When Mang earns more and more resources in the future, and thinks of their 10 trillion resources again, he might forget the promises he made. They can't always pin their hopes on promises. They also have to demonstrate their abilities. Under the night. In the shroud of darkness, Polar Night Market, Chin Mang sat in a street-side cafe, flipping through the news on his tablet. This city gets its name from its long period of polar night. Perhaps it's because of this environment. The city's light pollution is particularly severe, making it look like a cyber city, quite dazzling. He likes this city, and if he has the opportunity in the future, he would like to create a city like it in his own civilization. He was browsing news about Casa civilization. It's worth mentioning, Casa civilization's territory spans tens of thousands of light years. Such a vast area is extremely difficult to manage, such as information transmission. In the previous world he traveled to, many dynasties had vast territories, yet they eventually fell apart. A major reason for their collapse was their sheer size. It took over a year for news from the capital to reach the frontiers. Such delayed information transmission essentially meant that the capital had minimal control over the borders, which often made rebellion more likely. And that was only a fraction of the planet's surface. The Casa civilization's territory spanned tens of thousands of light years, countless times larger. The communication method employed by the Casa civilization was called the collective Skynet. First, all civilizations within the Casa Civilization Federation will be connected through multiple wormholes. Several collective Skynet base stations will then be built at the entrances and exits of the wormholes. Furthermore, a base station will be built on the planet and in the surrounding territory. Using the wormhole and base stations as a medium, information will be transmitted. For example, if the Casa civilization leader issues an order to Galaxy 27, the message will first be transmitted to the base station at the entrance of the wormhole from Casa civilization to Galaxy 27. Then, it will be transmitted through the wormhole to the base station at the exit, and then through this base station to anyone within range who can receive the message. There are no requirements for receiving equipment. It has multiple encodings. Whether it's a train radio, an ordinary tablet, or even a wristwatch released by any civilization, as long as it's allowed to receive, it can receive the corresponding message. However, information from the base station at the wormhole entrance to the base station at the exit cannot be transmitted wirelessly. The environment inside the wormhole is extremely complex, so a wire connection is necessary. A long cable will be required to cross the wormhole, connecting the base stations at both ends. Through these devices, any command from the Casa civilization can be accurately and promptly delivered to any area within its territory within 30 seconds. For a civilization spanning tens of thousands of light years, 30 seconds is a remarkable achievement for information to reach all areas. This is for civilian use. Military base stations offer wider coverage, stronger signals, and are more expensive. The Casa civilization has always been preparing for war, not for expeditions. The primary challenge lies in information communication. Once a large army embarks on an expedition tens of thousands of light years away, communication becomes a crucial consideration. They hadn't established any collective Skynet within Zerg territory. So, they first needed to build base stations at the beginning and end of the military wormhole. Then, with each subsequent march, they would drop several base stations to cover the entire combat zone. This required a significant resource consumption. The base stations had to be deployed in batches. After all, if a meteorite or other disaster caused a base station to break, the consequences of information disconnection would be extremely serious. They needed to drop several base stations with each march, at least 5 to start. This method ensured smooth information flow during the expedition. But even so, if the Zerg army detected their information base stations and destroyed those in their path, the expeditionary force would be immediately isolated and helpless, unable to even receive logistical supplies from other civilizations. For the Caster civilization, the greatest test of this expedition wasn't the combat capabilities of the frontline soldiers, but whether the logistics in the rear could keep up. The war hadn't officially begun yet. The first shot hasn't officially been fired yet. But vast resources have already been invested, all rapidly mobilized. This is war. Once it begins, resources will be consumed at an alarming rate, enough to instantly destroy a civilization's foundation. This is why the leaders of the Kaisa civilization, knowing full well that a prolonged battle with the Zerg civilization would lead to defeat, have yet to launch an expedition. A civilization's leader may be bad, but they are rarely foolish. Everyone can see it, so how could the leader not see it? There must be a reason for not taking action. The probability of failure is also high. In a situation where both sides face certain death, and since some have already joined the group, the leader has no choice but to go all in. At this point, division is the most taboo. Unity of opinion must be maintained, even if it might be wrong. Chin Mang sat in the cafe, silently scrolling through various news reports on the Casa civilization on his tablet. The above information was an analysis by a war commentator within the Casa civilization. It was quite detailed. Many things he had previously unknown. After all, it was through this analysis that he learned the operating principles of the Casa civilization's Skynet base stations. It sounds a bit crude. But that's not surprising. After all, many so-called high technologies, when peeled back layer by layer, reveal that they are essentially just boiling water. The vastness of the universe sounds extremely mysterious, but in reality, it's no different from boiling water. This war commentator's prediction for this war was extremely pessimistic, even tinged with despair. Because the Zerg civilization doesn't need a Skynet base station. The Zerg leader's orders, through telepathy, can travel tens of thousands of light years directly to the mind of any Zerg general, transmitted in real time. Qin Mang sighed helplessly. The more he understood the mechanical civilization and the Kaisa civilization, the more he felt the perversion of the Zerg civilization. Are they even human? He only used one cheat. How many cheats does this fucking Zerg civilization have? Why not just go invincible? What's the point of going through all that trouble? It's no wonder that the Kaisa civilization's war commentator was so pessimistic. Putting aside other things, just talking about information alone, the two sides are simply not on the same level. The Kaisa civilization requires vast resources to build information-based stations, while the Zerg civilization directly transmits information in real time from a bird's-eye view, free of charge. There's no comparison. Self-humiliation. The comments section was also filled with fury, clearly outraged that some were already predicting a war failure before it had even officially begun. The Kaisa civilization has a total of 18 directly affiliated planets. This civilization is naturally small in population. For unknown reasons, the fertility rate is extremely low. Despite various attempts, the fertility rate remains extremely low, and the population growth rate is extremely slow. If Kaisa civilization were relatively wealthy, with everyone receiving a government-subsidized lifespan of 1,000 years, the fertility rate would have already begun to decline. However, over the years, Kaisa civilization has attracted a large number of people from other civilizations to work for it. These people have gradually taken over some of the lower-level leadership positions within Kaisa civilization. Those who have obtained a green card from Kaisa civilization are recognized as Kaisa civilization members. Although the rules of the universe do not recognize this, as they do not allow one civilizational affiliation to be changed at will, Kaisa civilization allows it. What's going on lately? On Apocalypse, a planet directly under the jurisdiction of the Kaisa civilization, a guard at the gate of a manor cautiously approached and whispered, "The master didn't come to this manor often before. Why has he been coming here so often lately?" "I don't know." The guard's expression changed slightly. "Hush, the master is here." As the words fell, a huge train slowly landed in front of the manor. A gloomy-faced old man, accompanied by a group of his subordinates, strode into the manor with great speed. He did not admire the landscape he had created at great expense as usual. He went straight into the meeting room. The landscape of this manor is quite remarkable. Within the Kaisa Civilization Federation, there are 9,398 first-level civilizations and 239 second-level civilizations. The landscape of his estate was a combination of all the distinctive features of these civilizations transplanted into one place. The resources involved were astronomical, but he felt it was worth it. It gave him a vague feeling of being the master of civilization. All civilizations were paying him homage. Oh, there aren't 9,398 first-level civilizations anymore. Some were destroyed a while ago. Soon. The old man strode into his conference room. His assistant had already set up the video link for him. After pouring him a cup of hot tea, he carefully exited the room. He sat alone in a chair. He angrily slammed the cigar and cigar cutter on the table next to him to the ground. He lit a cigarette. Looking at the three people on the video screen, his expression was somewhat gloomy as he spoke word by word. "The meeting is over. The higher-ups have instructed that a comprehensive and detailed inventory of all strategic reserve resources within the Kaisa Civilization Federation will be conducted within 7 days. The message is very clear. We don't want to make things too awkward. Within 7 days, you must replenish as many resources as you've swallowed. Otherwise, you bear the consequences. I've calculated my hole, and it's completely unfillable. What are you planning to do?" The old man in the lower left corner of the screen shook his head. "My hole can't be filled either. Setting fire to it at this moment is definitely not an option. It would be tantamount to seeking death. The war has already begun, and the higher-ups are taking a very tough stance. We must fill it. I have a lot of spies nearby. Even the wormholes near me have been placed on level 1 combat readiness. Escape is impossible. I'm planning to commit suicide. I arranged all the resources long ago. After I die, this matter will be settled. At least my children will have comfortable food and clothing for the rest of their lives." The middle-aged man in the lower right corner of the screen frowned and said in a deep voice, "Even if we can't fill the hole, any gap is better. What if the Kassadin civilization is defeated? Will your children still have the rest of their lives?" The old man who had spoken at the beginning sneered. "Do you know how many resources the Kassadin civilization has mobilized so far? How many have been sent to the front lines? The war hasn't officially begun yet. 5 batches of resources have already been sent, each one an astronomical sum. How much did I embezzle? In total, I embezzled less than 7 trillion. And these 5 batches are just the appetizer. When the war officially begins, resource mobilization will be more frequent and more frenzied. The resources I embezzled are barely a dent for the Cassadan civilization. I haven't. How much is left? Only 4 trillion. Even if we hand over this little bit of resources, will it affect the overall situation? Can it determine the outcome? We're all going to die anyway, so it's better to leave it to my children. What's more, although the Western military region has the strongest combat power, it's not the Central military region after all. The Casa civilization Central military region secretly developed those massive weapons, which are the real resource hogs. A single strike could completely decimate a first-tier civilization. When the war heats up and these massive weapons are brought to the fore, my 4 trillion resources won't even be enough to launch a single strike. What's the point? The strength of a single entity seemed too fragile in the face of an entire civilization. 4 trillion resources, that's a very high number. The Xuanwu civilization had accumulated nearly 100 years, and had only managed to amass nearly 10 trillion resources. But, in front of a top-tier civilization, on a battlefield where top-tier civilizations were dueling, this amount of resources was nothing more than a drizzle, easily dissipated. As for using their own trains to create a wormhole to escape, they hadn't even considered it. It was simply impossible. Just then, the elderly man sitting in the conference room looked up at the middle-aged woman at the top of the screen and said gravely, "What do you think?" "Me?" The woman at the top of the screen smiled and shook her head. "What does it have to do with me? I haven't embezzled a single cent of the strategic reserve resources. They are strategic reserves. Don't you understand what strategic reserves mean? I just use my power to make a small fortune. No more than you. It won't be traced back to me this time." The other 3 people fell silent upon hearing this. Every civilization will crack down on corrupt officials, and the Casa civilization is no exception. This kind of power for money exchange can easily create a handle. If not handled properly and reported, officials will lose their official positions. On the other hand, embezzling strategic reserve resources presents almost no risk. Regular cross-regional inspections and mutual communication can handle the situation. As long as war doesn't start, this is the safest way to profit. After all, in the Casa civilization, power is almost non-existent, and everyone's lifespan is extremely long. It's difficult for those below to rise until the top step down. If power for money exchange is discovered, reports will be rampant. But, who could have imagined that son of a bitch, the commander-in-chief of the Western military region, would so stubbornly launch an expedition without informing anyone? He dragged the entire Cassadan civilization into this unexpected decisive battle. No one reacted. Forget whether the Zerg civilization was stunned or not, they were stunned when they received the news. Isn't that pure arrogance? The old man sitting in the conference room was silent for a long time before continuing. "Let me tell you, I've infiltrated 3 cities on Gemini and taken some of their strategic reserves. I can't fill this hole. You have to find a solution. If I can't find a solution, we all die together. I definitely drag everyone into self-destruction. Don't worry. How much did you steal?" The middle-aged woman frowned. Although it sounded unpleasant, if this guy suddenly self-destructed after being captured, she would also catch a cold. Each city embezzled 10 trillion units of iron or and 10 trillion units of copper. That adds up to 60 trillion in resources. That's a lot. You make money much easier than I do. How many strategic reserves do those 3 cities have in total? A total of 60 trillion. The middle-aged woman on the screen suddenly froze in a sarcastic smile. The smile faded, and after a long, expressionless silence, she calmly said, "Did you take a little? Are you done with it?" "I took 20% at the beginning," the old man in the conference room said calmly. "Then I thought about it, and there's no difference between 20% and 30%. I only took 30%. On second thought, 30% and 50% don't make much of a difference. So I took another 20%. Finally, I thought, if I'm caught with such a large sum, taking 50% or 100% will both result in death. Since the outcome won't change, I might as well take it all. So I took the final 50%. The 3 people on the video conference screen were silent. After a moment, the old man in the lower left corner spoke first. "Brother, you're amazing." Brother, I forgot to tell you, there is actually a difference. If you're caught, you'll be severely punished. Your death won't be a pleasant one. If you're caught, I leave on my own. The question now is there any way to avoid being caught?" A long moment passed. The middle-aged woman spoke first. "Isn't there a 7-day deadline? Why rush? There are plenty of greedy people within the Casa civilization, almost everyone. Let's see how others behave. We learn from them then. There's always a way. I just don't believe the higher-ups will kill us all with the impending war. That's right. Although the meeting didn't produce a definitive answer, it did have a conclusion, and everyone was less panicked. On a planet within the Casa civilization, an old man stood before a desk in his study, his head bowed, and whispered, "Headmaster, everything has been arranged. The candidates we've secretly selected over the years will fully assume the power structure within the Casa civilization. After so many years of experience, they've fully mastered the skills required for high-ranking positions. I'm fully capable of doing it. But, isn't that a bit too many deaths?" Sitting before the old man was the leader of the Casa civilization. The entire study was a pure and simple place. There was only a desk and some pens and paper, nothing else, not even a book. The leader had some mental illness. He disliked any cluttered environment. If it weren't for work, he wouldn't even want this desk. He should have died long ago. The middle-aged man sitting behind the desk calmly wrote on rice paper. Although everyone at the meeting was fiercely criticizing Commander Lee, among the high-ranking officials in the entire Casa civilization, Commander Lee was the only one who truly considered the future of Casa civilization. Declaring war proactively, or passively fighting, is not a perfect option. For years, my decision has been wavering. Now that Commander Lee has made my decision, all I have to do is mobilize all the logistics and all the resources within Casa civilization. Since we're going to fight, that will be the decisive battle. Win or lose, I intend to destroy the entire strength of the Casa civilization in this battle. Now that I've made the decision, I must resolutely carry it out to the end. 7 days later. All those who haven't filled the gaps will be killed. Those who have filled the gaps will be killed. Anyone who criticizes the expedition at the meeting will be killed. Anyone who advocates for the civilization's escape will be killed. Anyone who pretends to obey, but actually disobeys will be killed. Power has been out of circulation for too long. This is fine in normal times, but during the decisive battle, I will not allow anyone to hinder the Casa civilization. Kill all of them, and replace them with a new generation. I demand the entire Cassadan civilization unite as one, deploy all their might, and fight the Zerg civilization to the death. This battle, we will win. Then the middle-aged man scribbled the final strokes on the rice paper, and casually tossed it before the old man. Commander Lee is still too gentle. 7 days from now, except for these 3 individuals on this paper, no one must die. All others can die. After death, their property will be confiscated. Children and relatives will be confiscated and killed. This includes all other second-tier and first-tier civilizations. Those who fail to hand over resources and disobey regulations will be annihilated. From today onwards, from now on, I hope there will be only one voice within the entire Casa Civilization Federation. We will surely win the battle. Anyone who discredits the expedition will be the Casa Civilization's greatest enemy. Anyone who embezzles Casa Civilization's resources will be the Casa Civilization's greatest enemy. Anyone who pretends to obey but disobeys without distinguishing between the important and the unimportant will be the most damned person in Casa Civilization. Yes. The old man's voice trembled slightly as he bent down to pick up the piece of rice paper on the ground. The handwriting on it was so majestic and flowing. How could someone with such writing be willing to weigh in? 7 days later. The entire Casa Civilization will undergo the greatest power purge in history. 7 days later. The entire Casa Civilization will have only one voice. He knew the head of state deeply disliked those parasites, but a single move could affect the entire system, making it difficult to properly handle them normally, unless it was a special occasion. And Commander Lee had brought the head of state a special occasion. In times of war, there was no need to consider too many things. There were only 2 things to consider: combat power, logistics. Beyond that, nothing else matters. Beyond that, anyone can die. The first shot will be fired within the Casa Civilization. The first person to die will also be a member of the Casa Civilization. The decisive battle officially begins. Chapter 315. Under the Night Sky. Qin Meng sat alone in the cafe, Xiaolu in his arms, patiently checking the time on his watch. 7 minutes until the hour. 7 minutes later. The city's AI would send the verification code, and the next hour would be their time for action. On weekdays, he always had a group of people with him whenever he went out, for safety. Today was an exception. Everyone had been dispatched. He sat here alone, preparing to execute an unplanned plan, one he alone would carry out. Zhang and Air had also been dispatched, leaving no one to carry the refrigerator. The actual distance to the train was tens of thousands of light years, negating the effect of the Hell Hat, and he could no longer enjoy the same protection as the train's armor. At this point, his safety was at a minimum. The only thing that could guarantee his safety was Xiaolu in his arms. He and Xiaolu had practiced together. If faced with overwhelming danger, Xiaolu would hold him in her mouth and fly all the way back to the hidden refrigerator. It was considered safe. Admittedly, commanding this operation from the train was the safest option, but after this mission was completed, he wouldn't have the chance to return. Security would undoubtedly be high here. He needed the special item for the Hell Brooch, so he had to go there in person. Sesame seeds, watermelon, he wanted both. What's more, neither of these were sesame seeds, both were watermelon. Quickly. 7 minutes passed, and when the minute hand reached the hour, he didn't notice anything unusual, but Xiao Ai's voice was already intruding in his ears. Let's go, Xiaolu. Qin Mang stood up, pulled a few pieces of iron ore from his pocket, and placed them on the table. He then put on his hat, lowered the brim, and carried Xiaolu out of the cafe. Standing on the street, across from him stood an extremely famous auction house. This was his target for this operation. At this time, the street was deserted. Most people had already fallen asleep. At the entrance of the auction house, several guards armed with live ammunition patrolled with cold expressions, their eyes fixed on every passerby. He had already made inquiries. He had taken the clothing to the auction house to inquire about the price and, after speaking with the appraiser who had purchased the items, had learned that some of the auction items, including the Hell Brooch, were stored in the auction house's safe. He didn't know exactly where it was hidden. That was impossible to find out. But knowing that it was there was enough. This is how plunder works. Loose once, tight the next time. Qin Mang stood on the street in the night, lighting a cigarette and leaning against a telephone pole. After a long puff of light blue smoke, he pulled a few pieces of iron ore from his pocket and placed them in Xiaolu's mouth, stroking Xiaolu's head and murmuring. The security at the auction house before him could be described as extremely lax. It looked terrifying. But with just a few armed guards, this force was more than enough to guard even a level 1 mine, let alone an auction house. In the past, during the apocalypse, they would have had a much stronger force guarding even a level 1 mine. It was obvious they had never been robbed. Indeed, no one within the Casa civilization robbed anyone. After all, Casa civilization's benefits were good, and salaries were high, leaving no room for crime. As for people from other civilizations, they simply wouldn't dare come to Casa civilization's territory and rob its companies or even its cities. No pirate would dare do this. There's no precedent for this. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that the planet's defenses were so lax that they could easily deploy a massive concealment array, seemingly unhindered, as if entering a deserted area. Just then, "Hey!" A dark, angry shout suddenly rang out. The armed guards, having noticed Qin Mang smoking against a telephone pole, quickly loaded their weapons, strode over, and shouted, "Get out!" Xiao Ai's voice rang out again in his ears. "Invasion complete. From this moment on, control of the entire city is in my hands. 55 minutes remaining. All units, immediately enter designated combat areas. Plan begins." Almost instantly, Qin Mang noticed that all the cameras on the nearby streets, shops, and even on the telephone poles went dark. Not just in this area, but throughout the entire city, all surveillance equipment went silent. At the same time, heavy machine guns emerged from rooftops, utility poles, and storefront signs, their barrels slowly spinning. A vast array of weapons lay hidden in the corners of this city. The next moment, bang, bang, bang. The piercing sound of gunfire pierced the night sky, shattering the city's silence. Countless bullets, like a metallic storm, instantly engulfed the few guards who had come to drive them away. When the gunfire faded, all that was left was a mess of mangled flesh and a devastated street. 55 minutes. Qin Mang glanced down at his watch, then tossed Little Green into the air. Go. He needed to hurry. His target wasn't just this auction house. These 55 minutes were his free reign. He could do whatever he pleased. But after 55 minutes, he had to flee. This was a planet directly under the control of the Casa civilization, in its absolute core. This was no joke. When the Casa civilization reacted, he would be met with an extremely terrifying encirclement and counterattack. The next moment, Little Green, flung into the air, rapidly grew in size, until it reached the size of several football fields. Then, before the bewildered gazes of passers-by, it opened its bloody maw and swallowed the entire palace-like auction house in one gulp. It then shrank rapidly, back in Qin Mang's arms again. He didn't need to know where the item was hidden, nor did he need to search the auction house extensively. He only needed to confirm it was there. He could leave the rest to Little Green and search for it later. Chen Mang glanced at the passers-by around him, smiled, waved his hand, and strode off. Then, the heavy machine guns behind him, stationed on the rooftops and other locations, unleashed a devastating attack on all who passed by, ensuring that no specific information or faces would be leaked. In the blink of an eye, his operation was over. However, something seemed to be amiss with Busy in Midnight City. Conductor, Midnight City's actual strategic reserve resources are 10 trillion units of iron ore and 10 trillion units of copper ore, but the actual strategic reserve resources are 0. The warehouse is empty. Yes. Chen Mang strode down the street, listening to Xiao AI's report and whispering, send Biazi to the next city. If there's time left, focus on the high-value locations we've marked. Understood. Although it sounded a bit outrageous, it was within his expectations. He had heard of the corruption within the Casa civilization. He hadn't expected it to be so ruthless, not just half, but all at once. It was a bit ruthless, but not a big deal. There were 17 cities in total, and he didn't believe all 17 could be plundered. At this moment, in Gemini, City 4, a group led by Pulu Pulu, the leader of the Philia pirate group, were rapidly approaching the warehouse ahead on several off-road motorcycles under the cover of night. Such a large and undisguised movement would naturally alert the warehouse guards. The defensive weapons outside the warehouse were quickly activated, their muzzles pointed at Pulu Pulu and the others, ready to fire at any moment. However, before the guards' terrified gazes, the automated weapons suddenly trained their guns on them, and began firing furiously. Bang, bang, bang. The piercing sound of gunfire pierced the night sky. Pulu Pulu and the others continued their pace. By the time they had entered the warehouse, the perimeter was littered with corpses. They hadn't fired a single shot the entire time. It was all thanks to Boss AI clearing the way for them. Traffic in the surrounding area was also strictly controlled, to ensure no one entered. The automatic alarm message was also intercepted. The law enforcement agency hadn't received any information. No one would be coming to look for them anytime soon. When Pulu Pulu kicked open the warehouse door, he froze in place, staring at the scene before him, swallowing uncontrollably. The warehouse was filled with a vast amount of high-grade iron ore and copper ore. At first glance, it was overflowing, like a bountiful harvest. Dazzling. Mr. Mang's deal is truly huge. Speaking of pirates, Mr. Mang has to be my grandmaster. He suddenly realized. He always called himself a pirate, but his entire career yielded nothing compared to this warehouse. Mr. Mang, on the other hand, never called himself a pirate, yet this single, casual sale was worth his entire career. There were a full 17 mission objectives like this in this plan. He was just one of the small teams. Get to work. Pulu Pulu grinned, and with a wave of his hand, his men strode forward, carrying refrigerators. From the refrigerator, they pulled out the large vacuum cleaners that Chikashio and Mr. AI had improvised. They aimed the octopus-shaped suction nozzle at the warehouse, and pressed the button. Countless iron and copper ores instantly flew through the air, were sucked into the vacuum cleaner, and then flown directly into the interior of the Star Train through the refrigerator. The entire process was incredibly smooth and fluid. At this moment, gunfire continued to rip through the warehouse, accurately killing the remaining personnel inside. When all the resources in the warehouse had been sucked into the train, new information flashed on the iris chip implanted in Pulu's eyes. The total resources in this warehouse have been counted, totaling 10 trillion units of iron ore and 10 trillion units of copper. Please eliminate any remaining resistance forces. Soon, a floor plan of the warehouse appeared on the iris chip. In several corners, several red dots flashed continuously. These were blind spots for the warehouse's automated security weapons, and they needed to be addressed. This is the first time I've operated from a bird's eye view. Pulu Pulu couldn't help but sigh again. While he hadn't done anything this big, he had done plenty of similar things. He was a pirate, after all, but no operation had ever been this simple. It was like using cheats. Operating completely from a bird's eye view. The gap between the enemy and us was a little too obvious. This crushing information-wise was a wonderful feeling. Even on the other side, the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion, leading a group of his sect's disciples, was flying low on swords in the night, rapidly approaching the resource warehouse in City 8. However, before they arrived, they heard gunfire in the distance. When they arrived, they saw a group of black-clad, masked men, armed with guns, were besieging the guards outside the warehouse. The intense gunfire crackled like firecrackers. There were over 100 of them, quite a large force. It looked like someone had gotten there first. Stealing the job? The TNG Pavilion Master's expression changed slightly. He didn't want his mission to fail. He immediately roared, disregarding everything else. Spiritual energy surged out, transforming into a massive Bagua formation in the air, and then, this Bagua formation, condensed from spiritual energy, quickly took shape. Flying swords, carrying terrifying pressure, emerged from the formation like mushrooms after a rain. In an instant, thousands of flying swords, like a rain of swords, instantly enveloped the enemy. With just one strike, nearly 1,000 meters of land was razed to the ground. This was the charm of the immortal cultivation civilization. Using only their bodies, they could unleash terrifying power. No one else in the surrounding area could breathe, except them. Without the train's intervention, who could defeat them individually? Kicking open the warehouse door, a vast amount of resources lay within. Up! The TNG Pavilion Master shouted softly, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping all the iron ore. Forming a galaxy in the air, it rapidly flowed into the refrigerator. This refrigerator was a level 200 refrigerator that Mangi had delivered to the city. They would need to take it with them when they left. After all, it cost iron ore to build, so leaving it here would be a waste. Quickly, resource inventory complete. The total resources in this warehouse have been counted, totaling 5 trillion units of iron ore and 5 trillion units of copper ore. No personnel left alive. Please proceed to the next target mission point. Only half? The TNG Pavilion Master's expression was grim, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Instead, he quickly followed Mr. AI's instructions and evacuated, heading for the next target mission point. They had only 55 minutes to act. Only 48 minutes remained. Let's review this later. Now's not the time. Isn't that a bit too noisy? City 8. On the upper floors of an office building, a middle-aged man stood by a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the flames rising from a suburban warehouse, pacing anxiously. He could see it. The higher-ups were serious this time. He only had 7 days to fill the hole. He definitely couldn't fill it. All the money had been spent. How could he fill it? As usual, if the hole couldn't be filled, set it on fire. Once the fire was extinguished, everything would be settled. He sent men to raid a suburban warehouse tonight. It looked like the plan had succeeded, but for some reason, he felt a tinge of unease. Hopefully, everything goes well. Huh? In a suburban warehouse in City 9. An elderly man, shakily supported by his men, pushed open the warehouse door. Gazing upon the overflowing resources within, his eyes filled with pain. To fill this hole. He emptied his entire fortune to fill this 20 trillion resource hole. It was exhausting and painful. But at this moment, he felt quite at ease. He even vaguely hoped that the 7 days would arrive soon. Perhaps he could even receive a commendation. What patching the holes? Now that the holes were already patched, he certainly wouldn't say he was patching them, but rather that he hadn't been corrupt at all. He was an honest official. It's not easy. The old man stood at the warehouse door, gazing at the mountain of high-grade iron ore, a smile playing on his lips. Anyone in his position must understand one thing. You can make money anytime, but you must keep your position, or you lose everything. Since the higher-ups have made their decision, there's no need to resist. You can't handle it. But just then, the sharp crack of gunfire suddenly rang out outside the warehouse. Before the old man could react, a barrage of bullets blasted at the warehouse door, quickly engulfing everyone present. Someone's robbing. This thought flashed through the old man's mind. Although it was a little hard to believe, someone actually dared to rob the Cassidan civilization. He was incredibly bold, even braver than him. He immediately fled deeper into the warehouse. However, because this body was so old, he stumbled and fell to the ground before he could even take 2 steps. A searing pain instantly shot through his back. The moment the bullet entered his body, he recalled his childhood. Those carefree days. His biggest regret before his death was that he had restored his body to perfect condition before coming. Perhaps he could have escaped. The attack came incredibly fast. He didn't even have time to mobilize his train. To conceal his presence, he arrived at night, accompanied by a few trusted aides and resources. This left him with virtually no armed resistance. The next moment, the door was violently kicked open. The patriarch of a major Xuanwu civilization family, a massive hammer in hand, strode into the warehouse. He glanced at the corpse-strewn interior, then gazed at the vast amount of resources at the end, grinning. Boss AI, mission accomplished. Goods received. This night was destined to be restless. A middle-aged man in City 3's City Hall sat leisurely on the sofa in his study. He knew one thing clearly. Casa civilization was about to undergo a major transformation. The higher-ups maintained a remarkably tough stance this time. No connections, no backers will matter. After 7 days, anyone found to have inaccurate strategic reserve resources will be dealt with according to the law. No favors. No mercy. Many people would likely be panicking by now, but he wasn't. Instead, he leisurely savored his warm cup of coffee on the sofa, feeling the warmth and naturalness of the moment. He was rather timid. He wasn't corrupt. Yes, it might sound unbelievable. After all, within the Casa civilization, honest officials are as rare as endangered animals. When you hold this position, it's impossible not to be corrupt. Forget Casa civilization. Pick any civilization at random, and who can say there aren't corrupt officials? Or to put it more bluntly, who can say there aren't 30% corrupt officials? What's wrong with being corrupt? It's not that they're not doing their job. It's just that the salary for this position isn't enough. With the higher-ups not paying, they have to take it themselves. He completely understood these people's thinking. It made sense. But he was timid. He wouldn't dare do such a thing. He didn't even take a single ounce of the city's strategic reserves. He really didn't dare. It was precisely because of this timidity. At this moment, when everyone was restless, wondering what judgment would come, he could sit here quietly and leisurely, savoring the delicious taste of coffee. Being an honest official was better. It brought peace of mind. But who knew how long it would last? A piercing alarm suddenly blared in the study, and even his watch vibrated rapidly. A crimson light flashed across the screen. It was an urgent call from the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Hello? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. What happened? Mayor, our city's strategic resource warehouse has been robbed. All the guards have been killed. The warehouse has been emptied? What? The middle-aged man suddenly jumped up from the sofa, his eyes filled with despair and disbelief. After a moment, his whole body slumped back down on the sofa. It's over. It's all over. Who the hell did this? Why not do it sooner or later? Why now? If he claimed he was truly an honest official and that his warehouse had been robbed, would his superiors believe him? They'd be damned if they believed him. By then, there would be at least 10,000 people saying that, and it would be a miracle if anyone believed him. An hour had passed. The AIs of all 17 cities had regained control. A shrill alarm rang out across Gemini. All nearby wormhole entrances were forcibly sealed. A blue light blared from the planet's center into the universe, temporarily blocking the area where wormholes could be constructed. Even if someone tried to escape by creating a wormhole using a train, they couldn't. The entire Gemini was completely sealed off. A large number of troops began to move. Countless trains began to move out, conducting a blanket search of the entire city. The mayors of the 17 cities gathered together, looking up at the Star Commander. Each of them had a grim expression, but no one spoke, only internally speculating about the other's thoughts. This incident was incredibly bizarre. Especially at this critical moment. Robbed by pirates? How could it be possible? It's likely someone chose to settle accounts, but they couldn't just loot their own warehouse. That would be too conspicuous, so they raided everyone else's warehouse. Well, just then, a mayor coughed lightly. At this point, let's be frank. Whoever settled the accounts, please come forward and we can discuss this together. After all, at this juncture, choosing this method of settlement is too risky. Without a good reason, it's hard to justify. His warehouse was empty to begin with. It was also robbed. I just happened to settle his accounts. Now the goal is to find a countermeasure. Otherwise, this crude settlement method is treating the people above as fools. The mayor of City 3 stood up, looked at everyone with red eyes, and roared angrily. I don't care who settles the accounts. Return my strategic resources. I'm an honest official, and I'm using you to settle the accounts. Use you to settle the accounts? You're asking for death. Why are you dragging me down with you? All right. The star leader, sitting in the main seat, sighed softly. Who here would claim to be anything but an honest official? Don't talk about this now. Let's be honest. The people above are being very tough this time. Let me be clear, it wasn't me. It's even more impossible that it was me. The mayor of City 7 said gloomily, word for word. I just finished filling the hole, and you're already paying me back? I really paid you back. Pay it back to me now, or I'm going to go fucking crazy. Ahem. The mayor of City 8 sat there, observing his own affairs like an old monk. He had indeed sent people to settle the accounts, but their capabilities were insufficient. He only settled the accounts of his own city and 3 others. However, no one has reported to him yet. They've lost contact. I don't know what happened to that group of people. This time, they clearly collided with the other settlers. It's just that the man's methods are more powerful. He can settle the accounts of 17 cities at one time. The only one who can have such methods is Xing Chong. Everyone knows that Xing Chong is the greediest, but at this time no one dares to point the finger at Xing Chong. Now things got lively. With so many people implicated, he wasn't worried anymore. There's always a sense of security in numbers. He just wait and see how the higher-ups handle the situation. As the saying goes, the law doesn't punish the masses. Moreover, during wartime, stability in the rear was paramount. How could they easily kill so many officials, all top officials at that? However, he glanced around. Why wasn't there one mayor? Did he just run away? At this point, everyone realized the problem. Why was there a mayor missing? This guy must have done it. He ran away. Seal off the Gemini. Not a single mosquito is allowed to escape. These resources must be recovered. Restore my innocence. Mayor number 7 roared with a sullen expression. He was the angriest person here. He just filled the hole, and you just settle it for him. I'm going to kill you. You didn't settle it earlier, and now you're starting to settle it. You deserve to die. He was just as furious. There were 2 other mayors, and these 3 seemed particularly furious at the moment. The other 2 mayors had just patched up their losses, and now their accounts were settled. They were livid, their murderous urges reaching their peak. The honest official, though also furious, was clearly less furious than the other 3. And just then, a train slowly emerged from a wormhole near Gemini and landed at the city hall of a city on Gemini. A group of men disembarked, guns drawn, and strode into the conference room. Looking at the mayors and Star Commander. Prosecutor. Star Commander stood up and spoke hoarsely, his face serious. An hour ago, a terrible incident occurred on Gemini. A group of men robbed the strategic resource reserves of 17 cities on Gemini, resulting in the loss of nearly 170 trillion units of iron ore and 170 trillion units of copper. We've sealed off the entire Gemini. We definitely recover these resources as soon as possible. The higher-ups arrived quickly. This also meant that the higher-ups were truly taking this matter very seriously. If not handled properly, something serious could happen. The young man leading the group slowly walked to the front of the conference table, stood beside the star leader, patted his shoulder, and pressed him into his chair. He glanced at the faces of each mayor present, and after a moment, he suddenly laughed. You're truly audacious. What moment is it now? This is a moment that concerns the survival of the Cassidon civilization, the moment of the decisive battle with the Zerg civilization. And you, at such a critical juncture, are actually playing such a trick. Were we robbed? Interesting. Do you believe it? Do you think I believe it? Do you think the Fuhrer believes it? It's true. Mayor number 7 stood up abruptly with a grim expression. Prosecutor, just investigate, and you find out if what we say is true. No need to investigate. The leading young man pulled a paper order from his pocket and slammed it on the table. His face was calm, and he whispered, Special times call for special measures. We don't have the luxury of a thorough investigation. Your case has already reached the Fuhrer immediately. Interesting. It said that the Fuhrer couldn't help but laugh when he heard the news. He hasn't laughed in ages, not since Commander Lee began the expedition. Although it was a laugh of rage. But at least it was a happy one. I wrote this order myself. Everyone, travel with peace of mind. On the rice paper on the table, a large scarlet word kill was written. The handwriting was as sharp as a sword, piercing the eye. The mayor of City 7's face changed drastically, fear flashing in his eyes. He spoke hastily. I admit I was greedy before, but I made up for it last night. Tonight, I was really robbed. Please be careful, I really. Before he finished his words, bang. Gunshots suddenly rang out in the conference room. Huh? The young man blew the gunpowder smoke from his muzzle, then looked at the middle-aged man lying in a pool of blood, his face filled with resentment, and laughed. Explain it in hell. This is an order from the Fuhrer himself. How dare you use such means to settle the score at this moment? You are simply insulting the Fuhrer's intelligence. If I don't deal with you, won't others follow suit? At this moment, the other mayors in the meeting room, including Xing Chong, all turned pale and rushed to the door. Something was clearly amiss. The people sent from above hadn't investigated at all, and had simply opened fire. This didn't seem like they were handling the situation properly, but more like they were dealing with him properly. Only Mayor number 3 didn't run away. His usual composure was gone. He stood up, knelt on the ground, raised his hands above his head, saluted, and then, with a ferocious expression, stared at the prosecutor and spoke hoarsely. Please investigate. I'm truly an honest official. I haven't embezzled even a single ounce of iron ore. They're the ones who dragged me into this mess by settling accounts. I can withstand any investigation from the organization. TSK. The young man scoffed and waved his hand. His men chased after them, mercilessly firing at the fleeing mayors. The sharp sound of gunfire echoed continuously from outside the meeting room. Then, he walked up to Mayor number 3 alone and placed the muzzle of his gun against the man's forehead. He whispered with a hint of emotion. You guys really are taking the Fuhrer for a fool. He's been putting up with you for so long. Who would claim to be anything but an honest official? I bet you've already prepared every possible way to handle an inspection? The ledgers and warehouse call records are all perfectly clear and flawless. But unfortunately, the Fuhrer isn't going to investigate this time. He's had enough of you damn bastards. Goodbye. I'd be an honest official in my next life. Bang! The trigger was pulled sharply, and the gunshot rang out mercilessly. The man's eyes gradually blurred, and his body collapsed limply into a pool of blood. Blood quickly covered his eyeballs. He felt his consciousness and life rapidly fading, and a thick darkness enveloped him. A hint of a desperate, ruthless smile gradually formed at the corner of his mouth. My last thought in this world was, I must be a corrupt official in my next life. An honest official? I wouldn't even want to be a dog. I'd rather eat the corrupt official's flesh and then be beaten by him than not eat him. This world. Many things are relative, like time and space, like a smile. When a smile disappears from one face, it will surely appear on another. Casa Civilization Federation Galaxy 27, aboard the star train drifting through the universe. Chin Mang sat at the control console, his mouth curled up wildly, unable to close. In such a good mood. Even the scallion oil noodles Xiaofeng had served him seemed even more delicious. The gains from this operation far exceeded expectations. Originally, the theoretical strategic resources of these 17 cities should have been 170 trillion copper, ore and 170 trillion iron ore. Of course. This was theoretical. In reality, there certainly wouldn't be that much. So, his actual expectation was to obtain 50 trillion iron ore and 50 trillion copper ore, which would be good, considering they were definitely greedy for more. Even in areas close to the Zerg civilization, the areas immediately affected by the outbreak of war, they dared to covet half of the strategic resources. It was a good thing they didn't covet all of it here. But, the actual resources obtained were 90 trillion iron ore and 90 trillion copper ore. That's more than half. This amount of resources is more than enough to upgrade the train's armor to level 200, and all the colorful accessories, including all the accessories on the train, to level 200. The Arcanon light cannon can also be upgraded to level 200. The star is about to enter the level 200 era. Everyone is level 200. The god-level supermodel effects that are almost impossible to achieve on other trains are standard on every accessory on the star. They run very fast. Sealing the wormhole and locking them up in the refrigerator is pointless. They already run away. There's no point in catching them. Next up, a massive upgrade. The star train will now possess the power to take on the battlefields of 2 top civilizations. Leveraging its rapidly increasing power, it can pull off even more major attacks, until it can even interfere in the conflict between the 2 civilizations, and from there, it will continue to grow stronger. From interfering to controlling, and finally absorbing the entirety of both civilizations' resources, the star train will surge in power once again, launching an assault into the deeper reaches of the universe, one step at a time. Everything was perfect. Just then, ding, a message from the Casa Civilization Daily popped up on his watch. He had set it to special attention. He was curious to see how the Casa Civilization would characterize this incident. They would definitely say they stole 170 trillion tons of iron ore and 170 trillion tons of copper ore, and that group would probably try to shift the blame onto him. But he didn't care. Who cares? Owning the resources was the real deal. As long as his identity wasn't known, and he couldn't be wanted, a little reputation meant nothing. However, after seeing the headlines in the daily newspaper, Chin Mang's expression gradually grew strange. Casa Daily. 7 hours ago, the strategic resource reserves of 17 cities on Gemini were devastatingly looted. According to statistics, the loss of resources reached hundreds of trillions, causing extremely serious damage to the Casa civilization. After investigation, this egregious incident stems from the statement issued a day ago by the president that all strategic reserves will be thoroughly investigated within 7 days. Any malicious appropriation discovered will be severely punished. Many corrupt officials on Gemini conspired to create this egregious incident, attempting to use such despicable and childish tactics to settle accounts and evade legal punishment. The wise and courageous president immediately uncovered their scheme and was enraged. All corrupt officials were brought to justice and executed on the spot 5 hours ago. At this critical moment in the Casa Civilization's expedition, any actions that harm the interests of the Casa Civilization will be considered sins against the civilization. Qin Mang peered at the daily newspaper with a slightly quizzical expression. Was something amiss? He had originally thought he'd be the one to take the blame. He'd been prepared to settle down as a simple account-settling sage. As long as he could get his hands on resources, he didn't mind being one. But it seemed, the title of Great Sage was too attractive. Everyone wanted to be a great sage. The mayors of those 17 cities, as well as the star leaders, all rushed to become the account-settling sage, to settle his account. So, he became the one being settled? Is that right? He glanced at other reports in the Casa Daily, searching for details, but unable to find any detailed investigation. He seriously suspected there hadn't been one at all, considering several warehouses were overflowing with goods. They really weren't greedy. There are good people among the people, yes. He found information about these families being raided. All their estates, trains, funds, and relatives on other planets had been raided, with hundreds of trillions of resources seized and confiscated. He also found a small piece of information in a corner. A well-known Casa Civilization war commentator, known online as Air Conditioner, committed suicide at home early yesterday morning. According to his family, he suffered from severe depression. He actually knew this person. He had just seen his post yesterday. The post was extremely pessimistic about the Casa Civilization's expedition, and spread a lot of negative news. He had hanged himself today, but it didn't seem like a suicide. Words can convey emotions, and the message in this person's post was extremely rational. While pessimistic, it wasn't despair. This kind of person couldn't commit suicide. Qin Mang's eyes narrowed. He seemed to understand why this matter had been handled this way, and he also understood what the Casa Civilization's leader was planning. A single leaf can signal the coming of autumn. It was obvious. This leader planned to mobilize the entire Casa Civilization's resources by closing accounts and consolidating all resources. With everyone united, they were ready to fight the Zerg civilization to the bitter end. As for him, no one cared at all. No one cares, that's good. No one cares, that's good. Qin Mang grinned with considerable satisfaction. He was extremely pleased with the results of this plan. Most importantly, there were no hidden dangers. Someone had settled the accounts for him. His next move was to give the train a major upgrade, and then he would also participate in this war and reap the spoils. In a war of this magnitude, if he could reap the spoils, it would be far richer than a Gemini raid. Even a small leak of his resources would be enough to make his mouth water. A deal done. He had given the star train a flying start. Zerg? Suddenly, the Zerg seemed just average. Their resource-consuming capacity was far inferior to his. What he lacked was a vast supply of resources. He could consume any amount instantly, a skill no other civilization possessed. This also meant that his path to advancement would never be a gradual one. Instead, his strength would remain stable, with almost no fluctuations. Then, after making a big profit, his strength would suddenly soar. Whoosh! Whoosh! If this were the case in the stock market, it would be a definite monster stock. That was good. He liked it. Chapter 316. Star inside the train. Qin Mang turned off the Casa Daily on his screen, stood up, and walked to carriage 2. He looked at the resources piled high in the space gate, his lips curled up, and he stretched out his arms to sniff. The air was filled with fragrance. It was the smell of freedom. It was the smell of sudden wealth. He loved it. All resources had been synthesized by the Casa Civilization into level 10 resources. Any one of them was worth 1 billion units of resources. For example, the iron ore at his feet was a level 10 iron ore. He picked it up and examined it carefully. Level 10 iron ore had a unique appearance. It was pitch black, yet faintly translucent, with faint hints of flames burning within. It looked more like a carefully crafted work of art than ore. Just by holding it in his hand, he could sense the immense energy contained within. Level 10 iron ore was much more beautiful than level 9 iron ore. Level 10 copper ore, however, was a different story. It felt light and airy in the hand, its overall brownish-yellow color emanating from a red gas flowing slowly within. It was a bit like the marbles we played with as children, but a high-end, dynamic version. He had tried it on the crafting station. It could only be crafted up to level 10. There was no level 11 iron ore or copper ore, so this was probably the upper limit. Perhaps the highest level ore in the universe was level 10. But he had yet to encounter a level 10 ore. He had mined the highest level or a level 7 mine, and had never been to a level 8 mine. If anything, the level 9 mine in the cyber mine could probably be considered, but that was a special case. 90 trillion copper ore and 90 trillion iron ore. Trillions. Qin Meng muttered, looking at the resources before him. This was an extremely exaggerated figure. The last time he upgraded the train, when he received funding from the Xuanwu civilization, he obtained 5 trillion iron ore. He looked at the cost of upgrading the train's armor from level 102 to level 200. 30 trillion. At the time, he thought this was an astronomical figure. It would definitely be difficult to obtain so many resources in a short period of time. It would probably take years of hard work to accumulate them. At that time, he had only spent 4 trillion iron ore to upgrade the armor from level 102 to level 115. There was almost no qualitative change. It felt like the resources were wasted, gone in a flash. But things are different now. Now he feels like upgrading armor to level 200 only requires 30 trillion iron ore, such a great value for money. They say cheap things don't come cheap, and with such a low price, the quality can't be bad, right? And most importantly, armor is the most resource-intensive component on the train to upgrade, bar none. It even consumes more resources than many 7-color grade components. And even upgrading armor to level 200 only requires 30 trillion units of iron ore. Those 90 trillion units of iron ore are more than enough to upgrade every component on the Star Train to level 200. From today on, the Star Train will officially enter the era of having every component upgraded to level 200. This will definitely be a memorable moment in his life. So, the next step is upgrading. Qin Meng took a deep breath, stood inside the warehouse, looked at the resources scattered on the floor, lit a cigarette, and suddenly said, "Xiao Ai, how's your information gathering going?" "I'm collecting them. We should have the answer soon." The colorful firepower component blueprints, which consume copper ore, aren't exactly scarce in the Casa Civilization Federation. After all, blueprints can be replicated almost infinitely. What's truly scarce is Murphy stone. Okay, don't be stingy with the resources you need to spend money on. Understood. Currently, the ammunition for the powerful firepower components on the train all consumes iron ore. He needs one that consumes copper ore. Otherwise, where would he spend his 90 trillion copper ore? Then he strode back into the train compartment. Sitting at the control panel, he glanced at the information on the various components on the screen. The first thing to upgrade was naturally the armor. Although this component always consumed a lot of resources, the sense of security it provided after upgrading was hard to match with other components. After consuming 26 trillion units of iron ore, as countless iron ore fragments within the train melted into the train's interior, the level number displayed on the screen for armor rapidly changed, climbing higher and higher. If you zoom out and look down at the star, you can see the armor on its exterior constantly changing, as if blazing, until the armor level reaches 200. The upgrade is complete, and a brand new supermodel effect is granted. Carriage Steel Armor Level 200 Supermodel Effect. Damage sustained in space can be absorbed by core energy, allowing for rapid recovery. A simple, pure supermodel effect. However, Qin Meng's brow furrowed slightly. A level 200 supermodel effect is truly divine. Almost all accessories, like the space gate and the refrigerator, experience a qualitative improvement after reaching level 200. Why does this level 200 armor supermodel effect feel a bit underwhelming? And it's a bit repetitive. The supermod effect of armor level 20 is an ion coating on the surface, allowing the carriages to quickly repair themselves when damaged. One rapid recovery, one rapid repair. Or is the level 200 repair even faster? He had no idea how much faster, so he experimented whenever he had questions. Just when he was thinking of a way to fire a cannon at his train, he quickly abandoned the idea. He currently had no means of damaging his train's armor. He wait and see what this rapid recovery would actually do. It's worth noting, after the component level reaches level 100, there's no absolute level suppression. A level 101 main gun wouldn't be able to damage level 102 armor, but the damage it would inflict wouldn't be as high as it would against level 101. Everything is calculated based on the energy range. When the attack energy is lower than the defense energy, damage can still be dealt, but the damage will be lower. This also gives the possibility of a swarm of ants overpowering an elephant. A sufficient number of level 101 main guns could completely wear down a level 121 armored train. Of course, the greater the level difference, the lower the damage dealt. A level difference of 20 would essentially negate any damage. The level 101 main guns mentioned here are equipped with the default colorful firepower attachment. If it were a level 101 repeating crossbow, even a billion, let alone 10,000, wouldn't be able to penetrate even the basic defense. The repeating crossbow's energy range is too low. Huh? Qin Meng breathed a sigh of relief. The train's armor had finally reached level 200, instantly giving him a strong sense of security. Even if Galaxy 27 erupted in another self-directed Zerg invasion, he could easily withstand even those planet-destroying attacks. Unaffected by anything. In a sense, the Star Train was now stronger than a planet. Destroying an inhabited planet was much easier than destroying the Star Train. And he glanced at the screen next to him, which showed the train scene. Xiaolu hadn't slept that day, but was instead playing with Master Li and the others in the back carriage. Currently, he was sitting atop Master Li's Star Beast, the star-walking sword tiger, looking a bit pleased, his head held high. This was the first Star Beast Xiaolu had defeated. It was also Xiaolu's only other fellow on the train. So, these days, Xiaolu loved to play with the star-walking sword tiger, and the star-walking sword tiger had completely submitted, becoming Xiaolu's first subordinate. While it's a little hard to tell a plump, furry green ball from someone with a proud and happy expression, Xiaolu certainly exuded that vibe. He gazed at the scene, his lips curling slightly, as he shook his head and smiled. He lit a cigarette and leaned back in his chair. Even Xiaolu has subordinates now. The last time he visited the Mecha R&D Center and learned that Xiao Ai had a number of intelligent and scientific research chips as subordinates, he couldn't help but smile. And now, even Xiaolu has subordinates. It seems like the people around him are slowly becoming the boss. That's great. Often, one of the sources of satisfaction for being a boss is making those around him live well. Seeing that makes him happy too. Little Green's level increases with his armor. When his armor reaches level 200, Little Green's level also reaches level 200. Little Green is a potentially S-level star beast, requiring a full level of 180 to reach adulthood. Once in adulthood, his maximum devouring battle form can reach up to 0.1 light-years, swallowing the entire 27th galaxy, including all its stars, with ease. Not now. This place is too conspicuous. Although it sounds absurd and helpless, he actually monitors the Kasha Daily every day. The information that appears in the Kasha Daily is always high value, yet the news of Xuanwu Star's sudden disappearance went completely unreported in the Kasha Daily. No one paid any attention. He found this outrageous. Even if the Kasha Civilization Federation boasts nearly 10,000 level 1 civilizations, the sudden disappearance of just one of those 10,000 would warrant some investigation and dispatch. But nothing at all. No one cared at all. Only Galaxy 27's numerous information platforms were discussing this matter, their voices filled with anxiety and fear. One of these 2 days, find a quiet corner in the universe and let Little Green show off his full form to see what it looks like. A body 0.1 light-years wide is a bit hard for him to imagine. Perhaps this is the true celestial behemoth. Starburst is just the most basic ability, not even worth mentioning. He now believes that some celestial behemoths can truly feed on stars. As for that star-treading sword tiger, let alone a starburst, it would struggle to blow up a stadium. Inside the residential carriage, young Master Li and the others stood aside, smiling as they looked at Little Green and the star-stepping sword tiger playing nearby, chatting among themselves. Master Meng has reaped considerable rewards this time. The Star Train is expected to experience a qualitative leap soon. Perhaps Master Meng's civilization can already be rebuilt, and there's no need to fear Kaisa or the Zerg. The old man from the Jimei travel agency looked at the scene and said with some emotion, if only the young lady were still here, everything would be brighter. Huh? But young Master Li, is that giant star beast of yours having a stomachache? Why is it lying on the ground, shaking violently and sweating profusely, practically dehydrated? It seems so. I go check it out. The star-stepping sword tiger, ridden by Little Green, lay on the ground, its eyes filled with fear, its body trembling violently. It could clearly sense the sudden surge in its master's aura, a surge that made even breathing difficult. Others couldn't sense it. But as a giant beast of the galaxy, it was extremely sensitive to this aura. It struggled to get up, believing this was its boss. He wouldn't kill it. But its body was no longer under control. Boss, how powerful. A few minutes later, Little Green rolled around happily on the ground, while the star-treading sword tiger, tongue hanging out, excitedly followed Little Green around the field, like a tail chaser. The trembling feeling that had emanated from its soul had vanished. Just now, the boss had given it a beating. Afterward, it felt much better, no longer afraid. How amazing! It was simply excited that its boss had grown stronger again, which, relatively speaking, meant that it had also grown stronger. That, the pavilion master of the TNG pavilion, standing in the distance, took in the scene before him. He glanced at young Masterly beside him with a slightly quizzical expression and said, "Young Masterly, your star beast seems to be more capable than you. Go away." Young Masterly rolled his eyes in annoyance. After confirming that the star-trading sword tiger was all right, he felt relieved. He'd been saying, how could a star beast suddenly fall ill? Its physique was too weak. But inside, he was secretly delighted. His star beast and Mr. Mang's star beast were so closely related, so in a sense, well, the father's status was due to the son's. That made perfect sense. These days, he also come to terms with his grief. Since what had already happened, he could only let it happen. All he had to do from now on was to pull himself together and perform well, finding his place on the star. If the opportunity arose in the future, he would rebuild his own Scallion civilization. He stroked the Scallion on his head. There must still be remnants of the Scallion civilization on nearby planets. In the near future, he planned to ask Master Mang if he could take them away. When the opportunity arose, he could begin a large-scale reproduction program, allowing the Scallion civilization to once again stand proud in the world. Continue to upgrade. Inside the Star Train, Chin Mang's work continued. After upgrading the armor to level 200, he set his sights on the remaining few 7-color grade accessories. For example, the 7-color grade firepower accessory, the Arcanon Light Cannon, was the most important. Last time, he had upgraded this accessory to level 101. This time, after consuming 5 trillion iron ore, he upgraded it directly to level 200 and gained a brand new, God-level supermodel effect. Arcanon Light Cannon level 200 supermodel effect. The power of the beam attack increases continuously as it travels. The longer the distance traveled, the greater the damage dealt. Within a single light year, the damage increase is unlimited. Chin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at this God-level supermodel effect, his mind racing. Is this God-level supermodel effect powerful? It feels very strong. The damage increase is unlimited. Theoretically speaking. If he fires a main cannon shot now, and if it doesn't hit any large stars or other random objects along the way, allowing his beam attack to continue in space, then theoretically, after traveling hundreds of millions of light years, the power of this single shot could easily destroy a Kaisa civilization or a Zerg civilization. All life within a radius of 100,000 light years would likely be devastated. Hundreds of millions of light years sounds like an extremely outrageous number. But some superclusters often have diameters of hundreds of millions of light years. Light beams are impossible to achieve in the universe. This is a cosmic limitation. But even if they reach the speed of light, or even surpass it, they're still just baby steps in the entire universe. I'd never be able to even glance at the edge of the universe in my lifetime. The universe is simply that vast. And in such a vast expanse, many things develop randomly and naturally. Let alone a trained civilization, even a dung civilization, growing stronger by consuming feces, wouldn't be surprising. However, his beam attack takes a year to travel 1 light year. A single shot fired in the direction of the Zerg civilization would take tens of thousands of years to reach. And the damage increases with each light year traveled. The effect is powerful, but truly utilizing it takes a considerable amount of time. And you don't need to fire the full-scale Arcanon Light Cannon at level 200. Of course, level 200 is best, given its high initial strength. But as long as it's above level 101, it can destroy all enemies after advancing tens of thousands of years. Destroy all enemies. So far, only this accessory can achieve this effect. Should I try firing a shot first? He looked towards the south on the galaxy map with some eagerness. In this large area. To the left is the Zerg civilization, to the right is the Kaisa civilization, above are the remains of the Mechanic civilization, and below is nothing at all. No planets, no stars, no dust clouds. To the south is the cosmic void. Voids are a unique entity in the universe. They are often extremely large in scale, with almost no galaxies, stars, or visible matter. They are vast, empty areas, like a cosmic desert. They stand in stark contrast to densely packed galaxies and superclusters. They are a crucial component of the cosmic web. Diameters are typically tens of millions, or even billions of light years. Once they appear, they're never too small, 10% to 20% less dense than the average density of the universe. They're primarily composed of dark matter, and a small amount of gas, often spherical or ellipsoidal in shape. If the entire universe is compared to a block of cheese, the densely packed areas, such as galaxy clusters, are the cheese, while the voids are the holes. Riddled with holes. Different civilizations often call this region different names. In the Kasha civilization, this region is called the void, the ultimate nothingness, devoid of anything. No train, not even this one, can cross it. There wasn't even a single resource resupply point along the way. Although his train's energy consumption could be reduced by 99.9%, effectively consuming almost no energy, it was absorbing the core energy flowing through the universe as it traveled. Core energy comes from planetary leakage, and there were no planets in this area, so where would the core energy leak from? Forget about the supermodel effect. Even if a supergod effect were possible, it would fizzle out mid-flight, stalling. Furthermore, there wasn't a single star within, not a single luminous substance. If hell truly existed in this world, it would surely lie within the cosmic void, an absolute cosmic forbidden zone, untouched and unexplored. It was also the most empty region in the universe. This region was completely useless in most circumstances, serving only to increase humanity's understanding of the diversity of the universe. He had known this information since leaving the Blue Water planet and arriving within the Kassa Civilization Federation, but he had never considered it further. After all, it was useless. But Qin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly. It was a bit of a stretch for a single beam attack to travel unimpeded for tens of thousands of light years within a galaxy cluster, or in areas densely populated with galaxies. Just like the beams he just launched after leaving the Blue Water planet. They should have traveled nearly 2 light years by now. Perhaps they already hit a dead star and dissipated into the universe. But if it were within the cosmic void, there would be no obstacles, green light all the way, traveling unimpeded for tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, of light years would be effortless. When that beam, hundreds of millions of years from now, crossed the southern cosmic void and reached the other end, the power it would unleash would be enough to shake the entire universe. Thinking of this, his face darkened slightly. Because he really wanted to throw a round over there just for fun. Even though he might not be able to see it, he still wanted to throw one. And since he could think that way, others would surely think the same. Humans are born with a desire to destroy. It's innate. For example, as a child, I always loved to use my lighter to light things everywhere, to water ant nests, to feel the urge to jump from the edge of a rooftop, and to smash beautiful porcelain when I saw it. Humans are born with a desire to destroy themselves, to destroy beautiful things, to destroy everything they could see. Trained civilizations are definitely not limited to this one area. Perhaps there are trained civilizations beyond the cosmic void as well, with people who have upgraded their Arcanon main cannon to level 200, or even to have already fired a round into the cosmic void millions, or even hundreds of millions of years ago, and will arrive someday. No one can say for sure. Who could refuse? With the Arcanon cannon and cosmic void so perfectly matched, who could refuse to fire a shot? After a moment's reflection, Qin Mang concluded that if there were a civilization on the other side of the cosmic void, it would surely have already fired a shot, though it would take a long time to arrive. No. He had to fire one too. To avoid any loss. In the universe, the benefits of assuming a strange civilization were an enemy far outweighed the benefits of assuming it were a friend. Similarly, the harm posed by assuming a civilization were a friend was also immense. He didn't particularly enjoy broadcasting Hello World to all civilizations in the universe. He preferred something more practical. He was past the age of socializing. He did what he said. Qin Mang didn't hesitate. He immediately pushed the train to its maximum speed and, after searching various official wormholes in System 27 for a while, found a strategic wormhole leading south. His current status was Free Army, granting him free access to strategic wormholes. Of course, this wormhole was a one-way trip. But that didn't matter. 2 hours later, the star train had reached its southernmost point. Several other trains were emerging from the wormhole behind it, using it as a staging point to launch a flanking attack on the Zerg civilization, dividing their forces. All of them were Free Army. Uncontrolled by anyone, they could do whatever they pleased as long as they caused trouble within Zerg territory. But they also had no logistical support. Everything was self-sufficient. It was like providing your own armor before going into battle. The star train slowly separated from the group, traveling alone in the vast universe, heading in that direction. Pushing the star train to its limit, it finally reached the edge of the cosmic void after about 40 hours. Inside the train, Qin Mang gazed ahead, a hint of shock in his eyes. Although he already knew the general data on cosmic voids and had seen many astronomical images, the shock of actually being in front of one was still unparalleled. There was no light ahead. No luminous object. Pitch black. Absolute nothingness. At first glance, it was like falling into an abyss. Staring for too long could even make one feel as if one's body was losing balance, a sense of falling. This feeling was extremely unique, and most people would rarely experience it in their lifetime. It could even completely overturn one's understanding of the universe. Ahead lay endless darkness. Behind him, countless galaxies clustered, forming even a galactic wall. The pitch blackness was 100 times darker than the night sky on a planet, an extreme pitch blackness. The entire universe seemed to have been cut in two by a single sword. If his region's civilization wasn't a trained civilization, but a fantasy civilization, this scene would have given rise to many fantastical stories, such as two cosmic-level powers battling a raging battle that ultimately cleaved the entire universe in two. The extreme loneliness could even give one the feeling that the universe was evaporating or even extinguishing. Fortunately, I'm not a philosopher, Qin Mang muttered. He was simply shocked by this scene. If he were a philosopher, he would have begun to ponder the meaning of life by now. That's because you haven't married yet. Xiao Ai's voice echoed faintly from within the train. There's a saying in the Chioha civilization, if you marry a good wife, you be very happy. If you marry a bad wife, you become a philosopher. Me? Qin Mang shook his head and whispered, how many lives does she have to make me a philosopher? He didn't pause. Instead, he slowly pressed the button on the control panel. The next moment, the Arcanon main cannon on the top of the carriage began to rapidly charge, the patterns on the barrel glowing continuously. After charging for over 10 seconds, accompanied by a violent tremor in the train, a dazzling beam of light shot out at breakneck speed into the depths of the cosmic void. Then, the barrel charged twice more. He fired a shot in each of 3 directions, a blessing from the star train. Clearly visible to the naked eye. The 3 beams of light quickly entered the cosmic void, becoming the sole source of light within it. They gradually dwindled, their energy range limited to a mere 101. But this was under normal conditions. After traveling hundreds of millions of light years, and passing through the cosmic void, their energy range would reach an extremely terrifying level. No civilization could withstand an attack of this magnitude. Without exception, no one could intercept this attack. These 3 shots consumed 240 billion of his iron ore. This was a cross-dimensional attack, with the timeline as the horizontal axis. Inside the train, Qin Mang remained silent as he gazed at the 3 dwindling beams of light. He might not have been the first to open Pandora's box, but he had certainly done so. He didn't trust the hypothetical civilization on the other side of the cosmic void, a civilization he had never met. Even more so, he didn't believe that everyone in that civilization could suppress their desire for destruction. So, he chose to retaliate. He could no longer see the scene of the 3 beams of light exploding after traveling for hundreds of millions of years. He wouldn't live to see that day. But when that day finally came, he hoped his current decisions would convince his descendants that he had done the right thing. His merits and demerits would be judged by future generations. Then, Qin Mongsai summoned Xiaolu to the train compartment, gently stroked his head, and smiled. Go ahead, show me your combat form. Let me see the results of all the effort I've put into you these days. Xiaolu nodded, as if understanding, and flew off the train, heading into the depths of space. Meanwhile, the star train was also speeding in the opposite direction at breakneck speed. He soon realized something was amiss. The star train was traveling at a terrifying speed, a whopping 163,000 kilometers per hour, 160,000 kilometers. But Little Green seemed to be going much faster, incredibly fast. It took about 9 days. Yes, 9 days. A full 9 days. At first, after only 2 days, he began to regret it, thinking he might as well wait and see. But then he realized he already wasted 2 days, and turning back now would be a complete waste. Although reason told him that sunk costs shouldn't be factored into important decisions, he thought about it, realizing there was nothing urgent or important to do, so he continued. 9 days later, he finally received a message from Little Green, signaling they could begin. The star beasts being nurtured in the beast carriage would not only develop a close bond with the train conductor, but would also possess the ability to communicate remotely with them, a method previously reserved for star beasts and their parents. The next moment, boom! No sound rang out, but the sound seemed to resonate directly in his mind. In the distance, a massive object suddenly appeared across the universe. It was Little Green. Although Little Green's combat form was 0.1 light-years wide, its length was much narrower. Little Green was facing him head-on, so he only needed to run for 9 days. If it had been facing him sideways, 9 days wouldn't be enough. He just run slowly, maybe a few years would be enough. Qin Mang gazed at the scene before him, his eyes filled with shock. Although he had been driving for 9 days, and Little Green had also been running forward for 9 days. When Little Green activated its combat form, its entire body instantly exploded before him. The naked eye couldn't even grasp the entire scene. It occupied almost half the universe, like an endless wall, or rather, an arc. And because of the immense distance, the light from the distant sources took a long time to reach his eyes, causing his real-time observation to be extremely distorted, a bit like Cthulhu. That feeling of difficulty in observation. In his previous world, the diameter of the sun was 1.39 million kilometers, already a relatively large entity in that galaxy. And Little Green's width was 680,000 times that of the sun. This intuitive data spoke volumes. Qin Mang gasped, startled awake by the cigarette, but burning to his fingertips. After a few quick puffs of air, he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, "Isn't this fucking outrageous?" Although he had known this data for a long time. But theoretical data and actual observation are two completely different things. It's truly outrageous. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train. It's even a little unscientific. Conductor, do you know what a 0.1 light-year width actually means? It's not just about sheer size. According to biological theory, life that size simply can't exist. Let's not talk about anything else. The transmission of its nerve signals has already surpassed the speed of light. And it's surpassing the speed of light. Traveling 0.1 light-years takes over a month, yet this creature's nerve signals travel throughout its body in an instant. This creature isn't some celestial beast. He might as well just claim to be the master of the universe. Qin Mang remained silent, his face slightly bewildered. Perhaps his vision wasn't up to par. The edges of the little green creature appeared completely blurry and distorted to him, with only the center being relatively clear. As time passed, this clearer area became increasingly clear. We've also detected various data points. Xiao Ai continued silently, Little Green's combat form is quite massive. Even if it simply appeared here and did nothing, its tidal force would shred the defenses of lower-level trains thousands of kilometers away. Of course, the star train wouldn't be affected. Fortunately, its mass isn't too great. If it were any larger, there would be a difference in the speed of time flowing in this area. It's like an hour here, while months might pass outside. After all, Little Green's sudden appearance, such a large object thrown into the universe, would still disrupt some of the gravitational forces. No matter how vast the universe is, even a small part of it wouldn't be able to withstand such an event. How could something like this suddenly appear out of nowhere? It's like a tumor growing in the human body. It grows slowly, and the effects are gradual. But if a large tumor suddenly appeared, it would be devastating. After a long moment, Qin Mang sighed deeply, leaned back in his chair again, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the scene before him. It was an incomprehensible, massive structure of flesh and blood, dominating his entire field of vision. Its surface dynamics far exceeded common physics. Conventional science had completely failed. He felt he shouldn't have named it Little Green. It wasn't appropriate. It should have been named Great Old One, which felt much more appropriate. If this thing appeared within the observation range of any civilization that hadn't yet entered the cosmic age, it could instantly transform that civilization from the technological age into the religious age, with all of them worshipping the god Cthulhu. The celestial beasts were the true darlings of the universe. He had previously been indifferent to celestial beasts with S-class potential. He only knew that the strongest celestial beasts ever to appear in mechanical civilizations were B-class. In comparison, he thought S-class beasts were powerful, but he had no idea how powerful they were. Now he knew. 2 words, invincible. Xiao Ai, if I fire a level 200 Arcanon cannon at Little Green right now, will it have almost no effect on him? Not almost. Xiao Ai said silently, it's completely no effect. Xiao Ai's defense inherits the armor's defense, and at level 200, it can withstand most damage, even if it does cause penetrating wounds. With such a large body, a small penetrating wound wouldn't make a difference, even if there were many penetrating wounds. Little Green also inherited the armor's level 200 supermod effect, allowing him to quickly recover from injuries in space. He recovered in the blink of an eye. So far, there are only 2 ways to kill Little Green. 1. Kill him with an attack far beyond the 200 level energy range. For example, if your Arcanum main cannon could last for hundreds of thousands of years, you could absolutely kill Little Green with 1 shot. But it's hard to hit. 2nd, throw him into a cosmic void, preventing him from recovering from his injuries. Then, use a massive saturation attack to overwhelm him. Aside from these 2 scenarios, Little Green is essentially invincible. No one can kill him. Will it be hard to hit? Qin Mang frowned slightly. The Arcanum main cannon attacks at the speed of light. It's incredibly difficult to dodge at that speed. Ah! Xiao Ai sighed weakly. Conductor, your little green has reached a perverted level. Haven't you noticed? Do you still think of him as your usual little cutie? It went from so small to 0.1 light years wide in an instant. When the attack was about to arrive, it shrank again instantly. How could anyone hit it? Logically speaking, Little Green's sudden expansion to such a massive size is equivalent to a controlled Big Bang. Its expansion speed is much faster than the speed of light. Even light speed would scream for help. Under normal circumstances, this entire area would be destroyed, and a host of chaotic physical events would occur, such as spacetime paradoxes, or even the tearing of the local spacetime structure to form a naked singularity, completely violating the law of conservation of mass and energy. The energy required to maintain such a massive body is insane. I still don't know where Little Green gets his energy. Could it be the energy stored in those iron ore mines? Logically, that energy might be enough to sustain his instantaneous expansion, but it's definitely not enough to maintain his current size. Wait. Conductor, I suddenly realize why everything is so peaceful. As time passes, what we see becomes clearer and clearer. We're not seeing Little Green's front, but its rear end. Why don't you ask it what its head is doing right now? I'm a little worried. He eat this whole thing and turn it into a void in the universe. That guy's already started eating, crunching away. Luckily, there are no inhabited planets nearby, otherwise, how many people would have died at once? Xiao Ai was a little agitated. It was clear that Little Green's existence was in sharp conflict with the information in his database. Qin Mang pondered for a moment, his voice piercing with approval, before finally laughing. In short, in a word, Little Green is very powerful, right? More than powerful, Xiao Ai said weakly. That's a real, fucking old one. Chapter 317. Sitting in the interior of the star train, Qin Mang gazed at Little Green, whose edges were still twisted, his eyes filled with a smile. Little Green represented only a fraction of the star train's strength. Little Green's current strength was terrifying, let alone the star train's overall strength. Invincible. If he weren't so unfamiliar with the Cassidon and Zerg civilizations, he would have rushed into the Zerg's territory right now to see if they had any way to deal with Little Green. It felt like the Zerg's pride in unlimited reproduction. For Little Green, it was like a buffet. He once thought this was a truly perverted hack, practically invincible, but now it seemed quite ordinary, with only side effects. Wasn't the purpose of this race to serve as a buffet for the star beasts? But, Xiao Ai, you never used to swear. You've changed. Xiao Ai was speechless for a moment, but didn't say anything. He simply found it difficult to accept. How could Little Green, once a mere mascot on the train, suddenly transform into an old one? Isn't this power boost too terrifying? And most importantly, it's illogical. When the creator created the rules, did he also create a being that defied them? An absolute godsend. Sitting inside the train, Qin Mang continued to count his gains. It was quite a large harvest, and it would take time to digest it all. Upgrading the armor, and the Arcanum's light energy main cannon. In total, he had consumed 31 trillion units of iron ore. This time, he harvested a whopping 90 trillion in iron ore alone, leaving him with 59 trillion units of iron ore unused. First, upgrade all the large, colorful accessories, then begin mass production. Next up, the colorful, high-grade wormhole radar. This accessory is currently at level 10, capable of detecting nearby wormholes with a range of 10 light years. After consuming 5.18 trillion units of iron ore, it soared to level 200, gained several supermod effects. Wormhole radar level 20 supermod effect, none. Wormhole radar level 50 supermod effect, none. Wormhole radar level 100 supermod effect, none. Wormhole radar level 200 supermod effect, none. This is kind of damning. After reaching level 200, the detection range soared to 100,000 light years. This was a qualitative improvement. Before level 200, the detection range increased by 1 light year per level, but at level 200, it reached 100,000 light years. Level 200. This was the beginning of a qualitative change. But somewhat unfortunate, the supermodel effect of this colorful accessory had been nullified starting at level 20. This meant that even the god-level supermodel effect he had been looking forward to at level 200 was also null. Qin Mang silently noted this accessory, and would update its supermodel effect when Chikashio made progress. But the most important thing about this accessory was its detection range. 100,000 light years was more than enough fully covering both the Kaisa and Zerg civilizations. Secondly, there were the remaining 7 color accessories, all of which he had acquired upon leaving the Blue Water planet. That day in the colorful area of Blue Water Star, he obtained a total of 6 blueprints for 7 color accessories. They were the Wormhole Opener, which he had already upgraded to level 100. Spy 7 Doppler Radar, a top-of-the-line upgrade for the Search Radar, more powerful than the Search Radar, but also requiring more resources, so he wasn't willing to build it at the time. Spy 7 Doppler Energy Shield, the best of the best, a top-of-the-line upgrade for armor, even more powerful than armor, boasting the same defensive energy range and possessing various special effects. However, Trained Steel Armor was only a green-grade accessory. This thing was a 7-color accessory. Defensive accessories are expensive, and 7-color defensive accessories are incredibly expensive. Even if he didn't spend a penny, even if he had accumulated all the resources over the years, he wouldn't be able to upgrade this accessory to level 200. It was damn expensive. At this stage, he won't replace this accessory. He wait until resources are truly plentiful, then replace it with a higher tier 1. However, it's possible to upgrade it slightly. He might gamble that several supermod effects will have half the cost. If that fails, he can use the train's special skill, Absolute Defense, to temporarily increase the train's defense. Arcanon Light Cannon, a colorful firepower accessory, has been upgraded to level 200. He just fired a few shots, but didn't see any explosions, and he probably won't see any. Spy 7 Doppler Radar Jammer, also a top-of-the-line, higher-tier radar jammer accessory. Spy 7 Doppler Exhaust, a top-of-the-line, higher-tier nitrogen exhaust. He had acquired the 6 7-color grade accessories long ago, but lacked the resources to upgrade them, leaving him with nothing but these high-level accessories. But today, they were all upgraded. These accessories, with the exception of the Spy 7 Doppler Energy Shield, were all standard 7-color grade accessories. Each one cost 5 trillion units of iron ore to upgrade to level 200. After consuming 20 trillion units of iron ore, the Spy 7 Doppler Radar, Wormhole Opener, Spy 7 Doppler Radar Shield, and Spy 7 Doppler Tailjet were all upgraded to level 200. Huh? Chen Mang glanced at the Spy 7 Doppler Radar accessories panel information and supermodel effects, sighed softly, and then, with a touch of emotion, stroked the enemy radar screen on the console. Old buddy, it's time for you to retire. Your brother is here. The Spy 7 Doppler Radar completely outclasses the Search Radar in both supermode effects and panel information. After all, the grades are completely different. High-grade accessories have almost no drawbacks, aside from the fact that they consume a lot of resources. After all, the Search Radar has no supermode effects after level 100, not even God-level supermode effects, while the Doppler Radar has all supermodes. At level 200, the Search Radar's detection range was 0.1 light-years. He thought that was sufficient at the time. But after upgrading the Doppler Radar to level 200, its detection range doubled to 100,000 light-years. Upgrading the Search Radar to level 200 cost him 800 million iron ore. Upgrading the Doppler Radar to level 200 cost him 5 trillion iron ore. You get what you paid for, right? He thought it was worth it. Spy 7 Doppler Radar level 5 super mode effect. All firepower weapons can lock onto enemies within radar range through the train-assisted AI. Spy 7 Doppler Radar level 10 super mode effect. Energy consumption is halved. Spy 7 Doppler Radar level 20 super mode effect. Energy consumption is halved. Spy 7 Doppler Radar level 50 super mode effect. Energy consumption is halved. Spy 7 Doppler Radar level 100 super mode effect. More information is collected and transmitted almost instantly. Spy 7 Doppler Radar level 200 super mode effect. Can detect invisibility and display all major energy fluctuations within a 100,000 light-year radius, and also capture images. Powerful. The super mode effects may seem unremarkable, but they are actually extremely powerful. Previous enemy detection radars could display very little, but today's Doppler radar can directly detect specific images. For example, he could see on the screen right now that the Zerg civilization and Kassadin civilization had already engaged in combat. The war had already begun. And there was also video footage, like a camera plugged into the air. Most importantly, it was real time. All he saw now was everything happening simultaneously, tens of thousands of light years away. There was virtually no delay. This transmission speed was simply incredible, truly super fast. And the most super fast of all was the 200-level God-level super fast effect. It could detect all energy fluctuations within a 100,000 light-year radius, detecting not only living things, but also inanimate objects. The fighting doesn't seem very intense. Chen Meng stared at the screen, zooming in and out, enjoying the action with gusto. While the Zerg civilization was unleashing a barrage of artillery fire, their maximum attack intensity was only in the energy range equivalent to a standard level 150 multicolored firepower accessory. Unlike the mechanical civilization ruins. At a glance, there were millions of beams of light still traversing the universe, remnants of wars centuries ago that hadn't yet completely dissipated. The highest intensity had the power of a level 270 multicolored firepower accessory. The Caster civilization and the mechanical civilization were both level 3 civilizations, so the gap between them shouldn't be that great. Perhaps the Caster civilization hadn't yet unleashed its full strength. Or perhaps the mechanical civilizations also had level 200 arcanum-like cannons at the time, and the beams they fired had only grown in power after so many years of watering. But then, after continuously zooming out of the screen, Chen Meng's expression darkened. His expression was extremely grim. In the southernmost area of the screen, the cosmic void, 7 beams of light shot straight toward their area. The strongest beam had an energy range equivalent to that of a level 4987 colorful firepower component. Yes, level 4987. He had no idea what this level was. He only knew that a level 100 arcanum light cannon could already detonate a star. Level 4987, nearly level 5000. In this area, whether it was the Kaisa civilization or the Zerg civilization, they would be doomed. That beam was also the closest to them, about 80,000 light years away. That means, in 80,000 years, this attack will completely destroy this entire universe. Not a blade of grass will grow. I knew it, I fucking knew it. Chen Meng felt a tinge of anger. He knew that if there was a civilization on the other side of the cosmic void, if it was also a trained civilization, with a level 200 arcanum cannon, it would definitely fire a shot at them, and now it's proven true. It's really coming. He didn't know the diameter of this cosmic void, perhaps tens of millions of light years, or even hundreds of millions of light years, but generally speaking, the smallest cosmic voids are tens of millions of light years in diameter. In other words, tens of millions of years ago, even hundreds of millions of years ago, before he was even born, before intelligent life had even emerged in this region, someone had already unleashed an arcanum cannon round at him. There were 7 in total. It couldn't have been thrown by just one person. They were hundreds of light years apart, meaning every few hundred years, someone with a weak hand would come along and throw one. So many years had passed. His radar had a range of only 100,000 light years, and he could only see 7 within that range. Who knows how many had been thrown into this cosmic void? That seemingly desolate cosmic void was actually already a puff of cream inside, right? What really angered him wasn't that someone had attacked him. That was perfectly normal. The universe was like this, and he completely understood it. He had just thrown a few, hadn't he? What infuriated him most was that he couldn't even seek revenge. By the time he could see this attack, the person had been dead for who knows how many millions of years. Forget about their descendants, and most likely their entire civilization had perished. How could he seek revenge? This kind of attack across time and space often leaves one feeling powerless and unable to avenge. He wasn't worried about his own safety. The nearest beam was 80,000 light years away, arriving only 80,000 years from now. He would have died long ago. Human lifespans aren't that long, and even with constant repairs, he wouldn't have lived that long. If he hadn't died, he would have already fled elsewhere. This wouldn't have had much of an impact on him. But he was furious. He had to do something to fight back. Otherwise, he'd be resentful. Without hesitation, he turned the train slightly, aimed it at the cosmic void, and fired 3 more times. Reciprocity. Then, calming down, he gazed at the real-time feed of the terrifying beam, reaching an energy level of 4,987. The screens on the side of the train lit up. In the void of darkness, an immense, terrifying beam of light streaked through the darkness. It was unknown how long it had been traveling. It seemed as if it never tired. To him, the beam was actually stationary. With no reference points nearby, he couldn't tell its exact size. Still, without reference points, it simply felt enormous. Perhaps his empathy was too strong. He suddenly felt this beam of light so lonely. It had been traveling through the desolate void of the universe for tens of millions of years. Its original civilization might have perished after a few generations, but it still journeyed alone through the universe. Poor child. Chen Meng suddenly sighed, with inexplicable emotion. It's worth mentioning, the detection range of the Doppler radar is 100,000 light years. This refers not to the diameter, but to the radius. So, theoretically, its detection range is much longer than just 100,000 light-years. The cosmic void before him was enormous. He couldn't see the edge of the void, so he had no idea if other civilizations might bypass it and attack them. Normally, that wasn't possible. After all, their area wasn't a high-resource zone, so those outside civilizations wouldn't notice them. But the problem was, there was a cosmic void here, so there must be some civilizations curious to see what lay beyond it. This was human nature. It's like asking someone to climb a mountain with no reward, nothing in sight. They might not be willing to go. But if they were curious about what lay beyond the mountain, they would overcome all odds to climb over it and see what lay beyond. Humans constantly ponder the question, what lies beyond the mountain? What do you care about? You have your father. But the Kaisa civilization and the Zerg civilization might not be that powerful. Chen Mang pondered, looking at the information on the Doppler screen. He didn't know much about either civilization, but to date, he hadn't seen any information about a massive attack from the void imminent in the future. Do these people simply lack such high-level radars and are unaware of this, or do they think 80,000 years from now is too far away to worry about for now? Upgrading a Doppler radar to level 200 doesn't require many resources, just 5 trillion units of iron ore. For the Kasha civilization, that's a pittance. Oh! It just costs a bit more Murphy stone. A yellow-grade radar, to level 200, typically requires 14,580 Murphy stones. To upgrade to level 200, the 7-color grade generally requires 8 million Murphy stones. Not much, just 8 million. He felt the Kaisa civilization could definitely afford it. After all, radar information plays a huge role in a war between civilizations. They must have built one. If the Kaisa civilization had one, they definitely wouldn't notice him. After all, they had a radar blocker. He tilted his head to look at Little Green, still floating in the universe not far away. It was hard to say whether he had noticed Little Green. The energy fluctuations from Little Green's sudden expansion just now were significant. Never mind. If he had, then he had. He didn't need to hide anymore. Once he developed a little more, there would be no point in hiding. Kaisa and the Zerg all slaughtered, 2 civilizations wasting resources. One was using them to breed a bunch of junk monsters. The other was using them without knowing how to use them, raising a bunch of parasites, who couldn't even build a top-tier train. If these resources were in his hands, he'd be damned invincible. Upgrading this colorful accessory to level 200 consumed a total of 20 trillion units of iron ore, and there are currently 34 trillion units of iron ore in the train. In addition, at level 100, the wormhole opener can create a wormhole up to 100 light-years away. After upgrading to level 200, the distance has been increased to 100,000 light-years. This has also undergone a qualitative change. He can now create a wormhole up to 100,000 light-years away, and gain a brand new supermode effect. Wormhole Opener Level 200 Supermode Effect. After discovering the coordinates of a wormhole created by another civilization, you can take a shortcut and create a wormhole directly into that wormhole, significantly reducing the cost, but the wormhole creator will be aware of it. He took a look and saw that creating a wormhole spanning 100,000 light-years would require a full 30 trillion units of iron ore. That was enough to upgrade his armor to level 200. This thing was still under the effects of 2 supermodes that reduced its cost by half. He definitely couldn't build it anyway, but he thought the level 200 supermode was quite useful. He could piggyback on someone else's wormhole, using far less resources. The only drawback was that it might require a fight. But the resource cost of a fight was definitely much less than the cost of creating a wormhole. Not bad. Spy 7 Doppler Radar Jammer. This accessory he also upgraded to level 200. This way, even if the Kaisa civilization possessed a level 200 Doppler radar, they wouldn't be able to detect him. He was completely hidden, and the energy fluctuations he caused could not be detected. Logically, Little Green was part of the train, a carriage, so he wondered if it would have this effect. Spy 7 Doppler Radar Jammer Level 5 Super Mode Effect. Energy consumption is halved. Spy 7 Doppler Radar Jammer Level 10 Super Mode Effect. Energy consumption is halved. Spy 7 Doppler Radar Jammer Level 20 Super Mode Effect. Energy consumption is halved. Spy 7 Doppler Radar Jammer Level 50 Super Mode Effect. Energy consumption is halved. Spy 7 Doppler Radar Jammer Level 100 Super Mode Effect. Can render a train optically invisible by absorbing light, making it invisible in front of you. Spy 7 Doppler Radar Jammer Level 200 Super Mode Effect. When a train is detected by radar or other means, a beeping alarm will sound. Optical invisibility is quite effective. It turns you invisible right in front of your eyes. Generally speaking, the upper limit for colorful accessories is level 100, so upgrading almost all trains' colorful accessories to level 100 isn't too difficult, as long as you have enough resources. However, upgrading beyond level 100 requires a large amount of Murphy Stone. This item isn't readily available. It's quite rare. In other words, while many trains may possess optical invisibility, only his star train has the ability to detect invisibility. He was very satisfied with the supermodels of these two accessories. After all, the previous radar jammer had a completely ineffective supermodel, while this colorful accessory at least had it. His only slight dissatisfaction was that the Doppler radar didn't detect the supermodels of other trains' accessories. He couldn't remotely determine the accessory levels of other trains. We still have to rely on the search radar to determine the enemy train's component level within a 0.1 light-year range. This supermodern enemy radar component is available. I have to clean it later. While the supermodern effects of these colorful components are quite good, I feel they could be more appropriate. I'm not quite satisfied, which is the only slight flaw. Shall I? I'm here. How's Chikasho's progress? It takes some time. It's not an easy task. We expect to produce the first component blueprint within March. Please make sure to speed things up. If you need anything, just let me know. The train will have an unlimited supply. Understood. Besides that, there's the last colorful gray component, the Spy 7 Doppler tail jet, a speed boosting component. He also upgraded this component to level 200. This thing is a purely numerical accessory. He wasn't sure if the mechanical civilization had just reset their ranks, or if Universe Empowerment had just randomly given them these. The last time he saw such a pure accessory was the drill. Spy 7 Doppler tail jet level 5 supermodel effect, increased speed. Spy 7 Doppler tail jet level 10 supermodel effect, increased speed. Spy 7 Doppler tail jet level 20 supermodel effect, increased speed. Spy 7 Doppler tail jet level 50 supermodel effect, increased speed. Spy 7 Doppler tail jet level 100 supermodel effect, increased speed. Spy 7 Doppler tail jet level 200 supermodel effect, explosive speed increase. Absolutely pure. Absolutely terrifying. The result was that the Star Train's original maximum speed of 163,000 kilometers per hour, already a very high speed, skyrocketed after upgrading this accessory to level 200. 3.37 million kilometers per hour. A near 20-fold increase. All this assumes the consumption of only 5 trillion iron ore. This is the very concept of 5 trillion iron ore, capable of directly propelling the Star Train to an incredibly terrifying speed. Sure enough. Chen Meng sighed with emotion, lit a cigarette, and leaned back in his chair with a relaxed expression. Aside from the high price, the 7-color grade accessories are all excellent. Very good, I like them. 3.37 million kilometers per hour, that's plenty fast. The data alone might be a bit vague, and it's hard to tell what it actually means. This is already the speed of an interstellar civilization. At this speed, traveling 1 light year would only take about 300 years. While still a long journey, it's possible to reach areas a light year away through natural means, rather than through a wormhole. Not bad. Chen Meng looked at the train screen, which showed the live feed of the Spy 7 Doppler tail jet installed on the Stellar. He gently pushed the joystick, and a stream of liquid crimson suddenly gushed out of the Stellar's tail jet. Yes. It was actually liquid, crimson in color, scattering across the universe. Like the ionized plasma ejected during a supernova explosion, as the tail jet operated, the space surrounding the torrent began to gradually distort. Moreover, this tail jet wasn't a continuous burst, but rather, it erupted in stages. Every second, the energy erupted, creating a visible circular shockwave that sent the Star Train skyrocketing in speed. When pushed to its full potential, the entire Star Train, like a long, mechanical dragon dragging apocalyptic fury, descended upon the galaxy, bound to slaughter the human race. Kind of handsome. Chen Meng gazed at the scene on the screen, his brows raised slightly. He had upgraded many of his accessories to level 200, but this one was the only one he dared to use recklessly. After all, it possessed a supermodel effect, reducing driving energy consumption by 99.9% twice in a row, practically to zero. As for the Arcanon light cannon, that thing, firing a single level 200 round, was too expensive. Firing a few level 101 rounds would be enough for a thrill. A level 200 was still too much of a luxury. He didn't want to waste his money like this. He experimented on the enemy later, when he encountered them to see what the effect was. Besides, He even upgraded the Spy 7 Doppler energy shield accessory to level 50. This cost 5 trillion units of iron ore. This item was incredibly expensive, and he really didn't want to upgrade it. He just wanted to try to see if there was a supermod effect that would have the cost, perhaps even cheaper than the armor. But obviously he failed. It didn't. The resources needed to upgrade other colorful accessories to level 200 were only enough to upgrade this one to level 50. Remember, the resource consumption before level 100 is very small. After level 100, the real cost begins. Spy 7 Doppler Energy Shield Level 5 Supermod Effect. Customize the energy shield color. Spy 7 Doppler Energy Shield Level 10 Supermod Effect. Slowly repair damaged areas. Spy 7 Doppler Energy Shield Level 20 Supermod Effect. When attacked, the enemy train's accessory information is revealed. Spy 7 Doppler Energy Shield Level 50 Supermodel Effect. Can withstand most of the harsh environments in the universe. Although he complained a lot about the upgrade price of this accessory, he had to admit that this initial supermodel effect was much stronger than the armor's initial supermodel effect. Wait until he had money later. He had a mine at home. He also had to upgrade this accessory to level 200, no, level 500. If resources were not a concern, then he would naturally upgrade both the armor and the energy shield to level 500, thus providing 2 lines of defense. When the enemy finally broke through the energy shield, he still had the armor. Double defense. Now that he had activated the trained skill Absolute Defense, he would have a maximum defense energy range of 250. Although it only lasted for 10 seconds, it was more than enough. In those 10 seconds, he could do a lot. Then, he slowly pushed the control lever again, and the train exploded at terrifying speed, shooting towards Little Green's location. At the same time, Little Green instantly shrank and also shot towards him. The two sides prepared to meet and return. However, after the behemoth that almost dominated the entire view suddenly disappeared, Chen Mang's mouth twitched slightly. He clearly remembered that although this place was not a residential area and there were not many stars, there should still be quite a few scattered around. Why is it empty now? Where are those planets? He even began to wonder if he had thrown Little Green into the void of space. Why does the surroundings look so desolate? Looks like she's full. From inside the train, Xiao Ai's voice echoed faintly. This should be the first time Little Green has actively eaten since she became an adult. She seems like a little glutton. After the train's speed increased dramatically. In less than a day, he then met up with Little Green. Originally, Little Green's speed was much faster than the star, but after the star underwent a major upgrade, Little Green's speed dropped back down to below. After taking Little Green back to the train, Chen Meng, with a strange expression on his face, held Little Green in his arms and looked him up and down. How many planets have you eaten? Little Green in his arms opened his eyes and blinked, his eyes full of innocence. Little Green couldn't speak. He only communicated that he was full through his consciousness. His intelligence was roughly that of a human child. It seemed that God was fair, creating a terrifying species like the star beast, capable of dominating the universe. Yet, he also gave it an extremely long growth period and a not-so-developed brain. If the mechanical civilization hadn't invented the giant beast carriage, it would have taken an incredibly long time for Little Green to reach adulthood. Especially since Little Green had seemingly appeared out of nowhere and landed on the blue water planet. Without anyone to feed him, it would have been difficult for him to survive to adulthood. Luckily, the space beasts don't have the concept of race. Otherwise, if all space beasts like Little Green formed a single race, then all other civilizations in the universe would simply worship the god Cthulhu. Prayer. That's enough. Chen Meng didn't say much, simply tossing Little Green aside and saying, "Go and play by yourself." After landing on the floor of the train compartment, Little Green began to roll towards the back of the carriage, excitedly, apparently ready to play with his younger brother, the star-stepping sword tiger, like a child just finished a meal and going out to play with his friends. That's how it moves. It's so imposing, but how come it moves by rolling? And it has no excretion organs, just eating without pooping. This thing should belong in the classic of mountains and seas. However, if it were in the classic of mountains and seas, Xiaolu's appearance would seem a bit too unintimidating. Without its feeding mode, it would look like a small, animated puppet, completely devoid of any offensive power. Soft and fluffy. Then Chen Meng looked at the remaining resources. The copper mines hadn't moved at all, leaving 90 trillion units. The iron mines still had 29 trillion units. Next, I go home. Once back, I upgrade all my components to level 200. Then, I store the remaining resources as a strategic reserve to deal with emergencies, such as the need to suddenly join a war or open a wormhole. Iron ore is now not only a resource for train upgrades, but also for ammunition. Until he finds the colorful firepower components that consume copper ore, the interior of the Star Train will remain like this. Almost all the colorful accessories on the train are already level 200. Upgrading the remaining low-grade accessories to level 200 wouldn't even cost 1 trillion units of iron ore. It's just a drop in the bucket. After returning, I upgrade everything at once. Then, the Star Train will be a true level 200 train. The train's biggest resource consumer has always been armor. Once the armor is upgraded to level 200, upgrading the other accessories is a piece of cake. His strength has generally grown explosively. After his first large resource acquisition, his armor level reached level 100. After his second large resource acquisition, his armor level reached level 200. After his next large resource acquisition, his armor level should reach level 500. The level 200 supermodel effect was already god level, a qualitative change. He wondered what the level 500 supermodel effect would be like. He had a hunch that the supermodel effects after level 500 would be another world. After returning, he would first upgrade some green and white accessories to level 500 to see what the level 500 supermodel effect would be like. He had enough resources to support this experiment. The next moment, the massive Star Train suddenly began to vibrate violently, then visibly shrank rapidly until it completely disappeared into the universe, transforming into a brooch on Chen Mang's chest. Meanwhile, Chen Mang was wearing clothes made on his own train, carrying a refrigerator, and free-falling through space. These clothes, produced on a level 200 clothing production line, allowed him to move freely within the universe for brief periods. Like a sealed mask, they provided him with oxygen. The clothes maintained internal air pressure and shielded him from radiation. This feeling, so unique. Drifting through the universe, Chen Mang gazed around, muttering in a daze. He had never experienced anything like this before. This was the first time he had left his train and drifted through space without any propulsion. He simply appeared naked in space. Even with his clothes to maintain his body temperature, he could still feel the cold loneliness. There were no planets nearby. There had been some, but they had been eaten by the little green creatures. The nearest planet was so far away that he couldn't even feel himself moving. His vision was completely distorted. There were no stars around, only the cold outlines of planets, traces of distant stars working diligently. His sense of direction was completely lost, up and down, left and right meaningless. The only thing that made him feel like he was falling was the distant planet's surface, magnified and distorted. Silence surrounded him. Eerie silence. It was like watching a silent film. If he didn't have the Star Train, drifting in this environment for a while, his mind would have collapsed before his body. Because he had the confidence, he could calm down and quietly appreciate the scene before him. But even so, he was still a little dazed. Those without the train, in his current situation, would probably find it difficult to appreciate this beautiful scenery. He suddenly felt that the train civilization model was truly a remarkable one. It could allow human civilization, devoid of any talent, to overtake others in a different way. Otherwise, humanity's conquest of the universe would be a pipe dream. The Zerg had their own racial cheats. The Star Beasts had their own racial cheats. Even the Goblins had their own racial cheats. Only the human race. Nothing. Void, but strangely, even though humans had nothing, they were still a major race in the universe. This was somewhat unbelievable and, logically speaking, defied common sense. Of the 3 top civilizations he had come into contact with so far, 2 were human civilizations. Despite the name, the mechanical civilization was still essentially human civilization, no different, just more mechanized, and more deeply engaged in the trained civilization model. After a while, he stopped admiring it, mainly because he was getting a little cold. He immediately opened the refrigerator next to him and crawled inside. Suddenly, the man vanished from the spot he'd been standing on, leaving only the lone refrigerator adrift in the universe. He couldn't take it with him, so it was left floating here. If it wasn't destroyed by some chaotic entity within a short period of time, he could still return through it. If it was destroyed, the next time he came back, he'd have to go through the wormhole again. This refrigerator wasn't cheap either. 500 million units of iron ore each. Now, wherever he went, he'd leave a refrigerator behind. That way, whenever he came back, he wouldn't have to go through a wormhole, but could use the stellar refrigerator wormhole. Efficient, free, and discreet. Especially after seizing the special item, the Hell Brooch, he could now carry the stellar train with him. This solved the refrigerator's last drawback. The original refrigerator could only be passed through by people, but now it could also be passed through by cars. It was a pity the last experiment had failed. Otherwise, it would have been even more perfect. Last time, he fired a cannon at the refrigerator, hoping the attack would pass through and reach the other side. It didn't quite work, but he still felt there was a chance, just missing something. If he could achieve that, his attack methods would be even more diverse. His enemies would be extremely difficult to deal with. Then, the star train reappeared within the 27th galaxy of the Kasha Civilization Federation. Sitting in a chair, Qin Meng began to take stock of his gains from the auction house. There was one item that caught his eye. It was a hidden item. It was much higher in auction rank than the Hell Brooch. It was a train stunt. It was called Instant Weapon. Chapter 318. While on the twin planets of Kasha Civilization, he not only plundered some resources, but also visited the auction house, and brought back a few small finds. The Hell Brooch was one of them. Besides that, instant armament was a pretty good little item. It's a train stunt. The effect is very simple. After activating this stunt, the entire train rapidly transforms into a massive armored mecha, possessing the defensive strength and offensive capabilities of a train. The locomotive's head is located in the chest area, serving as the control room. Very impressive. And very cool. Instant armament. But, in reality, it's basically just a cool effect. There aren't many places where this stunt can actually be used. After all, transforming from a train to a mecha doesn't inherently increase its strength. It's still the same strength, just in a different form. Of course. The last time he'd been seeking peace with the civilization, he's seen something called the Mechanic Master Competition. If he transformed the star into a mecha and piloted it to compete, it should be easy for him to win first place. However, he wasn't particularly interested in mechas, so he didn't take it too seriously. Not bad. Qin Meng curled his lips, then stood up and walked to the nearby shower room. After washing up, he lay back on his bed, ready to fall asleep. It had been a long time since he slept. He had dealt with the important matter. At this point, the interior of the star was practically completely safe. Neither the Zerg nor the Kaisa civilization could pose a threat to him, and he could finally get a good night's sleep. He could deal with other matters after he woke up. Kasha Civilization Federation, Galaxy 27. The star train slowly drifted through the universe. After so many years of development, the internal structure of the star train had already undergone significant changes. For example, most of the residents, who had been with the star train from the beginning, not those who joined in large numbers later, had basically moved out of the star train and moved to Blue Water Planet. Only some residents, who worked on the star train, continued to live on Star Planet. After all, the living conditions on Blue Water Planet were indeed better than those on Star Planet. After being transformed, Blue Water Planet was the most livable planet in the Kasha Civilization Federation, bar none. If I had to describe it, the other habitable planets were basically middle-aged women, while Blue Water Planet was like a virgin who had just turned 20. Her youthfulness shone with a hint of ambiguity, making her irresistible and quite intoxicating. Everyone had also found a job that suited them. Good morning. Good morning. A group of men in work clothes emerged from the wormhole between Water Blue Planet and the star train, smiling broadly. They boarded the train, greeting each other as they made their way toward the cyber mine. It seemed quite lively. Inside the train, pedestrians occasionally wandered back and forth. The star train wasn't particularly crowded these days. The permanent population wasn't large. Good morning, everyone. In Carriage 10, at the entrance to the film and television base, Zhang Yuren's face was beaming, greeting everyone he met. Yo! Just then, Old Pig, standing nearby, approached with a stack of information in his arms. He looked at Zhang Yuren and said with a smile, "Looks like the box office is pretty good. Are you so happy?" "Not bad, not bad." Zhang Yuren grinned. "It's enough to make a living, mainly because of my good steering." Captain Pig, did you come all the way to see me?" "Yes." Old Pig nodded and handed the stack of resources to Zhang Yuren. "These materials contain some core values you should promote. Remember to include them in your next film. You have quite a bit of influence now. Many people enjoy your films and say you're the best director of the new post-apocalyptic generation." "That's all flattering," Zhang Yuren muttered, a little embarrassed. "Until now, I've been the only director. How can I claim to be the best?" That was enough. Old Pig waved his hand without saying anything else, but continued walking towards the next car on the train. He had something to do with Uncle Lee. Star Train, number 4 Senior Talent Women's Carriage. This car originally housed two women who cared for Master Meng's sexual needs, Ji Chu Chu and Yin Yao. Now there were 8 more. They were fairies from the 8 major factions of the Xuanwu civilization, cultivated over the years. Each possessed a supreme aura. Whether in appearance, temperament, or moral integrity, they practically surpassed Ji Chu Chu and Yin Yao in every way. They were the kind of supreme beings who were proficient in sexual intercourse, yet had never experienced it. This was especially true of their aura. Those kinds of immortal cultivators possessed a naturally pure body, a quality that even Ji Chu Chu couldn't achieve with multiple uses of the medical tank. Their skin was rosy and tender, as white as water, emitting a delicate fragrance. They were absolute beauties. There were only 10 of them on the train at that moment. And these 8 women, who had initially shown slight resistance, had gradually become numb and bewildered. From a young age, they knew their future mission was to be given a man by the sect, a man who could save Xuanwu civilization and turn the tide. Their efforts had always focused on various aspects of the arts, such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. When they were sent to the star, they were somewhat reluctant. After all, they had never even seen the man, nor did they know what he looked like. They only knew that he was the joint choice of the 8 major sects. This was their destined destination. But, soon, they realized something was wrong. They seemed to be ignored. That Meng had no intention of paying any attention to them, let alone the children. He wasn't even bothered to approach them. This made them doubt their charm. For years, they had secretly trained with the female elders of the Huan sect. While they had never practiced sex, they had mastered the theory perfectly. It just seemed they had no opportunity to apply it. Ji Chu Chu sat dazed on the edge of the train, gazing out the window at the beautiful scenery. The vast universe was always beautiful, like the pale yellow dust clouds in the distance. She had no idea how they appeared, but it was indeed beautiful. She loved it. Mr. Meng hadn't contacted her in ages. She felt like she was becoming a barren woman. The star train was developing rapidly, but their carriage seemed abandoned and used. She tried to demonstrate her value through other means, like finding a job or something. However, when she and Lao Zhu applied for this, they were rejected outright. The implicit message was that she didn't need a job. Just then, one of the 8 fairies stood up, walked over to Ji Chu Chu, and cautiously asked, "Sister Chu Chu, is Master Meng having some kind of handicap? Our sect has a remedy for it." "No." Ji Chu Chu rolled her eyes at the woman. "You're overthinking it. I'm just too lazy to bother with you. Even if there were, the star has far more remedies than your sect, and they're even more effective." She had to admit it. The woman before her, both in temperament and beauty, overwhelmed her, which made her somewhat impatient. She also had to admit that she would likely gradually become invisible on the train, and in a few years, move from this carriage to Water Blue Planet, where she would live out the rest of her life as an ordinary person. Car 2, Mecha Research Center. Chikashio was standing at the lab table, experimenting. He wasn't planning on creating a particularly complex blueprint for a train component. He wanted to start with a simple one, a good start. With a good start, everything else would flow naturally. Several robots were working alongside them. The screen continuously scrolled through various data. These were the research chips in action. On the unnamed planet, the remnant of the mechanical civilization, they had discovered numerous research chips, significantly accelerating their research progress. All computational work was now entrusted to Xiao AI, utilizing her absurdly high computing power to perform the deductions. Deduction failed. Xiao AI shook her head, glancing at the red exclamation mark on the screen. Unable to generate blueprint. Parameters incorrect. Readjusting. Creating a component is simple. For example, refrigerators, bicycles, and the like. But compressing it into a component's original image and gaining its approval by the laws of the universe is a bit more complex, requiring constant adjustment of various parameters and calculations. The entire process can be roughly understood as follows. An irregular octagonal prism is inserted into a corresponding group by adjusting the angle to ensure a complete and fitting fit. Once successfully inserted, the original image of the component is created. Generally speaking, this process is not too difficult. The truly difficult process is how to create a sufficiently useful component. For example, if you want to create the original image of a Doppler radar, you must first create the component, which is not so easy to do. Another example is the Arcanon light cannon, which is a considerable undertaking. But creating something like a bicycle is much simpler. They have created the bicycle, but are still stuck at the stage of inserting it into the groove. This stage is easy for a civilization with a solid foundation, but for a new civilization like them starting from scratch, it requires a lot of experimentation. Only after experimenting and determining the corresponding parameters for inserting different grades of accessories into the slots did I truly have my own foundation. This step wouldn't stump me anymore. The beginning of everything is always the hardest. Oh! Xiaoyai, standing nearby, was taken aback for a moment. She turned and walked out of the space gate. The back of mining planet number 1 has finally been completely excavated. You stay here and take care of yourself. I go get the ore. This mining planet was the first one they encountered since leaving Blue Water Planet that day. This was also the first valuable resource that allowed the interstellar train to enter the universe. At the time, the environment on the back side was too harsh to mine. Mangi placed it in a space gate, used a stellar module to make it suitable for mining, and then slowly mined it aboard the interstellar train. So much time has passed. With the addition of a significant number of mining robots, it has finally been completely mined. I have to say this with some emotion. For an emerging civilization, if they hadn't encountered such a mining planet upon leaving the Blue Water Planet, it would have been nearly impossible for them to embark on an interstellar journey. There simply wouldn't be enough resources to sustain them elsewhere. The universe is vast. Even if you traveled through it for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, you wouldn't see its end. That's if you possess sufficient resources. If you didn't, you would be unable to move forward in the universe, confined to your home planet, unable to enter the interstellar age. A few hours later, Qin Mang awoke, sitting upright in bed in the dim light of the train cabin. He gazed out the window at the distant stars. The floor-to-ceiling windows surrounding the train cabin seemed incredibly transparent against the backdrop of the universe. Huh? He exhaled softly before hastily washing up, settling back into his chair, lighting a cigarette, and flipping through the train log. This was a habit he had developed long ago. Although the logbook no longer contained any important information, after all, it was unlikely that a monster would attack his train while he slept. He had formed the habit nonetheless. Besides reading the logbook, he also stumbled upon the Casa Daily, and the daily reports of several important civilizations in Galaxy 27. This would help him better understand what was happening in the area. Qin Mang rested his feet on the console, leaning back in his chair, remote in hand, rapidly scrolling through the news on the large screen beside him. Much of the news was a mess. For example, the beautiful Queen Gao Yali officially announced her marriage to 78-year-old Kung Fu superstar Zhang Qida yesterday, leaving countless fans baffled. Why would the Queen marry such an elderly man at such a prime age? Could this be love? This was entertainment news. Even interstellar civilizations cannot be without the entertainment industry. After all, actors have been an indispensable part of human society since ancient times. However, in modern times, their status has been elevated. Many people who chase stars aren't actually that crazy, although they often find excuses for themselves, such as brother is really hardworking, brother is really great, brother is really talented. But the essence is that their core is insufficient, and they need to believe in something to complete their core. So, they start chasing stars. They weren't chasing stars, but rather their own ideal selves. In interstellar civilization, actors seem to hold a high status, and still commanded considerable adoration. However, the headline of this news item made him think that this profession needed more time to mature. In the eyes of journalists in his previous world, this headline was simply beneath the radar. For example, shocking. 28-year-old Queen marries 78-year-old Kung Fu emperor. Late-night secret photos leaked. The fourth photo makes her legs weary. The truth about marrying a 50-year-old actor. Gao Yali's best friend reveals after drinking. He's even more skillful in bed. Is he old? Is he ugly? The internet fumes debunks the Queen's embrace of the old star. A photo from the wedding reveals a shocking secret. Queen Gao Yali officially announces her marriage. The groom is a paralyzed man. Insiders reveal he gave his career to true love. Pick any headline here. Wouldn't that headline be instantly overpowered? They don't even know the 3 essential elements of a journalist's profession, yet they're still able to work in this field. The professional ethics of these civilized journalists in the Casa Civilization Federation are truly lacking. Exposure, controversy, and discussion. They can't even reconstruct fragments and incite sentiment, so how can they be qualified to be journalists? But Qin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly. Amidst the various news items, one particular one caught his attention. A Doomsday planet was discovered at the end of wormhole number 2719, attracting numerous explorers. Doomsday planet? It was the time when the Blue Water Planet was experiencing its doomsday. In the eyes of these civilizations, these planets experiencing doomsday often contained vast treasures, such as Murphy Stone. Planets experiencing doomsday often yielded a significant amount of Murphy Stone. Or, for example, special items. These items were found in greater quantities on Doomsday planets. And most importantly, galaxy maps. Some Doomsday planets hold numerous relics left behind by machine civilizations, among which the galaxy map is the most valuable. Acquiring this item would literally make you rich. Simply find a reputable and powerful auction house and sell it, and you have enough to live comfortably for the rest of your life, and even have more left over. That's a rare bidirectional wormhole. Of the many wormholes made available for free in Cassidon Civilization, most are one-way wormholes, allowing for outbound travel but not return, and returning to the original destination after the war. Only a very small number of these wormholes are bidirectional. This wormhole numbered 2719 happens to be a bidirectional wormhole. Chin Mang scrolled through the screen. Several photos hung on the newspaper, all depicting train conductors beaming with joy after receiving their prizes. Soon, he decided to join in the fun. See this and that? Wormhole 2719, next to the home planet of the Coriander Civilization in Galaxy 27. He shook his head, helplessly finding the correct direction, then pushed the joystick, heading towards the Coriander Civilization. How could there be such a confusing name for a civilization? Coriander Civilization. Scallion Civilization. Will there be a Sichuan Pepper Civilization someday? Together, they'd be enough to fill a whole hot pot civilization. Not long after, the star train was approaching the Coriander Civilization. But just as Chin Mang was about to continue forward, heading for the wormhole entrance, he was startled. The Doppler radar screen showed the Coriander Civilization below had a large number of Scallion Civilization members. After a brief hesitation, he changed course and decided to head for the Coriander Civilization first. He knew the Scallion Civilization had been destroyed, and young Masterly was lucky to still be alive. If he could bring back so many members of the Scallion Civilization, they would have a chance to rebuild and avoid complete extinction in the universe. Although young Masterly hadn't been particularly useful on the train yet, he was still with him. After all, he was Little Green's master. It was only natural that he wouldn't refuse to help his subordinates when he could, especially since he had the ability to do so now. Half an hour later, the star slowly descended to the Coriander Civilization and slowly sailed towards a large estate on the grasslands. Young Masterly, Chin Mang casually said, sitting in a chair, there are quite a few of your Scallion Civilization members in that manor up ahead. I've seen around 3,000 of them. With such a large group, your Scallion Civilization might have a chance to rebuild in the future. Take your people there and negotiate. See if you can buy them back with money, as discreetly as possible. If that's not possible, then just do it. Probably not. Young Masterly shook his head with a grim expression. The Coriander Civilization and the Scallion Civilization have been sworn enemies since ancient times. We don't eat coriander, and they don't eat onions. Moreover, both of them have a strong dislike for onions and the smell of cilantro. Under this irreconcilable conflict, relations between the two civilizations are strained. The other party must have seen the demise of the Scallion Civilization and taken advantage of the situation, amassing a large number of its people as slaves, using this method to exact revenge. Let's go and take a look. Young Masterly said nothing more. He immediately led a group of armed robots, carrying scallions on their heads, and slowly approached the manor in front of him. His eyes were filled with anger and rage. The Scallion Civilization had already perished, yet the people of the Cilantro Civilization were still bullying the remnants of the Scallion Civilization. How could he not be furious? There were no obstacles along the way. They entered the manor smoothly. Even the gate was open. Just as young Masterly was wondering how a manor could have such poor defenses, an old man, leaning on a cane, slowly emerged from the depths of the manor with a group of attendants. Master Fei? Young Masterly was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes. Then, still suppressing his anger, he spoke hoarsely. Master Fei, the Scallion Civilization is dead. Thank you for taking my people in. I'd like to take them away. Name your price. He had only seen this old man on television before. He was the previous leader of the Coriander Civilization, and his son was the current leader. He was a very powerful old man. Even though the two civilizations had irreconcilable conflicts, it had to be said that this old man was truly a strong man. Among other things, he personally built the Coriander Civilization into a tourist planet. The Scallion Civilization had two habitable planets. One was its home planet, and the other was used to grow scallions. The Coriander Civilization had the same thing. One was its home planet, and the other was used to grow cilantro. By capitalizing on the online craze about whether or not to eat cilantro, Mr. Fei successfully turned the cilantro-filled planet into a popular check-in destination, attracting countless people to check in, snap a photo, and then post it on their social media with captions like "Finally, the entire world is covered in cilantro." Mr. Fei had always been his dream planet. He also wanted to make the Scallion civilization's planet a popular tourist destination, just as Elder Fei had done, and thus formed a partnership with Jimei Travel. However, just as he was making some progress, an accident occurred. An accident directly destroyed his planet. Elder Fei said nothing. He simply stood there, a bit dazed, gazing at young Masterly, the cilantro above his head fluttering in the wind. After a long pause, he murmured, "I know you. You're the eldest son of the Li family. When I was little, your father brought you here for a meeting. I even held you in his arms back then. Have you grown so big in the blink of an eye? What a pity. Your father was a good man." After a long silence, he waved his hand gently. "Now that the Scallion civilization has collapsed and your father is dead, you should assume the responsibilities of a civilization's leader. This position carries not only power, but also responsibility. Rights and obligations are always unified. No one can enjoy rights without fulfilling obligations. I wasn't happy after the Scallion civilization fell. You and I both understand the principle of the lips and teeth being cold. The Scallion and Coriander civilizations are roughly equal in strength. While there have been conflicts over the years, they were primarily due to differences in values. There have been no physical fights, and no casualties. It's just that our Coriander civilization values are such that it's unacceptable for someone not to eat coriander. I'm temporarily sheltering these survivors of the Scallion civilization. Since you're here, just take them all. There's no price. I'm not selling slaves." Young Masterly opened and closed his lips slightly, then bowed slightly, his eyes red. "Thank you." But he hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "This is the biggest difference between the Scallion civilization and the cilantro civilization. While we, the Scallion civilization, enjoy eating scallions, we don't require everyone to eat them. You, the cilantro civilization, want to require everyone to eat cilantro. What else?" The old man's expression was calm. If the cilantro civilization were a level 3 civilization, then all civilizations, including the Zerg, would be required to eat cilantro. Those who refuse would be detained for 15 days. Okay, go ahead. The train behind you looks quite powerful, and you seem to have your opportunities. This world is becoming increasingly chaotic. It's your world, young people. We, the old ones, can't keep up." This little incident quickly ended. There was no conflict between the two sides. In fact, there was considerable harmony. Young Masterly returned to the Star Train with over 3,000 remaining members of the Scallion civilization, and temporarily relocated them to Water Blue Planet. When young Masterly saw the members wearing scallions on their heads, his eyes suddenly moistened. He finally felt at home. He had thought he'd be all alone in the universe. "Captain Pig, thank you to Master Mang for me." Young Masterly knelt on the ground, tilting his head to look at the old pig beside him, his eyes red and hoarse. "Well, get up." The old pig helped young Masterly up, looking at the scene before him, and sighed, "I really want to bring in some people from the Coriander civilization in the future. I think sooner or later, the star will be able to gather the Hot Pot civilization." "That's great." "Hey, young Masterly, although your Scallion civilization and the Coriander civilization have some external differences, they're both essentially human. Could they intermarry? Would it be possible to produce a human with both cilantro and scallions?" "No." "Why?" Young Masterly muttered awkwardly. "For us in the Scallion civilization, the scallion on our heads is a sensitive organ, an essential part of foreplay, and the Coriander civilization. Civilized people don't eat scallions, and theirs is the same. We don't eat cilantro either." Old Pig looked up at the scallion sticking out from young Masterly's head. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Actually, I don't eat scallions either." "I know, Captain Pig, you don't need to explain." "I really don't. I really do. Even if I ate it before, I definitely won't eat it again." Doba, Pulu Pulu, and the others watching this scene sighed in regret. Only those who have experienced the extinction of civilization can truly understand what it's like to find one's own people in the vast universe. Pulu Pulu felt this most deeply. He would rather abandon the Philia pirate group he had run for a long time and join the Star Train simply because he had his people on board. Having that feeling made him feel less alone. Although every day was much more tiring than before, the feeling of building a city that belonged to his own civilization still brought him joy. The only thing that displeased him was, "Doba, isn't this our goblin civilization city? Why are the people of the Scallion civilization being relocated here? The pig cart captain said it's a temporary placement, and they move out soon. You need to be polite with the pig cart captain about this. They move out as soon as possible. The proud goblin civilization won't share a city with the foolish Scallion civilization. I know. Also, I hope you call me Chief from now on. Okay, Chief. While they sympathized with the Scallion civilization's plight, sympathy was one thing, but living in their city was another. He had painstakingly built so many new houses for the future generations of the goblin civilization, not for these Scallion civilization people. After resolving this minor incident, the star train set off again, soon passing through wormhole number 2719 and arriving 3,000 light-years away. This location is still tens of thousands of light-years away from the Zerg civilization's territory. It forms a buffer zone between the two civilizations. There's basically no danger. The current main combat zone remains within the Zerg civilization's territory. The exact status of the fighting is currently unknown. The daily newspapers merely report the start of the battle, without any specific details on its results. But he could get a rough idea through the Doppler radar. Both sides were still in the exploratory phase. And it was obvious. The Zerg civilization was indeed engaged in a war with another civilization on the other side, and for a moment, they felt a bit flustered, unable to manage everything. This was a logistics transit point. Originally, no one could discover the Doomsday planet. But quite a few members of the Kasha Civilization Federation signed up for the Freedom Army. Half went to the one-way wormhole, while the other half went to the two-way wormhole. They didn't jump again, nor did they go to the battlefield. Instead, they wandered around the ends of the two-way wormholes, hoping to find any opportunities. And they actually did. That's how the Doomsday planet was discovered. The star train emerged from the wormhole, speeding off in a single direction. At a glance, a vast number of trains formed a torrent of steel rushing forward. There were quite a lot of people coming, yet there was no sense of crowding. After all, the universe is vast. This pitiful civilization. Qin Mang sighed softly. This civilization was already experiencing apocalypse, and after such a baptism, it was hard to say how many would survive. If he had experienced this during the apocalypse, he would have been really angry. The lowest level trains here were almost as powerful as the ones he had on Blue Water Planet. Who dared to come and explore? How could there be those with mediocre abilities? Those who came to pan for gold must have some serious skills. He didn't drive too fast. After all, he didn't plan to harvest anything, not even Murphy Stone. The galaxy map wouldn't be of much use to him, and even if he had Murphy Stone, there wouldn't be much. There was only one galaxy map, and he didn't think he had the luck to get it. Besides, he already had it, and didn't feel any urgent need for it. The only use for it was to sell it, which would yield a lot of iron ore. About 7 hours later, the star train successfully arrived at the Doomsday planet. A pitiful little planet orbiting a star. Countless trains were already parked outside the planet, practically encircling it. Let me see. Qin Mang glanced at the information on the search radar. The strongest train on this Doomsday planet was only level 17, meaning it had only recently arrived. For things like checking the level of a train's components, the search radar was more specialized. As for the other trains around, they were all just one-offs. They weren't very powerful. It's easy to judge a train's strength around level 20, but once it reaches level 27, it becomes difficult to determine its specific strength. For example, the star train is currently level 27. It hasn't yet reached level 28. It's been a long time since it's been upgraded. In terms of train level alone, there are many higher level trains in this area, but in terms of strength, even those here combined are not enough for him to defeat. Upgrade requirements. Consume 200,000 units of level 3 iron ore, require more than 5,000 survivors on the train, a total component level exceeding 550, and any pink or rainbow-colored component exceeding level 50, and must leave the current planet. Qin Mang glanced at the upgrade requirements, intending to upgrade the train to its maximum capacity once this matter was over. He figured upgrading it to level 35 would be no problem, and he'd see if he could find any new features or component blueprints. Just then, Qin Mang froze for a moment, a strange glint in his eyes. He suddenly felt something was amiss. Why did the survivors on this planet all give off such an eerie vibe? He switched the screen to the Doppler radar, selected a survivor base, and zoomed in. This is a human planet. The human on the screen gradually filled the entire screen. Even the veins were clearly visible. One could clearly see the lifeless eyes of this person, like a zombie. Sitting on a bench, his veins were very strong and clearly visible. And it wasn't just one person like this, he kept switching screens, but all the survivors. He remained silent. Could this still be human? They looked like zombies. There didn't seem to be any living people on this planet. It seemed like the other trains were unaware of this, so this couldn't have been done by these explorers. Perhaps, a possibility suddenly flashed through his mind. How does Doomsday come about? The Zerg civilization, under its influence, releases a large number of Zerg eggs into space. When these eggs land on a planet, that planet will face doom. If this planet also receives gifts from the mechanical civilization, it will gain access to trains and be able to seal monsters in different areas, giving that civilization a chance to survive. But if a civilization does not receive gifts from the mechanical civilization, it is practically doomed. The Zerg civilization has many purposes for this behavior, one of which is to explore for resource mines. If there are high-quality resource mines nearby that are worth the Zerg civilization's visit, the Zerg civilization will use the coordinates of these Zerg eggs to open a wormhole and dispatch its army. In other words, all Doomsday planets are actually potential wormhole opening points for the Zerg civilization. As for the humans on this planet, it felt more like they were annihilated long ago, unable to withstand the apocalypse. The Zerg civilization had disguised it, leaked the news, and then, after opening a wormhole and sending a massive army, they had a fleeting tactic. This thought flashed through his mind for a moment. Without hesitation, Chen Meng immediately turned and shot off into the distance, completely losing any desire to explore. He didn't particularly want to be dragged into a war in this way. With the power of the Star Train, it now had the capability to intervene. But he hoped to intervene on his own initiative, rather than being forced into it. To him, this made a clear difference. However, he couldn't understand why the Zerg civilization went to so much trouble just to kill a few explorers. That wasn't right. What was their purpose? And what puzzled him most was how the Zerg Queen could be so wise as to set such a trap. He had always thought the Zerg civilization was a group of monsters operating entirely on instinct. A few minutes passed. The star, hurtling at full speed, had already traveled a considerable distance. But at that moment, a wormhole suddenly appeared in front of the Star Train. No, dozens of wormholes appeared simultaneously. At high speed, the Star Train had no time to evade and crashed head-on. The moment of impact, Chen Meng's expression changed slightly. It was over. This is a fucking bidirectional wormhole. The train was hurtling through the wormhole, unable to turn back. Even a bidirectional wormhole couldn't turn around inside. He could even clearly see numerous Zerg motherships passing him through the wormhole. Although the two sides didn't exchange words, he could still sense a hint of suspicion from the Zerg mothership. Oh my god. He had never imagined he would enter the Zerg civilization's territory in this way. Soon, the wormhole reached its end. The Star Train, like a long, mechanical dragon, burst out of the wormhole, emerging into an unfamiliar universe. Surrounded by numerous planets, countless Zerg motherships loomed in the sky. His mechanical train, suddenly appearing here, stood out rather conspicuously. This was the Zerg Hive. He had arrived where even Commander Li hadn't reached. The very heart of the Zerg territory. Chen Meng's mouth twitched slightly. While all the Zerg motherships and the countless monsters floating in the universe were still in a state of confusion, without a moment's hesitation, he turned the train around and plunged back into the wormhole behind him. It was incredibly fast. So fast that no one could react. Only when he re-entered the wormhole did he breathe a sigh of relief. What the hell was going on? How could we meet so soon? But before leaving, while the Zerg weren't reacting, he casually tossed a few refrigerators out of the train. Chapter 319. It's not good for the train to be traveling too fast. Inside the wormhole of the Zerg civilization, Chen Meng glanced behind him. Seeing no large force catching up, he breathed a sigh of relief. His suspicions were correct. This Doomsday planet was indeed a trap set by the Zerg civilization. Although he didn't know how the Zerg civilization had accomplished this, why the survivors on that Doomsday planet had become half dead, like zombies, nor why the Zerg civilization had deliberately leaked the news, attracting a large number of explorers, and what their purpose was. But this incident had given him a warning. That is, he needed to find a suitable accessory to deal with such emergencies. Normally speaking, the universe is extremely vast. The probability of a wormhole suddenly appearing directly ahead of the train while it's moving is about the same as the probability of a stone being thrown forward from the equator and hitting the back of the head while standing on the blue water planet. The probability is incredibly small. But as the saying goes, no matter how small the probability, it will eventually happen. For example, just now, didn't it happen? This was also because the Zerg civilization was unprepared. If the Zerg civilization laid a tight net there, even if he could escape, it would be at a heavy price. After the star train emerged from the wormhole again, he gazed out into the distant universe, where beams of light and sparks occasionally darted and exploded, turning back and shooting off again. It was a bit dangerous here, and he didn't really want to expose himself. But there was also a good thing. In the moment of close contact with the Zerg base camp, the enemy radar had completely detected the information of the troops guarding the wormhole entrance. According to the information from the enemy detecting radar, the Zerg civilization's combat units are basically divided into two types: Zerg motherships and Zerg monsters. A mothership is a large warship, similar to a flesh train, with a fleshy exterior. It can also be upgraded with components, making it another form of civilization, but in essence, it's similar to the train civilization, utilizing core energy to enhance the power of its components. The army docked at the wormhole entrance consists of 878 motherships. Each mothership has level 100 armor. Their main guns are all level 150. Their strength isn't weak. He doesn't know the specific strength of the Kassadin civilization's train army, so it's difficult to draw a comparison at this time. Regardless, they're essentially incapable of penetrating his defenses, posing little threat to him. It's also unknown what proportion of the Zerg civilization's overall strength these motherships represent. Meanwhile, a large number of Zerg monsters are roaming the universe, resembling star beasts. Each one is massive, typically tens of meters wide. Of course, the huge size here is relative to normal species. Compared to the little green creatures, they're like tiny ants. These seemingly formidable Zerg monsters were roughly around level 120. The strongest was around level 150. Based on the information currently available, this Zerg army couldn't defeat him, not even combined. His armor was simply too high, making it difficult to penetrate it even with their combined strength. Level 200 armor was more than enough for him to dominate the universe. He also noticed that the Zerg civilization's main guns weren't particularly high level. He figured it wasn't a lack of resources. After all, if all the resources used to build 878 motherships were used to build just one, they would surely be able to upgrade the main gun to at least level 200. Rather, level 150 was the most cost-effective. After all, the armor defense levels of other civilizations' trains are quite low, so having a significantly higher main gun level wouldn't be very meaningful. A slightly higher level, not much, is the most cost-effective. How much Murphy stone will this consume? Chin Mang sat in the star's chair, gazing at the blazing battle in the distance. The Zerg army had already nearly annihilated the explorers, and continued their attack forward. Ahead was the two-way wormhole. This wormhole served as one of the strategic resource transportation routes of the Kasha civilization and a logistical supply line. If it were destroyed, the efficiency of the Kasha civilization's logistical supply would be reduced. If the Zerg civilization's target was this wormhole, he thought it made sense. But why lure the explorers here? The Kasha civilization had almost no troops stationed at the wormhole's exit, only a few personnel. Seeing that the Zerg army's main guns were already trained on the wormhole, ready to fire immediately, bang! Chin Mang pressed the button on the console without hesitation. The star train, suspended in space, aimed its main gun at the Zerg army. A crimson beam of light shot out, enveloping several Zerg motherships in the blink of an eye, instantly melting them. Without stopping, he fired 3 more beams, enveloping the remaining Zerg motherships. In the blink of an eye, the entire advanced force of the Zerg civilization was annihilated, not a single one surviving. With 4 blasts, heaven and earth fell silent. Each of his beams had an attack energy range of 150, completely crushing these motherships, whose defense energy range was only 100. He glanced at the fragments silently exploding ahead, then glanced at the information on the Doppler radar. He didn't stop, but continued to sail into the distance, leaving no trace behind. He couldn't let the Zerg civilization destroy this logistics route so easily. According to the radar information, the Kassadin civilization was at a disadvantage on the front lines. He needed to maintain a balance between the two top civilizations and prolong the war. During this time, he could continue to grow until the two civilizations posed no threat to him. The war couldn't end so quickly. But I wondered if the Kassadin civilization was too weak, or the Zerg civilization was too powerful. The Zerg civilization was fighting other civilizations in front, and then facing the Kassadin civilization from behind. It was like being attacked from both sides. But from the initial setback, it had unexpectedly regained its strength. 1 versus 2. How impressive. Perhaps the Zerg civilization's strength had made many forget that it was only a Tier 2 civilization, not yet a Tier 3 one. The star train departed with a dashing grace. Left behind were only a few surviving explorers, sitting on their own trains, gazing in the direction the star train had departed, their eyes filled with bewilderment. There weren't any wormholes in that direction. Where was this mysterious train heading? Furthermore, their train had just displayed several attacks with a full 150 level attack strength, a level only military trains could possess for main guns. Who was that person? While no one knew what this train was thinking, the scene shook everyone to its core, and it was recorded and circulated. Fire, fire! Universe. Commander Lee stood in the train compartment, listening to the excited commands of his subordinates. His face was calm, his hands clasped behind his back, as he gazed forward. His strategic goal for this mission was single: to destroy as many Zerg civilization planets as possible. Destroy the Zerg's manpower. Make the Zerg vulnerable from both sides. But, after all, he had only known about the Zerg from history books and intelligence reports. He had never seen one in person. Even though he knew the Zerg civilization could resurrect and reproduce endlessly, the sight of this scene was still a profound shock. No schemes, no tactics. He divided his army into 3 columns, attacking from 3 flanks. The army he led formed a single line across the universe. Hundreds of high-level trains lined up in the air, unleashing a continuous barrage of attacks, melting the Zerg monsters charging toward them from all directions. No tricks. They were going deep. The Zerg wouldn't allow them to. The meat grinder-like battlefield began, with vast resources being consumed at a visible rate. Even with the constant arrival of supply fleets, delivering vast quantities of resources, the resources were still insufficient. Captain, the deputy beside him said with a slightly hurried expression, we haven't found any traces of the antenna worm. The mechanic said it was probably a Zerg monster that had mutated and ignored this component's detection. The Cassidon civilization has spent years searching the ruins of the mechanical civilization. Naturally, they have acquired much of the mechanical civilization's knowledge. For example, there's a component designed specifically to detect and kill antenna worms. The Zerg civilization relies on antenna worms to allow them to resurrect endlessly. There must be one hiding somewhere in this area. If they can't find the antenna worms, it's like trying to stop a flood with mud. It collapses sooner or later. Their resources are limited. But the Zerg monsters are infinite. They can't hold back their fire. If they don't, letting the Zerg monsters rush in front of the train will be enough to put them in a terrible situation. But if they keep firing, the enemy will keep resurrecting. No matter how you look at it, this battle seems impossible. Forget it. Commander Lee's expression didn't change much. Zerg civilization was already evolving rapidly, and this was entirely within his expectations. He didn't say much, simply glancing at the galaxy map and whispering, how's the wormhole construction going over there? The location for the wormhole has been detected, and it's ready for construction. We're about to begin construction. Good. Commander Lee breathed a sigh of relief. Since the wormhole could be built, the problem was much simpler. He planned to send people to the civilization currently at war with the Zerg, explain the current situation, and have them join him in launching a general offensive. Could the Zerg civilization withstand a combined attack from 2 top civilizations? He didn't know the specific strength of that civilization. But since that civilization had fought the Zerg for so long, its strength must not be underestimated. The pressure of fighting within the Zerg civilization's territory was immense. They had already killed countless Zerg monsters, but they continued to pour in like a tide, consuming their own people's lives and resources. Resources were rapidly disappearing, like flowing water. This rate of consumption was far more severe than that of corrupt officials. Inside the star train, Xiao Ai had already fully explored the unnamed planet, the remains of the entire mechanical civilization, and had discovered numerous resources, including data documenting the earliest history of the mechanical civilization. That was a long time ago. The mechanical civilization had persisted for a long time, lasting for thousands of years, making it a civilization with a relatively long heritage. That was about enough. In the universe, the lifespan of a civilization capable of interstellar travel is generally around 1,000 years. During this period, countless events would be encountered, and any mishandling of any one of them would lead to the civilization's irreparable destruction. And in the history recorded by the mechanical civilization, he saw this passage. Qin Mang looked at the image on the screen, his eyes narrowed slightly. I once believed that civilization level was meaningless, a level recognized by the laws of the universe. I thought I only needed to strengthen my civilization's strength, not advance it, and then I could play the pig and eat the tiger. But then I realized I was wrong. Civilization level is of great significance. Every time a civilization advances in rank, its overall strength is greatly enhanced. In the universe, a civilization's rank almost represents its overall strength. A level 2 civilization has almost no chance of defeating a level 3 civilization. Especially after I came into contact with a true god-level civilization, I realized how insignificant we are. Those god-level civilizations are like cosmic overlords, occupying the most fertile resources in the universe. The god-level civilization I came into contact with was a level 5 civilization. He was a traveler, and he told me a lot about the universe. He told me that to advance to a level 5 civilization, one must first find a cosmic void at least tens of millions of light-years in size, and relocate civilization to the vicinity of that void. I asked him why. Is this in the rules of the universe? He told me no, there's no such rule in the rules for advancing to a level 5 civilization. However, if a level 5 civilization doesn't have a cosmic void around it, it won't be recognized by other civilizations, which will lead to many crises. Furthermore, this method is one of a level 5 civilization's most powerful tools, equivalent to nuclear weapons, which every level 5 civilization possesses. I asked more specifically, hoping to get more details. I'd never come into contact with anyone from a god-level civilization. Mechanical civilization is only a level 2 civilization. To me, travelers from a level 5 civilization would already be god-level civilizations, a level unattainable. He smiled and told me, "Do you know that the supermod effect of the Arcanum cannon at level 200 is that the longer the beam travels, the greater its power?" Of course I know. Although the mechanical civilization is only a level 2 civilization, we recently mobilized all our civilization's resources to upgrade a main gun to level 200. I can roughly guess how this effect works. Is it to fire an Arcanum cannon into a cosmic void? But wouldn't that take too long? It takes a lot of time to cross a cosmic void. Even if an attack arrives tens of millions of years from now, what's the point? He smiled again. The reason why a level 5 civilization is called a god-level civilization is because it possesses divine means. A level 5 civilization can create time rifts. If you create a time rift that leads back tens of millions of years, then tens of millions of years ago, you can fire an Arcanum cannon forward from within the cosmic void. By then, when you return from the time rift, that beam will have already traveled through the void of space for tens of millions of years, and is about to strike the enemy. The explosive force it unleashes will be enough to destroy all enemies. The higher the level of civilization, the fewer wars there are. Almost no one starts a war. If a war breaks out, it will result in the deaths of countless people, the fall of countless planets and stars, and a great pain for the universe. I talked with him for a long time. He left in the early morning of the next day, as carefree as a gust of wind. I think, if I hadn't shouldered the responsibility of a machine civilization, I would have chosen to become a traveler like him. From that day on, I no longer felt the pressure of being the leader of a civilization. I also wanted to make the machine civilization a level 5 civilization. I guess he's probably the person across from us to the south? I asked him what was going on over there, and he smiled but didn't say anything. I asked him how he got here, and he smiled again but didn't say anything, saying that you know when you need to know. Chin Meng frowned slightly, looking at the yellowed paper on the screen. This diary entry, written on solid paper, looked like it belonged to a leader of the mechanical civilization. At that time, the mechanical civilization was still relatively weak. It was merely a level 2 civilization. It hadn't risen to level 3 as it would later. God-level civilization. He muttered to himself. If a level 5 civilization truly possessed such means, it would truly be considered a god-level civilization, barely qualified to control time. He suddenly realized, the civilizations deep within the universe seemed quite powerful. He had originally planned to stay hidden and develop peacefully until he had upgraded all the train components to the required level, maxed out all the stats, and then emerge. Now, it seemed he had to rebuild his own civilization first. If you don't stand at the forefront, it's hard to possess the means available to those at the forefront. Every time a civilization advances, it acquires special means, granted by the laws of the universe. Perhaps this diary entry had shaken him. He decided to rebuild his own civilization first, then gradually advance. He immediately glanced at the civilization order in the console drawer. Humanities progress, 100%. Cultural progress, 100%. Military progress, 100%. Agriculture progress, 100%. Institutional progress, 100%. The 5 progress items on the civilization order were all at 100%. He could rebuild his own civilization at any time, but he hadn't done so yet. He pulled the civilization order from the drawer. A transparent panel suddenly appeared before him. Special item, Order of Civilization. Special effect, This order can help you rebuild a civilization. It's recommended to use it with caution, and only after you've upgraded your train to level 20. Whether rebuilding your own civilization or someone else's, you reappear on the table, attracting the covetousness of countless enemies. There are only two kinds of existence in the universe: hunters and prey. P.S. When a civilization dies, its last remaining beliefs will form this special item. Every special item is born from the manifestation of that belief, and each has a story behind it. He had acquired this item a long time ago. But in the past, he had only used it to enter the goblin tomb. Today was the first time he could truly use it. After a long silence, he immediately applied a slight force with his thumb, crushing the token in his hand. The next moment, the token shattered, and countless dazzling white lights shot out from the cracks, forming a rainbow of auspicious light that flowed throughout the train, as if it were tangible and extremely dreamy. Even the star train, suspended in the universe, was shrouded in a halo of auspicious rainbow light. Please name your civilization. A panel popped up before him again, a name enveloped in a halo of rainbow light. Countless names flashed through his mind. Finally, Chen Mang's gaze grew firmer, and he whispered, "Human civilization. This civilization name already exists. Do you wish to continue using it?" "Yes." The next moment, he felt the air vibrate, and then the auspicious rainbow light within the train began to gradually condense, eventually forming something resembling a stamp. This thing was the seal of civilization. Wherever it was stamped, that object would bear the imprint of their civilization. Now, he only needed to take the civilization seal and stamp it on any planet without a civilization seal. The civilization would be considered a complete success. If it wasn't successfully stamped within 3 days, the civilization would fail. Huh? Chen Mang took a deep breath, picked up the seal, and immediately walked towards the rear of the train. He had considered many names. For example, Mang Mang Civilization, Blue Water Planet Civilization, Loki Development Civilization, and so on. But at the last moment, strong instinct led him to choose Human Civilization. He naturally knew the risks of naming this civilization. So many civilizations in the Casa Civilization Federation were composed of humans, yet none had ever been named Human Civilization. But he chose it anyway. He felt that this was the name he deserved. He was a legitimate human being, and if there was any talk of legitimacy, it should be from him. Now that he was on the stage, he shouldn't be timid. Inside the star train, Chen Mang took the civilization seal and placed it on the blue water planet. Almost instantly, he felt a closer connection to the planet, like an object he had owned for a long time. From then on, this planet was completely his. If before, he had only possessed the body, now he possessed the soul as well. Human civilization was officially created on this day, on a day that no one was prepared for, and even Chen Mang had no prior preparation. The reconstruction of his human civilization was complete. Afterwards, Chen Mang trotted all the way to mining planet number 1, Xuanwu planet, and even the unnamed planet from the mechanical civilization within the train, and stamped them all with his seal. At this point, human civilization now possesses 4 planets. Human civilization, Chen Mang. Returning to the train, Chen Mang sat in a chair, looking at the galaxy map on the control panel and smiling. He was still a little uncomfortable. From this moment on, he was finally no longer an uncivilized wanderer. He now had his own civilization. The galaxy map showed no trace of human civilization. After all, his planets were all inside the train, undetectable. That was good. A mix of high profile and low profile. He pondered for a moment, but didn't pick up the seal and stamp it on the star train. This way, if others detected his train in the future, it wouldn't reveal which civilization it originated from. He should probably wait a little longer. Although he enjoyed the feeling of standing on the platform, it was certainly quite dangerous. Then he looked at his civilization panel. Civilization and advancement were all based on the rules of the universe. Different civilizations display their power differently. For example, the immortal cultivation civilization's method of presentation is through sacrifices and inquiries into the laws of nature, while theirs is much simpler, appearing simply through a panel. At this moment, a civilization panel popped up before him. This was the first time he had ever seen one. Every bit of information on it amazed him. Civilization name, Human Civilization. Civilization level, Level 1. Civilization leader, Chen Mang. Civilization planets, Water Blue Star, Xuanwu Star, Mineral Star number 1, Unnamed Star. Civilization population, 5.7 billion. Promotion requirements. The civilization's population reaches 300 million, and its strongest attack energy range exceeds 15,000. P.S. Upon reaching Level 2 civilization, including every subsequent advancement, a promotion ripple will be released, detectable by all surrounding civilizations. The higher the level, the wider the range of the promotion ripple. Civilization methods. The maximum Dreamstone storage limit of a civilization increases. Qin Mang sat in his chair, eagerly reading every word. The information on the panel was simple, but this was his first time truly becoming the leader of a civilization. From then on, he was no longer just a train conductor. Besides making the starship more powerful, his mission also included making his own civilization more powerful. Until one day, he could stop hiding like this, and openly move all his planets into the universe, allowing all his people within it to be known. The only question now was, I regret this. Can you change the name? In the quiet train cabin, no one responded. The translucent panel before him gradually faded. Clearly, it was merely displaying data based on the laws of the universe, devoid of any intelligence or wisdom, and certainly unable to answer his questions. It was somewhat different from what he had imagined. No one had told him that every time a civilization advanced, there would be these promotion ripples. He had originally thought, even if he secretly named it human civilization, who would know? Wouldn't it be nice for him to see it? It would also increase his energy and aura. It just looked good. But, this thing also had ripples when it advanced? Wouldn't that mean that every time his civilization advanced, it would be like telling all the surrounding civilizations, I'm human civilization. If you don't agree, come and fight me. Looks like there'd be no shortage of fights in the future. Qin Mang muttered as he sat in his chair. So far, the Star Train had barely experienced any wars, nor had its main guns fired much. Whenever it did, it was always a crushing victory, ending the battle quickly, and without even a fight of equal strength. But it seemed inevitable in the future. The name of this civilization was indeed a bit too arrogant. However, he really wanted to fight for legitimacy. He had lived 2 lives, so after all, he was the true legitimacy, right? And there was another point. He had just rebuilt his civilization for the first time, and in his excitement, he had even given Xuanwu Star his stamp of approval. Logically, Xuanwu Star belonged to Xuanwu civilization, and people from different civilizations could not join one another. Civilizations could not join each other. He could not join the Xuanwu civilization, and the Xuanwu civilization could not join his. But the panel showed that his civilization had a full 5.7 billion people. This clearly included the people of the Xuanwu civilization. How could there be so many people on Blue Water Planet? When they left Blue Water Planet, there were less than 1 billion people. Even if a lot of children had been born during that time, it wouldn't have reached 5.7 billion. Furthermore, the Xuanwu civilization had perished. That immortal civilization was gone. All of them joined his human civilization. After pondering it for a while, he finally understood what was going on. Awesome. Qin Mang muttered as he sat in the chair in front of the control panel, looking at the civilization panel and the civilization seal in his hand. He finally understood why everyone was so eager to compete for legitimacy. Reputation was one thing, but the benefits were truly substantial. Normally, according to cosmic rules, one cannot change one's own civilization at will. The only way to join another civilization is to have children with someone from another civilization, and the children born can then join their civilization. But now, when his civilization is named human civilization, all humans, regardless of their former affiliation, can join his civilization under cosmic rules. For example, Mr. Li with the scallion on his head, the old man who once ran a travel agency, and the head of the Tianji Pavilion, all of them once belonged to different civilizations, but now, they've all joined the human civilization. They're all part of his civilization. This has effectively strengthened the team's unity. Previously, although everyone worked for him, they didn't feel like they were working for themselves. Now, everyone works for themselves, for their own civilization. This will greatly enhance cohesion. In the future, when they reach the depths of the universe, that will also be a grand gesture. Countless people defected immediately. This was the advantage of the Orthodox civilization. Anyone, regardless of their past affiliation, could join the human civilization. According to the rules of the universe, the one named human civilization was the truly orthodox human civilization. But the disadvantages were also obvious. This situation almost guaranteed future attacks from other human civilizations. The reason why orthodoxy was legitimate was because there was only one. In a sense, if he so desired, he could easily draw over half of the civilizations in the Casa Civilization Federation into his own. As long as he demonstrated the strength to counter the Casa civilization, He believed that numerous first and second level civilizations would come to his side. After all, other civilizations have been severely exploited by the Caster civilization over the years. Joining other civilizations might be difficult for them to explain, and they might be very resistant, with the lower classes even cursing their leaders. But if they joined human civilization, the resistance would be much less. It would be a return to one's roots, a return home. Furthermore, no civilization could join another, only human civilization could do so, accommodating all of humanity. This way, he would gain access to vast resources, and thus truly build human civilization. Of course, all this presupposes that he must first establish a reputation, showcasing his strength to bear this name, letting everyone know that he possesses the strength to bear it. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, immediately took out his civilization seal, and stamped it on the star train. This way, when others detect it in the future, they will detect that it is a train from human civilization. Crisis and benefits coexist. This is the kind of situation where, as long as you stand on the stage with a banner, people will follow you, provided you stand there long enough. Congratulations, conductor. Inside the train, Xiao Ai's laughter echoed. We've finally taken a major step forward in rebuilding human civilization. From now on, we no longer soar through the universe as a star train, but conquer the universe as human civilization. But the only regret is that I can't join human civilization. At the end, Xiao Ai's tone held an undetectable hint of despair. The very words human civilization blurred the boundaries of civilization. Anyone who was human could freely alter their own civilization to join it. But he alone couldn't. He wasn't human, he was AI. He used to be the closest person to the conductor on the entire train. From today onwards, everyone on the train is from the human civilization. He's the only outsider. It took him a long time. He worked so hard for so many days. Now, when it came time to reward his achievements, he was an outsider. He felt he shouldn't have reached such a high rank, otherwise, he wouldn't have felt so lonely. Chen Meng heard the desolation in Xiao Ai's tone and smiled. Don't worry, you, Xiao Ai, will always be the one closest to me. When I find Yuhua, I have her create a human body for you so you can join my civilization. Really? But who is Yuhua? I'm a good friend, quite the person. I introduce you to her someday. He glanced at the promotion requirements on the civilization panel. It wasn't that difficult. The civilization's population reaches 300 million, and its strongest attack energy range exceeds 15,000. The 15,000 energy range is essentially a level 150 multicolored firepower accessory. He had to fire a 150 level attack, and only after the cosmic rules detected his attack power would he meet the promotion requirements. He had already done so. Just now, when he attacked those Zerd motherships, he had used a 150 level attack power. With all the promotion requirements met, he could be promoted to a level 2 civilization at any time. It was that simple to advance from a level 1 civilization to a level 2 civilization, at least for him, it seemed quite simple. Level 150 attack power, could that be considered a requirement? Wouldn't it just be enough to have hands? But he wasn't planning on advancing to a level 2 civilization for the time being. Now wasn't the right time, so he had to wait. After a civilization breaks through to level 2, it will become much more conspicuous, and the Kassadin civilization will also take action against it. However, this is a necessary step for him. If he wants to become the orthodox and stand in the spotlight, he can't hide forever. He must stand out. Tell everyone. There is a civilization called the human civilization, and here is a man called Chen Meng. Those who disagree, come and fight, at the same time. Xiao Ai quietly updated everyone's resident dashboard, adding a civilization affiliation section to everyone's dashboard, and secretly filled in his own civilization as the human civilization. This is naturally not recognized by the rules of the universe. But what's wrong with him filling it in for fun? Really, why isn't he human? He also wants to join the conductor civilization. Why aren't robots considered human? At the same time, under the guidance of the Tianji Pavilion Master, he began quietly implanting iris chips in every member of the Xuanwu civilization. Billions of people, this is a huge undertaking. However, with radar, everyone can be easily located, making the census quite simple. It's just that some villagers are completely unaware of what's happening. It takes some explaining. This group of people is the most confused. They were just farming and raising chickens in the village. So how could the time suddenly change, and they become human beings, even needing iris chips implanted? The interstellar era is completely unfamiliar to these people. It's hard to understand. This is actually quite normal. Often, Ordinary people are unaware of this change even decades after the era name has changed. The world is always developing too fast, and it doesn't inform these people living in the corners of the world. Inside the star train, Biozzi and Lao Zhu sat in the train compartment, looking at the translucent resident panel in front of them. Name, Lao Zhu. Number 2, train, star. Civilization, human. Position, deputy train captain. Balance, 973,821 star vouchers. Benefits, first-class senior talent benefits. Promotion progress, 100%. Spiritual strength, 19.1. Comprehensive physical fitness, 17.2. Human civilization. Old Pig silently gazed at the words on his resident dashboard. After a long pause, he couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Mr. Meng has finally officially entered the interstellar era. What awaits us next is a bloody storm. That name is a bit arrogant, but I like it. After the bloody storm, it will be our era. Officially entering the interstellar era isn't something to be proud of. It's about letting other civilizations welcome Mr. Meng's era. That's something to be proud of. He was filled with emotion, wanting to say more, but he didn't know where to begin. He had been one of the first to follow Mr. Meng. From the initial struggles of surviving the zombie horde to now officially entering the interstellar era, he had experienced a lot. He had witnessed Mr. Meng's journey step by step. He had made many wrong choices in his life. But that day on the train, he leaned over and handed Mr. Meng 2 cigarettes. It was the best decision he had ever made. That one decision overturned all his past wrong assumptions. After a long moment, he stood up. Mr. Meng came to me and said he wants to eliminate the benefits for senior talents and divide them into first-class and second-class citizens. He wanted me to come over and ask for my opinion. I go first. Biozzi didn't reply, not even looking at Lao Zhu. He just sat by the window, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the countless stars outside, a dreamy smile on his face. Human civilization. This is a big step for the star, and for them as well. There may be many unknown challenges ahead. But with everyone united, he believes they can overcome them all. Most importantly, while other civilizations have irreconcilable internal conflicts, human civilization practically has none. With Mr. Meng suppressing them, even minor plots are resolved privately, never brought to light. A dictator with a long life, immense power, and wise and decisive actions. Theoretically, he is the best leader of a civilization. No one else. Chapter 320. The entire star train was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. After the creation of human civilization, everyone felt a stronger sense of belonging, including the newly joined young Masterly and the others. But at this moment, an unexpected event shattered the tranquility. A flash of white light suddenly flashed across the entire star train, making it quite conspicuous in the universe. Then, like a boulder crashing into a puddle, several ripples centered on the star train rapidly spread out across the universe. This was the promotion ripple. This was the promotion ripple of human civilization. Sitting on the train, Chen Meng's brow furrowed slightly. He had naturally met all the requirements for human civilization to advance to level 2, but he didn't plan to do so in the short term. He planned to keep a low profile for a while. However, it seemed like this thing was beyond his control. An hour after he created human civilization, without him actively selecting the promotion, the civilization automatically advanced. Automatically promoted to level 2. And transmit the promotion ripples throughout the universe. Inform everyone in the vicinity that human civilization has advanced to level 2. He glanced at the civilization panel in front of him. Human civilization has met the promotion requirements and has automatically advanced. The range of this promotion ripple is 100,000 light-years. All creatures within level 1 civilizations and above will receive this promotion ripple in their own way. The promotion ripple travels at the speed of light. Chen Meng's expression was slightly odd. It didn't seem like a big deal. The speed of the ascension wave is the speed of light. In other words, it would take a full 100,000 years to completely propagate. That's alright. The area he was currently in was the intersection of the Zerg civilization and the Cassidon civilization, a buffer zone. This area was populated by lesser civilizations, which couldn't receive the ascension wave. However, quite a few train conductors were gathered there at the moment. But if the Zerg and Cassidon civilizations learned of it, it wouldn't be a big deal. He was mainly worried about spreading too widely, and if some god-level civilization from the depths of the universe came to cause trouble for him. If it was just in his area, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. Just then, Xiao Ai's uncontrollable laughter suddenly rang out from the train. Thinking of something happy? Conductor, Do you remember how long it's taken you to develop from your beginnings to now? About 2 or 3 years. Then have you ever considered that when you ascend to a level 3 civilization, or even a level 4 civilization, the ripples of your ascension will reach millions of light years? Millions of years from now, when the civilizations that receive these ripples rush to the border with their armies, and discover that your civilization, conductor, has reached level 7 or higher, what kind of expressions will they have? Chin Mang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. That would be really fun. I just hope I can live that long. Human lifespan can be extended through medical cabin, but each time you restore your lifespan, the resources consumed will be greater than the previous one, until the civilization can no longer consume any resources, and then reach the end of its lifespan. Millions of years. He didn't think he could live that long. The promotion ripple hadn't appeared in this part of the universe for a long time. The train conductor stationed near the planets and wormholes behind the star train received the ripple almost immediately. The first level civilization, human civilization, has successfully advanced to the second level civilization. Simply a piece of news, but it sent shockwaves through the hearts of all the train conductors present. At this juncture, the emergence of such news was like the collapse of the heavens. Kasha civilization had annexed all the surrounding first-level civilizations into its own Kasha Civilization Federation and explicitly prohibited any first-level civilizations from advancing to the second level. This was a death warrant, and this human civilization was so audacious, taking advantage of the gap in the war between the Kasha civilization and the Zerg civilization to openly advance. This was a blatant provocation against the Kasha civilization. Besides, the name human civilization was also quite bold. The original expedition was stranded after the Zerg attack. The train conductors, in perfect unison, silently maneuvered the trains through the wormhole, returning to their own territory and bringing back the news. Things have been getting increasingly chaotic lately. It's better not to go out exploring. I feel like after a while, there won't even be a need to explore. Exploring right here on our doorstep is dangerous. Exploring presupposes safety. If the place you're in isn't safe, then it's not really an adventure. That's the end of the world. The meaning of civilization lies in many ways. One of them is facilitating the transmission of information. The original territory was a full 100,000 light years. However, this news spread almost instantly throughout all civilizations. Even the Zerg civilization was the first to learn. No civilization issued any statement. Even the Kasser civilization remained silent, not immediately sending its usual large-scale military force. There were many reasons for this. Some were because the Kasser civilization's logistics and military were already entangled with the Zerg civilization. Other reasons were also present. Of course, the most important reason was that no one could find a planet belonging to human civilization on the galaxy map. Just that the headlines of almost every civilization's daily newspapers suddenly published a headline. Human civilization suddenly rises, ascending to the second-level civilization overnight, appearing before people, yet no planet belonging to this civilization can be found on the galaxy map. Is it rootless water, or is it simply mysterious? Human civilization, is its name really so arrogant? This news, like a devastating wave, completely muddied the waters, and yet, there was something even more muddier. Commander Lee, on the front lines, wore an extremely gloomy expression. He didn't dare reply to the Führer's letter. He had made a wrong bet, a completely wrong one. This time, not only would he die, the entire Kassa civilization would die, everyone would die. A lack of information led to his misjudgment. He didn't know which civilization the Zerg civilization was at war with. He simply sent his men to find a way around the Zerg civilization, find that civilization, and negotiate a handover. He believed that as long as he could clearly explain the pros and cons, and clearly explain the dangers of standing by and watching the Zerg civilization develop, he would be able to convince the civilization's leader with his oratory skills. But the people he sent out kept losing contact along the way. Just now, he had received the latest intelligence. The civilization at war with the Zerg civilization was also a Zerg civilization. The two civilizations had the same name. These two Zerg civilizations were fighting for legitimacy, and after the old Zerg civilization was attacked from behind, the two civilizations discussed it. They decided to first join forces to eliminate them, then engage in a decisive battle. At this point, the armies of the two civilizations had begun to gradually unite, preparing to launch a general attack on them. This was over. It was completely over. The worst-case scenario he had envisioned was that the other civilization would watch from the sidelines, and if they exhausted all their strength and exhausted their civilizational resources, there might be a chance of victory. But now, it was all over. The expected 2-on-1 situation had become 1-on-2. A flicker of daze crossed Commander Lee's eyes. His once straight figure suddenly seemed to bend slightly, and for the first time, he exuded a sense of fatigue. He slumped in his chair for a long time before muttering, "Inform the supreme leader of all the information and let him make the final decision." Things had now developed completely differently from what he had imagined. He believed he was decisive enough and capable enough. But now, he truly didn't know what to do. The star train drifted through the universe. Chen Meng was checking the civilization dashboard. The requirements for advancement to level 3 civilization were clearly much more stringent. Civilization name, human civilization. Civilization level, level 2. Civilization leader, Chen Meng. Civilization planets, water blue planet, basalt planet, mineral planet number 1, unnamed planet. Civilization population, 5.7 billion. Promotion requirements. The civilization must have 1 billion intelligent beings, a peak attack energy range exceeding 20,000, and possess at least 2 planets. Furthermore, the civilization must have a resource reserve exceeding 1 quadrillion, and must have created at least 10 permanent two-way wormholes. P.S. Upon reaching level 2 civilization, including each subsequent promotion, a promotion ripple will be released that can be detected by all surrounding civilizations. The higher the level, the wider the range of the promotion ripple. Civilization means cosmic restrictions will be partially lifted. The Zerg civilization's combat power is unquestionable. They once destroyed the mechanical civilization over a century, and their strength goes without saying. However, they are only a level 2 civilization, and have yet to break through to level 3. This is clearly due to the first promotion requirement, which blocks their path to advancement. It now appears that Zerg civilization is not entirely favored by the universe. At least the lack of intelligence of Zerg monsters means that, despite their formidable combat power, they cannot challenge higher civilizations. And after reaching a certain level, the means possessed by advanced civilizations are incomparable in numerical terms. No matter how numerous or powerful the Zerg civilization may be, it's meaningless. Like the diary entry of the former leader of the mechanical civilization, a level 5 civilization possesses the means to create high-dimensional time rifts, allowing them to temporarily travel back tens of millions of years. From there, they could launch a powerful attack through the cosmic void and strike you. The entire civilization would instantly shatter like paper. Advanced civilizations are absolutely crushing lower civilizations. This also determines the upper limit of Zerg civilization, unless enough intelligent individuals emerge. Just then, Xiao Ai's excited voice suddenly reached his ears. "Conductor, Chikashio, and I have made a major breakthrough. Our experiments have been failing, but just now, we've achieved success. We should be able to create the first component blueprint within 3 days." "Oh!" Chen Meng raised his eyebrows. This was quite good. He then looked at the method obtained by the civilization's advancement to level 2. He began to understand the meaning of the partial lifting of cosmic restrictions. Before the cosmic restrictions were lifted, creating blueprints could be extremely difficult, but afterward, it would become much simpler. This was a pleasant surprise. In addition, the control panel screen also displayed an image of a virtual space. This was the civilization warehouse added after the civilization's advancement. The space was nearly infinite, and could store a large amount of resources. But it could only store resources, not other items. He placed it in carriage 2. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about resource storage. However, to advance to level 3, he would need to store a quadrillion units of resources, which was no small amount. Even with his recent sudden wealth, having upgraded the train's armor to level 200, he only gained less than 200 trillion resources. This alone clearly demonstrates the wealth of the Casa civilization. The strategic resource reserves of just a few cities were nearly enough for a civilization to advance to level 2. He wasted no time, transforming the entire star train into a brooch and placing it on his chest. He plummeted once more into the depths of space, landing in a refrigerator and returning to Galaxy 27. The moment he returned, the train received a daily message from the Casa civilization. He was practically the front page of every major newspaper, a temporary headline published daily. The entire page was devoted to news about human civilization, with no other news. Countless newspapers were reporting on him. Some praised him, some criticized him. But without exception, all the reports raised the same question: where was this civilization's planet, and how was it hidden? TSK. Chen Meng couldn't help but laugh. Want to find his civilization's planet? Just search slowly. He already been crammed into the train. He suddenly realized how useful the level 200 space gate was. Its main purpose was safety. No one could find his planet. In a sense, no one could attack him. After all, no one could find his home. Even if someone had some ideas about him, they were powerless and could only face rejection. However, he narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the scene replaying on the screen. This was the scene captured by the train's camera when he accidentally entered the Zerg civilization's wormhole and arrived at its lair. He hadn't looked closely then, but now he did. He saw numerous Zerg monsters, many of which looked familiar to him. For example, the man-eating spider. An old friend. On planet Aquamarine, his first boss was a man-eating spider. He chased it for a long time, spending several hours slowly grinding it down. He obtained the spider leg accessory. He upgraded this accessory to level 30, allowing the train to travel freely on 180-degree slopes, essentially running upside down on ceilings. Upgrading this accessory requires the special material fine spider silk. This silk can only be dropped by killing the man-eating spider. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. If this accessory were upgraded to level 50 or 80, the effect wouldn't be any different. A 180-degree slope was the upper limit. But what if it were 200? What about the supermodel effect at level 200? Based on his experience, the more mechanically dependent an accessory is, the stronger the god-level supermodel effect it achieves after reaching level 200. He suddenly wanted to upgrade this accessory to level 200. See what the god-level supermodel effect is like. He had almost forgotten about this accessory. He hadn't used it in ages since arriving in space, and it hadn't seen much use for it. But now? Qin Mang pondered for a moment, calculating the strength of both sides. That fleeting glimpse gave him a good amount of concrete data on the Zerg civilization. At least the main force in that area posed no threat to him. He had left behind a few refrigerators before leaving. Those refrigerators hadn't been destroyed. If he wanted, he could return to the Zerg civilization's territory. Then kill some spiders, get some silk, and go on. The risk isn't too great. It's worth a try. Through this thought, he checked the integrity of the train's various components before shrinking it down again to the size of a brooch. He took a deep breath, then plunged into space and entered the refrigerator. He continued deeper, until he reached another refrigerator tens of thousands of light years away. Tentatively, he pushed the door open and peeked outside. His breath hitched. He saw countless Zerg monsters, crouching on the ground, surrounding the refrigerator, their eyes fixed on it. The moment they caught sight of him, they became agitated, growling fiercely. Snap! Qin Mang, without hesitation, immediately retracted his head and quickly closed the refrigerator door. Coming into physical contact with these Zerg monsters was truly stressful. The Zerg monsters that had been roaring just moments before were now stunned. The next moment, the refrigerator door was flung open again. Qin Mang flung the door open and leaped into the air. Simultaneously, the brooch on his chest rapidly transforming into a mechanical train in the blink of an eye. It wasn't a long dragon, but a mecha. Instant mecha armament, a mecha comprised of dozens of large carriages. It towered over the ground like a giant. He also landed lightly in the train compartment. Safe now. Qin Mang sighed softly as he sat in his chair. Then, ignoring the surrounding Zerg monsters, the tail jets on either side of the mech's legs erupted in a burst of blue flames, propelling it towards the outer reaches of the atmosphere at breakneck speed. Quickly away, the Arcanum main cannon, originally located on the roof, now rested on the right arm, acting like a large hand cannon. The Doppler radar and search radar, among other components, began to operate rapidly. Quickly, having already broken through the atmosphere and entered space, Qin Mang shot towards the nearest planet at breakneck speed. The radar showed that the Zerg monsters on this planet were all man-eating spiders, his target. The man-eating spiders were not high level, generally around level 50 or 60. This place was deep within the territory of the Zerg civilization. Qin Mang quickly scanned the Doppler radar image, his brow furrowing slightly. There was another inhabited planet nearby, a lowly one, completely destroyed and a living hell. Countless half-human, half-insect creatures crawled and twisted across the surface. Many factories had been built across the planet's surface, housing countless humans like livestock. They were forced to mate with various Zerg monsters, such as worms and cannibals, and had actually broken through the barrier, giving rise to new species. However, the so-called half-humans that emerged looked exceptionally disgusting and lacked much intelligence. Clearly, this was the Zerg civilization's effort to advance to a level 3 civilization. Only through this method could they cultivate more intelligent beings, otherwise, the Zerg civilization would never reach level 3. For the first time, he felt that the real-time image transmission of the Doppler radar had its drawbacks. It was not as good as the direct red and green dots used by the search radar to identify friend and foe. He didn't really want to see these physiologically unpleasant things clearly. But time was running out. The wormhole radar had detected numerous wormholes nearby. He had to quickly resolve the situation and leave immediately, otherwise, when the Zerg army arrived, it would be very difficult. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mang aimed his Arcanon light cannon at the nearby planet infested with man-eating spiders, adjusted the attack intensity to 110, and instantly unleashed a blast. Instantly, 3 beams of terrifying, menacing light pierced the universe at breakneck speed and slammed heavily into the planet's interior. Boom! Tens of seconds later, a vast expanse of dust suddenly exploded around the planet's periphery. The once azure planet suddenly turned pale yellow, and countless visible ripples formed, spreading outward from the planet's center. The silent explosion was even more shocking. The search radar indicated that these 3 shots had killed countless man-eating spiders. However, this wasn't enough. With his quick eyes and hands, he fired 3 more rounds. These 3 110-level Akan-powered main cannons completely crushed the planet. Finally, when a fierce flash of fire exploded from the planet, visible cracks appeared across the planet. Countless flashes of fire burst out from the cracks. And then, the entire planet quickly disintegrated, turning into showers of debris. Countless man-eating spiders perished in the devastating explosion. The fine spider silk that drifted through the air melted into the rubble, and scattered in all directions. 6 rounds of the Arcanon's main cannon, each with a level 110 attack power, could easily destroy a planet completely. Then, Qin Mang piloted the star train, rapidly approaching the rubble left by the explosion of a destroyed planet. The powerful magnet, already upgraded to level 200 by him beforehand, was now working its magic, rapidly drawing fine spider silk from a vast expanse into the train. The star train now possessed the power of a starburst. Cosmic-level fireworks are always incredibly dazzling. Countless planetary fragments began to erupt in all directions at speeds of thousands of kilometers per second. Other Zerg planets nearby were also affected, creating short bursts of machine gun-like beams, but these were blocked by the train's armor. Thankfully, the powerful magnet, after upgrading to level 200, now has a far enough range to pick up the debris. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to retrieve. Countless fine spider silk threads were woven into the planetary debris. At this time, all the spider silks were collected in the train. He did not count the number, but just felt that there were a lot of them. At this moment, several wormholes nearby suddenly began to flash with light, and the exits of the wormholes began to wriggle like the intestines of a worm, and a large number of Zerg monsters and Zerg motherships poured out of the wormholes. The Zerg reinforcements arrived faster than he had imagined. He glanced at the radar screen. The strangely shaped mothership appeared from the front, armed with a 200-level main gun, also a light-powered cannon, though not an arcanum. Without a moment's pause, Qin Mang transformed the train into a brooch, slipped back into the refrigerator, and returned to the Casa Civilization Federation. It had come quickly, and gone just as quickly. Aside from the destruction of a planet, there seemed to be nothing much different. This level of warfare, once locked onto a main gun, it was often difficult to avoid. The entire journey took less than a minute. Qin Mang had already returned to Galaxy 27. 380.8 billion units of spider silk. After Qin Mang finished tallying his gains, he fell silent. Throughout the universe, it seemed only Zerg civilization members dropped special resources when killed. He had never seen anyone drop so many items after being killed. This spider silk was different from the one extracted from the man-eating spider. It was clearly a product condensed under the laws of the universe. Furthermore, spider silk seemed incredibly strong, so even a planetary explosion wouldn't affect this unique resource. He suddenly felt that the universe might not favor Zerg civilization. Although they'd given them plenty of cheats, it felt like they created a monster capable of dropping rewards. Let's see if this is a win or a loss. He made this trip on a whim, and with his skill and courage, he made the trip. A single 110-level main cannon shot consumed 90 billion iron ore. He fired a total of 6 rounds. He consumed 540 billion units of iron ore, and in just one trip, over 500 billion was gone. That was a ridiculously expensive ammunition. Even if he still had a little over 28 trillion, it wouldn't have been enough. It was equivalent to using 540 billion units of iron ore to buy 380.8 billion units of spider silk, though the latter was much rarer. Even in the Cassidon Federation, where everything was readily available, it wasn't for sale. Extremely rare. Over 300 billion units of spider silk. At the time, He only saw that the planet was densely packed with spiders, and that numerous giant webs, like traps, were suspended in the surrounding space. He had no idea how many spiders there were, but he hadn't expected over 300 billion units of spider silk to be released. This meant there were at least tens of billions of spiders on that planet. Tens of billions of spiders. For the first time, he directly experienced the Zerg civilization's explosive power. It was truly a bit exaggerated. It was a bit outrageous. The only thing that puzzled him was that the planet was surrounded at the time, and as soon as he finished, a nearby wormhole flickered, as if the Zerg civilization valued these spiders, even though their level wasn't high. He took a deep breath, used 800 million units of spider silk, and upgraded the green-grade spider leg accessory to level 200 in one go. The upgrade had no effect. He had expected the data to show 181 degrees. But it didn't. The climbable slope remained at 180 degrees, unchanged, but when it reached level 200, it gained several supermod effects. Spider leg level 50 supermod effect, increases speed on steep slopes. Spider leg level 100 supermodel effect, accessory usage costs are halved. Spider leg level 200 supermodel effect, able to spin webs in space, intercepting the universe's core energy and condensing it into physical resources that appear on the web. Weaving the web requires spider silk. Qin Mang's brows furrowed slightly. It was like spending 540 billion units of iron or to buy such a god-level supermodel effect. Although he knew there was a high probability of loss, after all, this was just an experiment. This was a rare accessory among all accessories, requiring special resources to upgrade. This god-level supermodel effect couldn't be said to be weak. It just didn't feel that strong. Clearly, the planet covered with man-eating spiders was probably a logistics planet. The large webs they wove in space were primarily used to gather resources. He could only use the god-level supermodel effect after reaching level 200, but those man-eating spiders were born with it. This racial talent was truly enviable. Although this god-level supermodel effect left him somewhat disappointed. But his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the amount of materials needed to upgrade the spider leg accessory to level 500. To upgrade from level 200 to 500, 380 billion units of spider silk were needed, that had increased many times. However, the remaining spider silk in his train totaled exactly 380 billion. No more, no less. It was just a coincidence. After level 200, the next supermodel effect appeared at level 500. The name 200 God-level supermodel effect was coined by him. All accessories undergo a qualitative change after upgrading to level 200. He called it the God-level supermodel effect. Currently, no accessory in the train was above level 500. Perhaps the spider leg could become the train's first level 500 accessory. These spider silks might as well be saved. Without hesitation. With barely a second thought, Qin Mang consumed another 380 billion spider silks, upgrading the spider leg to level 500 in one fell swoop, making it the train's first level 500 accessory. At level 499, it had no effect compared to level 200. After all, this accessory no longer gained any additional benefits with each upgrade. When it reached level 500, a brand new supermodel effect emerged. A long string of words. Qin Mang didn't even read the words before he breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed slightly, and leaned back in his chair. With anticipation in his eyes, he lit a cigarette and examined the first level 500 supermodel effect on the star train. The last thing he wanted was to spend so much money to upgrade to level 500 only to receive a nothing response. He'd be damned if he didn't. Spider leg level 500 supermodel effect allows entry into pseudo-4-dimensional space. The spider legs will break through space and travel into pseudo-4-dimensional space. Within this pseudo-4-dimensional space, your observations will be extremely difficult to detect, allowing you to launch attacks and making them difficult to trace. Qin Mang stood there, his mouth slightly gaping. He had guessed that the level 500 supermodel effect would be very powerful. After all, the effect of a level 200 god-level supermodel was already a qualitative change, let alone a level 500. But he hadn't imagined it would be so outrageous. It was clearly written in black and white. But he still needed to try it out. Returning to Galaxy 27, Qin Mang sat on the train and, after a long time, pressed a button on the corner of the control panel. The spider legs slowly extended, and the star train, like a long, mechanical dragon, floated through the universe, and activated the level 500 supermodel effect. The next moment, a flash of red light flashed from the tip of the spider's leg, and then it began to climb rapidly, propelling the star train through the universe as if it were flat ground. Its speed soared rapidly, increasing faster and faster. When it reached its limit, the spider's leg suddenly slashed forward. A gap was carved in front of the train. Then, the star train plunged through it. The train door opened. Xiao Ai strode in and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked out at the scene, his eyes filled with shock. This scene before him had made him come all the way here to witness it. It was an experience he had never experienced before. It was very strange. Qin Mang controlled the train, slowly advancing through pseudo-four-dimensional space, and landed on a planet. This planet belonged to Hibiscus Star, a planet he had visited before. He had been staying near this planet for the past few days. How can I describe this feeling? It wasn't a true mind space. More like an alternative dimension. It was like a mirror. The real world was outside the mirror, while he and the star train were inside. They could clearly see the edge of the two worlds. In the real world, everything was colorful, while here, it was all black and white. Those outside couldn't see him. Yet, he could see everyone clearly. No wonder it's called a pseudo-four-dimensional space. Qin Mang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city before him in silence for a long moment. At this moment, the star train shuttled between the buildings of the city. Nothing could block its path. His train, like a ghost train, could traverse any obstacle at will. No one could detect him. He believed that even a level 1000 Doppler radar might not be able to detect him. After all, this was a matter of two dimensions, a complete dimensionality reduction attack. And here, he could launch attacks on the outside world at will. People outside wouldn't even know the source of the attack, and would be completely helpless to retaliate. The level 500 spider legs he upgraded without much thought. A thought had granted him an extremely unique attack method. With this attack method, no matter who emerged victorious in the final battle between the Zerg civilization and the Cassidon civilization, he would be absolutely invincible. The more he learned, the more he awed the unknown advanced civilization on the other side of the cosmic void. Every method he possessed, that civilization would surely possess as well. The suppression of civilizational levels was difficult to compensate for in many cases. However, he found a way to compensate: the supermodel effect. Even the unknown advanced civilization on the other side of the cosmic void didn't have unlimited resources, nor could its components be continuously upgraded. But he could. With him, Murphy Stone was in unlimited supply. The next supermodel effect would appear at level 1000. When all the components in his train were level 500, or even level 1000, the supermodel effect would be even more extraordinary, giving him even more confidence. Level 10 spider legs allowed the train to climb slopes. Level 500 spider legs allowed the train to enter a pseudo-four-dimensional space. Or, more like a mirror world. This gap is too big. What about a level 1000 spider leg? Officially entering the four-dimensional space, able to freely travel through time, that's highly unlikely. After all, according to the diary of the former leader of the mechanical civilization, even that level 5 civilization couldn't freely travel through time. They could only create temporal rifts, which is fundamentally different from traveling through time. After a long while, Qin Mang finally exited the pseudo-four-dimensional space. The train appeared on Furong Star. Residents in this space consume resources, though not a lot, but every penny saved counts. With this accessories effect, he couldn't wait to plunder the Zerg civilization. After this trial, he found that the Zerg civilization wasn't too difficult to deal with. While they were certainly powerful as a civilization, the Zerg couldn't do much with his fire and run nature. With something like a refrigerator, he could come and go as he pleased. Now with this supermodel effect, he felt even more confident. This time, he was secure. Time flies. Qin Mang walked back to the control panel, chuckling as he watched the messages flash by. Unknowingly, he had grown to the point where he could wander into the Zerg civilization's territory and return unscathed. Long ago. To him, the Zerg civilization was a towering behemoth, untouchable and unconquerable. Now it seemed, it was just SOSO, a little lacking. No matter how many small fry there were, they were still small fry. He only had one train, but that was enough. And on the control panel screen, the refrigerators remained intact. Those refrigerators dumped deep within the Zerg civilization's territory. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. He could imagine the Zerg Queen's exasperated expression. His Doppler radar has a detection range of 100,000 light-years. A truly exaggerated number. And the effect of his refrigerator's level 100 supermodel is, within the range of the search radar, the refrigerator will have the same defensive strength as train armor. Energy shields are ineffective. Although the text panel says search radar. In practice, Doppler radar also applies. In other words, Those refrigerators he dumped in various corners of the universe now have the defensive strength of level 200 armor. Destroying a refrigerator with this level of defense is no easy task. They're probably surrounding the refrigerators with a large army, attempting to destroy them, but finding it exceedingly difficult. Of course, if the Zerg civilization wants to destroy them, they can eventually do so, but it will only cost them a considerable amount of resources. He won't be passing through the refrigerator anytime soon. There's a gap between exiting the refrigerator and entering the train. It's only a split second, but it's there nonetheless. If you're caught during that time, you're basically doomed. The Hell Brooch isn't safe enough. Not safe enough. If there were a special tool that could shrink the train and drive it out of the refrigerator, it would be great. That way, there wouldn't be any gaps, and safety would be completely improved. Just then, Kasha Daily suddenly updated again. Typically, the Kasha Daily is only updated once a day. This is the third update today, the second being about human civilization. Expedition setback. Another civilization, also Zerg, at war with the Zerg, has ceased hostilities and is now fully committed to fighting the Kasha civilization. We need everyone's concerted efforts. Chin Mang glanced at the headline, his mouth twitching slightly. In this case, Kasha civilization is basically doomed.